Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 241. I will, you six. The light flowed down the black bones and started to spread throughout the wyvern's body. At the same time, black threads started to come out of the wyvern's body. Swish, swish. The sticky black threads started to shoot out at fast speeds. What the? Why is it suddenly black? The bears flinched at the sudden change. The bear's bodies suddenly swerved at that moment. Ha! The swerving bear's gaze went toward his wings. One of his wings was tilting. The wing that was scratched by the wyvern's claw. Those scratches started to become dyed black. The mid-level administrator bear subconsciously looked toward Choi Han when that happened. The sword master, who was standing calmly and balanced, started to speak. You can't stick dead bones in front of a necromancer. Crack. The metal connecting the different bones of the wings started to break. Ha ha! There was a simple reason for it. The bones that were connected by the black threads were starting to move on their own. Those sudden movements made the connecting joints made of metal break apart. In the end, the bones became free from the rest of the wings. Screech, clunk, clunk. Those bones followed the black threads and gathered together. Click, click. The white bones started to gather on top of the black wyvern as if they were gears fitting together. The wyvern's body started to grow in size. No. The corners of the bear's lips were shaking. However, he could not stand still. My wings. The wings of the bear that had the most wyvern scratches had suddenly lost about 50% of its bones. The bear administrator's subordinate's body started to tilt. Fall. Only falling was left for those who had lost their wings. They would fall directly into the dark blue fire. The bear administrator quickly started to move. He reached out his hand. He was trying to catch his subordinate before he fell into the dark blue fire. However, he could not approach the bear. Slash! The black aura cut between himself and his subordinate. Ah! The bear grabbed his hand that was cut by the aura. Once he turned his head, he could see that Choi Han's chilly gaze was directed toward him. He heard his subordinate scream at that moment. It was the sound of him falling. Although they had not fought properly, the subordinate who had lost his wings instantly fell to his death. He was not the only one. There were more bears that had rushed toward the wyvern and had their wings scratched by it. All of their bodies started to tilt. The tens of bears who had rushed toward the wyvern all fell into the dark blue fire. Click, click. The bones continued to gather together in order to make the black wyvern larger at the same time. The person who was standing on top of that wyvern's head. That person's violent aura was directed at the bear administrator. The administrator could only watch his falling subordinates. The bears who had lost their wings to the tigers all fell as well. Screams and fire. Choi Han started to move once fear filled the air. His gaze was directed toward the bears and the flame dwarves. With both Rayan and Lark out of commission, it was his duty to kill the enemies. He could see the scared individuals. Choi Han was only aiming for the leaders among them. The bear administrator retreated to the back. Boom, boom. The other bears tried to get in his way as he chased after the administrator, however. Choi Han and the wyvern ignored them and pushed forward. The violent black aura cut through the wings while the wyvern opened its mouth in order to rip the wings off of the bears with bites. The wyvern that was wearing a white skeleton armor had nothing to fear. Reeb! Another wing was ripped off, and the original owner of the wing fell while screaming. Damn it! The bear administrator could not believe how Choi Han and the wyvern managed to kill all of his subordinates on their way to him. He had flown until he got to where the flame dwarves were gathered together. The frightened flame dwarves could be seen taking out their weapons in fear. Although he would normally curse these cowards who could not even run away, he could not do so right now. Shara! The black aura brushed by his side again. He might die. The bear felt a sense of fear. There were no obstacles in the air. That was why there was nowhere to escape when someone was chasing after you. Do I need to go back to the ground? However, the king had given an order. He told them to fight. He told them to persist. But for how long? The bear's mind was currently chaotic. His tribe members and subordinates were falling into the wall of fire, however. He did not want to fall in there himself. Shoot, shoot. He continued to swear. It was at that moment. He is heading over. He heard the king's message. The bear administrator stopped moving. Choi Han, who was following behind the bear administrator, did not wonder why the bear had suddenly stopped as he swung his sword right away. However, something happened before the black aura could hit the bear. Kahaha, he's finally here. The bear's dirty laugh stuck to Choi Han's ears. At the same time, Choi Han suddenly got the chills, a sense of danger. In other words, the instincts of a weakling who has met a strong enemy. Choi Han, who realized the identity of this chill, immediately grabbed onto the wyvern's neck and shouted at it. Return. We need to return. He's here. Choi Han had a good idea about who this bear was respectfully talking about. The wyvern and Choi Han urgently changed directions. They started to fly toward a single direction. Lark, Rayan, and Cal. They were flying toward where the weakest members of their group were currently located. A quiet noise was caught by Choi Han's senses as he cut through the wing in order to head to the ground. Pad. It was the sound of a magic spell being cast. He also felt an existence that caused his instincts to tell him that it was dangerous. Choi Han, who had come down to the center of the pillar of fire, looked up. The dark blue wall of fire. Someone appeared on top of that wall. The dragon half-blood. The man with white gold hair and a pale expression had a smile on his face as he appeared on the battlefield. Cal started to frown after seeing that the dragon half-blood had appeared. Duck. The reason that he needed to quickly end this battle. The reason that they needed to kill as many of the enemies as possible. Cal Henitus, is it him? He could hear Crown Prince Albaru's voice through the video communication device. Yes, sir, I'm hanging up now. What? Cal ended the call. He then passed the video communication device over to Rosalind and called out some coordinates. Miss Rosalind, please connect it. Young Master Cal, that person Rosalind's expression became serious. As a genius mage, she could feel the strength of the dragon half-blood better than anybody else. Why? It's been a while. It was because the dragon half-blood was not hiding his strength right now. Rosalind was a human who had watched Iruhaben teach Rayan. The unique aura of a dragon that was revealing its presence, the vibration of the mana could be felt from that person. Her lips started to dry up quickly. She heard Cal's voice at that moment. It was extremely clear, as if telling her to snap out of it. Miss Rosalind, hurry. It is our lifeline. Lifeline. Rosalind knew exactly who Cal was trying to call. She started to connect the call with shaking hands. Cal was looking at the dragon half-blood mage that was floating in the air as she did that. The dragon half-blood seemed to be extremely amused. I didn't think you prepare such a wall of fire. He felt the strength of a higher being coming from the dark blue fire. He licked his lips and looked down at Cal. He was originally not planning to come here. Those stupid flame dwarves threw a fit about how they would take care of it. However, he had come after receiving an urgent request for help. But he was satisfied after coming here. The wall of fire, and a face that he had not seen in a while. A person who was similar to himself. He looked at the person who was similar to him and used amplification magic in order to speak. Wow, you know how to make things like this too, little bro. Little bro. Those words made Cal start to frown. Crazy bastard, when did I ever become your little brother? And why are you saying such a thing so loudly? However, Cal could not respond before slowly starting to move. The wolf boy, Lark, flinched. It was because he saw Cal coming toward him. It was at that moment. No, the dragon half-blood mumbled quietly. The dragon half-blood's quiet voice could not reach the others without amplification magic. However, Lark could see the dragon half-blood pointing with his finger. He was pointing at Lark. No, he was pointing at the bundle of blankets in Lark's arm. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. The young dragon was still breathing heavily. You're not my little bro. You're just a human. That is the dragon. The dragon half-blood's eyes started to sparkle. He could feel the strength of the plate inside of that small blanket. The vibrations that he was feeling were what happened when a dragon was creating its plate. Although he had only felt half of it, he too had felt it before. The dragon half-blood started to smirk. The first growth phase. He used amplification magic in order to speak again, and his voice echoed throughout the area. However, he was speaking to Cal. What a perfect time to kill him, no. He really wanted to kill it if it was a real dragon. Half-bloods like him that had useless blood mixed inside always hated the full-bloods. The corners of the dragon half-blood's lips started to curl up even higher. Lark subconsciously hugged Rayan even tighter after seeing that. However, Rayan was still unconscious and breathing heavily. Lark. Lark could see someone's back in front of him. It was Cal. From this moment, you are to look at my back and only my back, no matter what. Cal looked toward the dragon half-blood. Heh, this is really fun. He could see the dragon half-blood laughing. Cal looked around. Lark, who was behind his back, was unable to fight. Rosalind had overused her powers to the point that she was bleeding. Mary and Choi Han were fine, but they were not as strong as the dragon half-blood. The tigers were injured as well and were having enough trouble dealing with the bears. That meant that there was only one option left. Cal could see the people approaching him. Young Master Cal. That person is Witira closed her mouth after seeing Cal put his hand on her shoulder. Witira, whales need water in order to go berserk, right? ... It is impossible with a small amount of water made from magic. Whales were creatures of the ocean. It was only natural that they needed water in order to go berserk, and that the amount of pure water they needed was impossible to fill with magic. Of course, they could create a significant amount of water with magic. However, Witira's expression did not look good after taking a look around. Miss Rosalind is weakened right now, and the Breck Kingdom's mages have a limit to their powers. Crackle, crackle. Cal looked at the orbs of light being created around the dragon half-blood mage and started to think. He needed someone who could fight against the dragon half-blood. Even as a half-blood, he still had the strength to rival a dragon. The whales were the only ones who could fight with such an existence, but it would be difficult for Pazetin, the half-blooded whale, Witira and Archie, the future whale queen and the current strongest warrior of the whale tribe. He needed them, but they were not enough. His gaze headed toward the destroyed cliff and the wall of fire underneath the dragon half-blood. It was not enough with a small amount of water created by magic. In that case, is a tsunami, the width of that destroyed cliff and height of the wall of fire enough? Will you be able to go berserk, even for just a little bit? A tsunami, the height of that wall of fire. Witira thought about the wall of fire that was multiple kilometers long. If it was that much pure water, ... it will be worth trying. She could see Cal starting to smile while looking at the wall of fire. Someone who could persist against the dragon half-blood. He needed a battlefield for them to run wild. Cal slowly grabbed the necklace around his neck. He needed to use what was inside this jewel, the dominating water. It was made of pure water and was a perfect match for the whales who were the rulers of the ocean. This was the only method. He looked toward Witira and started to speak. I will create a tsunami for you. Chapter 242. I will. You, 7. A tsunami. Confusion and anticipation appeared on Witira's face. How could there be tsunami in this place where there was a wall of fire created by a dragon? However, she could not get a response from Cal, who was not looking at her. Mary. Cal's calling made Mary's gaze turn toward him from underneath the black robe. She then heard Cal's order. Persist. Mary immediately understood what he was trying to say. However, she did something else first. She stopped hesitating and cautiously asked Cal a question. Young Masternim, wouldn't it be safer if Mr. Choi Han came down and stood next to you? This was the first time Mary ever said anything back when Cal gave her an order. Her gaze was locked in on Cal, Lark, and Rayan without moving. You think that we will get hurt? Mary could not respond to Cal's cold gaze. She did not want to see Rayan, who showed her around the night sky and the forest of darkness, her good young brother Lark, nor the most benevolent young master Cal getting hurt. She heard a stiff voice speaking to her. That won't happen. Mary could see Cal's cold but confident gaze. I don't plan on getting hurt. He really meant it. Hadn't he worked so hard in order to not get hurt and not be in pain? There was nobody in the world who wanted to get hurt. There was a drastic difference between coughing up blood and then feeling refreshed thanks to the vitality of the heart and being in pain because someone beat you up. He did not want to get hurt because of that crazy bastard's strength. Cal started to smile. Plus, that bastard is probably not normal right now. You know about it too, Mary. Ah, Mary's gaze headed toward the dragon half-blood. Mary had seen the dragon half-blood through the wyvern skeleton's empty eye sockets during the battle at Kero Kingdom. A thunderbolt had pierced through the dragon half-blood's body. Rayan had sent that attack. The dragon half-blood had run away, but he must have still gotten injured. Rayan's strength is not that weak. He said he definitely left traces. Rayan said he had left a trace on that dragon half-blood, the injuries left by the black dragon. And Rayan had not pushed for them to go find that dragon half-blood yet. That meant that the injuries left by Rayan were still there. However, he didn't know whether the injury was shallow or deep. Regardless, that dragon half-blood was not fully healed yet. The enemy was not at 100% power. That was the important part. I will persist. Mary immediately started to move the wyvern skeleton. Choi Han was the first one to respond to that movement. The wyvern had stopped while flying toward Cal. Black lights filled the wyvern's empty eye sockets. Screech, then it turned its head toward the dragon half-blood. Clang! Choi Han took out his sword. He was quite an intelligent person. The Cal he knew did not push for sacrifice. Furthermore, he also did not make them use their powers for no reason. He was weaker than the dragon half-blood. Cal knew that. We meet again. You are still stupid enough to take your sword out in front of me. The dragon half-blood mage's sneer and entertained expression made Choi Han realize what he had to do. Persist. Buy some time. Choi Han knew what Cal wanted without him having to say it. And if that was indeed the case, Mary, let's go. Mary would start to move as well. As expected, the wyvern started to move. The dragon half-blood started to laugh at the sight he found after coming at the request of the bear ruler. He increased the number of light orbs spinning around him. At the same time, he looked at the wyvern heading up the pillar of fire in order to reach him. It was a black bone wyvern that was wearing white bone armor. The dragon half-blood honestly asked Choi Han, who was on top of the wyvern, a question. Why do you try when you know that it is useless? The dragon half-blood received the answer to that question via a black aura being launched at him. Choi Han's black aura shot out of his sword. Slash! The black aura shot up like lightning shooting up into the sky as if it was a snake crawling up the wall of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The darkness of his aura climbed up the pillar of fire without disappearing. The black aura went all the way up until it crashed into the light orbs. Bang! The light and darkness intertwined. However, the darkness soon crumbled like dust and disappeared. The black aura became like sands in a desert. The dragon half-blood with white gold hair could see the wyvern swinging its claw toward him. HMPH. Bang! A light orb crashed into the wyvern's claw. PSSSSSS. The piece of white bone armor broke off and disappeared into thin air. However, the black claw underneath the white armor was still fine. Creak, creak. The dragon half-blood turned his head after hearing some odd noises. Aha, dragonim. My wings, please. The black thread coming out of the wyvern was once again destroying the nearby bear's wings. The bear's body tilted to the side as another two bears grabbed onto him in order to prevent themselves from falling. The metal and magic stones fell to the ground. Click, click. The white bones moved in order to create a new armor for the black claw. Ha ha ha, the dragon half-blood started to laugh. At the same time, his hand shot out to the left. Bang, a short but loud noise. The aura around Choi Han's sword quickly disappeared. The dragon half-blood made eye contact with Choi Han at that moment. He could see that Choi Han was smiling at him. In some ways, it could have seemed like he was mocking him. Choi Han looked as if he was sneering at him. Choi Han's voice reached the dragon half-blood's ear. You're a dragon, no, aren't you a dragon human? You are half human after all. Sharara, the light orbs that had surrounded the dragon half-blood instantly disappeared. His eyes were glowing oddly through his pale expression. I kept you alive because you entertained me, but you are saying all sorts of funny things right now. The dragon half-blood's robes started to flutter. Do you wish to die? There seemed to be no emotions behind that confidently asked question. However, the anger behind the dragon half-blood's eyes could clearly be felt. Choi Han maintained his twisted smile. As expected, being half-human was a sore spot that angered the dragon half-blood. Choi Han did not enjoy touching someone's sore spot. However, whether he enjoyed it or not wouldn't matter if he was dead. He recalled what the dragon half-blood had just asked him. Why do you try when you know it is useless? Why does he still try? There were many things in battles. Choi Han had to become witty and use underhanded tactics in order to survive when he was the weakest in the forest of darkness. The only thing that had changed since then was that he was not just protecting himself anymore. That was why Choi Han planned on using these underhanded tactics as much as he needed to do so. Choi Han's voice that had a touch of mockery in it reached the dragon half-blood. Do I want to die? No, I just want to have a conversation from one person to another. You useless and worthless human, you dare crackle crackle. The wind started to roar. At the center of that wind, the light orbs surrounding the dragon half-blood significantly increased in number. I will turn you into dust. The light orbs started to charge toward a single person. Naturally, they were aimed at Choi Han. At the same time, the wyvern's wings started to move quickly. Mary, it starts now. It starts now. The time that they needed to persist starts now. Choi Han stuck close to the wyvern's skeleton's back and curled up his body. At the same time, he sent his black aura toward the light orbs without stopping. Escape. Choi Han had done it in the forest of darkness for so long that he lost track of time. Choi Han started to smile, while knowing that he was assigned a task that he knew how to do best. The humpback whale beast people Watira, who was watching, started to frown. Light orbs. She could feel the strength of the dragon half-blood. He's almost an adult dragon. How did a dragon half-blood? He's at least gone through 2 growth phases. Watira had lived for over 250 years. She knew a bit about the lives of dragon half-bloods. That was why she expected something to be a bit off about him when she had first heard about the dragon half-blood. However, this dragon half-blood's light was completely pure. We're tearing him, we need to go. She nodded her head at Archie, who was rarely this serious. Archie, the whale tribe's greatest warrior. He could feel the dragon half-blood's strength as much as Watira. However, she did not move even after Archie said, "Let's go." Instead, she looked toward someone. Cal Henitus, I will create a tsunami for you. Tsunami. This human says he would create a tsunami the size of the giant pillar of fire in front of her. Watira could not believe his words, however. She had no choice but to do so after seeing what happened next. I will create a tsunami for you. Rosalind's expression changed the moment Cal had said that. She continued to take magic stones out of the bag as she raised her voice toward the magic brigade. Everybody, use water magic. Use the largest magic circles possible. We need magic that creates large supplies of water. Large supplies of water. That statement made Watira believe that Rosalind firmly believed in Cal. Noonim, her younger sibling Pazitan, approached her and urged her to hurry. Pazitan, hold on. She suddenly stopped moving. Thump, her heart was beating wildly. She subconsciously closed her eyes. She could feel the beating of her heart. Boom, boom, boom. Her heart slowly started to beat faster. She could see an image in the darkness as she stood there with her eyes closed. Water. A large wall of water. The Gorge of Death did not even have a tiny strand of river water underneath the cliffs. In fact, the current situation was the opposite of a river, with a pillar of fire that was reaching up into the heavens. But she could feel the power of a large amount of water. And it was not just regular water. There was a reason that the whales loved the ocean. Although it might seem fickle, the roaring waves and the splashing water did not even show the whales, who lived a long time, its true self. However, there was one thing it did show. The ocean was strong and dominated over everything. That power of domination. The whales couldn't help but get along with the ocean. The future whale queen suddenly thought of something. The dominating water. Watira opened her eyes once she thought about it. She turned her head at the same time. The dominating water was pricking at her skin. Watiranim. Wow, shoot. This Watira raised her hand in order to shut Archie up. She then started to walk somewhere. At the same time, someone else headed toward the cliff as well. A tall boy with a blanket in his arm followed behind that person. He was moving to a spot a bit away from the pillar of fire. It was a cliff that was still not destroyed. That person was slowly walking there. The blue jewel in the necklace on Cal's neck was slowly glowing bright and brighter. Cal reached both of his hands out at that moment. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Looks like I need to eat one more. He heard the super rock and the glutton priestess voices in his head. He also heard Rosalind's voice by his ear. Young Master Cal, Iruhe Benim is not picking up, so I left him a message. Damn it. Although he was swearing internally, Cal started to smile. Rosalind understood the meaning behind his smile. Everyone activate your magic circles. Her shout that was almost like a scream echoed throughout the area. Tap, tap, tap. A magic stone was placed at the center of the large magic circle. The mages were currently confused with Rosalind's order. Why do we suddenly need to use magic for large supplies of water? Are we trying to put out the wall of fire? Although they were confused, they still followed their leader's orders. Their leader opened up her arms at that moment. Another blood vein popped inside Rosalind's eye. Her eyes were turning bloodshot again. However, the highest grade magic stones around her made it impossible for her to stop. Ooh-wooang, she could hear a loud noise. That noise was not caused by her magic. It was caused by something that was different than mana. However, it was also a power of nature. It was an ancient power. Boom, boom, Boom! Cal could feel his heart beating wilder than ever. However, he ignored it. His plate was not complete yet. However, each of his powers supported each other, with the vitality of the heart and its regeneration abilities preventing them from clashing. Cal chose a method that would put him in a bit of danger. It didn't mean that he would get hurt or die. He would just be walking a tightrope. That was similar to his past life, so he was not afraid. Young Master Cal. He could hear Rosalind's voice. It's ready. Everything was ready. It was the moment her voice echoed across the cliffs. Chhhhhhhh, the sound of water could now be heard. Other mages who were reaching their hands out toward the large magic circle all turned toward the same direction. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. It was the sound of water. It almost sounded peaceful. However, what they saw in front of them made it difficult for them to breathe. It was shooting up. It shot up as tall as the pillar of fire. It rivaled the wall of fire. A significant amount of water shot up into the sky. The mages did not feel mana coming from that power. It was caused by an ancient power. Their gazes headed down as soon as they thought about that. They looked toward the person who activated this wall of water that was continuing to grow in size. Commander Cal Henitus. The mages heard a shout as they watched him. Activate the magic circle. It was Rosalind. Ooh, the magic stones surrounding her slowly started to turn blue. Rosalind knew about the power of the water ancient power that was helping in keeping the balance in Cal's body. They had all heard about it when they went to Aruhaben's lair. She also knew that this water was something that could be used up. She had heard that when he put out the fire in the jungle. There was blood coming out of her mouth again, however. Rosalind could not stop since she knew what Cal was trying to do. Drip, drip. It soon started to rain from above the water wall. It only rained on top of that water wall. Rosalind had created the rain. The rain fell down and wet Cal's clothes. Ah, there was still black blood dripping out of Cal's mouth. I guess I don't need to eat it yet. It was the voice of the glutton priestess. Cal did not use all of the dominating water. He left a small portion of the third that was remaining in the necklace. I can't let myself die. The water wall was as tall as the wall of fire, however, it was not as wide. This was Cal's current limit. Shara, however, even more rain started to fall from above the wall of water. The magic circles had activated. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh above. The water turned into mist and slowly started to eat up the fire. That water wall would disappear when the water ate up all of the fire. No matter how much it rains, the water wall will eventually end up disappearing. Now it was a fight against time. However, Cal had no plans on wasting that time. He then opened his mouth to speak. Go up. Flick, a large water whip started to climb up the water wall. At the same time, someone rushed past Cal and started to climb up the water as well. I will not waste this opportunity. It was Watira's voice. Cal raised his head. He could see two people easily climbing up the water wall. Watira and Archie. The two whale beast people calmed their wildly beating hearts as they climbed up the water wall. The dominating water slowly started to surround their bodies. The whale tribe's berserk transformation. This was Cal's first time seeing it. Watira and Archie. Their builds did not change. However, their hands and feet became half-transparent. Water then started to cover up their half-transparent hands and feet. The water surrounding them started to glow like the ocean water that was hit by the light from the sun. The whales had the dominating water around their bodies. The two whales who looked as if they were wearing half-transparent armor could see someone at the top of the wall. I've never seen berserk whales before. The white gold-haired dragon, Half-Blood's pale expression. The individual floating above the wall of fire could see the whales standing at the same height. However, the whales did not respond to the dragon Half-Blood. The whales could tell from Rosalind's desperate actions that this water that Cal was using came at a cost. They were certain that this water had even more repercussions than the silver shield. The two whales could see something approaching them. Caw, caw. A crow had come by their side. Shara, chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. The mixture of the sound of rain and water vapor. White fog slowly covered the gorge of death. Are you sacrificing yourself now? Cal blinked after hearing the voice in his head. He could see the battlefield. What a damn world. He then opened his mouth to speak. Fight. The whales heard the order through the crow. The two violent beings covered in water armor started to move. The whales were cutting through the air as if they were swimming in the ocean. Bang! The battle between the whales and the dragon half-blood started with a loud bang. The wolf boy Lark had his eyes focused somewhere else other than the battle. He could see Cal's back that seemed even smaller after getting wet by the rain. Lark subconsciously held Rayan a little tighter. However, the owner of that back, Cal, was paying full attention to the battlefield after giving the order. His gaze was still calm and collected. Chapter 243. I will. You ate, however, the others could not see the look in his eyes. All that they could see was how his back was getting wet as he stood there with his arms open in order to maintain the wall of water. Why, young Master Nim, are you okay? Cal heard Lark's voice coming from his back. That was why he responded honestly. Yes, it's better than I expected. It really was better than he had expected. The dominating water. In some aspects, it was his most incomplete ancient power, as it was not something he absorbed. He left only a small portion of it and used the rest, however. He seemed to be fine. There's also no reason for me to be in pain since I'm not using the shield. It's not bad at all. Cal's condition was getting much better than when he had used the shield earlier. However, Lark started to frown. Better than he had expected. How much pain was he expecting when he used this power? Rosalind, who had cast the magic spell before starting to walk over, could not walk any more as she felt her feet becoming extremely heavy. He says he is fine when he knows that the balance in his body is going to be destroyed. How could he lie like that? Rosalind bit down on her lips. She heard Cal speaking to Lark at that moment. Don't think about anything else and just focus on your task. The stern voice made Rosalind start walking in the opposite direction. She took a potion out of her pocket and gulped it down. It helped calm the mess inside of her body. She still had things to do. Rosalind's gaze returned to its usual collected expression. Cal felt Lark becoming quiet, so he raised his head back up. Chhhhhhhhhh, he could hear noise as the water clashed against the fire and created vapor. It needs to stay up for a while. The water wall needed to last as long as possible. However, that was not easy to do. The water wall was created next to a pillar of fire. The two had no choice but to clash. And unlike fire, nature's law indicated that water would fall from top to bottom. Cal drew an image in his mind and tried to maintain the dominating water in the wall form for as long as possible. However, the water would eventually turn into vapor or fall to the ground. This was something that other people should know as well. Cal thought about the person who would know about this the most as he continued to look up at the sky. A loud explosion happened as if it was responding to Cal's gaze. Bang! A light orb was destroyed by someone's fist and exploded into pieces. The solid fist that was sparkling in the water was swung past the light orb. Why, you little? The dragon half-blood easily cast a shield. Bang! The fist slammed into the shield. At the same time, the owner of the fist smashed his forehead into the shield. Bang! A crack appeared on the shield. Keh! The killer whale Archie was laughing with his teeth showing as he made eye contact with the dragon half-blood. Bang, bang, bang. The forehead that was wearing the half-transparent water like a helmet continued to slam into the shield. You crazy bastard. The dragon half-blood could not hide his shock. Why? It was because he was in the air above the wall of fire. That whale bastard had walked over the fire in order to get there. The dragon half-blood created another shield after seeing the crazed look on Archie's face as he sent a small thunderbolt out. You're like an animal. Archie started to laugh at the dragon half-blood's comment. Why are you saying something so obvious? You stupid half-dragon bastard. Whales are half-animals. Half-dragon bastard. The dragon half-blood's gaze changed after hearing that insult. I was going to go easy on you. Why would you go easy on me? What a funny half-dragon bastard. Eh? Crumble. He could see Archie breaking through the shield and clenching his teeth. The dragon half-blood's eyes filled with anger and shock as Archie put on his typical jackass smile and casually asked, "What is it, you stupid bastard? You scared? You rude barbarian?" It was the moment the dragon half-blood expressed his deep anger. Archie could not stop sneering. "Barbarian? You dare say such a thing in front of our future whale queen? What?" Archie kicked off the ground. There was a reason he could stand above the fire. It was because there were small steps made of water underneath his feet. There was someone creating those steps for him as he walked. Archie was thinking that there was a reason that the humpback whale beast people always became the rulers of the whales. Berserk whales. Unlike other beast people, they did not have many physical changes when they went berserk. They did not grow in size, nor did they develop natural weapons such as fangs. Instead, they had water surround them like armor. And the whale king, or the people with the qualifications to be the king, were at a different level. They lived the longest out of the whales. Furthermore, they were born with a natural instinct to rule the ocean. Move. Archie chuckled at those words as he jumped up into the air. He could see a woman as he flipped in the air. Witira had been the one to tell him to move. Wow, our queen seems to be even angrier than I am. Archie could not stop laughing. However, the dragon half-blood's expression changed. You bastards! A small wave created a path underneath Witira as she moved. The pillar of water started to gobble up the pillar of fire. The pillar of water was obediently creating a path for this woman. Who do you think you are to call me a bastard? She held her whip horizontally with a stoic expression. Flick. The whip instantly struck down at the dragon half-blood as if it was a thunderbolt or a large spear, ready to cut the dragon half-blood's blood in half. What the dragon half-blood quickly started to cast a spell with 2 hands. That whip. He could feel the pure power of water coming from that whip. Furthermore, the dominating power of a ruler made the dragon half-blood's neck cold. Were berserk whales always like this? The whip cut through where the dragon half-blood's head had been. Boom! The whip cut through a portion of the dark blue wall of fire with a loud explosion. The wall of fire seemed to be cut into 2 halves. What kind of strength she did that to the wall? The people watching underneath all gasped in shock. However, Witira just looked up with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. She then started to walk toward the air where the rain made by the mages was present. Caw, caw. The crows supported her as she walked. At the same time, a cape appeared over her shoulders. The cape was made from the dominating water. She was connected to the water. As long as it remained that way, nothing else mattered. Her 2 whips cut through the sky once more. Boom, boom. The thunderbolt clashed against the whip. The dragon, half-blood, and Witira were only looking at each other. Bang, bang. The thunderbolt and water whips struck at each other over and over again. There was nobody who could approach them right now. The flame dwarves and bears had retreated from the moment that the dragon half-blood appeared. Archie was standing to the side with his arms crossed, waiting for the right moment to join in. Choi Han roamed the area as he could not break through the tens of thunderbolts. His expression did not look good. As for Witira, she looked toward the dragon half-blood who was creating the thunderbolts and started to speak. You don't seem to be normal. Witira was standing on the ground made by hundreds of black crows. Her eyes did not miss even the smallest of details about her enemies. You seem to be hurt. The dragon half-blood could not say anything to Witira. His expression started to turn cold. Hurt. Yes, he was still hurt. It happened during the battle at the Karo Kingdom. The injury from the thunderbolt that had pierced through his stomach was still there. His dry finger brushed by his stomach. Cal Henitus. He had thought that bastard was a dragon half-blood like him. That was why he didn't report it to that damn White Star, or boss, or whatever he wants to be called. An injury like this would have instantly been healed if he had reported it to that bastard. However, he had chosen not to erase the remains. It was because he wanted that dragon half-blood to come to find him again. He wanted to keep someone just like him alive and see him over and over again. But that wasn't the case. I let a damn dragon live. The one he had saved, the one he had hidden and protected, was a damn baby dragon. A tiny one that hadn't even gone through its first growth phase. Anger rushed past the dragon half-blood's eyes. It was an extreme level of hatred. Yes, I'm a bit hurt right now. Witira flinched after seeing the dragon half-blood honestly admit his weakness. Seeing the calm and peaceful dragon half-blood made her get the chills. She quickly started to walk. The pillar of water would disappear soon. She needed to tie up the dragon half-blood's arms and legs before then. She started to speak. Archie immediately started to move. He stepped on the wall. He rushed toward the dragon half-blood while stepping on the water cape that connected to where Witira was standing. It was at that moment. Witira could see the dragon half-blood start to smile as she was about to flick her whip. Dragons are in a class of their own. The killer whale Archie could see someone rushing past him. Choi Han. Choi Han and the black wyvern were rushing toward the dragon half-blood. Witira could hear the dragon half-blood speak as that happened. Water cannot win against a thunderbolt. It was an issue of elements. Thunderbolts enjoyed battlefields covered in water. The dragon half-blood could see Witira's confident expression as he started to smirk. I know. Everybody knows about that fact. A fact that everybody knows. Witira, Archie, Choi Han, who was rushing forward, and even Cal Henitus. It was a fact that they all knew. That was why Cal had told Witira to fight, but not to win. However, Witira planned to win. She called for someone. Choi Han. She would not have fought to win if it was just regular water. However, it was the dominating water. The dominating water might even be able to dominate thunderbolts. Furthermore, they had something that could defeat light. Even if it was not perfect, it was the most violent power. Why did life forms fear the darkness? It was because it was merciless. She felt the person approach her and started to speak. Her quiet voice only reached Choi Han. Archie will create a path while I will protect you, Choi Han. Choi Han and Witira made eye contact. Just one chance. We will only be able to try it once. An incomplete darkness, however, it was not just Choi Han's power that was not complete. The injured enemy was also not perfect. You cannot see completeness nor incompleteness in the darkness. The darkness just needs to absorb everything. Witira did not listen to Choi Han's response. Instead, she reached her hand out toward Archie, who stepped on her shoulder in order to push forward. Chhhhhhhhhhhhh. One of the whips became Archie's feet. Heh, you think you can win if you attack as a group. The dragon half-blood could not hide his dark smile as he started to cast some spells. Tens of light orbs appeared and shot toward Archie. Clang, 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 clang. The orbs rammed against Archie's water armor. Crackle. Electricity appeared as it overpowered the water. Archie started to frown. This was no joke. As expected, he didn't use his full strength. He had heard about the dragon half-blood's strength from Cal. The strength he had used until now was not comparable to what Cal had described. Archie had thought that it was weird, and it ended up that he had been hiding his real strength. However, that was not of Archie's concern. His role was simply to create a path. Error. Archie shouted out loudly and opened up his arms as he rushed toward the dragon half-blood. The light orbs surrounded his body, however. Archie did not stop. Bowing to someone was more embarrassing than feeling pain. That was the unique nature of the killer whale beast people. Unless they truly respected someone, they would never lower their heads. Although they could lower it once or twice without feeling that way, a killer whale beast person would end up asking for a fight if they didn't really respect someone. The only ones that the killer whales had bowed their heads to were the humpback whales, the only whales that they accepted as ones with the blood of the kings. Bang, bang, bang. Looks like you want to burn to death. The dragon half-blood laughed out loud as he shot a large light arrow toward Archie. That arrow spiraled as if it was ready to pierce right through Archie's body. Archie did not stop even after seeing the light arrow approaching him. Instead, he started to smile. He's smiling. Archie lowered his head as the dragon half-blood became confused. Archie bowed deeply. It was toward someone that he could bow down to. That person stepped on his back in order to move forward. Thank you. Archie had become a stepping stone for his queen. As Witira kicked off of Archie's back, there was a water whip in her hand that was similar to the light arrow. However, the whip looked more like a large spear or an extremely sharp blade. Witira threw that spear forward. The light arrow and the water spear were rushing toward each other. You think that you can beat me with a simple water spear like this? The light arrow shined even brighter as it crashed into the water spear. A large explosion of light suddenly happened. The dragon half-blood started to smile. He could feel it. He could feel the light arrow overwhelming the water spear. Electricity would soon eat up the water. It was at that moment. Chhhhhhhhh. The water started to move. Now, the large water wall that was made with dominating water started to move. Witira took off the cape of dominating water around her shoulders, which was like a giant water wall. She then threw it toward the dragon half-blood. Now what are you trying to do? Witira grabbed onto the water spear at the same time. Crackle. Electricity flowed through her body. It was the power inside the light arrow. Her water armor instantly evaporated while her palm started to burn. However, she was someone who already had a lot of injuries on her body. Witira was someone who had an X-shaped scar on her back from experiencing many battles, and to her, her injuries were a source of pride. Those injuries were the reason she was able to save her friends and keep the peace. She was someone who lived with such pride. Witira lifted up the water spear that was crackling with electricity and threw it up. The spear left her hand and accurately flew toward the dragon half-blood who was wrapped up by the water wall. At that moment, the dragon half-blood could feel his own power coming back to attack him. Reep! A part of the water wall that was blinding him ripped open. The dragon half-blood's hands were shining with light as it ripped up the dominating water. At the same time, the dragon half-blood found the water spear that was covered in light. Ha ha ha! The dragon half-blood laughed as he lifted both of his hands in front of himself. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. His two hands ran into the spiraling water spear, however, an explosion that was worlds apart from any other explosion that had been heard in the past filled the gorge of death. Kehehe. The dragon half-blood smiled as he grabbed onto the water spear that stopped right in front of his stomach. His palms were hot. He had not felt pain like this in a long time. However, it could not pierce through his stomach like the small thunderbolt that had given him the greatest amount of pain in the recent past. It was like this in the end. You could not beat something that was in an entirely different class on their own. The dragon half-blood's eyes looked toward Witira. There was neither water nor fire anymore. There were just the two whales who were standing on crows while barely maintaining their berserk transformations. Heh, in the end, it is like this. You can't surpass a class diff. The dragon half-blood's expression suddenly changed as he was speaking. Witira and Archie. It was the moment the two of them smiled. Behind me, behind my back that is still covered by the water wall, the dragon half-blood turned his head around. At the same time, one of his hands headed above the injury at his stomach. Darkness was stealthy. The reason death was compared to darkness was because it was just as quiet and aimed for your back when you weren't expecting it. That stealthy darkness appeared behind the dragon half-blood's back. It then pierced through the enemy's weakness silently and quickly. Ah! The dragon half-blood lowered his head. He could see a rough hand that was grabbing onto his hand that had been heading toward the injured area. It was a hand that was covered in a black aura that was being burnt by the light. He was not letting go even though his hand was burning. Why, you stupid human bastard! Ah! Choi Han's other hand had made a dagger out of black aura and pierced through the injury. It had pierced not from the front, but from the back. Choi Han's black aura went straight through the back to the stomach. It went right by the same spot that Rayan's small thunderbolt had gone through. The dragon half-blood could see Choi Han's emotionless face staring at him. Chapter 244. I will. You nine, the dragon half-blood raised his head. He could see the confident gaze looking at him. He could see Choi Han, whose expression did not change at all even as the light burned his hand. Choi Han's violent darkness followed the injury Rayan left behind in order to cut through the dragon half-blood's insides. Ah, why, you trash. A large light arrow that appeared in the air shot toward Choi Han. Bearing. However, that light arrow did not manage to reach Choi Han. A bunch of white bones silently disintegrated instead. Mary's black wyvern had used the armor that was made from white bones in order to prevent the light from reaching Choi Han. The dragon half-blood twisted his body in attempts to throw off Choi Han, who had abandoned the wyvern and stuck to him to hurt him with the black aura. However, Choi Han did not fall off. Crackle, crackle. The dragon half-blood activated light throughout his body. His entire body started to be covered in light. Ah, you crazy bastard. However, Choi Han did not hear anything he was saying. All he did was slowly increase the size of the injury as he sent even more darkness into the dragon half-blood's body. The dragon half-blood's eyes started to become red. It was the result of veins popping inside of his eyes. The dragon half-blood clenched his teeth as he felt the higher power run wild inside of his body. The power was incomplete, however. It was still able to run wild because his body was incomplete right now as well. Ah, ah. Choi Han grunted as his body was flung away from the dragon half-blood. The bone wyvern rushed over to save him. Tap, roll. Choi Han rolled across the bone wyvern's back before stopping with a smile. He had done it. It was not over yet, but he had made it possible to buy more time against the dragon half-blood. He grabbed onto the bone wyvern's backbone with his burnt hands as he slowly stood back up. Huff, huff, huff. He could see the dragon half-blood standing while clenching his stomach, which was dyed black from his aura. Choi Han's darkness that he placed inside the injury that Rayan caused would not disappear, no matter how much he surrounded it with light. It violently moved around, even within the light, as it cut away at the incomplete body of the dragon half-blood. Now the others just had to work together in order to take down that incomplete enemy. Choi Han was certain that it was possible. It was at that moment. You think this is funny? Choi Han flinched. He could see the dragon half-blood's bloodshot eyes looking at him. You dare, a damn human dares. An incomplete existence dares to laugh while looking at me. Crackle, crackle. The lights surrounding the dragon half-blood's body started to roar as if they were strong waves during a storm. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Huff, huff. The dragon half-blood touched his stomach. He could feel intense pain in that area. A damn human and a stupid dragon that had not even completed its first growth phase had made him like this. The two existences that he hated the most made him this way. The dragon half-blood did not fit in with either of his halves. For as long as he could remember, he had been a monster that could not be a part of either community. The deep grudge in his eyes that was hidden underneath the anger started to show itself. That black-haired human and the young dragon that had injured him. He could not forgive the two of them. He could never ever forgive them. You ducking bastards, you dare to harm me, crackle, crackle. The dragon half-blood's white gold hair started to stand up as his body became wrapped up in light. Choi Han subconsciously clenched both of his hands. He had a bad feeling about this. The injured dragon half-blood looked weaker than ever, however. He had this ominous feeling that he shouldn't attack him right now. It was at that moment. Caw, caw, caw. The crows reacted to Shaman Gashan's orders. They started to send the tigers and whales back to the ground. Actually, to be more specific, the crows ran away to the ground. Choi Han could see the tigers and whales' shocked expressions. One of the crows flew toward Choi Han at that moment. It opened its mouth and started to speak. To the ground. Choi Han, come down. He was certain that it was Cal's order. The wyvern urgently started to descend. It quickly moved as if it was an arrow. Boom, boom, boom. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. This was a sense of danger. Both the water wall and the pillar of fire had disappeared from the gorge of death. However, the enemies did not cross over the rubble. No, they could not do so. Choi Han turned his head and looked behind him. He could see the dragon half-blood up in the air. He could also see the veins popping out of the dragon half-blood's face and hands. Boom! Choi Han heard Cal's voice as soon as the wyvern landed on the ground. It's going berserk. Berserk. Choi Han became confused and looked toward Cal. Dragons can go berserk. However, Cal did not respond to Choi Han's question and just looked up at the sky. He had sent everyone, including the crows, tigers, and whales, back down to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was beating wildly. Something started to speak in his mind for the first time in a while. A dragon's blood is going wild. It was a profound voice. It was the owner of the dominating aura. It was the person who had told him about the dragon slayer's strength and the relationship it had with the White Crown. Cal's heart was beating wildly after hearing that voice, while his mind became complicated as if it wanted to explode. A dragon's blood going wild. That could only mean it was going berserk. Volume 1 of The Birth of a Hero, the story of how Choi Han had met Rayan. Choi Han had killed the berserk young dragon in order to give it peace rather than pain. The novel had said that the dragon had enough strength to blow up an entire mountain, along with the village around it. That young dragon was a 4-year-old dragon who, forget a first growth phase, had not learned anything. However, the dragon half-blood in front of them right now was an extremely strong individual that was incomparable to the Rayan of that time. Kahaha! All, I will kill you all. I will definitely kill all 3 of you bastards. The veins on the dragon half-blood's face became thicker as he started to become extremely ugly. The black aura in his stomach only continued to grow and hurt him even more as he did that. However, the dragon half-blood did not seem to care at all. His gaze headed toward Cal. He then looked at Choi Han before looking at the existence that was not visible as it was wrapped up in a blanket. His dream was to kill a dragon. He thought that it would be a dream that he would never get to fulfill. However, he was given a chance. Anger and excitement, those two emotions filled the dragon half-blood's body. Bang! Bang! The light orbs around him could not handle the power and crashed into each other before they exploded. The dragon half-blood raised his hands. He was reaching high up into the sky. Numerous light arrows started to appear in the air. They were the same light arrows that tried to destroy the Caro Kingdom's castle, Leona. However, this was completely different, as hundreds of light arrows appeared in the sky. Oh, oh my. As a mage, the power of the dragon half-blood made it difficult for Rosalind to breathe. Her hands and feet were shaking. A dragon going berserk. That phrase filled her with fear. However, Rosalind bit down on her lips. As a commander, she needed to maintain her calm. Archie and Pazetin looked toward Watira. She could not take her eyes off of the dragon half-blood that was going berserk. They were currently not in the ocean. What could she do in such a place? Escape. In order to escape, we need time. The light arrows looked ready to strike at any moment. She needed to block them in order to give the others time to escape. That was her duty as the ruler of the ocean. Boom, boom. Watira turned her head after hearing heavy footsteps. The black wyvern had left Choi Han on the ground and flown back up. Her gaze headed toward Mary. The necromancer was having the same thoughts as her. Defend, persist. She heard Rosalind's voice at that moment as well. Activate the teleportation magic circles. Mages, create shields, and everybody, yes, everybody. Rosalind's voice that was using amplification magic could be heard throughout the Gorge of Death. Run! Rosalind was preparing to cast a large magic shield as she said that. Watira started to laugh. At the same time, she sighed in disappointment. All of Cal's group knew it. They knew there was someone who could defend against that berserk dragon half-blood. Rayan. Rayan, that young dragon could at least create a shield, even if he couldn't attack the dragon half-blood. He could defend alongside Cal, just like he had done at Castle Leona. They could not ask Cal to block that attack on his own. That was the reason for it. Young Master Nim. Locke pulled on Cal's sleeve. Rosalind Nuna, Mary Nuna, Choi Han Hyang, let's gather them all and defend together. Then it should work. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. Rayan's breathing that became even heavier reached Locke's ear. He saw that Cal was not moving and pulled on Cal's sleeve again. He thought Cal might have a bad idea again. Locke was scared that this person would have another of his usual bad ideas. Locke could hear Cal's normal calm voice at that moment. Locke, he could see the back of the person who was shorter than him. You remember your task, right? Yes, sir, I remember. Holding Rayan while standing behind Cal. Cal's voice continued to speak to Locke, who knew what he needed to do. Probably. Cal raised his head as Locke flinched after hearing an unexpected response. Ruyumble, it sounded like a large storm was approaching. However, there was not a single black cloud in the sky. In fact, it was too bright. It was so bright that it looked as if the end of the world was coming. Hundreds of thunderbolts were crashing against each other as the sky roared. Heh, never, I will never let you leave here alive, you useless fools. There was a man standing at the center of the thunderbolts. The dragon half-blood slowly lowered his hands that were reaching up to the sky. He could see the people running away. Forget allies and enemies. All he could see were the fools that were running away and the fools who were creating shields and using their powers in order to defend against his attack. He could see something else as well. It was an existence that was different than these fools, the greatest existence in the world. A dragon. He could see the dragon that was wrapped up in a blanket. The dragon half-blood started to smile. I will kill him. That dragon will become useless now. He will become like me. He will become a monster. Or maybe he will face a beautiful death as he will die before he could become a monster. The dragon half-blood started to laugh at the thoughts filling his mind. Even after death, everything else would be better than his life. He was the most pitiful being in the world. Ka-ha-ha-ha, all of you will die. The light shot down as he lowered his hands. Hundreds of thunderbolts were rushing toward the ground. Young Master Nim, Locke called to Cal. At that moment, a large shield appeared in order to block the thunderbolts. It was Rosalind's shield. There was also someone standing in front of that shield. Screech, the black-bone wyvern, quietly opened up its wings. Locke could see Cal through that chaos. Cal was looking around. There were soldiers and knights who were running away, his group who stood their ground, and Choi Han who was standing in front of him. And finally, although he could not see them, he could feel Locke and Rayan behind his back. Probably. Cal was responding to a question in his mind. He could hear the question again. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Cal reached his hand out. Barang, the wyvern was destroyed into pieces. The wyvern that had opened up its arms in order to defend the ground dissipated into dust. Boom, boom. The shield was destroyed as well. Rosalind was unable to create more than one layer of a shield that was so large. The thunderbolts looked ready to strike them on the ground. Sharer, a silver shield, opened up its silver wings and looked ready to protect the ground. Ah, ha, ha. I can tell that it is actually a useless power. You had hidden it with the dragon's help. You think this kind of power, this kind of human power, will be able to defend against my attack. The dragon half-blood laughed at the strength of the shield that did not have the dragon's help. It was useless compared to a great and mighty dragon. The dragon half-blood's amplified voice echoed throughout the gorge of death. I will kill you, this shield, and the source of your powers. The source of your powers. That was certainly talking about Rayan. Cal bit down on his lips. Boom, boom, bang, bang. The thunderbolts continued to strike. Screams filled the area as the thunderbolts killed the dragon half-blood's allies as well. Cal could not handle it, even after the indestructible shield had become stronger. The shield will break soon. Should I eat again? The glutton priestess asked. However, Cal knew that it would not end, even if he kept his shield up like this. What could fight against these hundreds of thunderbolts? Was there something that could match up against it? There was indeed such a power. Damn it. It was a unique power. It was something that would allow Cal to fight against those hundreds of thunderbolts on his own. Cal recalled the power he saw at the basement of the Super Rock Villa. He recalled the stone spears that had killed all of those monsters in the path to the eastern continent. What if those stone spears clashed against those thunderbolts? Wouldn't the thunderbolts explode in the air? Light. That was something that nobody else, not Choi Han, not Mary, and not even the whales could fight against. As for Rosalind and the tigers, they had used up too much energy in order to win against the bears. He could not let them try to fight and potentially die. Young Masternim, he could feel the tall but young boy pulling at his sleeve. Calnim, blood, stop, please stop and run. It was Choi Han's voice. Hoo-hoo-woo. Rayan's breathing was becoming even rougher. How far could they run with an unconscious Rayan? Would they be able to last until Eruhaben arrived? Would it be possible even though that bastard's light attribute made him specialize in fast movements as well? Cal thought about the vitality of the heart. It still existed even though it was eaten up by the shield. Cal would not easily die thanks to that power. He would heal quickly, even if he was in pain. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Step behind me. Excuse me. Cal walked past Choi Han, who was not moving. He could feel Lark and Rayan in his arms following behind him. He then raised his head and saw the dragon half-blood who was floating beyond the silver shield that was slowly fading away. You son of a beach. It felt better to at least swear. Cal opened his mouth in order to respond to the voice in his mind. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? He had no plans on sacrificing everything. Cal Henitus, no Kim Rock Su knew. He knew that the reason people earned money, gained power, and lived a busy life trying to find a place for themselves in the world was so that they would not need to sacrifice. It was so that they do not need to sacrifice themselves nor their people. However, Cal Henitus also knew something else. Young Masternim, we need to run. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. I am the adult. I am the guardian of these two children. I need to take full responsibility since I chose to take them in. I need the Super Rock's power. Cal's voice echoed in the area. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Yes. It was the first time he responded to the Super Rock's question. Cal flinched after hearing the Super Rock's comment. He was prepared to sacrifice himself and prepared to fight, even if it was painful. But this was what the Super Rock said. The Super Rock responded back to Cal, who finally answered the question about sacrificing himself. I will protect you. What? Cal felt a rumbling inside of his body. To protect is my duty. The owner of the Super Rock, the person who had spent his whole life alone in the underground villa, had one regret. He had lived a life protecting a large number of people. He managed to protect a lot of people by going around looking for people who needed help. However, he was unable to protect others as a result. My friends always sacrificed their lives to fight in the front. I was unable to protect them. He had been unable to protect his friends. They had all sacrificed themselves and left the world before him. Now I wish to protect those who want to sacrifice themselves. The imposing voice in Cal's mind was firmer than ever. It was as imposing as a boulder. That is my only remaining request. Cal felt the ground underneath his feet starting to shake. The owner of the Super Rock was someone who spent his entire life protecting something. The power of that person was the original component of boulders, the earth. the existence that gave up its own body in order to create a place for all life forms on the world to live. I will destroy it to protect you. I will stand in front of you to protect you. The ground started to move. Chapter 245 will block it. 1. Thunderbolt, rain, wind. There were many natural elements that tried to destroy the earth, however, they all failed to do so. Whether it becomes dust or mud, the earth was still strong enough to support everything on it. That earth was moving. It was different than an earthquake. However, everybody could feel the weirdness of the earth. Locke was the first to feel it. The young boy was the one who was standing closest to Cal. He could feel the light vibrations underneath his feet. It was different than the rumbling of the earth when a thunderbolt struck it. The earth made a very light and subtle noise. Lark's gaze then headed toward the source of those vibrations. The vibrations had started from underneath where Cal Henitus was standing. Lark's bloodshot eyes soon opened wide. Ah! Cal's body staggered. Cal's foot that was stepping on the slightly shaking ground slightly shook. Why, young Masternim! Lark reached his hand out in shock. However, his hand could not grab Cal, who bent forward and staggered to the side. Lark moved his hand that grabbed empty air again in order to try to grab Cal's shoulder. It was at that moment. Bang! It was the noise that had been hammering against the shield. The noise that should have been in the sky felt extremely close. Lark felt chills throughout his body. His gaze headed toward the source of the noise. Hurry. The shield broke. Broke. The shield will not break. Lark recalled how Vice Captain Hilsman told him through a call about how that phrase had become famous. The Gorge of Death. It was a place with so much wind in the winter that it felt as if someone was crying all night. The calls he had with Vice Captain Hilsman every so often in order to report in and hear about how Cal and the others had achieved victory had made Lark's heart beat fast. The story that was the most memorable was about the shield, the indestructible shield. He felt himself heating up every time he heard about how the shield would not break. But that shield broke. Lark's gaze headed up to the sky. Bang! A thunderbolt struck the ground. The people heading for the teleportation magic circle started to walk faster. Screams and shrieks filled the battlefield. He looked up at where the thunderbolt had struck down from. A portion of the silver shield was broken. Bang! 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 Hundreds of thunderbolts were still striking down at the shield. Lark could see cracks appearing throughout the silver shield. It would soon break completely. That fact filled Lark's mind. Bang! Lark raised his head. He looked directly above where he was standing. He could see that the silver shield was breaking above him as well. Crack! The cracks were starting to get worse. Magic Brigade, activate the shield. Archie Pazzett and help people escape. Rosalind and Witira shouted with urgency. The ground was starting to shake even more as all of this happened. Lark's heart started to beat faster. It was at that moment. Crack! The shield above his head broke. Lark could see the bright light coming in through the shield. His heart was beating crazily. If that thunderbolt lands on him, then Lark suddenly thought about two people. His current tasks, looking at Cal's back, holding on to Rayan. Those were his two tasks. Is that really all I need to do? His heart that was beating with fear and despair started to beat to a different rhythm. Thunderbolts continued to fall around Lark, Cal, and Rayan at that moment. Lark started to move while following his heart. He was following his instincts. However, there was someone who was moving based on instincts even more than Lark. Tap. Lark could see someone jumping off his shoulder and into the air. Lark started to speak. Hyang. Choi Han and his sword that was covered in black aura slammed into a thunderbolt. The thunderbolts were made of the light attribute. His incomplete darkness instantly disappeared after slamming into the thunderbolt. Choi Han was flung away from the impact of his aura breaking. I didn't know that it would be so strong. The strength of the berserk dragon half-blood was much greater than the strength of Choi Han's darkness. Choi Han could not destroy the thunderbolt, but he was relieved. He was able to change the direction of the thunderbolt even as he was flung away. Bang! The thunderbolt struck down on empty ground. However, Choi Han could not just stand there and watch. Crack! The shield was starting to break in multiple places. Thunderbolts were coming in through all of those cracks. He tightly grabbed onto his sword once again. Cal was bent over and unable to get up. I'm sure he is in a lot of pain. The impact of the shield breaking would all go to Cal. Choi Han started to move again. Another thunderbolt made it through the shield and was striking down toward Cal and the children. Choi Han swung his black aura again toward that thunderbolt. Even if he could not break it, he needed to at least change its direction. Barang! The black aura broke again and made a loud noise. Choi Han's body was flung aside again as he changed a thunderbolt's direction. It was at that moment. How long you think you can do this for? Ah! Choi Han saw a thunderbolt rushing past him toward the ground. The dragon half-blood was laughing. Choi Han could feel the heat of the thunderbolt passing by him. He twisted his body in midair. He needed to change the direction of that thunderbolt. He continued to call forth his black aura. Lark. He could see his younger brother, who was frozen stiff after seeing the thunderbolt. Run! Veins were visible on Choi Han's face as he shouted. However, Choi Han's eyes became large at that moment. Lark did not run away. Lark had not been frozen stiff after seeing the thunderbolt. He was just unable to move as he was watching Choi Han. Seeing his Hyung Nim fighting against the thunderbolts without any hesitation was making his heart pound. His heart that was covered in fear and despair was slowly being broken down by Choi Han's sword. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating like crazy. The blood pumping out of his heart was the blood of a wolf. His animalistic instincts were beating on his body. And finally, it was the moment he saw the laughing dragon half-blood and the thunderbolt heading their way. Boom! The wolf's heart broke through the chains called fear and despair. At the same time, the human lark thought about a few things. My task is... The young boy starting to think about what he needed to do instead of Cal's orders. His will that had been sleeping deep in his mind was telling him what he needed to do. My tasks, I must protect. He could see Choi Han and Mary's wyverns. He could also see the thunderbolt. However, Lark turned away from the thunderbolt. His body then instantly grabbed the bent-over Cal. He then used his body in order to hide Rayan and Cal from the thunderbolt. Our family cannot get hurt. His instincts as a wolf and his thoughts as a human were the same right now. It was at that moment. His body that had chosen us over me started to change. Ah! Lark's internal organs started to vibrate like the ground underneath him. My task is, my task is. That was the only thought on Lark's mind as the young boy's skinny body started to change. Choi Han could clearly see what was going on. Even others from Cal's group who were rushing over had their eyes wide open. Choi Han, who knew about Lark's current condition, started to speak. His berserk transformation, the skinny body started to quickly become firm. His body was changing extremely quickly compared to the first time he went berserk. Lark grew taller, and his skinny body was starting to become muscular. At the same time, sharp claws grew out of his hands and feet. The fur of the blue wolf tribe turned dark blue when they went berserk. The fur that covered Lark's body during the first berserk transformation had been dark blue as well. However, something happened the moment Lark's body grew larger than the last time he went berserk, when it became even larger than the tigers when they went berserk. This the shaman Gashan was shocked at Lark's size, as well as the color of the fur covering Lark's body. It was not dark blue fur, it was shining. Lark's gray hair was starting to shine. It turned into silver hair that continued to grow out as silver fur covered his body. There was also a hint of blue in the silver fur, the blue wolf tribe. He had gotten rid of his dark blue fur that resembled the night and replaced it with silver fur with a blue hue that resembled the early morning. Lark was able to go berserk in this new transformation because he had thrown himself away. However, he did not look at his body. Lark curled up his body that was now larger than the tiger's. The thunderbolt would land soon. He got as low as possible to the ground. He then used his body to hide Cal and Rayan, who was wrapped up in a blanket. Lark's bloodshot eyes returned to their original color. His large and sharp claws scratched into the ground. It was so that he would not run away. His pupils that had returned to normal seemed to be happy. I found it. I finally found what I have to do. Lark saw Cal slowly raise his head and started to smile. This was the only kind of thing he had seen and learned. The adults of his tribe had died in order to protect the children, while his uncle, the chief, had told him to hide. Then there were Choi Han and Rosalind who saved him, as well as Cal, whom he met later. This was all he had seen while being around all of them. That was why Lark smiled at Cal, who was looking at him with a frown. It's okay, young Master Nim. It's just a thunderbolt. He had a sense of confidence and certainty. I am strong. I can do this. Like he could see Cal still frowning. At the same time, he could also see Cal's body that was covered in blood. He found it funny that Cal responded like this to someone else sacrificing themselves when he had no issues sacrificing himself. It's oh no. Lark flinched at Cal's annoyed tone. Although his face now looked violent, the innocent eyes of the young boy started to shake. At the same time, his more sensitive intuition realized a change. Ha! He felt a different strong power at his back other than the thunderbolt. It was the moment he realized that. Lark could see Cal holding the bundle of blankets with one hand while pushing his face away with the other. He could hear Cal's calm voice. Move over a bit. Excuse me. Lark's cheek was pushed to the side by Cal's hand. At that moment, Lark could hear a loud explosion right above him. Bang! Lark was able to see the explosion because his face had turned. His mouth opened wide for a different reason than before. Drip, drip. Something was falling from the sky and hitting his large body before falling onto the ground. Stones. Stones were falling to the ground. Lark could see a large stone spear crashing into the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt had exploded in the air after being hit by the stone spear. Children grow up so fast. Lark could see Cal patting him on the head as he stood up. That made Lark think about when the ground started to shake. It was when the shield had become weaker. That was when the earth started to shake. Perhaps, maybe the reason the ground started to shake is because of. However, Lark could not ask Cal that question. Roo-woo-woo-yumble, a noise that was not the sound of things exploding, caught people's attention. Everyone quickly looked toward the source of that noise. Then they had to see an unbelievable sight. The earth was moving. No, to be more specific, the broken pieces of the gorge of death were fluctuating. It was the spot that was covered in debris after the cliffs were destroyed. Something started to rise up from there one by one. This is the thunderbolts of the berserk dragon half-blood stopped for a moment. His bloodshot eyes observed what was going on. There were so many thunderbolts that they covered the sky. There were large things moving toward the thunderbolts. They looked as if they were meteorites shooting up toward the sky. The earth and the stones started to turn to tens and then hundreds of spears. The sharp points of the spears were pointed accurately at the thunderbolts. Pewah! You've been hiding a power like this. Ha! The dragon half-blood laughed like a maniac before glaring at someone while coughing up blood. The spears were aiming for the thunderbolts with that person at the center. The stone spears shot out of the ground as if they were shot by a guardian knight protecting that person. The dragon half-blood's face as he looked at that person, Cal Henitus, was frowning so much that the veins on his face looked ready to pop out at any moment. Even Cal's group stopped walking. Lark, who was next to Cal, was at a loss for words as he stood there as well. However, there was someone else who was speechless right now. Wow, what the hell? Cal Henitus. He felt his body becoming better, as well as his hungry stomach, but could not say anything. The super rock seems to be too strong. Is this really okay? Cal was getting nervous. However, the corners of his lips started to twitch and rise. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. He could feel Rayan's temperature going up. The growing pains seemed to be getting worse. Cal looked toward the dragon half-blood, who was going off about how he was going to kill Cal and Rayan. The rumbling of the earth stopped at that moment. Cal felt that his plate had grown. His body's plate had grown as soon as he had used the super rock's power. Furthermore, Cal felt something becoming warmer in his pocket, similar to Rayan, who was in his arms. He heard the super rock's voice in his mind at that moment. Do not sacrifice yourself. Ooh, Cal felt the item vibrating in his pocket as he looked toward the dragon half-blood. Yes, he looked toward the crazy bastard who was laughing while looking at him. Who did you say you were going to kill? Cal stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground shook the moment his feet stomped down. Go. The stone spears started to move. The hundreds of spears created by the earth aimed toward the sky. Chapter 246. Will block it. Hundreds of stone spears appeared from the earth and shot toward the sky. They were following Cal's will and the will of their previous owner as they headed toward the light. Where did these stones? The bears could not hide their shock after seeing the stone spears heading into the sky. The boulders in the gorge of death, the smaller rocks from the broken debris, and even the rocks that had broken down into small particles. All of those had gathered together in order to become those spears. They became the sharpest and sturdiest weapon to destroy the enemy and aimed for their necks. The dragon half-blood started to laugh while looking at the hundreds of sharp spears that were pointed at him. Yes, yes, my life has always been full of thorns like this. Ka! Everything was becoming jumbled in the dragon half-blood's eyes, however. He could feel the sharp stone spears that were pointing at him, as well as the red-haired man and the dragon in his arms. He could also feel this damned power of light that he had gotten from his father. The dragon half-blood had a twisted smile on his face. The corners of the lips that were as ugly as the veins popping out of his face were full of anger and jealousy. I could not grow up like that. The bastard that was supposedly his father made him grow up in a cave without being able to see any light. He claimed that was the only way for his thirst for light to grow in order to receive a destructive light power. He had never forgotten about the chilliness he felt crawling up the cave ground to his body. He could only see the world after going through his first growth phase. After having gone through something like that, he hated all dragons, including the dragon in Cal's arms, so much that it was driving him crazy. His eyes rolled back. The dragon half-blood ignored the rationality of the dragon's blood inside of him and let the wave called emotion carry his body. His internal organs were roaring as if they were swept up by a tsunami. Ah, heh, ah. The darkness left behind by that damned human bastard was still eating away at his body. The berserk dragon half-blood had to get rid of this anger and sense of unfairness. Go, spears, swords, I don't care, destroy them all. Crackle, crack, crackle. Many strands of light flashed before slowly heading back down to the ground. The stone spears rushed to meet these strands of light in midair. It was the moment that the extremely bright lights and the sturdy stone spears were about to hit each other. Cal started to speak, prepare to attack. His voice filled the area. The strong and confident voice made the people running away stop. Magic brigades, activate magic shields. Soldiers and knights, open up your shields and create a circle in order to reduce the aftershock of the explosion as much as possible. Cal's gaze headed toward a different direction. This was where his group was standing. His gaze stopped at the warriors. The whales, tigers, Rosalind, Lark, and Choi Han. An individual going berserk like this will end up dying without being able to control their strength. This type of going berserk was one that gave you power beyond your limits in return for your life. All that would be left for the dragon half-blood as time went on would be his death. That was why they had originally chosen to run and let time go by. Although the gorge of death would be destroyed and the people who weren't fast enough would end up dead, they had no choice. However, Cal was speaking as if they were going to block it. Everyone's gaze was focused on Cal such that they did not see the video communication device in Cal's hand. Beep, beep, the sound that signaled an emergency call echoed in the area. There was only one person who would contact Cal through this video communication device right now. Albaru Crossman. The Crown Prince had finished his preparations. It was almost too late. Thankfully, it was right on time. Cal threw the video communication device to Rosalind. Rosalind caught it in confusion and quickly connected the call. Cal started to speak again as she did that. I will block those strands of lights. Block. That word made Choi Han bite down on his lips and clench his fists. Is this how it is going to be in the end? Did they just have to wait for the dragon half-blood to die while Cal held on? However, Choi Han stopped biting on his lips after hearing Albarus' voice. It is prepared. Cal gave an order as soon as he heard Albaru Crossman's voice. It was their task while he blocked those strands of light. Bring him down. He then looked toward the video communication device and continued to speak. Your Highness, let's get started. A reaction came up from the enemy formation as soon as Cal finished speaking. Ah, what the hell are you doing? Ah, why are you attacking us? They could hear screams coming from the other side of the gorge of death. It was not because of the dragon half-blood's thunderbolts. Choi Han raised his head. They would crash soon. The slowly moving forces would crash in the air. Why, you Perun bastards? Are you betraying us? The Bear Tribe's angry shouts and the Indomitable Alliance's screams could be heard. Cal started to smile. Albaru's voice could be heard as well. It is wonderful to stab the enemy in the back. The Perun Kingdom's swords were striking the Indomitable Alliance right now. Cal, Albaru, and Clope Seca. They had not thought about just running away once the dragon half-blood appeared. The way to defeat a strong enemy was to create the smallest of openings. The Indomitable Alliance. Something that was scarier than the berserk dragon half-blood appeared for the Indomitable Alliance. It was the swords stabbing them from the back. The Perun Kingdom, the land of knights. Their knights and soldiers were strong. Flap, flap. A different flag started to rise in place of the flag of the Indomitable Alliance. You crazy bastards, you're betraying us at a time like this. The members of the Indomitable Alliance started to shout in anger. They were using the moment that the dragon half-blood was going berserk and attacking everyone regardless of ally or enemy to try to kill them. They were infuriated at the mercilessness of the Perun kingdom. Flap, flap. However, the Perun kingdom's knights who raised up the Perun kingdom's flag just quietly showed through their actions. It was because it was a moment like this that they were betraying them. Two strong powers were clashing in the air. It was the power of a berserk individual and a calm and collected individual. Naturally, it made sense to fall in line behind the calm and collected one. The still calm and collected individual Cal started to shout, "We will definitely win this battle." His voice echoed throughout the Breck Kingdom's formations. His shout for victory was still full of confidence. The soldiers in formation could feel their hearts beating fast. The enemy was in a state of chaos, and two strong powers were about to clash in the air. However, for some odd reason, the word victory became etched in their hearts. Activate the magic shields. Hold up your shield and crouch down. The mages and knights were shouting. The soldiers wanted to stare at the red-haired commander, who was telling them that they would be victorious. However, they knew that they needed to do their respective tasks. Then it happened. The stone spears and thunderbolts finally slammed into each other. Boom! A loud noise that felt as if it would burst their eardrums shook the area. The stone spears that slammed into the thunderbolts started to break. At the same time, the thunderbolts started to explode as well. Explosions of light that looked like fireworks continued to go off. However, it was not beautiful at all. I told you I'm okay. No. Cal sighed after seeing the large body that was standing in front of him in order to protect him from the explosion. However, Locke did not budge, even after hearing the sigh as he stood in front of Cal and Rayan. This was his task. Locke raised his head and looked up at the sky. He could see the others taking care of their respective tasks as well. He could see people flying toward those brightly exploding lights. A thin red magic thread was sending them up into the air. Rosalind was using magic spells again. He then looked toward one of the people flying with the red magic spell. Clang, clang, clang. The broken pieces of rubble slammed against his body. They brushed by his face and left scratches. However, Choi Han was only looking up. The stone spears had blocked the thunderbolts. No, they had destroyed them. Choi Han used Rosalind's magic and the breaking stone spears to continue to move higher up into the air. He was clear about what he needed to do. Clang. He took out his sword. Choi Han and the dragon half-blood made eye contact. Both of them had to spend tens of years in darkness. A dark cave and the forest of darkness. They both had to grow from within the darkness. The dragon half-blood's monstrous appearance caught Choi Han's attention. The originally white gold hair was being dyed black. The dragon half-blood's hair and eyes returned to their original color that he had been using magic to dye white gold. Cough, I'm not done yet. The dragon half-blood's pupils started to become cloudy. Everything was in pain from going berserk. However, the dragon half-blood did not stop using his powers. Thunderbolts appeared in his palms again. They then headed toward the bastard who was coming up to him. Die! Those rays of light were shot toward Choi Han. However, Choi Han did not even move his sword as he stared at those thunderbolts. Ooh. Instead, he activated his black aura. He continued to channel his incomplete darkness into his sword. He then only looked straight forward at the dragon half-blood as he pushed on. It was because he had faith. Choi Han was not afraid of those thunderbolts headed to him. Barang, barang, a whip slammed into those two thunderbolts. The tip of the water whip shook before breaking apart. However, the thunderbolt had changed directions. Witira was creating a path for Choi Han. At the same time, a stone spear destroyed the thunderbolt that had changed directions. Choi Han could see the back of a white-haired man in front of him. He stepped onto that man's shoulder. He used that shoulder as a stepping stone to keep moving forward. Archie's two hands became Choi Han's last stepping stone as Archie used all of his strength to send Choi Han flying up. Fire! Archie shouted. Choi Han lifted his hand that was holding the sword above his head. The sword had turned into what seemed to be a black spear after being infused with the black aura over and over again. Choi Han remembered when he had received this sword from Cal at the battle at the Henitus territory. Use all of your strength. It is your history that you will write here. I trust you. Choi Han smiled as a black bird flew by him. What is this crow? Such a worthless existence dares to. Get off. Multiple crows covered up the dragon half-blood's face. It was the moment that the tiger shaman Gashan had covered up the dragon half-blood's sight. Choi Han's darkness became a spear that was sent flying toward the dragon half-blood. However, the dragon half-blood did not miss the power that was aiming for him. He could feel the higher power approaching him. It would really be the end for him if it touched his currently twisted body. There was no way that he would not know this, even while in a berserk state. The dragon half-blood started to move his arms. You think I'd fall for such a stupid? Ah. Chhhhhhhhhhh. His arms got tied up. Who could manage to tie him up even for just a little bit? Watira's split whips were holding on to him even as they were evaporating because of the light. Damn it. I will kill you all. The dragon half-blood started to flail around. All he could see was darkness, while his body would not move. It was similar to the dark cave that he grew up in. No, growing up was not the right way to describe it. It was more like being raised like an animal. This reminder of his past made the dragon half-blood's body reach its limits. Plop. The dragon half-blood felt something breaking in his mind. At the same time, his body became extremely hot to the point that he could not breathe. Ooh, ah. Bright light started to seep out of the dragon half-blood's body. An unknown sense of danger, similar to a bomb that had started its countdown, was coming from him. It's hot, it's hot. The dragon half-blood shouted internally as his body continued to get brighter. Chhhhhhhhhh. The water whip ended up being completely evaporated by the light. Everybody run. Watira shouted as soon as her whip was destroyed. It was burned away by the light. He is going to explode. The dragon half-blood's body was finally going to explode. Then they would die. The aftershock of that explosion would be enormous. Watira jumped down as she felt the power heading toward this bomb. It was the person who would put an end to the countdown. A black spear. Choi Han opened up his arms as he fell to the ground. He didn't even think about landing safely as he kept his eyes open and focused on a single location. The flying black spear finally reached the light. No, it reached the speck of darkness within that light. It was the location of Rayan and Choi Han's past attacks. Pook! The darkness pierced through the light. Ah! The dragon half-blood let out a scream. Choi Han had seen the person who looked the most like him ever since he came to this world. Black hair and black eyes. The shout of the dragon half-blood who returned to his original color filled the gorge of death. A moment later, boom, the sky shook once more. Plop. Choi Han felt something stopping his fall. Creak, creak. The awkwardly combined bones creaked as they supported his back. Mary had quickly conjured up a new bone wyvern in order to prevent him from falling. Choi Han could feel his darkness through the bright light. And then he was certain. I fulfilled the order. Bring him down. He had done as Cal had told him to do. Choi Han could see the enemy slowly falling from above. The black existence that looked neither like humans nor like dragons and was instead a monstrous combination of the two was slowly falling to the ground. Everybody on the battlefield watched as he fell. One of those people, Cal Henitus, looked at the falling person as he listened to Rayan's breathing. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. The breaths Rayan was letting out were hot. This young dragon seemed to be getting sicker. However, he was being very calm and docile in the process. Cal started to frown at this fact as he took out something in his pocket that was heating up as much as Rayan. Young Masternim, where are you going? Why are you going toward the falling enemy? Cal could hear Lark's voice, but continued to walk without hesitation. He could anticipate where the dragon was going to fall, so that was where he was headed. He clenched onto the item in his pocket. It was the white crown. It was the crown that likes dragon's blood. It was the final ancient power that the Dragon Slayer was looking for, but Cal had swiped in the middle. Cal held it in his hand as he moved to greet the final moments of the falling enemy. Chapter 247. We'll block it. 3. The dragon half-blood started to fall as if he was a feather falling from the sky. Cal was walking toward him. However, he stopped by someone else first. Miss Rosalind. Rosalind looked toward Cal. She heard the sound of something hitting the ground at that moment. Boom. It made her think of the dragon half-blood that had been falling. He was a black blob that looked neither human nor dragon. It was the moment her gaze was about to shift over from Cal to the fallen enemy. Commander Rosalind, please make your decision. She had to keep looking at Cal after hearing him use her title of commander to address her. A decision. Cal looked toward Rosalind, who asked him a question back. She currently had bloodshot eyes, shaking hands from overuse of mana, and dry blood on her lips. She had the final say when it came to this issue. His hand that was carrying the crown pointed in a direction. He was pointing to the other side of the cliff, where the indomitable alliance currently stood. With the water, fire, and even the mist all gone, they could clearly see the enemy and their angry reactions from the Perun Kingdom's betrayal. Will you cross the bridge, or will you go back? The bridge. She could now clearly see the destroyed cliff. A lot of the boulders had disappeared because of Cal's stone spears. However, there were still enough boulders to cross to the other side. Ha, 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 Rosalind put some strength into her legs. She laughed as she clenched the spatial pocket bag with the magic stones inside. Cal started to speak as her fiery eyes looked up at him once again. That bridge is for us to use now. Please make your decision. As the commanding officer of this location, the final decision is yours. She turned around. She could see the mage brigade mages slowly deactivating their magic shields. Furthermore, she could also see the soldiers and knights who were curled up in circular formations with their shields up. The fall of the dragon half-blood. The chaos within the enemy ranks. Rosalind slowly started to smile. She opened her mouth to speak. Knights and soldiers, fix up your formations. Mage brigades 2, 3, and 4, prepare attack magic right away. The Gorge of Death split up the Breck Kingdom and the Askasen Kingdom. The Breck Kingdom's side started to get excited after hearing her tell them to fix up their formations and prepare for battle. What lay beyond the berserk enemy? Rosalind shouted out loud. We will cross the border and destroy the enemies. Rosalind naturally chose to cross the bridge after Cal gave her the power to decide. She also chose something else. I will create the bridge. Mage Brigade 1 will support me. There was too much debris for the soldiers and knights on horses to get across safely. Rosalind had made up her mind to spread dirt in order to cover up the uneven ground. I always think about things later after looking at young Master Cal. The fire, water, and even the dirt were all things she thought about after hearing Cal speak. She needed to move quickly as she had already wasted time by not thinking about it right away. Rosalind immediately clutched a highest-grade magic stone. Someone made a comment as they walked past her. Do not overdo it. Your body is something you need to protect. Rosalind let out a laugh. It was because Cal Henitus was the one who said that to her. She couldn't help but laugh as the person who took care of themselves the least was the one to tell her to take care of herself. She hesitated for a moment before asking the person walking away from her a question. Are you still okay? Shield, water, and earth. Was his body okay after using all of those ancient powers? It was possible that his body was like a magic bomb right now. I am okay. I make sure to take good care of my own body. Liar. She wanted to say that out loud, but held herself back. She heard Cal's voice instead. Mary. Yes, young Master Nim. Use the bones to give them support when they make the bridge. Mary still had a spatial pocket bag with all of the bones gathered from the forest of darkness. Cal was telling her to use some of those bones as he gave an order to the others as well. The Roan Kingdom's forces will give priority to the Breck Kingdom's commander's orders. The knights will fix up their formations, while the mage brigades will follow Commander Rosalind's orders. The Roan Kingdom's forces, the Breck Kingdom's forces, and Rosalind. They were all aiming for the enemy's necks in their state of chaos. At the same time, nobody was looking at the fallen enemy who had been the strongest member of the enemy coalition. This was the case for Rosalind as well. It was because she saw Choi Han, Witira, and Gashan following behind Cal. She did not need to worry about Cal's safety, nor possibility of the fallen enemy running away if those three were with him. Rosalind smiled toward the rest of the group who were heading toward her. Lark, the Tigers, Mary, Pazetin, and Archie. She had nothing to worry about with all of them by her side as well. Ooh, she started to channel her mana again. The vibration from it reached Cal as well. Rosalind really is amazing. There was a reason that she would go on to become the tower master of a magic tower in the future. She was able to remain energetic even after using high-level magic that reaches the limits of human potential multiple times. She was still getting stronger. Scary people. Cal was at a loss for words after seeing Choi Han, Witira, and Gashan all being injured and covered in blood, but still looking fine. It's as if they all have the vitality of the heart. Cal hid his feelings by putting on a stoic expression as he approached the dragon half-blood. The three people standing around him, as if they were his bodyguards, could not say anything after seeing the stoic expression on his face. Only Gashan let out a groan once they arrived at the location where the dragon half-blood had fallen. There was a large crater as if a meteor had struck the ground. They could see the dragon half-blood coughing up blood and slowly dying at the center of that crater. He was squirming with his body shaking, slowly dying a painful death. His body that was covered in reptilian scales looked terrible, especially because he was twisting his body. Witira calmly spoke at that moment. Young Master Cal, dragon half-bloods are usually beautiful. Really? Cal asked as if it wasn't much as he stepped through the area that was destroyed by the dragon half-blood's fall. Since the dragon's power went berserk, this dragon half-blood that only has half dragon blood will die soon. Witira was certain about the dragon half-blood's death. Cal also did not listen to this as we headed toward the squirming individual. Uwuang, the white crown in his hand, started to vibrate more intensely the closer he got to the dragon half-blood. Gashan and Witira peeked at the crown. They did not know about this item. Cal ignored their gazes as he crouched down. He then looked toward the set of eyes looking at him from just a bit away. Kehe, cough. The dragon half-blood coughed up some blood as he laughed. Cal observed the dragon half-blood who had black hair and black eyes as he looked elsewhere other than the crown. He could feel the black dragon's heavy breathing. There's no way, right? He could not help but look at the black dragon and the similarly black dragon half-blood's hair. He also thought about how the world tree had told him to look for Rayan's parents. This was starting to get really iffy. There's no way that they are siblings, right? Nah, no way. However, Cal's expression became worse and worse. Why did a dragon half-blood with black hair and black eyes happen to be in Arm while the black dragon, Rayan, was being tortured by the Marquis who received him from Arm? Was it really just a coincidence? There is no such thing as a coincidence. The others looked at him after he said that, however. Cal just looked toward the dragon half-blood who was weakly laughing while looking at him. How does it feel to be dying? The dragon half-blood felt his blurry vision slowly getting clearer once his berserk state was over. At the same time, he could tell what kind of condition his body was in. I'm dying. The pain and suffering he went through in order to survive for the past 900 or so years felt as if they were wasted. The dragon half-blood felt his eyes getting heavier, however. He did not let them close. He kept them open as much as possible as he looked at Cal Henitus, who was crouching and looking at him. He could also see the bundle of blankets in his arms as well. The dragon half-blood started to frown. He knew he would look more like that monster that was neither human nor dragon the more he frowned. However, he could not help but frown and laugh. Hee, did you come, to mock me? He finally managed to get that sentence out. The dragon half-blood could see his enemy starting to frown. You think I'm crazy? Why would I mock someone who is dying? Cal knew that he was trash, however. He would not mock someone who was dying. It was one thing to laugh during a torture session in order to push the enemy to their brink, however. He did not want to genuinely laugh in those situations either. Instead, he came with a different goal. Cover the area. His surprise order made Choi Han and Witira flinch, however. One person immediately understood. Caw, caw, caw. The crows who had run away returned to them and created a round barrier around them. Gashan smiled and started to speak. As you commanded, the crows formed a wall that prevented the others from seeing inside. Cal stood up and headed closer to the dragon half-blood. Choi Han quickly followed behind him. Kehe, looks like you will finally kill me now. I'll die even if you leave me alone, hee. The dragon half-blood could not move, even as he watched Cal get closer. His dying body would not let him use any strength at all. Cal stopped once he arrived close to the dragon half-blood. He handed Choi Han the bundle of blankets once he was about an arm's distance away. Cal Nim, hold him. Choi Han received the heavy child with confusion on his face. Cal waved his arms that had grown numb while holding Rayan as he crouched back down. Why should I just kill you? What? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The dragon half-blood started to laugh at Cal, who was saying that he would not kill him so easily. He then saw something out of the corner of his eyes. Cal was pushing something in front of him. It was a white crown. How do you have that? The dragon half-blood's eyes started to shake in fear. He knew about this item. He had seen it since he was young. His face became covered in fear. He realized something at that moment. The crown had supposedly suddenly disappeared, no, had been stolen in the north. He had been extremely excited when he heard that. He was happy that the terrible item had disappeared. But that item was with this bastard, Cal Henitus. The fact that it was in his hand made the dragon half-blood think about the unknown group of people who had gotten in harm's way. It was you all this time. Cal looked at him and started to speak. Hey, he did not care whether the dragon half-blood was shocked or not. However, something was weird about this crown. Why is this crown that did not even react when that black dragon was next to it respond to you? The crown had shown no reaction even when Rayan had been by Cal's side all this time. However, the crown started to vibrate from the moment Choi Han's black aura pierced through the dragon half-blood. It was also letting out a beautiful and holy-looking light. He also heard a voice in his mind. The owner of the dominating aura was speaking to him. Cal repeated those words to the dying dragon half-blood. This crown grew up drinking your blood. Isn't that the case? The dragon half-blood started to frown. Fear and terror filled his eyes. His father had this crown in his hands every so often when he came to see him in the cave. That damn bastard of a father had laughed at him. No, he had laughed while seeing the shining crown that was drinking his blood. Heh, you're all the same in the end. The dragon half-blood finally let go of everything. No matter how strong he got nor how long he lived, he could never live as he wanted. Everything had already been planned out, and he could only follow his fate. He continued to cough up blood to the point that he couldn't help but wonder if he had any blood left in his body before he calmly asked Cal a question. Are you trying to feed it my blood as well? Are you trying to feed the crown? Do you also wish to be a king? The dragon half-blood could see Cal making the most shocked expression he had ever seen. What nonsense are you spewing? Why would I do something good for this terrible item? We are strong even without doing that. He would end up eating the crown's power, however. He didn't want to do something that would benefit the crown. What Cal wanted was the crown's small bit of power that would help balance his plate. What? Piwaha, ha 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 ha. The dragon half-blood laughed even though it hurt. He had never seen such a crazy person before. That bastard definitely knew about the strength of that crown, so his saying something like that was really funny. That was why he decided to tell his enemy, who had given him something to laugh about before his death, a warning. Do not touch arm, and that precious. The dragon half-blood hesitated before continuing to speak. Hide that precious dragon of yours. Only then will you be happy. The dragon half-blood found himself to be funny and pitiful to be talking about being happy. And thank you for letting me laugh once more before I meet my demise. What the duck are you talking about? What? The dragon half-blood could see Cal's expression changing. Why would I let you die peacefully? The people around Cal flinched. They clearly heard Cal's voice that had no emotion, almost as if he was dealing with an item. However, the dragon half-blood heard it much clearer than all of them. The dragon half-blood could see Cal Henitus, who was standing there looking at him with the shining white crown in his hand. Take your pick. Cal was not the type to forgive those who touched him and his people. He was the type that made sure they paid the price. The fake dragon slayer, Sarum, as well as Arm's other red stars, would soon pay the price as well. The death that they feared so much would come for them soon. Will you die a painful death or live an even more painful life for a set duration? A set duration. He could hear the owner of the dominating aura speaking in his mind. You can keep him alive for about 6 more months if you put some chains on him, but death will be less painful. The dominating aura continued to give him information about the dragon half-blood. Why is he doing this? Cal questioned it, however. He still calmly said what he needed to say. Only hell awaits you, regardless of your decision. The dragon half-blood was given a choice for the first time in his life. However, the person giving him this choice had an extremely cold look in his eyes. His body will be ripped into pieces in 6 months. He will die without leaving any traces behind. If it was just that, it would not be hell for the dragon half-blood. However, Cal took note of the information the dominating aura provided to him while looking toward the dragon half-blood, who would fall to the bottom should he choose life. Of course, dying will be a more peaceful life. Chapter 248 will block it. 4. The dragon half-blood could not believe it. He twisted his shaking lips to make an odd smile. Why are you telling me this instead of killing me right away if death is going to be more peaceful? I don't want you to die peacefully. The responding voice was cruel and cold. The dragon half-blood twisted the corners of his lips even more after hearing that Cal Henitus did not want him to die peacefully. Cal continued to speak at that moment. That is why I'm giving you the chance to choose. A chance to choose. Those words echoed inside the dragon half-blood's mind. However, Cal did not care about how the dragon half-blood was as he continued to speak. The dying dragon half-blood did not have much time left. If you choose to live, then the power of darkness inside of you and your light affinity will continue to clash. You will feel intense pain that feels like your insides are exploding daily. No, every few seconds. It was an unbelievable story. The dragon half-blood could not help but sneer. Hee hee, that's not possible. If I live, then my light affinity will eat up this incomplete darkness once I get better. That would be the case if you were a dragon. What? The dragon half-blood's pupils started to shake. Cal approached him and quietly spoke as if he was whispering. You will become a human. Become a human. Traces of your power of light will remain, however. You will lose all of your powers as a dragon. What would the dragon half-blood consider as hell? The first would be living as a human and feeling pain every few seconds. You will become a normal human and suffer in pain daily until you eventually end up dying. Cal didn't speak this next part, but the key to the chains on the dragon half-blood would be in Cal's hands. But you can live a bit longer if you choose life. Cal observed the dragon half-blood, whose lips were moving but were unable to say anything. There wasn't much time left. The dragon half-blood asked him a question. Are you planning on getting rid of Arm? Why do you care? You're not even on my side. Ha! The dragon half-blood laughed in disbelief. Cal's blunt response was like a knife. However, his continued actions did not seem like a knife at all. I will give you a bit more time to think about it. I have a lot of information to gather from you, whether you choose to live or die. I need time to get all of that information. Choi Han, who had been listening to Cal and the dragon half-blood's conversation, flinched. How is he going to heal the dragon half-blood? He was not the only one with such a question. Everybody inside the wall made by the crows had the same question. Gashan, Witira, and even the dragon half-blood were wondering the same thing. However, the group could soon see the dragon half-blood start to frown. Why, you told me to choose. What the hell are you doing? Did you want to make me face a painful death from that terrible thing? The fearful screams of the man who could not move sounded desperate. It was the white crown. The shining crown slowly approached the dragon half-blood. This terrible item. The dragon half-blood had to listen to the crown that ate its blood since he was very young. He still heard the sound of the crown, even when he went to sleep. He also heard his own screams that were full of pain and fear. Ooh, 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 this. Ah! His eyes were full of fear as looked toward Cal while being unable to speak properly. Gashan nodded his head after seeing what was going on. He really isn't going easy on him. Cal sometimes acted without any hesitation. In fact, Cal was someone who was clear about his own actions and the reason behind them, such that the shaman Gashan could not help but wonder how the eldest son of a small noble territory could develop such a personality. The decisive decision-making to be capable of deciding between life and death was not something a person was born with. It was something that you gained from experience. Gashan, who did not know what kind of experiences Cal went through in the past, silently observed Cal and the scared dragon half-blood's conversation. However, there was someone who was a bit anxious right now. It was none other than Cal Henitus. I told him that ill let him live a bit longer, so why is he like this? Cal was confused, but still proceeded to move the white crown closer to the dragon half-blood, who seemed to be in a state of panic. Make the jewel at the center of the crown drink the dragon's blood. Then that monster can live a bit longer. Cal moved the crown to where the dragon half-blood was bleeding the most, as the dominating aura had taught him. It was the location of Choi Han's attack. The white jewel at the center of the shining crown touched where the dragon's red blood was pouring out. Ooh, ugh. Cal then started to frown. It was not because of the dragon half-blood's painful groan. Ho-ho, it was also not because of Gashan's shocked laughter. Slurp, slurp. A mouth appeared on the white jewel. Well, a black swirl that was more like a black hole than a mouth appeared on the white jewel and started to slurp up the dragon's blood. Cal had a disgusted frown on his face. It's too disgusting. What is up with this weird item? Cal wanted to throw this crown, no, at least the white jewel, away right now. He would keep the crown because it looked expensive. However, his pupils soon became cloudy. Ho! Cal observed the dragon half-blood's complexion while listening to Gashan's shocked gasps as background music. He was starting to look better. The dragon half-blood must have realized this too, as his expression turned odd. It was painful, but he also did not feel much of the pain because of his current condition. Slurp, slurp. Cal's instincts told him it was enough, so he slowly moved the white jewel away from the dragon's stomach. He won't be able to move, but he won't die. Cal believed that he should be able to extend the dragon half-blood's life by about a week. Of course, he won't have any strength at all at first. As long as the dragon blood disappears, all that will be left is the human body. However, the dragon's attribute will remain in the human body, making him die in the end. Cal was blankly staring at the dragon half-blood's reptilian scale as he completely removed the crown from the dragon half-blood. Slurp, slurp. That white jewel's black hole-like mouth seemed to be disappointed before it slightly moved toward Rayan, who was still in the blanket. It was the moment Choi Han flinched after seeing the crown's reaction. Clang! The crown was thrown to the ground. The crown that was giving off a holy light rolled on the ground and became dirty. Cal's annoyed voice could be heard. Is this thing crazy? The black hole on the jewel had disappeared, leaving behind only a holy-looking white jewel. Cal stepped on the white jewel and shoved it into the dirt. He then kicked it a few times as well, as expected of Calnim. Watira was watching Cal before she hearing Choi Han's comment and looking in his direction. Choi Han was tightly holding onto the blanket with a proud expression on his face. Watira debated whether she should say something before hearing Cal's order. Cal shoved the crown deep inside his spatial bag before making eye contact with the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood seemed shocked, however. Cal said what he needed to say. Put chains on him. Gashan, tie him up with your incantations. The chains would take away his mana, aura, and physical strength. Furthermore, Cal asked someone to watch over the dragon half-blood. Watira. Yes, I will keep a tight watch on him. She would be able to notice any changes in the dragon half-blood's aura faster than anybody else. Cal looked at the dragon half-blood, who was falling into a deep slumber from Gashan's incantations before standing up. He was heading out of the wall made by the crows. He could hear a ton of noise. The Indomitable Alliance was fighting against the Perun Kingdom, Brek Kingdom, and Roan Kingdom's joint forces. All sorts of noises filled the area. Cal knew that they wouldn't be able to get any results like this. The bears, flame dwarves, as well as the large number of soldiers from Askasen and Norland. It was impossible to kill them all. No matter how many strong individuals their side had, they would only be able to win with a lot of sacrifices. I'm sure Rosalind knows this as well. He heard her voice coming from the other side of the wall at that moment. Those who want to surrender should rip your flags. Cal also started to speak as she threatened the members of the Indomitable Alliance. Get rid of the wall. Caw, caw. Gashan's crows started to fly up into the sky one by one. The black wall disappeared, and Cal reappeared on the battlefield. Rosalind could see the red-haired man slowly appearing through the crows. She could also see Watira, Gashan, and Choi Han, as well as the dragon half-blood who had chains all over his body so that he could not see, hear, nor move. The fallen enemy and the still fresh, strong individuals of their allied coalition. Rosalind could see Cal heading toward the bridge that she had made. The strong individuals who would change the flow of the battle were coming. The enemy knew that this was the case as well. Rosalind heard one of the bears starting to speak. Retreat. Damn it. The bear administrator swore internally as he ordered the retreat. The dragon half-blood had been captured. He was defeated by people who were similar to him in strength. The bear quickly started to think. He could not allow even more bears to get hurt. They could not lose so much strength when the lion tribe was not even here. The enemy cannot chase us. There was no way that the Brek Kingdom would come into the Askasen Kingdom's territory. They could not win against this number of soldiers, even with so many strong individuals. Retreat, retreat. The bear's order was relayed to the others as they all started to retreat. The Brek Kingdom's forces did not chase after them. It was because Commander Rosalind did not give the order. Rosalind looked around. The mages of the Mage Brigade looked extremely tired. There were also many soldiers who were injured as they could not evade the thunderbolts. She could also see the destroyed Gorge of Death. She closed her eyes for a moment before opening them back. Withdraw. She made up her mind to turn back, and her order was relayed to the soldiers. Someone started to speak as soon as she gave the order. The enemy has retreated, and we are alive. Cal was speaking to Rosalind. His voice made the soldiers relax their grips on their weapons. However, the war was not over just yet. The retreating enemy stopped before they left the Gorge of Death and set up their base over there. The Indomitable Alliance had not retreated completely. They could not retreat completely. They knew that it would really be over if they did. They had not been able to use their numerical advantage yet. They still probably had some regrets. Our Breck Kingdom is currently focusing our forces on the bridge created by Commander Rosalind. The troops that had been split up in 5 areas had all gathered to the bridge. It is highly probable that it will become a prolonged war. The first battle was pretty much the Breck Kingdom's overwhelming victory. However, they had no choice but to pay attention and look for an opening now. The person who was reporting was the Royal Mage's #1 disciple, Count Ekros. He peeked around before continuing to speak. We should be at the advantage in a prolonged war because the enemy will have supply issues, but we will have a lot of losses as well. The Breck Kingdom would win in the end, but not without significant costs. Count Ekros, are you saying that it would be better to quickly destroy the enemy? Count Ekros flinched and looked toward the person who asked the question. It was Cal. That is the case. The commander who had carried an odd bundle of blankets around the entire battle. His gaze made Count Ekros think about their past encounter as he gulped and hid his nervousness. Cal confidently responded back, "Please leave. Excuse me. Please leave the tent." "Ah, yes, sir." Count Ekros could not say anything else as he left the tent. He flinched at what he saw outside the tent, however. He soon continued to walk. The Breck Kingdom's forces. The Roan Kingdom's forces were there as well. The Perun Kingdom's forces were also present. They had betrayed the Indomitable Alliance and were the Breck Kingdom's newest ally. Count Ekros looked at the Perun Kingdom's knights and soldiers before looking back at the tent he just exited. He thought about the people inside the tent and gulped. The vice-captain of the Perun Kingdom's Knights Brigade was inside the tent. However, he could not say anything and just sat there with his mouth closed. He was one of Clope Seca's subordinates who had been taking Clope's place ever since Captain Clope had disappeared. His official title was vice-captain. He was looking at the ceiling in order to not make eye contact with Cal, who was sitting at the most senior spot with his legs crossed. "Yes, sir, you're alive." He remembered how shocked he was to see Clope again. His leader was in a wheelchair and had no strength, however, he was still sharp. "Listen to that, esteemed sir." "Excuse me. Cal Henitusnim. He is someone who is above my level." Clope Seca was someone who killed even his own subordinates without any hesitation. The vice-captain who had done all of Clope's dirty work in his quest to create a legend did not miss the fear and hope in Clope's eyes. That was why he was scared of Cal Henitus. He was the one who turned that Clope Seca into a crazy lunatic. Rosalind started to speak at that moment. "Young Master Cal, what are you going to do? We naturally need to end it quickly." Cal had no plans of prolonging the war. One of the Roan Kingdom's people will come soon. Crown Prince Alberu was sending someone over. The Indomitable Alliance will be aiming to prolong the war. The Breck Kingdom would find it advantageous to prolong it as well. It was because their chances of victory were high. However, it wasn't Cal's style to drag things out while dealing with the losses. He started to speak to the people looking at him. However, he felt someone approaching the tent at that moment. Ah, the person His Highness sent over must be here. Alberu was going to send one of his dark elves. That was what they had discussed in advance. Cal saw the flap being opened and stood up to greet the person. Screech, screech. But then he heard a weird noise. Cal flinched. "Why do I hear the sound of wheels?" The entrance flap was opened. He could see 2 people there. "Why?" The person in front smiled brightly and responded back to Cal's shocked question. "I thought it would be faster if I did it myself." Alberu Crossman. He had a majestic smile on his face as he entered the tent. Screech, screech. The sound of wheels could be heard behind Alberu. "Well, I thought it would be better to focus their attention on me since I was bringing over such a special person." Alberu Crossman was someone who was as thorough as Cal. He prepared someone who would be a dagger against the enemy. He needed to activate the teleportation magic circle multiple times for that reason, but he was quite satisfied. Screech, screech. The wheels of a wheelchair rolled into the tent, and a person soon became visible. The robed individual removed their hood once the flap of the tent closed back. Captain Nim, the Perun knight, immediately kneeled. He could see his leader, Clope Seca. Clope Seca. His appearance made Rosalind flinch before observing him, the man who had lost at the Henitus territory. He was a sword master and a strong individual who had led the Knights Brigade of the Perun Kingdom. He was a symbol of a moral knight. Rosalind had only seen him from afar and thus could not help but become nervous, even if he was an ally now. It was at that moment. Clope Seca clasped his hands together and smiled brightly after taking off his hood. Calnim. He seemed extremely happy to see Cal. Ha! Rosalind felt that something was off. Albrew Crossman was feeling the same way. He too had never seen Cal together with Clope Seca. What? However, Cal ignored the two of their reactions. He then pointed to the map inside the commander tent. His fingers pressed once on Askasen and then once on Norland. Norland and Askasen. The two kingdoms had currently focused a significant number of forces at the Gorge of Death. They could use that to their advantage. Cal recalled what Rosalind had said during the battle. Those who want to surrender should rip your flags. Askasen and Norland would soon rip their flags. We will go to these two kingdoms. How? Cal looked toward Clope as Rosalind asked in confusion. Guardian Knight, tell us the coordinates of the two kingdoms' palaces that the Perun kingdom knows. The coordinates for the palaces. Rosalind's expression changed. Crown Prince Alberu started to smile as well. The Indomitable Alliance would be paying attention to the forces at the Gorge of Death that were preparing for a prolonged battle. Cal, the Roan kingdom, and the Breck kingdom would strike them from behind as they did that. We will return with a letter of their surrender. Surrender. The word flowing out of Cal's mouth changed the atmosphere inside the tent. Silence filled the tent. Everybody was busy planning for the future. The silence was suddenly broken. A voice that was full of joy started to speak. Yes, Calnim, you truly are amazing. Clope's seemingly normal but crazy voice calmly echoed throughout the tent. You truly are a hero and the person who will continue the legend. Damn it, you crazy bastard. Cal ignored Rosalind and Alberus' gazes. The two of them looked confused and bewildered, however. Cal did not look at them as he continued to speak. We simply need to get rid of one palace each. The Perun Kingdom's vice-captain who was listening could not believe it. Simply get rid of a palace. Is that really that simple? However, Cal thought about the group who would properly cause a ruckus. Archie, Choi Han, Mary, etc. He was overflowing with options. Let's hurry. Yes, Calnim. The Perun Kingdom will assist you with whatever you need. Cal flinched again at Clope's extremely serious voice as Alberu sighed. Unbelievable. This is new. Cal could not say anything to Alberu and Rosalind's comments. Damn it. He made up his mind to quickly get rid of the Indomitable Alliance and not have to deal with this extremely crazy bastard any longer. It was bad for his mental health. Chapter 249. We'll block it. 5. But even with the coordinates, there should be defensive maneuvers in place in order to prevent unapproved magic from being used inside the palace. Rosalind commented about Cal's plan. Even if Askasen and Norland were not very adept with magic, they should still have basic palace security measures. Furthermore, we need the permission of the palace's mage to teleport in, other than teleportation magic circles used in secret inside the palace. The majority of the public teleportation magic circles were programmed to need the mage's permission for security measures. Cal didn't respond to Rosalind's questions and just looked toward Clope, who responded back confidently. We have bribed them. What Rosalind stopped herself there. It was because Clope continued to speak. There are some mages who remain in the palace for the defense of the capital instead of going to war. However, there are some selfish ones who do not go to simply to protect themselves. It is not hard to bribe one of those types of mages. The calmly smiling Clope was giving off an aura that was fitting for the North's majestic guardian knight. There are bound to be potential traitors no matter where you go. There will also be people who like money. However, the words he spewed out had no traces of that majestic nature. Furthermore, the teleportation magic circle we will be transporting to is not the teleportation magic circle inside of the palace. Didn't he say the coordinates for the palace? Clope gently continued to speak after seeing the confusion on Rosalind's face. When we were first creating the Indomitable Alliance, the Perun Kingdom had purchased residences close to the two kingdoms' palaces. We purchased them in the name of a fallen noble household. Oh, Cal let out a quiet gasp. Trust and teamwork would have been important in the beginning stages of the Indomitable Alliance. However, the Perun kingdom had planted the necessary seeds for betrayal from the beginning. Are these bastards going to do the same thing to us? Cal peeked toward Albaru, who stealthily nodded his head to respond back. He then calmly started to speak to Clope. Then you must have installed the teleportation magic circles inside those residences. That is the case. Then let us move now. It is a battle against time now. Cal agreed with the Crown Prince. They only needed to send a few people. They couldn't allow the enemies to notice that they had left and start to attack again. Of course, they would not lose that easily because only Cal and a few others were missing. Cal looked toward the source of his confidence. Albaru shrugged after seeing Cal's gaze. I will stay here leading the troops for the time being. There was someone who could effectively lead the troops while Rosalind and Cal were both gone. Albaru Crossman. As someone who was known as having more strength than a middle-grade knight, the knights would listen to his orders. He was also the true master of the Mage Brigade, so the mages would listen to him anyway. Then let us move right away. The leaders inside the tent all started to move in order to take care of business. Cal and Rosalind watched Clope prepare before approaching Albaru. Your Highness, Crown Prince Albaru would soon be left alone to watch the enemy's movements. They were coming to say goodbye. However, they could not help but blankly stare at what Albaru had to say with his beautiful face. You just walk around covered in blood. What do you have all those potions for? Do you keep a bunch of potions on you as a hobby? Alberus' gaze moved from Cal's black uniform that was covered in dry blood to the bundle of blankets in Cal's arms. It was weird that Cal was holding onto them even though his arms had been shaking since earlier. By the way, what is inside those blankets? Cal gently smiled, making Albaru flinch. Are you curious? He asked that question gently and calmly. The Crown Prince, with a beautiful smile on his face, responded back without any hesitation. No, not at all. Seeing your face made me forget my question and not want to see what's inside. I don't want to get involved. You're saying a lot of things all at once, Your Highness. Albaru's sincere refusal made Cal look at him dejectedly. It was about time to tell him about the dragon, however. The Crown Prince avoided something that would make him choke after eating like a ghost. The Crown Prince shrugged his shoulders and said goodbye to Cal, who would leave soon. Have a safe trip. No need to worry about this place. I may be weaker than the strong individuals in this room, however, I have the highest status, so I will use this authority that I have temporarily been forced to take to good use. Albaru flinched after making that comment. It was because Cal was silently staring at him. Cal recalled what Rayan had told him in the past. It was when the children of the nobles had met in the Roan Kingdom's capital. It was the first time he had met Crown Prince Albaru. Rayan had told Cal something at that moment. This human is not weak. Weak human, be especially wary of him. You will die. Albaru Crossman was known for having average strength and sword skills. However, would the person who had lived while hiding his identity as being a quarter dark elf have revealed all of his strength? He was pretty strong for Rayan to say that he was not weak. Albaru felt chills on his back after seeing the smile on Cal's face. Sure, I'll trust you. I've been caught. Albaru had a stoic expression as he admitted it. However, Cal did not care as he prepared to move. He did not look good as he headed out of the tent and started to walk. Why can't we contact him? The ancient dragon, Iruhaben, he was not contacting them back. Rosalind said she had left a message, so did something happen to him? Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. Rayan was having issues due to his first growth phase, while Iruhaben could not be contacted. He could not go to the eastern continent without the two of them. It was impossible for Rosalind to do such long-distance teleportation. Ran, Beakrax, On, and Hang. The four of them may end up having to stay on the eastern continent forever. Damn it. He was extremely annoyed, however. He thought about something positive that was going on. The amount of dominating water in his possession had decreased significantly. However, his body was still fine. Cal calmed down and decided to release all of his pent-up feelings in a refreshing way. The result of that happened right by the teleportation magic circle in a few moments. Young Masternim, is it fine with so few people? The person speaking sincerely seemed to be worried. Archie looked around the secret teleportation magic circle that was hastily built. Why? I think it is enough. Cal questioned Archie's thoughts as he looked around. Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind were on one side. Archie, Cal, and Rayan, who was inside the bundle of blankets, were on the other side. This group of 6 were the only ones going to the palaces. However, there were a few other people, including Witira, inside the tent. Cal could feel Mary, who was standing behind Clope, showing signs of wanting to tag along. However, he ignored her. The person Clope feared the most was not Cal, but Mary, who had given him the new limbs with bombs inside of them. I will have Mary quickly take care of that crazy bastard if he tries anything. Archie could not be relieved, while Cal was satisfied that he had created a safety device for Clope. And for destroying palaces, this is a bit. Archie thought Choi Han was not normal, so he let it pass. But Rosalind and Lark seemed extremely normal, such that he didn't think they could quickly destroy a palace. However, Rosalind smiled brightly back at Archie once they made eye contact. "Don't worry, Mr. Archie. The 3 of us have destroyed a palace before." Rosalind, Choi Han, and Lark had caused a ruckus at the Breck Kingdom in the past. She had destroyed the nobles who had hired assassins to kill her before destroying the palace in order to free herself of her responsibilities and title as a princess. Rosalind continued to smile at Archie, who was at a loss for words. It was quite refreshing and fun. Choi Han and Lark just stood there with stoic expressions. Archie started to mumble after seeing the 3 of their reactions. "You're speaking as if it is as easy as destroying an island." Cal flinched. Did Archie consider destroying an island as being easy? He did not want to ask. That is why he just said what he needed to say instead. "We will go to Norland first, and then to Askasen." Everybody remember the plan. They all nodded their heads. Cal looked toward Rosalind after seeing their responses, and she quickly activated the teleportation magic circle. Uwang, Witira, Mary, and Clope watched them leave as the teleportation magic circle started to activate. Crown Prince Albaru was busy settling the troops in his temporary role. "Come back soon." "Sure." "Witira, please keep a good watch over that half-blood bastard. Of course, don't be please don't worry." Witira stopped for a moment after hearing the beeping before finishing what she had to say. She then looked toward Cal. Cal Henitus. The alarm was going off around Cal. Cal handed Rayan over to Lark before quickly looking through his pocket. Beep, beep, an item that was shining red was finally brought out. It was a video communication device. It was not the video communication device in Rayan's spatial dimension, but the one he had received from Rosalind and used during the battle. That was why there was only one person who could be sending an emergency message like this. Iruhaben, the gold dragon, was the only one. Rosalind had left a simple message. "Rayan is sick, the dragon half-blood is back." She had left one other piece of information at the end. It was the most she could do while leaving a message for whom she considered to be their lifeline. Their coordinates. She had left the coordinates of where the battle at the Gorge of Death was taking place. She had left coordinates for a location that others would not notice, but was still close enough to them. Both Rosalind and Cal knew about that location. They were the only ones. Miss Rosalind. Rosalind started to speak as soon as Cal called for her. "Young Master Cal, we will go on our own." Lark handed Rayan back to Cal and slowly pushed him out of the teleportation magic circle. Choi Han looked toward Clope once before turning back to Cal and starting to speak. "Calnim, please take good care of Rayan." He didn't say the full thing, but Cal understood what he was trying to say. Archie peeked around for a bit before casually adding on. "Well, it doesn't look like you have any strength to destroy buildings anyway, young Master Nim. Choi Han and I will destroy them all. It is my specialty." There was nobody looking at Archie who was proudly puffing up his chest. Cal looked at Rayan, the video communication device, and the group before responding back. "I'll at least watch you leave." Rosalind smiled and reactivated the teleportation magic circle as the group quickly disappeared. Cal verified that they had left before leaving the tent alone, leaving Mary, Clope, and Witira behind. Beep, Cal was quickly walking as the alarm continued to go off. He finally arrived at his destination. It was his tent. It was the Rhone Kingdom's northeast region's commander's personal tent. Rosalind had left the coordinates for this location. Cal entered the tent. "You look like a mess." A beautiful man with white gold hair greeted Cal while clicking his tongue. Cal closed the entrance flap before asking a question instead of greeting the ancient dragon. Did something happen? He had not been able to contact Iruhaben. He had gone to meet a dragon that he had protected during its first growth phase a long time ago in order to learn about the eastern continent, Mount Lieb, and the stone pillar. Cal laid Rayan down on the bed and asked, thinking that something must have happened. SHHH. Cal heard a quiet laughter as the blanket rolled over and the sick Rayan became visible. The ancient dragon was laughing, however. Cal could see the anger in his eyes. The fake dragon slayer. Is that bastard still alive? The dragon slayer, Siram. Why was Aruhaben talking about him? Cal could hear Aruhaben continue to speak before he could ask his question. He's dead. What? The dragon I went to see was already dead. Iruhaben had told something to only Rayan in the past. Dragon slayers. Dragon slayers were people who grew stronger by eating dragons. He had shared that story only with the young dragon. This unlucky bastard shouldn't know about that. Iruhaben recalled the empty lair and the old corpse that looked as if someone had eaten it up as he slowly continued to speak. Someone had killed him. Cal slowly turned his head. Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. He could see the still unconscious Rayan. Chapter 250, 3 days, 1. A dragon had died. No, it had been murdered. A conversation passed through Cal's mind once he heard that fact. Iruhaben was thinking that Cal did not know about the relationship between dragon slayers and dragons, however, he already knew about it. Clope Seca. It was when he had questioned the Guardian Knight for information. The conversation he had with Clope went through his mind again. Cough, he is supposedly a fake dragon slayer. Ah, in addition to him, the leaders from Arm that are with the Indomitable Alliance are a mage and a healer. He is said to have grown after eating the latest ancient dragon that died about 200 years ago. The information that was scattered throughout his mind quickly started to move and gather together. The ancient dragon that had died about 200 years ago. Cal had assumed that the dragon had faced a natural death based on that comment. That was because the fake dragon slayer had indicated that he had never killed a dragon himself. Iruhaben Nim. Cal slowly processed all of the information and asked a question. Is the dead dragon Nim the eldest dragon in the eastern continent? Yes, he was the oldest in the eastern continent. Approximately how long has it been since you last saw him alive? Not too long. Maybe 200 or 300 years. It had to be that dragon. Cal brushed the side of his face with his hand. He felt as if the number of things he needed to take care of were increasing. However, something else was the most pressing issue. Is Rayan going through his first growth phase? Hoo-woo, hoo-woo. The child's heavy breathing filled the tent. The black dragon was breathing heavily, and his body was hotter than before, making him breathe out white smoke every time he breathed out. Even still, Rayan looked extremely cold, even with the area getting warmer with the rising sun. Cal gently touched Rayan's hot forehead as he continued to speak. He has been like this since early this morning and has no strength. His fever seems to be getting higher, and he's been unconscious the entire time. He is not unconscious. Cal could not help but stop caressing Rayan's head. He's not unconscious. Cal looked toward Rayan, who had his eyes closed. He could not open his eyes, nor could he speak, but he could hear everything. Cal started to seriously frown. Move over. Cal watched Iruhaben lift Rayan up. Iruhaben patted the young dragon's body with his hands that were covered in mana before putting his forehead on the black dragon's small forehead. Boom, boom, boom. He could feel the young dragon's heartbeat. At the same time, he could hear Rayan's voice. I want to hurry up and open my eyes. I want to hurry up and be with them. The 6-year-old's silent shouts echoed from inside his tiny body. Rayan was fighting an intense battle right now. It's definitely his first growth phase. Dragons went through a total of 3 growth phases throughout their lives. The foundation for the dragon is set during the first growth phase. That is why, although there will be no physical changes, the foundation inside of Rayan will be at a completely different level. The body of a dragon will then grow significantly during the second and third growth phases, giving them an aura of a ruler. The ancient dragon that had been through all 3 growth phases looked toward Rayan with an odd expression. Why did the little kid suddenly enter his first growth phase? The first growth phase that had not appeared all this time had suddenly started. Although he was curious about the reason, seeing the young dragon's fever raise in temperature made him make a comment. Looks like he will have quite the difficult growing pains. An average first growth phases took a minimum of 1 week. The longer and stronger the growing pains, the stronger the dragon will be at the end. Based on his experiences, Iruhaben believed that Rayan would either be sick for a long time or overcome it extremely quickly. Existences that are different than others tended to show unique sides, even during their growth phases. Iruhaben wiped away the sweat that was on the black dragon's face. He then heard Cal's voice again. What a rotten world. What use is getting bigger through pain? Cal could tell one of the reasons all dragons had terrible personalities. What good was growing if you had to suffer to get there? Cal did not like it at all. Wasn't it best to slowly grow without being in pain? Dragons live a long time anyway, so who cares if it went a bit slower? Ha ha ha, Iruhaben's laughter filled the tent. He had to force himself to stop as he put Rayan back on the bed. There is nothing we can do for him right now. We just have to be by his side and make sure he is not vulnerable to any danger. We also need to create a space for him to rest peacefully for a few days after he wakes up. Well, this little kid already has all of that. He could see that Cal had a disgruntled expression on his face. However, Iruhaben did not tell Cal anything else. A dragon's growth phase was a battle against itself. Numerous clashes were probably happening inside this small body right now. A dragon's growing pains revolve around those he will have to support. Why did dragons tend to be self-centered? It might be a way to protect themselves from the pain. Just supporting yourself was the way to feel the least amount of pain. However, this little kid was a weird dragon with many different relationships with others. That could end up either being a burden or a benefit. He would be able to tell based on this dragon's growth. Anyway, that is not the issue right now. Cal let out a groan. Iruhaben's eyes had their usual gentleness, however, they seemed very dark at the same time. The dragon killer. It must be because of the anger he felt toward that person. Cal's mind became complicated, but he quickly stood up. Both Cal and the ancient dragon spoke at the same time. Shall we go? How are you alive? Excuse me. Cal was completely baffled. Iruhaben peeked toward Rayan, who could hear everything they were saying, before walking over to Cal. He then pulled at Cal's arm. Why are you still alive? Should I not be alive? What the heck was going on? Cal started to frown while the ancient dragon had a shocked look in his eyes. However, Cal could not help but raise his voice at what the ancient dragon did next. Just what? A small blade made of mana appeared at the tip of Iruhaben's finger. He then slashed at Cal's arm with that mana blade. Slit, the black uniform, and the shirt underneath were both cut by the mana blade. Cal watched this and shouted in shock. You crazy huh? Clang. He heard the sound of two sturdy things hitting each other. Cal looked back and forth at the mana blade and his arm. His arm was fine. Cal's arm was making those noises as it made the mana blade bounce off. What is going on? Cal's pupils started to shake. When did my body become like this? I didn't even feel anything. I thought I was fine. Cal did not notice that his skin had become sturdy like this. Nobody else could have realized it either. Rayan would probably have noticed, however, he was not in a spot to do so right now. He heard Iruhaben's voice at that moment. It is the power of the boulder. Boulder. Cal thought about the scary giant cobblestone. Cal's plate had expanded after using the super rock's power. It was to the point that he too could feel it. That was why he thought that his body was more settled. But that wasn't it. Cal Henitus, you used up too much of the water ancient power. Iruhaben's stiff expression and tone made Cal unable to say anything. The dominating water. He definitely used a large amount of that unstable power. The power of restoration inside your body blocked the unstable water from causing havoc. Iruhaben's gaze headed toward Cal's neck. He could smell the scent of blood. Prior to gaining the power of the super rock, the vitality of the heart had prevented his other powers from clashing. But it was different this time. The balance was destroyed as the power of water had suddenly disappeared. It looks like the power of boulder is protecting your body now. You haven't felt any recoil from using the power of boulder yet, right? Cal's silence told him he was correct. He had coughed up blood when he had used the fiery thunderbolt and the shield. However, nothing had happened when he used the boulder. Cal had thought that it was because the boulder said that it would protect him. Protect. Cal recalled what the super rock had said. I will destroy it to protect you. I will stand in front of you in order to protect you. The power to destroy was the stone spears. So then, what was the power that stood in front of him? Cal's gaze headed toward Iruhaben. The ancient dragon looked at Cal, who looked like his usual weak self, but had a body that would defend against all types of danger. The power of boulder is still protecting you. The reason your body has not exploded yet is because of the boulder ancient power. Iruhaben started to smile. One of his questions had been answered. I was wondering how a human had managed to walk through that stone pillar pathway. It was possible because he could prevent external forces and internal forces from clashing. The stone pillar pathway located at the Super Rock Villa. Iruhaben had wondered how the Super Rock had managed to enter the pathway as a human. The answer to that question was this boulder-like skin. However, Iruhaben now had a new question. The scary giant cobblestone. Who was the owner of that power? Who would have been able to have such strong abilities in both attack and defense? Was he really human? The ancient dragon was thinking about ancient times that were even older than he was before letting it go. The dragon slayer, the dragon half-blood, and Rayan. Although the ancient dragon had come back quickly because of those three, there was something even more urgent right now. Cal Henitus, you need to find a water ancient power if you want to live. The water of judgment. The name of that ancient power filled Cal's mind. All he knew about it was that it was on the eastern continent. He realized that it was now time to find that power. However, what Aruhaben said next was extremely cruel and cold. You have 3 days. His body could only last like this for 3 days. That was what Aruhaben meant when he said that. Squirm, squirm. One of the young dragon's tiny toes started to squirm. The black dragon was frowning. He seemed to be using all of his strength, as his face had a look of urgency on it, which only made Rayan's temperature continue to go up. Iruhaben and Cal were looking at each other such that they did not notice Rayan's actions. The growing pains of a dragon with a lot of people to support were difficult. However, the young dragon was one who learned about working together with others. The young dragon's body stopped moving as if it had never squirmed in the first place. However, there was a fierce battle going on inside of him. Iruhaben started to speak again after seeing Cal still remaining calm. That is the limit for your body. What happens once I reach that limit? The ancient dragon stopped speaking for a moment. He had never seen anyone who had gathered so many ancient powers. However, he knew that humans who had more than 2 attributes had died in the past. There was something that the ancient dragon had learned by the end of his lifespan. All life eventually dies. At the same time, there was something, almost like an instinct, that he had developed as his life was coming to an end. It was not something he developed as a dragon, but just as a life form living on this world. He shared that instinct out loud. I don't plan on letting you die. The ancient dragon saw Cal starting to smile as he said that. So there is a method. Ha! Iruhaben quickly gasped in disbelief. This unlucky bastard truly is different. Cal knew him too well. An egotistical dragon would never say something that they did not find to be realistic. Iruhaben chuckled at Cal's confident demeanor and nodded his head. The dead dragon left some traces behind. Cal's eyes started to sparkle. He had a good feeling. Iruhaben must have found some clues. Cal's instincts were telling him that they had found some clues about the water of judgment. Chapter 251. 3 days, too, there were traces of it. Those words made Cal not want to waste any more time. It was just 3 days. It was a long yet short amount of time. I will listen to the explanation on the way. Sure. Cal wrapped Rayan back up in the bundle of blankets and held him in his arms. Since Iruhaben was there, they could immediately teleport to the eastern continent. Iruhaben looked toward the entrance and started to speak at that moment. The crown prince is here. Cal soon heard someone rustling outside the tent. Now that he thought about it, although Choi Han and the others had a decent idea about Cal's situation, Crown Prince Albaru will find it odd that he suddenly did not go with them. Can I come in? He could hear Albarus' voice outside the tent. Cal, who was holding Rayan, looked toward Iruhaben, who went to the entrance and opened the flap. Albaru flinched after seeing Iruhaben. It was the knight with white gold hair that had come as Cal's guard when the 4 kingdoms and the one beast people tribe had first solidified their alliance. He could not help but flinch, as he had not heard that this person had arrived. He heard Cal's voice from inside the tent at that moment and turned away from Iruhaben. Your Highness, I hope that only you come in. That was the plan. Albaru was already walking into the tent alone. He knew secrecy was important if it was urgent enough for Cal to change his plans. What is going on? Albaru got right down to business. Cal preferred it this way as well. I guess it is about time I told him. Cal briskly walked up to Albaru. What are you doing? Albaru flinched after seeing the emotionless Cal briskly walking through the dark tent while being covered in blood. However, Cal's next action made him completely shocked. Huh. Alberu had none of his usual majesticness as he made that noise. His pupils were shaking as well. He could see the face of the creature poking out of the blanket bundle. The round and chubby face was quite cute, even with its eyes closed. However, that was not the issue. Alberu made eye contact with Cal when a calm voice started to speak from behind him. It is a dragon. He is currently going through his first growth phase. Ha! He is 6 years old. His name is Rayan Muru. It is a great name that I made for him. Ha! However, Cal was not finished speaking just yet. He carried Rayan with one hand while pointing toward Iruhaben with the other hand. This senior is an ancient dragon. He is the eldest dragon on the western continent. Alberus' eyes blinked a couple of times in shock. He then lightly shook his head. Am I tired? Did I not sleep well for the past few days? Crown Prince Alberu had been hearing about the battle while settling the formations of troops. He thought that one of Cal's people would be best to hear the story from, and thus called over the freest person from Cal's group. That freest person was none other than Hilsman, the vice-captain of the Henitus Territories Knights Brigade. Alberu could not help but wonder why he was tired after hearing about the battle from Hilsman. The young Masternim used his silver shield. He then also exploded the dragon's rage in order to create a wall of fire. Then he created this wall of water which allowed the whales to go berserk. The shield broke after that. I thought that we were in serious trouble and that the young master would faint, however. At that moment, the young Masternim used an ancient power that he had been hiding. After the shield and the water, he shot hundreds of stone spears into the air. He had heard about what Choi Han and the others had done as well. However, Alberu could not help but question his ears after hearing that Cal used the shield water and then the stone spears. That is why I realized that the shield does not break in the end. That is all, Your Highness. Hilsman seemed extremely excited as he had veins visible on his neck from shouting. Normally, Alberu would have questioned such a recap, however, seeing the sniffling knight captain from the First Knights Brigade and the temporary captain of the Mage Brigade nodding their head. He could not say anything about it. But a dragon, and not just one, but two. Alberu turned toward the ancient dragon. The ancient dragon shrugged his shoulders with a stoic expression. Nice to meet you. The ancient dragon was speaking as if Alberu was beneath him. He had thought that this man was a guard knight, but he was a dragon. Alberu could not believe it. However, Cal continued to speak. He still had a lot of things left to say. Ah, and I may explode to death in 3 days if things go wrong. What, you crazy oh? Iruhaben let out an oh, as if he did not expect such a response from Alberu, who stopped speaking and brushed his face with both hands. Cal continued to speak with a calm expression. There is an issue with my ancient powers. It is being handled with a temporary measure right now. However, it seems that I only have 3 days left. Alberu was at a loss for words after seeing how calm Cal was right now. He didn't seem to be lying, and even then he knew that Cal would not be the type to lie about something like this. And if he thought about it, there was a good chance what Cal was saying was true. The young Masternim was coughing up so much blood that I was worried that something bad might happen. However, he controlled the battlefield with a calm demeanor afterward. Vice-Captain Hilsman's voice echoed in Alberus' mind. He knew that Cal always got injured or needed to recuperate after using his ancient powers. Such a person used 3 ancient powers that he had been saving for an emergency. Would his body be fine after all of that? That is why it looks like I will need to act on my own for the next 3 days. This stupid idiot. Alberu wanted to swear at Cal, but held himself back. He felt that Cal and he were similar people from time to time. They would use sly schemes from time to time in order to profit. At the same time, they acted differently when their goal was for the greater good. The greater good. Crown Prince Alberu was someone who walked with the weight of the greater good on his shoulder. He finally started to speak after a long time. You have a 3-day break. Make sure that you return after that. He wanted to give Cal a longer break, however. He needed to say that Cal must return. I understand. I will listen to you, since it is an order from the son of the Rhone Kingdom, Your Highness. I will come after the war to strip myself of the commander title. I will receive a lot of reward money, but please do not think about giving me a medal. You always have something to say. How can such a punk be the famed young Master Silver Shield? I hate that title as well. Seeing Cal honestly seem to hate that title made Alberu ignore Cal, Rayan, and Iruhaben as he headed out of the tent. He decided feigning ignorance about the two of them was the best course of action. Plop. The entrance flap was opened and then closed again. Cal turned away from the closed entrance as he headed toward Iruhaben, who had created a teleportation magic circle on the ground in the tent. The magic circle underneath Iruhaben's feet was shining brightly. Iruhaben activated the magic circle as soon as Cal stepped on top of it. Ooh-wong. Cal closed his eyes as his surroundings blurred. He felt his body teleport before hearing the ancient dragon's voice. We will teleport to that dragon, to Olian's lair, the former oldest dragon in the eastern continent. Cal had teleported to his lair. He could see the mess of a lair the moment he opened his eyes. The lair that probably once had a lot of beautiful sculptures was full of dust and was also destroyed in multiple places. Nobody would think that this used to be a dragon's lair. However, Cal could tell that it was a dragon's lair as soon as he got there. Iruhaben's bitter voice could be heard. This is what happens to a dragon that does not die a natural death. A dragon that did not die a natural death. Whether it is from suicide or murder, a dragon who dies without living out its full lifespan looks different from dragons that live for their full 1,000 years. Cal could see the rotting dragon corpse from on the side. A dragon who finishes its 1,000 years of life would shine brightly and turn into dust as they become part of the earth. However, just like the dragon's skeleton in the black swamp in the forest of darkness, a dragon that does not live out its entire life starts to rot, just like any other life form. It rots into the ground extremely slowly. The rotting usually finishes within 100 years, but this guy. Iruhaben stopped to sigh before continuing to speak. It ended up being delayed for this guy because he died in his lair. He was in a really good area, so his rotting speed was slowed. That is why he looks like this right now. Cal could not say anything. He could tell why Iruhaben had been angry. A portion of the dead dragon's body was dug into with the heart at the center. It was fitting to say that someone had eaten him. Well, someone had taken a few bites out of him, as the heart and the surrounding flesh were gone. Olian was a green dragon. He was a complete asshole who always talked back to you, but he was still a decent guy, just like the little kid. Iruhaben did not share any more of his past memories as he started to walk. Follow me. I will show you the traces of the water. His lips twitched for a bit before he added on. I will take care of him once the truth is revealed and I figure out all of the necessary information. I will return him to nature. Definitely. Iruhaben could see Cal walking next to him. Let us move quickly then. He laughed after seeing Cal, who was more action than words, walking in front of him. Iruhaben stepped back in front of Cal, who did not know where they were going, and guided him to a secret area. Cal looked around while looking at the large lair that was giving off a majestic aura even though it was destroyed and covered in dust. A secret area in a dragon's lair. Where could that be? He really was curious. He was also curious about the hint about the water ancient power, the hallway, office, study, and bedroom. Cal flinched once they walked past every room. It's in the restroom, the tub to be specific. He really liked taking half baths. I see. The dragon's secret area was in the restroom. Iruhaben put his hand on the tub as Cal looked around with a shocked expression. It was at that moment. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? What? The super rock started to speak. Are we eating again? The glutton priestess started to speak as well. Why are the two of them being like this? Cal frowned after seeing a bright light as his mind was becoming complicated. Ooh-wong, white gold mana was coming out of Iruhaben's hand. The tub shined and let out a green magic circle once the mana touched the tub. That magic circle then covered the entire restroom. Cal let out a gasp at that moment. Wow, a forest had appeared. The average-looking restroom inside the cave had turned into a forest. Olian's attribute was wood. He had created a forest in his area. A tree had appeared where the tub used to be. It was a large tree with a round ditch dug underneath it. Inside the ditch was a diary. The diary was covered in regular leather. However, there were some small pieces of parchment on the inside as well. Iruhaben picked up the diary. The most important treasure to a dragon is its records, the record that it existed in this world. That is why the first thing they put in their secret areas are their records. He felt as if he said something useless to Rayan and Cal as he quickly opened up the diary. He stopped on a page with a parchment paper being used as a bookmark. This is the only page in the diary that talks about the Western continent instead of the Eastern continent. the only page with information about the Western continent. Iruhaben picked up the piece of parchment paper on that page. It is an old parchment paper that has had magic cast on it in order to let it last a long time. It seems to have been left behind a long time ago. I think it is possible that this is the trace him. Why do you have such an expression on your face? Cal's expression seemed like a mix of laughter and frown. He could see the words written on top of the parchment. He had seen something similar before. He recalled the wooden plaque that he received from the elf priestess in the elf village with the world tree regarding the water of judgment. It also had the words letter of resignation written on it. However, the contents were a bit different. This was what was written on the wooden plaque. World tree, you stupid idiot. I am now free, the water of judgment. I am a free spirit now. The tone made Cal certain that this ancient power was not normal as well. However, something different was written on this one. You evil bastards, you dare to push me out, you damn white snake bastards. I will shoot water cannons at you bastards. The words that were getting more intense made Cal's mind devolve into a complicated mess. The dry lake in the Perun kingdom. It was said that they had pushed away the child that the god who was making the lake favored, thus making the angry god take away the water. The ones to push that child away were the members of the Seca household with the white snake as their house crest. Perhaps was the child that the god favored the owner of the ancient power. Cal read the final statement on the parchment. I will go cause trouble like the fiery thunderbolt cheapskate. Just watch. The fiery thunderbolt cheapskate. The fire of destruction. He recalled one of the things that the owner of the ancient power that liked money had done. He had heard the story when he went to visit the World Tree about how the fire of destruction had covered the entire north with fire, making the World Tree sense danger to its life. He suddenly had a question. Who put out that fire? Cal was thinking that the person who put out that fire may have been the owner of this water of judgment. It's written in the diary where he found the parchment. I think the ancient power may be at that location. Cal's gaze headed toward the diary. The super rock started to speak into Cal's mind at that moment. The glutton, the cheapskate, the thief, the crybaby, and now the indestructible shield, the fire of destruction, the sound of the wind, and the vitality of the heart. He was listing the names of the owners of the ancient powers. This time, the crazy kid. What kid? Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Cal was at a loss for words after hearing the super rock seriously sounding concerned. 1. Half baths are a thing where you sit and only dunk half your body. Maybe it is just a Korean thing. Chapter 252. 3 days, 3. He had never cared about nicknames such as glutton or cheapskate for the ancient powers. He had felt that they were fitting names for them and that they weren't harming him in any way. However, this time he felt a bit different. Crazy kid. What kind of crazy are we talking about? The super rock started to speak as if it knew the question on Cal's mind. He was crazy for fights. I've never seen anybody so obsessed with fighting in my life. Cal started to frown. What is it? Is your body in pain? ... It's nothing, sir. Cal barely managed to respond to a Ruhaben before slowly resolving the complicated mess in his head. The World Tree had told him to find the water of judgment. Furthermore, he thought about the ancient book he received from the elf chief that told the legend of the Super Rock. The book that described the Super Rock's journey had said some things about his friends. The Guardian had another hero that was both a friend and an enemy. This hero was the one who freed the North from the freezing cold. That hero was a cheapskate whose hobby was picking up coins. The Guardian said the following after seeing the money saved by that hero. Crazy bastard. You saved and saved without spending and accumulated so much. The one who had freed the North from the freezing cold. The hero mentioned in that story was definitely the money-crazed fire of destruction. The World Tree that was scared by that fire had the elf priestess give Cal a bag of money when he went to see it, even though a long time had passed since the fire of destruction had last visited. The question was, who put out that fire? He naturally thought about the water of judgment. Furthermore, he thought about the divine item watering can that he had found in Guardian Knight Clope Seca's house. Rayan had read the words written on that watering can. Life ends with nothing. The water will eventually overflow, even if you build a dam. I had created a river for the frozen land, but all of you blocked it from flowing. There is only one conclusion for all of you who chased away my precious child in order to fill your greed. The child treasured by a god. The Perun kingdom and the guardian knight household had chased him away. That guard then took away the river that he had made for them as punishment. This could also be the water of judgment. No, he was almost certain this was the case. He had another question once his thoughts reached this point. I thought the guard treasured this child. But he is crazy about fighting. Doesn't something about that sound odd? It would make sense if the god of war treasured him. But there was no way that it was like that. Would a god of war be generous enough to create a lake that does not freeze for the people of the north who suffered every winter from the lake's freezing? If the god of war cared for people, he would not allow there to be wars. Why are you suddenly talking about the god of war? Are you really okay? Is something wrong? The ancient dragon started to worry after seeing Cal, who only had 3 days to live, suddenly start to frown and mumble to himself. However, he just looked away after seeing that Cal seemed to not have heard him and just continued to mumble to himself. Cal subconsciously let out a sigh. What the? The super rock was blabbing on in Cal's mind. The person who always just said, "Are you going to sacrifice yourself?" had a lot to say this time, maybe because something he knew about came up. You're right. The god of war treasured that child. He was different from when he was young. If he did not find tasks associated with power to be annoying, then he could have become the ruler of the entire continent. He would also have become a tyrant who would have never been matched. I'm about to go crazy. He was not just at Tunka's level of being crazy for fights. He was a tyrant and was at the level of an emperor. Life sure is hard. Are you really okay? Cal ignored Iruhaben's response as he placed Rayan on top of some soft grass for a moment before picking up the diary in the ancient dragon's hand. He then casually added on, "Ah, by the way, Iruhaben Nim. What is it?" The dragon half-blood had black hair and black eyes once the dye magic was removed. Iruhaben's eyes opened wide. Cal, who was looking at the diary, did not notice this as he continued to speak. I heard that all dragons have their own colors. A half-blood's different. Iruhaben was the only white-gold dragon in the world. Whether they were red dragons, blue dragons, or whatever other color dragon, they were all unique in color. That was why dragons did not even have the same color as their parents. For example, it was not abnormal for a situation like a white-gold dragon to be born from a red dragon and a blue dragon to occur. Cal looked toward Iruhaben while thinking about the dragon half-blood, who had different colored eyes than Rayan, but the same black body. He then flinched. Iruhaben had a serious frown on his face. No, half-bloods are the same as dragons in that way. Dragon half-bloods were born with dragon blood as well. That is why the human body cannot handle it. It was impossible for a human to handle the instincts of their dragon's blood to be unique. Iruhaben heard Cal continuing to speak. Watira said that it seemed as if the dragon half-blood had finished his second growth phase as well. The ancient dragon had expected that the dragon half-blood had completed his first growth phase. However, he could only think about one thing after hearing that it had survived the second growth phase as well. Iruhaben continued to frown as Cal quietly observed him. The ancient dragon and the human then made eye contact. The human could see fear in the ancient dragon's eyes. Is that bastard really a half-blood? That fear soon changed into anger. Cal subconsciously answered back, thinking that Iruhaben's eyes were showing the wisdom that he had gained from living so long. I presume he is a half-blood because he has both dragon blood and human blood. I will need to see him myself. Iruhaben turned away from Cal and looked at the forest. Olean. The area belonging to the deceased dragon had a vibrant green fragrance to it. However, his mind was in a mess. Something is weird. A murdered dragon, a fake dragon slayer, and a dragon half-blood. Rayan is a real dragon. This child's color is his own. We will get to find out his attribute once he finishes his first growth phase as well. Rayan was definitely a real dragon. He might be a bit peculiar, but this little kid was still an amazing dragon. But the half-blood was the same color as Rayan. That word repeated itself in Iruhaben's mind. The ancient dragon sighed as he commented, "Something that goes against the laws of nature is happening." The good thing was that they had the opportunity to fix these things that were going against the laws of nature. Iruhaben looked toward the unlucky bastard. Everything was happening with this guy at the center. If Rayan had died, then the real black dragon would have disappeared from this world. Furthermore, this guy was also the one who had told them about the true identities of the dragon half-blood and the dragon slayer. It's still a long way away for the little kid to grow up. And I only have 1 year left. A dragon lord. He wouldn't need to worry about this if the dragon lord was here. However, nature had not assigned a dragon lord since long before Iruhaben was born. Iruhaben Nim, how about we tackle things one at a time? Ha! Iruhaben let out a chuckle. In some aspects, the guy with only 3 days left to live was the calmest. You're so calm even after hearing that you only have 3 days left. Isn't it all just a part of life? Cal Henitus, no, Kim Rock-Soo was not really affected by the current situation. In fact, he was hopeful since he had learned that there was a clue that would help him resolve this issue. Squirm, squirm. The hidden front paw of the black dragon, who was in a bundle of blankets on top of the soft grass, was squirming. He was shaking, similar to a baby who was trying to flip over for the first time. However, Rayon soon started to frown before his body became limp again. The ancient dragon settled his thoughts as he listened to the human who was saying that was just a part of life. Go ahead and read what it says. They needed to take care of the most pressing issues first. Cal started to read the diary again after seeing Iruhaben point to it. It was the only page that was written in the language of the Western continent. Cal's expression slowly turned odd as he read through the page. The monsters in the Liban region are starting to disappear. I went to take a look because I was concerned that something might be happening. It was talking about the region with Mount Lib and Liban City. There had always been a lot of monsters there, however. The monsters started to disappear one day. Cal and Iruhaben had come here in order to figure out the reason as well. The dragon, Olean, had been curious about that reason as well. As a result, I found a lake. A lake. Cal was certain that this location was where the water of judgment was located. His face stiffened up after reading what was written after that. That lake was judging the monsters. Judging the monsters. He recalled how the owner had been obsessed with fighting. It judged humans as well. How did the lake judge the monsters and humans? What was the criteria of the lake? And how did it do it? He was full of questions. It was hard to imagine what could have happened. It was an arrogant power. However, there must be a reason that nature left behind such a power. I created a barrier around the area in order to prevent any further damage, and then left the lake alone. Cal recalled the bandit leader he had looted in Mount Lib. He had indicated that there were still monsters around Liban City, but that the number had decreased, allowing mercenaries and merchants to be active in the area. To be honest, I don't want to call that place a lake. Cal slowly read the information that was written in the back. He'd rather call it an arrogant power that resembles a god. Resembles a god. Did it resemble the god of war? Cal felt as if he had a headache. He had already needed to use his shield, the pillar of water, and even the stone spears. So if, and really just if, he ever had to use this power after gaining it, just thinking about it is terrible. Then forget a slacker life. He would need to figure out a way to lay low and live in seclusion. But it wasn't like he could easily find any other water-type ancient powers in the next 3 days. Iruhaben, who did not know about what Cal was thinking, gently consoled him. I think that the barrier around the lake prevented people from seeing it. The coordinates for the barrier are listed here, so we can just teleport there and enter the barrier. Iruhaben then stopped for a moment before he continued to speak in a concerned tone. However, even if I get rid of the barrier for you, you will need to earn the ancient power on your own, as you've done with the others. You need to overcome the trial that the power gives you. Those were all trials. Yes, I see. Cal blankly recalled the trials where he had to deliver bread to the tree, destroy the stone tower, dig underwater in order to free the top, throw money into lava, and finally chew rocks. Cal could not even fathom what kind of extraordinary thing he would have to do this time. However, he was not too worried, as it was still better than fighting and getting bloody. Cal held Rayon back up as he continued to speak. It looks like Liban City is nearby based on the coordinates, so let's stop by there first. Sure, Screech. Hope and adventure loving inn. The people in the inn with quite the long name were still working hard in order to fix up the place before the grand opening. The door to that inn slowly opened. A bandit who was making a tablecloth continued to look at the tablecloth as he shouted in a blunt voice. Hey, ditching will result in one glove. Why do you even try when you know you'll get caught? Unless you run fast enough to make the dust fly up. No, there is no dust here. Do you wish to be the dust of the world? No. Then shut up, and just do the bandit suddenly stopped. There were 5 bandits in the hall, including him. However, the others were all being too quiet when one of them was running away, and the voice that just responded was very familiar. Plop. The tablecloth in the bandit's hand fell to the ground. The tablecloth fluttered like a butterfly as it fell, and the person who came in picked it up. We can't let it get dirty. Am I right? The bandit could see the person's red hair. It was the person who was scarier than the white glove and the old man. He subconsciously started to speak. That is right, sir. Dust is evil. We must get rid of it. Tablecloths must be completely white. Cal tilted his head to the side after seeing the bandit receiving the tablecloth from him with shaking hands. Why is he acting like this? Why is he so scared? Cal had told the team to make sure that the bandits were well fed and well clothed. It was because he was going to make them be the servers, and Beecrox had followed his orders properly and fed them well. It was just that the kitchen assistant bandit, who had seen the way Beecrox used his kitchen knife, had told the others about it, making them all scared to the point that they couldn't tell whether the food was going into their noses or mouths. Cal looked at the 5 bandits who were quietly working with a weird expression before someone suddenly started to speak from behind him. "You're here, young Masternim. You returned earlier than I expected. Agu, so scary." Cal was shocked at Ran, who approached without making any noises before signaling him with his eyes to say let's go to the second floor. Cal headed to the second floor with Ran as Iruhaben following behind them. Beecrox came out of the kitchen to follow them as well. There were some footsteps coming to greet Cal when he got to the second floor. "You're here. You came back fast. I wanted to see you. Looks like our youngest is sleeping." On and Hung were excited as they came to greet Cal. However, their expressions changed once Cal went into one of the rooms and opened up the blankets in order to lay Rayan down on the bed. Mio, Mio. On and Hung must have been shocked as they meowed like cats instead of speaking like humans before curling up next to either side of Rayan. Cal informed the group of Rayan's current situation. He's in his first growth phase. Rayan is fighting against himself right now. His eyes are closed, but he can hear everything that we are saying. On and Hung stopped meowing like cats once they heard that. Then they started to mumble while still remaining by Rayan's side. Beast people are said to be in pain during their first berserk transformation as well. We can't have our youngest being in pain. Our youngest is great and mighty, even without growing up. Cal watched On and Hung say all of that while sticking next to Rayan before turning his head. He could see Ran and Beecrox's expressions. The two of them had vicious occupations, but were also very emotional people. Cal left the children, averaging 9 years old, with Iruhaben before heading out of the room. He signaled Ran with his eyes to follow him. Click. The door opened and closed. Cal and Ran made eye contact in the empty hallway. "Young Masternim, is something wrong? I'm guessing that the war is not over yet. He really is like a ghost." Cal knew that the sharp Ran would understand that something was weird. That was why he had called him out separately. Ran. Yes, young Masternim. He was a scary old man, but in some aspects, he was his most trustworthy person. Cal was not very worried because he thought that this situation was quite hopeful right now. He had a feeling that things would work out. His instincts that he had developed over the years were telling him that he would not die. However, you always had to prepare for the worst. Cal had told Crown Prince Alberu the truth. Although he didn't know whether Alberu would tell the others about his situation, they were currently in the middle of a war. There was no way to tell what might happen. He needed to prepare for the others in the group learning about his situation, as well as if the war suddenly turned for the worse. Cal did not hesitate to pick Ran Marlin as one of those people to help him prepare for the worst possible scenario. Although he was not the eldest in their group, he was the eldest human, as well as someone who knew how to guide the rest of their group. He was the first person Kim Rak Su saw when he opened his eyes in this world, as well as the person he had spent the most time with since entering this world. That was why Cal calmly informed Ran about his current condition. 3 days, no, 2 days and 8 hours. What are you counting down? Ran could see Cal starting to smile. His calm voice filled the hallway. That's the remaining time for the bomb inside my body. Ran's cold eyes shook for a moment. However, Ran could see that Cal's pupils did not shake at all. That calm gaze made Ran calm down as well. Cal continued to speak without any hesitation. "I will come back after removing the bomb." Cal asked Ran for a favor. "That is why I need you to take care of business as usual, please. As usual. As if nothing had happened." Ron hesitated in front of Cal for the first time before closing his eyes. Cal, who was waiting for a response, heard the super rock's voice in his head. Are you trying to become stronger? No, I don't want to do that at all. It was the moment Cal was about to oppose the statement. He heard someone else start to speak in his mind. Are you good at cussing? What? It was a familiar voice. It was the voice of the money-crazed owner of the fiery thunderbolt. He was suddenly speaking. He was the one who had created that sea of fire that Cal believed the water of judgment had put out. The parchment paper inside the ancient dragon Olean's diary had something written about the fiery thunderbolt as well. I will go cause trouble just like the fiery thunderbolt cheapskate. Just watch. The owner of the water of judgment and the fire of destruction seemed to be pretty close to each other. The fiery thunderbolt continued to speak. The first hit has to be a straight. To defeat him, cussing at the start is the best. Cal brushed his eyes with his hands. Or try to convince him that you will cause trouble, then he might follow you. He wrote his letter of resignation with me. He wrote that crazy letter of resignation together. That is why I know him a bit. We developed a bond while fighting after realizing that we both have similar values. It was easier to talk to him than that stuffy old man world tree. These crazy owners of ancient powers. None of them are normal. Young Masternim. Ha! Life is so hard, Ron. Ron's face that usually had a benign smile or a cold gaze had a new expression after seeing Cal sincerely looking tired. Cal did not manage to see that expression as he had to deal with the cheapskate fire that had suddenly popped out. I will help you. By the way, do you have some money? Don't you want to strengthen the fiery thunderbolt? Aren't you curious about the strength of the fiery thunderbolt that could burn up the entire northern region of the western continent? Don't you want to have the fire that made even old man world tree faint? Absolutely not. He did not want to get the cheapskate's help at all. So hard. Ron's face ended up in a frown after hearing Cal's mumblings. Chapter 253. 3 days. 4. Cal flinched after seeing the frown on Ron's face. Ron quickly got rid of the frown before he returned to his usual benign smile after seeing Cal flinch. Is it that difficult? Cal urgently started to speak after seeing the assassin's face change so quickly. No, it's all right. It's just a little difficult. That was the truth. It was a little difficult. Can't you throw me some money like you did last time? Think about it. It's possible now because your plate is bigger. It was a little difficult because of this loud, fiery thunderbolt. The voice that suddenly popped out had a lot to say. Of course, the rambling soon stopped. The fiery thunderbolt stopped talking after telling Cal to think about it. Although I do want to throw money around like I did last time. He thought about how he threw a ton of money into the lava. Cal was happy at that time. He should have a lot of dirty money once he takes over the eastern continent's Liban city's underworld. Should I use that money? Cal was starting to get a bit excited. It was quite fun to throw money around, especially when it wasn't his money and instead was money he took from bad guys. Cal's expression turned calm, almost as if he had never been frowning in the first place. The corners of Ron's wrinkled eyes started to shake after seeing the change in Cal's expression. It was just the slightest of movements that nobody else would have noticed, but Ron was definitely agitated. 20 years old. This puppy young master of his was only 20 years old. Even if he was born a noble and had a strong sense of responsibility, 20 was an age where you should be running around large fields and trying to do what you dreamt of doing as a kid. Beacrox Marlin. Ron thought about his son. He had escaped the eastern continent and run away to the Hennitus territory in the western continent when his son was only about 10 years old. During that time, Beacrox could not do a lot of the things that children would normally do and thus had to quickly mature and grow up. But a youngster who was speaking as if he was older and had spent more time living than his son, who had lived such a life, was in front of him right now. It's all right. It's just a little difficult. As someone who has lived a long time, Ron could feel the weight of those words. The balm inside Cal's body could only be talking about the ancient powers. Ron had heard about the issue inside Cal's body when they had first gone to Aruhaben's lair. He was certain that it was related to that. Ron remembered how Cal had given him a new arm and taken his revenge for him. As you wish, young Master Nim. Cal had asked Ron for a favor. As usual, please. Ron gently responded to Cal while thinking about that. I will act like my usual self. Yes, that's all you need to do. Cal felt as if Ran's words were oddly vicious, however. He still nodded his head after hearing that Ran would do as he wished. The next day, Cal prepared to leave early in the morning. Even with the vitality of the heart, he still needed to sleep 3 to 4 hours a day. Furthermore, Cal chose to sleep in order to help relieve some of the stress and fatigue he had gained during the battle. However, he could not help but be shocked at what he saw as soon as he woke up. What is going on right now? Cal saw Ran, who was handing him a cup of honey lemon tea as usual, and took the cup from him. The bitter taste woke Cal right up. Ran started to smile. Iruheben Nim told me that Rayan Nim needs to go with you. Without knowing when the growth phase might end, Rayan was the safest around Iruheben. Although he didn't like that he needed to carry around a sick child without letting him rest, Iruheben said that it wouldn't be a burden at all. In fact, Rayan thinking that he was not safe and relaxed was the worst thing to have right now, so being next to Cal and Aruhaben was for the best. That was why they would take him with them. Of course, On and Hung would stay here. It would be bad if the two children went with them and figured out about Cal's situation. Even if Cal was someone who didn't care about other people's emotions, he didn't want to do that to children. He already didn't like the fact that Rayan knew about what was going on. That was why he put down the disappointed On and Hung. However, something larger stuck to him once he got rid of the two of them. That is why I brought an errand boy for you. He is used to cooking and all other aspects of service, so he should be useful to have around. Father, I am not an errand boy. Beecrox answered disgruntledly as he stood in front of Cal. He was his usual spotless self, but he had a larger carrier that looked like a baby sash but much larger. Cal looked at that carrier and then looked at Beecrox and Ran. He then shared his honest sentiments. Ran, you really are good at what you do. I just did what is expected of me, young Master Nim. Beecrox started to frown. However, he pretended not to hear his father and his young master speaking as he picked up the limp Rayan and put him in the carrier. He recalled the conversation he had with his father. Escort the young Master Nim. Did something happen? His father had answered like this to that question. You're the only one I can rely on since I cannot go myself. He was able to realize that his father could not tell him the real reason and that something serious was about to happen after hearing that response. That was why he put Rayan into the carrier and looked toward Cal, who stood up and started to speak. Let's go, Russell. Cal listened to the sound of branches breaking under his feet as he looked around. Liban City had the inn. Mount Lieb had the stone pillar. There was a large forest in the middle of these two areas. Cal looked at Beecrox and Rayan in the carrier before looking at Iruhaben. The name of this forest is the Grey Eye Forest. Grey Eye. The name alone was giving off an aura of mystery. Iruhaben explained to Cal, Beecrox, and Rayan about this place. It was not what he had read in the ancient dragon's diary, but public knowledge about the forest. They've been calling it that for a while, but nobody knows the reason behind the name. Although there are still monsters in every region around Liban City, there are no monsters in this Grey Eye Forest. Cal absorbed the scenery in front of him. It seemed to be a completely normal forest. It was even giving off the typical sounds you would hear from a forest. Since there are no monsters, mercenaries and merchants have no reason to come here. There are just a few people who come in during spring in order to pick some fruits. Have any of them gone missing? The water of judgment was said to judge both humans and monsters. No, there were no more dead monsters, nor missing people, thanks to the dead ancient dragon's barrier. Iruhaben looked toward the calm Cal and started to smile. Contrary to his voice, Cal's situation was not very good. Cal Henitus, I don't think you're in a situation to be so calm. Crackle, crackle, there was red lightning flowing through the tip of Cal's fingers. The fiery thunderbolt roamed around for a bit before starting to become brighter. Boom, 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 the vitality of the heart was responding more than anything else. It was beating crazily, as if it had found a way to maintain his body and keep him alive. Cal slowly started to smile. His gaze was headed near Iruhaben. Iruhaben Nim, why do you ask such a question after you've already finished all of your preparations? There was white gold smoke around Iruhaben right now. He chuckled at Cal's question before he stomped on the ground. The barrier. He could feel the traces of Olean, the dead ancient dragon, the center of the Grey Eye Forest. The scent of fresh trees was rising up from that area. Iruhaben headed toward that scent. Follow me. Cal watched Iruhaben start to move before activating the sound of the wind. At the same time, he looked toward Beacrox, who sighed before starting to run. I am very good at following people. He had learned how to run when he had followed his father and escaped from the eastern continent to the western continent as a child. It was not very hard just running while looking at his father's back. Cal watched as Beacrox rushed past him before kicking off the ground as well. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Cal could hear the sound of the leaves rustling in the wind, as well as sound of the branches hitting his sleeves. However, the beating of his heart was the clearest thing he could feel right now. He had an odd feeling at that moment. Not good. He was currently using the sound of the wind with the fiery thunderbolt crackling in his hand. Cal felt something different than his usual hunger and blood coughing. He felt woozy. It felt as if his insides were being swept up by waves. Cal could now feel his insides that were not being protected by the super rock like his indestructible skin. Although his plate had gotten bigger, that plate was still too weak. A larger glass plate was still made of glass. Boom, boom, boom. The vitality of the heart made its presence known to the point that Cal could feel how destroyed his insides were. At that moment, Cal raised his head after hearing a loud noise. Bang! White gold mana became an arrow that shot forward. It looked as if the arrows were flying toward a normal part of the forest. However, it was the moment those arrows hit that normal forest. Bang! Green branches appeared and started to attack them. Ha! He always did have an odd taste. Iruhaben laughed as the disgusting green branches suddenly appeared and charged toward them. However, he did not stop walking. In fact, he started to walk faster as he continued to send mana arrows out. We will pierce right through them. Cal followed behind the ancient dragon who showed no hesitation. Bang! The branches exploded into dust every time a mana arrow hit them. He heard Iruhaben's voice at that moment. A dragon does not necessarily need to have a natural attribute. It could just be an abstract element or something completely unique as well. Bang! Boom, boom. The white gold dragon pierced through the barrier as he shared his attribute with the little kid and Cal. People mocked me when I first found out my attribute. The other dragons had laughed at Iruhaben once he had figured out his attribute after his first growth phase. That mocking had continued even after he had become an adult dragon. My attribute was terrible compared to how I look. Iruhaben, who was more handsome than most dragons, had no choice but to be mocked because of his attribute. There were a lot of dragon children with terrible personalities. Cal looked toward Iruhaben's back. He could not tell what attribute made up this white gold color. Bang! The moment Cal watched another branch explode, he could hear Iruhaben's voice. Dust or powder. Cal's eyes watched as the branches crashed into the white gold mana and disappeared like dust. Iruhaben had destroyed the stone pillar at the Super Rock Villa by turning it into dust as well. That is my attribute. Iruhaben liked his attribute. Why? And it is a quite wonderful attribute. He did not leave those dragons who mocked him alone. He had fought against them, because my personality was to beat people up until the dust flew off the ground or they turned into dust. He had never lost a battle ever since he became an adult dragon. Even if people point their fingers and laugh at you, your value is determined by how you view yourself, not by them. There was a reason Iruhaben was saying all of this to Cal and Rayan. In nature, and in this world, there is a reason and meaning behind everything that exists. He had heard about the water of judgment from Cal as they were returning to the inn from the dead ancient dragon's lair. He had also read the diary in order to find out that it was an arrogant power that resembled a god. Cal, it is all up to how you choose to accept the will of the ancient power, the water of judgment. Although the name might sound scary, and it was supposedly like a god, it was still a power used by a human in the end. The value of that power would be determined by the thoughts of its owner. Iruhaben turned the final branch into dust before he went into the barrier. Cal, who had walked up next to him at some point, started to speak as they entered the barrier. Thank you for your advice. Iruhaben smiled before it quickly disappeared. Tap. Iruhaben winced the moment his foot touched the ground. This, needles. He felt something that felt as if numerous needles were poking at his skin. He could see the lake at the same time. Cal's calm voice reached his ears at that moment. I see why they call it the Grey Eye Forest. A lake in the shape of a human eye was in front of them. The color of the water in that lake was grey. Cal saw Beacrox stepping behind Iruhaben. It was as if his instincts were telling him to go hide behind the strongest person with Rayan on his back. I have never seen such a strong ancient power before. Ruhaben felt as if he could understand why it was called an arrogant power, a violent feeling of needles stabbing at your skin. Are you okay? Iruhaben asked Beacrox, who was behind him, and Beacrox shook his head. The ancient dragon immediately created a shield for him. Beacrox looked much better once the shield was created. He was at a loss for words the moment he saw the lake. He had this eerie feeling that someone had tied him up and was observing him. It was a terrible feeling. It was a disgusting feeling. It was a power that he did not want to be near nor even see. Beacrox gulped and looked away from the lake. Twitch. He lowered his head at that moment. He had felt movement from inside the carrier just now. Beacrox had lowered his head to see if Rayan had woken up, however, Rayan was still limp. Beacrox observed Rayan for a while before hugging the carrier. He thought he had made a mistake. However, the sensitive dragon who could not see nor speak could still hear and feel. He felt the eerie feeling as well. Rayan understood Cal's situation and that he would go on to win this power. The black dragon's heart started to beat wilder than ever before. Iruhaben did not know about this as he looked toward Cal and asked, I haven't felt something so violent in a long time. Should I create a shield for you? It will probably be difficult. Even with your shield, he could not finish his sentence. Boom, the ground started to shake. Cal heard the fiery thunderbolt's voice again. Wow, damn it. I knew he was a cool guy. He's taking the initiative just like I taught him to do. What? Cal turned his head without being able to respond to the voice after feeling the vibration traveling up his legs. The lake was shooting up into the sky. Chhhhhhhhhh, the grey water turned into a large spear. Dot, 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 it looks ready to attack at any moment. You don't just earn ancient powers with weird methods. Cal started to frown. The ground was still shaking, while the spear that shot up from the lake was starting to become sharper. Chhhhhhhhh. The tip of that spear was directed right at Cal. In order to earn an ancient power, the person who wishes to take the power must tackle it on their own. Do I need to fight? Do I need to win against that spear? Didn't they say I just need to cuss, land the first hit, and convince him to cause trouble with me? He shouldn't have believed these crazy ancient powers. Cal had a disgusted frown on his face. It was at that moment. Ah! Beacrox groaned from inside the shield. The violent aura was giving him a migraine. Iruhaben created another shield layer around him before he looked toward Cal. He had not expected something like this either. I've never felt such a violent and aggressive ancient power before. Will you be okay? Can you do it? The ancient dragon who was asking with concern flinched. A violent aura. Cal sounded confused. Iruhaben could see that Cal was frowning, but did not seem to be in pain. You can't feel anything. You don't sense anything in this area. No, sir. It is just so-so. I just feel like it would hurt if I was pierced by that spear. Iruhaben was at a loss for words. He doesn't feel anything. It's strong enough to even make an ancient dragon like me hesitate. He could understand why the ancient dragon Olean chose to put a barrier around this area. Cal really was fine. However, he could tell that something was odd based on Iruhaben and Beacrox's reactions. Boom! The ground shook once again. To be more specific, the lake was rumbling, making the aftershocks reach Cal. Chhhhhh, the tip of the grey spear pointed toward Cal. It was as if it was asking for a fight. That thought would end up being correct. He could hear the voice of the fiery thunderbolt. Looks like we need to fight first. He's a guy who really likes to fight. Did he choose his trial to be a fight as well? Cal started to frown. Duck. I need to fight when I'm already feeling woozy. It was the moment Cal let out a sigh. The grey spear started to move. Shhhhhh, Iruhaben flinched after seeing the incoming spear. Should I help Cal? But he won't be able to get the ancient power if I do that. The ancient dragon started to frown as he took a step toward Cal. However, he did not take any more steps after that. He could see Cal's face. He was smiling. Shhhhhh. Cal could see the grey spear flying toward him. He could hear the fiery thunderbolt's voice at the same time. He could not help but laugh after hearing what it had to say. He could never win against any of us. The fire of destruction recalled a memory from a long time ago. We drew many times. A repressed power cannot defeat a free power. It was one thing if it repressed itself. However, a power that was repressed by another entity would not be able to win against a power that has the option to make its own decisions. The fiery thunderbolt thought about two existences that had freely made their own goals and responsibilities, unlike the water of judgment. He always lost to the glutton and the stubborn super rock. The glutton and the stubborn one, wood and earth, the indestructible shield and the scary giant cobblestone. The repressed power had never won against them. Furthermore, the Dominator dominates over the Judge as well. Cal recalled the small amount of the dominating water he still had in his possession. Boom! He could feel the ground shake once again. At the same time, he saw a silver shield opening up toward the spear. The trial to earn an ancient power. Cal still had powers that would allow him to overcome this wall. Chapter 254. Eat up one barang. The spear clashed against the shield. Ah! Cal grabbed his stomach. He felt woozy. It felt as if his insides would turn over. It was different than the feeling he felt every so often when he used the vitality of the heart. The glass plate that had become as weak as possible was causing Cal pain. Damn it! Red blood. A drop of blood dripped from Cal's mouth to his chin and then onto the ground. The color of that drop of blood was red. It was different than the black, dead blood that usually came out. The fishy smell of blood started to fill the area around the lake that looked like a gray eye. Squirm, squirm. Beacrox saw it this time. The black dragon's front paws were moving. The front paws were shaking and visibly moving, little by little. The fishy smell of blood was making the young black dragon's heart beat even faster. Thump, thump. He was sure that it was Cal's blood. Rayan wanted to hurry up and open his eyes in order to see what was going on. However, the young dragon was looking at a different world right now. The young dragon had to move around in his dreams since his first growth phase started. No, he needed to face a trial that imitated a dream. His instincts were telling him that he needed to pass this trial in order to fight alongside Cal. However, it was hard to overcome quickly. Rayan looked over his body. Short front paws, short body, and tiny wings. All of them were full of injuries. He was fighting without resting, however. He could not use mana nor magic in this dream. A dragon who had not gone through its first growth phase and could not use magic was extremely weak. Rayan looked down under his feet. He had seen this ever since the dreamlike trial had started. The young dragon could see people grabbing onto his ankles. Cal, On, and Hang, Goldie Gramps, Choi Han, Rosalind, Ran, Lark, Mary, Beacrox, etc. Too many people were holding onto Rayan's ankles. Rayan had to fight with these people holding onto him. He could see a dragon in the sky when he looked up. It was a large dragon that was incomparable to his short self. Although most adult dragons were 20 meters in length, this large dragon was close to 30 meters in length. The dragon was black in color while its eyes were dark blue. Rayan's instincts were telling him something. That dragon is me. That dragon is me as an adult. It was a dragon that was flying alone freely in the sky without anybody holding onto its ankles. I need to fight and win against that dragon. His instincts as a dragon were telling him that defeating his future self was the only way to overcome this trial. That was why Rayan was fighting against this large black dragon. However, he did not have a chance of victory. He was too weak to win against a strong dragon. However, Rayan could not just choose to give up even though he knew that this was the case. It was because he could hear and smell what was going on in the real world. Duck. He could hear his weak human's voice in the world outside of this trial. It was the way he talked whenever he was frustrated or annoyed. Rayan lowered his head. It was not the voice of the person grabbing onto his ankles in this trial, but the voice of his human in the real world. The human had said that he only had 3 days. This smell of blood is our human's smell. I need to save him. Rayan flew back up into the sky. It was extremely difficult to fly because of the people holding onto his ankles. However, he did not stop flapping his wings. It was because he did not despise the people holding onto his ankles. Rayan charged once more toward the large black dragon that was looking down at him. Rayan was not scared. He was just afraid that he would be too late to return to reality. The person who was dealing with things in the real world that Rayan was desperate to get back to could not help but swear. Ah, mother ducker. Cal's expression looked as terrible as possible as he coughed up blood and continued to swear. His insides were rumbling and felt as if they would flip over. Furthermore, he was going nuts after seeing all of the red blood that he was continuing to cough up. Barang, the grey water spear, and the silver shield crashed together once again. Although there was a loud noise, The silver shield was fine and did not even shake a little. The problem was that the water spear that was aiming for Cal was fine as well. CHHHHHHHH. The shape of the spear broke down right after slamming into the shield, however. It quickly returned its form and shot toward Cal once again. Bang, bang, bang. The silver shield and water spear continued to slam into each other as if they wanted to gulp the other up. Cal wiped the blood away from his mouth as he glared at the grey water spear. His body's plate had reached its limit. His insides were roaring in ways that were incomparable to the wooziness he felt when he was using the sound of the wind to travel. That was why he could not use the indestructible shield nor the scary giant cobblestone as much as he wanted to. He always lost to the glutton and the stubborn super rock. That was what the fire of destruction had told him. However, the opportunity to fully use those powers was not available for him. However, Cal's eyes were calmly looking at the lake and the water spear. One chance. He could only use the super rock once with the shield activated. One chance. Cal repeated that to himself as he blocked the water spear with the shield again. Bang! Loud noises echoed throughout the area once again. The ancient dragon Iruhaben started to frown while watching the fight. The water of judgment. It was cold and ruthless. He felt an unbelievable power coming from the water spear. It was a power that seemed ready to execute a sinner immediately. Something is weird. Something truly was weird. The ancient powers that Iruhaben knew about were all lacking to be the main source of power. However, some of the ancient powers that this unlucky Cal Henitus had in his possession were as strong as, if not stronger, the most strong individual strength. This. Iruhaben started to frown. He could feel Cal Henitus's rumbling insides. His plate was about to break. This ancient power was said to be an arrogant power that was almost like a god. But Cal Henitus's current condition was not at his best to be able to win against such an ancient power. Can he win? Was it even possible with his current condition? It was difficult even for this wise ancient dragon to determine. However, there was something that he did know. It is difficult using standard methods. The ancient dragon Iruhaben's eyes opened wide at that moment. Ooh, the lake rumbled once more. The ancient dragon touched his arm. He was getting the chills. Iruhaben heard Cal's voice at that moment. This is driving me nuts. They're all crazy, all lunatics. Damn it. Cal could not hold back from shouting. CHHHHHHHHH. Something was coming up from the bottom of the lake. There were chains made out of water. Chains were shooting up from the bottom of the lake as if they were ready to shackle the hands and feet of the sinner. A water spear and now chains. Cal started to frown. He felt frustrated. They were quiet. Those loud voices of the ancient powers were all being quiet. Now that he thought about it, the other voices of the ancient powers all went quiet whenever he was trying to earn another power. CHHHHHH, CHHHHHHHH, multiple chains shot up from the water. They then clanked as they stuck to the water spear. They looked as if they were going to attack Cal alongside the water spear. Damn it, for being the water of judgment, it uses some weird shoot. It was when Cal subconsciously voiced his frustration. It's not me, it was the voice of a woman. A clear voice that seemed to be echoing inside a cave filled Cal's mind. It was the water of judgment. He was sure of it. He always heard the voice of the owner of the ancient power whenever he was about to finish the trials. No, this isn't me. Ah, Cal put his hand up to his ears. The calm voice in his mind suddenly turned into a screech. CHHHHHH, CHHHHH. At the same time, the chains and the spear combined together in order to become an extremely large spear. Furthermore, the surface of the lake started to tremble. This isn't my power. This is not me. I am not a judge, not a judge. Cal's gaze quickly changed. I am. I. That was all the ancient power kept saying. That voice was giving him a headache. That was why he subconsciously commented, "Then who are you? If you are not the water of judgment, then who are you? Everybody calls you the water of judgment." It was at that moment. He heard a quiet voice. "I am someone who does not have freedom." Screech, screech, the odd noise made Cal lift his head up. The large water spear surrounded by chains was aiming at Cal. Just looking at it made it hard to breathe. The ancient dragon who was watching this said what came to his mind. "You are chained down by a god." "I am chained." Cal could hear the owner of the ancient power in his mind. She was chained by a god using shackles called responsibility and duty. She had to be repressed by an identity that she was not born with. She was chained the moment that she was born, and then that guard gave her a name as soon as he found her. Then he gave her to the people. I wished to get out of them. I escaped and ran away to the corner of the eastern continent. However, I had already forgotten about who I truly was. Free me. It wanted to return to its original identity. The power that a guard cherished, but had no choice but to chain down, wanted to be used freely at least once. The guard gave me the name of the Water of Judgment. However, I have a name that I gave myself, a name that she gave herself. She wanted to use that name. Ancient powers always give themselves names. I lost the chance to give myself a name. I want a new chance to give myself a name. And she found someone who could give me that chance. She could feel the powers of the people who helped her escape to the eastern continent a long time ago. They had helped her write a letter of resignation, caused a fire in order to create a diversion, and then defended against the white snakes with a shield. They also gave her a ride on the wind to help her move, and finally gave her a body that was as strong as his own boulder. There was also a nice person who consoled her and was her conversation buddy. In the end, they had sacrificed themselves for the world. She could smell their scent. It was coming from this person. I am not a judge. The grey lake started to tremble. Water is something that naturally flows from top to bottom. The laws of nature indicated that water would flow from top to bottom. That was how it was meant to be. However, she was someone who went against the laws of nature. That was why a guard cherished her, but had to chain her down, forcing her to be with the humans. The owner of the ancient power had only said the name she gave herself once she arrived at the eastern continent and had earned her freedom. I am the retrogressive water. Retrogressive, the one who defies the laws of nature. Her voice in Cal's mind slowly became quieter. The voice that sounded as if it was in a cave far away started to disappear. However, he could still clearly hear it. He could hear her last words. I am the sky eating water. It was the first name she gave for herself after throwing away the name of the Water of Judgment. The sky eating water. Screech, screech. Cal lifted his head up. The chains turned the tip of the water spear toward Cal once her voice disappeared. Dot, 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 it is the traces of a guard. Nobody could hear what Aruhaben just said. It was because the water ate up the noise. Chhhhhhhhhh, a large grey spear was shot toward Cal. At the same time, the chains shot out while trying to tie Cal's limbs down. No, this is not okay. He can't do it. Iruhaben felt a power that went against the laws of nature in the chains and water spear. This was something that Cal could not handle. Cal Henitus. Iruhaben had no choice but to shoot some white gold mana toward Cal and start to run toward him. However, Iruhaben could not stand next to Cal. Chhhhhhhhh. Cal smiled while looking at the chains and water spear that were heading toward him, the retrogressive water. He liked this name quite a bit. It was much better than the Water of Judgment. Cal could not hear the voices of the owners of the ancient powers. However, he could feel the other ancient powers making their presences known around his body. Cal looked directly at the water spear and started to speak. Then I will go in reverse as well. Cal's body shot forward. The sound of the wind became Cal's feet. Cal turned his head and smiled toward his group. They seemed to be anxious. Cal's feet left the ground. His feet were walking where he should not be able to walk, as if he was water that was aiming for the sky that it could not reach. The results of that soon reached Cal's ears. Chhhhhhhh, the grey eye lake. Cal jumped into the lake. He was certain the water could not touch him. Cal chose to sink into the lake. Chapter 255. Eat up too. Chhhhhhhh. Cal's body started to sink to the bottom of the lake. It was difficult to see clearly, as if the inside of the lake was filled with fog. Only the red blood dripping out of Cal's mouth followed the flow of water and added color to the lake. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's body started to shake. The lake was rumbling. It was rumbling in rhythm, as if it was someone's heartbeat. Cal's head was shaking with the rumbling as the voice that had disappeared came back. I was born a slave. The voice echoed throughout the lake, the water of judgment. No, the voice of the sky-eating water returned. I don't know who my parents are, since the only thing I remember are the chains around my ankles. But one day, a guard came to find me. My first memory was about the chains around my ankle. A guard came to visit the woman who had heard thousands of times that her roots were that of a slave. He told me I had talents before he freed me from slavery. He told me that I had talents that could be used for the world. That was how the guard destroyed my first chains. However, he placed a new chain on me instead. The name of that chain was called the Water of Judgment. This second chain was not on my ankles, but on my heart. People revered me for having the attention of a guard and trusted that I would take care of their problems. However, there were some people who wanted to use me instead, and they were the ones that put chains back on my ankles. It was the moment a third chain was about to be placed on her. I ran away. It was the only time in her life that she was happy. She was out of breath running away, however, she was happy. I met some people who were willing to help me and ran away to the eastern continent. However, I ran away alone. The people who had helped her escape had chosen to place chains over their own ankles and remain on the western continent. They said that they had something to do. All of them had said that they had something to do and remained in that land to fight. That was how she had run away. That was how she had become free. Boom, boom, boom. The inside of the lake started to rumble faster. At the same time, Cal's body started to shake intensely as if he had been caught in a current. And inside that fog-like lake, shara, something was cutting through the fog and approaching Cal. Claring, they were the chains. The half-transparent chains made out of water shot up from the bottom of the lake and rushed toward Cal at a fast speed. He heard her voice at that moment. She sounded as if she was laughing. But I didn't know how to live a free life. I had never lived like that before. I was free, but I didn't know how to live a free life. The rumbling inside the lake became stronger. The chains were not affected by the rumbling as they continued to approach Cal. CHHHHHHHHHHHH. The chains that arrived quickly started to tie Cal's limbs down as he tried to regain his bearings. Cal started to frown. Clang, clang. The chains tied up Cal's limbs and started to pull him down to the bottom of the lake. They were pulling him to the bottom as if they wanted to never let him leave again. The lake shook violently at that moment. Boom, Cal let out a breath. Ah! The chains shook a bit. The lake started to move even more violently. Cal's body was shaking, while the firm chains finally started to shake wildly as well. Boom, boom. The rumbling became even stronger. In the end, even the chains ended up being swept up by the current. Run away. The woman's voice filled Cal's mind. Her voice started to sound far away as if she headed back into the deep part of a cave. He could hear her faint voice. I cannot rule over these chains. It was at that moment. Cal started to smile. The reason he was able to last this long in the water started to reveal itself. Ooh-wang, a blue light started to come out of his neck. It was a pure blue color that could not be seen in this fog-like lake. It was the item that was allowing Cal to be the freest inside the water. The dominating water. Cal started to use the small amount of water that he had left. A blue light started to surround his body. Even if it was only a small amount, its nature was that of domination. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The chains that had tied up his limbs started to break apart. Cal gently brushed the rest of the chains away from his body. Is that a power of domination? Cal tilted his neck to stretch as the woman spoke in his mind. His pupils were not as cloudy as the fog inside the lake. His pupils that had a purpose were clear. Why would I run away? Cal would not run from a battle that he could win. His body quickly headed toward the bottom of the lake. He was not sinking because of the chains nor any other foreign powers. Cal's goal was at the bottom. His body continued to sink to the deepest part of the lake. There was no way for the others outside the lake to know about this. This was especially the case for Beecrox, who could not detect anything in this needle-like area. However, he could see that the water spear suddenly stopped moving and that the chains suddenly sank into the lake. The chains looked as if they were moving in order to look for Cal. SHHHHHHH. The chains were moving while making those eerie noises. Beecrox's feet were twitching as if they were ready to run toward the lake. However, he did not move. He recalled Cal's face as he jumped into the lake. Cal was smiling when he jumped in. His face showed no signs of fear, as if he was telling them not to worry about him. The Cal that Beecrox knew would not do something that didn't have a chance of success, as he always calmly assessed the situation. There must be a reason for such a person to jump into the lake. I guess I need to wait. It was the moment he was thinking that he just needed to wait. Beecrox wondered if he may have thought wrong after seeing the expression on Eruhaben's face. Eruhaben did not say anything. He just continued to frown while looking at the lake. It could not be helped. Cal Henitus had jumped into the lake as if he had a plan. Knowing the usual Cal, he should not be worried at all. However, something was odd. I can't feel him. He could not feel Cal Henitus's aura from the moment he jumped into the lake. That aura that was full of nature could not be felt at all. His aura had disappeared instantly, as if it had been cut off from this world. There was an existence that realized this even faster than Eruhaben. Thump, thump. The black dragon's heart was going wild. The young dragon who was the most sensitive to Cal's existence and aura, so Rayan instantly realized that it had suddenly disappeared. Rayan could hear a lot of noises. That was why he had a decent idea about what was going on. The intelligent dragon suspected that Cal had either jumped into the lake or that something in the lake was preventing him from feeling Cal's aura. However, Cal's absence was too clearly felt by the young dragon. He could not feel Cal's aura at all. Thump, thump. Eruhaben was there, as well as Beacrox. That is why he knew that nothing major would happen to Cal. This was something he knew for sure. However, the look in Rayan's eyes started to change. Little kid, don't worry about Cal. Eruhaben's voice from outside the dream reached Rayan's ears. However, Rayan Muru was not satisfied with such words. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time continued to pass, but he could not feel the human's aura at all. This was the first time something like this had happened. He had never experienced Cal being absent. Rayan Muru raised his head. The trial ground inside of his dreams. The large dragon was still looking down at him. Rayan was thinking that he needed to defeat that dragon in order to wake up from this dream. He needed to get out. He needed to get out of this trial as quickly as possible. What should he do when he was up against such a strong individual? The young dragon who was flapping his wings, even with all of the people hanging on to his ankles, ignored his injuries as he thought about how he could defeat a stronger opponent. In the past, the black dragon had worried about what to do when he met a strong enemy like another dragon. It was at that moment. The black dragon's pupils became cloudy. He recalled a conversation he had with Cal at some point in the Super Rock Villa. It was when he was hiding under the blankets in disappointment after not being able to enter his first growth phase, wondering about what to do if he ever met another dragon and had to fight it. What if I meet a dragon with a terrible personality? Cal had responded like this to his concern. I thought you were smart. I am smart. No, I can't even grow. Cal had given him a very simple answer. Just run away. What? Just run away if you meet a terrible dragon. Escape. Cal had told him to run away if he met a stronger opponent without any hesitation. He continued on to tell him the reason. Staying alive is being great and mighty. Rayan. The black dragon raised his head and looked at the large dragon once again. He had been thinking that he needed to defeat that black dragon in order to overcome this trial. You survived the cave. However, Cal, his human's words filled Rayan's mind at that moment. Staying alive. That is being strong. Rayan could finally see clearly. Instead of the large dragon flying over his head, he could see the sky that was even bigger than that dragon. The sky was so vast that even the large dragon could not fill it up. It was even higher than the 30-meter-long dragon. Over there. It was not his instincts as a dragon, but the experiences that he had had until now that were telling Rayan what to do. The experiences and memories he had made with Cal were showing him a new path. Fighting and defeating that dragon was not the only way to get out of the trial. He just needed to change things up. He just needed to get out of this trial ground. Rayan started to smile. If someone was to see this smile, then they would say it was similar to Cal's smile. The young dragon started to flap his wings again. He had heard that a dragon's growth was a fight against himself. However, Rayan had realized something else. There was no need to fight against himself. The issue was this battlefield that made him have to fight against himself. Many paths became visible once his goal had changed. There was only one path heading toward that strong dragon. However, there were many ways to reach the sky that was even higher than that dragon. His path would be the one that he chooses to walk. The corners of the young dragon's lips continued to go up. A dragon that had grown up alone would not have had anyone to tell them about something like this. Dragons were selfish and violent creatures that were always on the alert and thus preferred to be alone. However, Rayan had learned a lot of things from others. It was not important to win. The black dragon finally found the method that he liked the most. Let's run. That is not cheating. The important thing is for everyone to survive. Rayan Muru. The black dragon suddenly started to become happy. I can see my path. That black dragon is only covering a portion of the sky. He was looking beyond the sky. That's where I need to go. Rayan started to fly. He then pushed the people off of his ankles. These are all fake. That dragon and the people holding onto his ankles were all fake. This battlefield was fake. The real things were elsewhere. Reality, walking the path that he had learned. That path was the true reality. He could see the connections he had made waiting for him at the end of that path. I will save them. Rayan started to fly. I cannot feel our weak human's aura. I need to hurry. He didn't care about his growth phase. He was already strong. If not, then he just needed to do as his human had told him to do. Run away and then come back to strike them in the back. Survive and come back stronger in order to hit them when they least expect it. Then you will win. That's all he needed to do. Rayan continued to fly past the large dragon and past the sky into reality that was beyond it. He gave it his all in order to fly up there. It was hard to do so, but Rayan did not stop, and his flying caused some changes to happen. The mana that he could not use in his dream started to surround Rayan's body. Rayan had recovered his strength that the trial had sealed away from him. However, Rayan Muru did not know about this as he simply continued to fly up, focusing his gaze skyward and nowhere else. Somewhere else at the same time. The person who had been heading down for what seemed like an eternity finally arrived at his destination. Cal could see the bottom of the lake. He lifted his head up. Shara, Shara, the chains moved through the fog-like water in order to reach him. The chains continued to attack him, even though the dominating water was giving off its aura of domination. They seemed as if they would stop, only if they succeeded in chaining up Cal's limbs. They acted as if Cal was a sinner that needed to be judged. They were only aiming for Cal. Run away. The voice was louder than last time. Your aura of domination is getting weaker. Cal's dominating water was decreasing, just as she had mentioned. So run away. The lake rumbled again and changed the directions of the chains. However, Cal did not run away. Why does she keep telling me to run? Cal chuckled and stepped on the ground at the bottom of the lake. He was surrounded by water. It was so foggy that he couldn't properly see in front of him. The water was making his body sway, while he could still hear the chains cutting through the water in an attempt to reach him. However, the bottom of the lake was still the ground. Cal's insides were still churning. He did not want to experience having his insides churn like this ever again. That was why he made up his mind when he saw the lake. Let's flip the inside first. Cal stomped on the ground at the bottom of the lake. Boom, a loud noise that was incomparable to the other noises until now shook the inside of the lake. One chance. Cal could only use the super rock's power once. Cal used that one chance right now. Ooh, the bottom of the lake. Large stone spears started to appear at the bottom of the lake. Cal did not get into fights that he would lose. This was a fight that he was going to win. Chapter 256. Eat up 3. Boom Beacrox flinched because of the rumbling before he steadied himself. He then looked toward the lake. That large lake was rumbling. He was certain that young Master Cal had something to do with it. However, Beacrox could not help but say something else after looking at the lake. Iruhabenim, what is going on? Beacrox has a serious expression on his face as he supported the carrier with both hands. However, his expression was not as serious as Iruhaben's expression. This. The ancient dragon could not help but wipe his eyes with his hands. He was looking at Rayan, who was inside Beacrox's carrier. The ancient dragon's eyes looked concerned as he looked at Rayan. Black mana was slowly rising up from Rayan's body. The mana became thicker before slowly surrounding Rayan's body. Iruhaben could not believe it. You can't use mana when you are going through your first growth phase. The trial ground for the first growth phase. Dragons could not use mana nor magic at that location. Although it looked as if your mana was sealed only in the dream, it was sealed in the real world as well. That was why dragons faced a dangerous situation of the internal battle against itself, as well as external dangers from others, as their bodies could not be protected with mana during the growth phase. That was how it was supposed to be. So how was it that this young dragon was releasing mana right now? This was not normal. This was different than what he had seen until now. Iruhaben had thought that Rayan would either take a really long time or a really short time to finish his first growth phase. However, even if he was quick, he didn't expect it to be this quick. How did the little kid defeat his future adult self so quickly? Iruhaben had no way of knowing what happened. A dragon faces its adult self during its first growth phase. That adult dragon could not use dragon's breath nor magic, and instead could only use its physical strength. However, it was still a scary existence for young dragons who could not use magic. That was why the growth phases were called a battle against themselves. A young dragon's potential was determined based on how long it took to finish the first growth phase, because they knew that the stronger adult dragons took longer to defeat. Of course, there was a way for young dragons to defeat their adult selves. It had to do with the dragon's attribute, the unique attribute that nobody else would have. The young dragons could defeat their future selves once that dormant attribute was activated, and the method and time it took to defeat their future selves were how their plate was determined. However, this little kid was different than everyone else. The ancient dragon's years of experience was telling him something. This little kid is not fighting against his future self right now. What is he fighting against? There was nothing other than your adult self in the trial ground. Just what was this little kid fighting against? Iruhaben could not hide his confusion and concern. However, Rayan was not fighting right now. In fact, he was going against the battlefield and trying to get out of it. He's laughing. Iruhaben could see that the young dragon was smiling, even as more mana and sweat covered Rayan's body and Rayan's fever worsened. The young dragon was not fighting right now. He was currently escaping the trial ground. Iruhaben could see Rayan's lips starting to open and close. It was the sign that he was about to wake up. He was still unconscious, but Iruhaben could hear Rayan mumbling quietly. I, Rayan Muru, am great and mighty. Ha! Iruhaben could not help but laugh. At the same time, his eyes curved into a smile. The reason Rayan was making him worry was because the mana that was sealed was released along with another reason. There was no plate. Forget creating a stronger plate. This young black dragon's plate was slowly disappearing. The plate that he currently had was breaking. That was what Iruhaben was worried about. However, the fact that there was no plate could mean something else. The world is his plate. He was overcoming something. This little dragon was overcoming something right now. The ancient dragon felt something shooting up from the bottom of the lake as he realized what was going on with Rayan. Beakrok's expression was starting to progressively worsen. Cal didn't say anything before jumping into the lake, while Iruhaben wasn't saying anything right now, so he could not help but frown with concern. Furthermore, even if he is a dragon, this little dragon was smiling oddly even though he was in pain. What the hell is going on? Beakrok's expression could not get better. He could not understand any of it, as he was just an average chef and swordsman. It was at that moment. Boom! Beacrox quickly hugged the carrier and steadied himself. A larger rumbling than earlier had shot up from the ground. What is going on in there? It was the moment his eyes headed toward the lake. Chhhhhhhh, the surface of the grey lake split open. Ha ha ha, I'm about to go crazy. Ha ha ha. The ancient dragon was laughing. The lake split open. In fact, the lake split open in multiple locations. Chhhhhhh, stone spears started to shoot out from those split locations. There was someone standing on top of the largest stone spear. Cal Henitus. He was calmly standing on the stone spear while laughing. That was why Iruhaben could not help but laugh. Both the little kid and this unlucky bastard. The people struggling were smiling, so how could he not laugh as the eldest one in their group? Yes, destroy everything. Iruhaben was excited and said something that was fitting for his personality for the first time in a long time. This only made Beakrok's expression become worse, however. Nobody was able to see this. Cal was able to hear Iruhaben's voice clearly. However, he could not see the ancient dragon's face. All he could see was the color gray in front of his eyes. Clang, clang, tens of chains shot out from the lake following the stone spear. They were rushing at Cal as if they needed to capture him. Screech, screech. The chains started to quickly gather together. They continued to gather around the water spear that was already covered in chains, making it larger and larger. Cal was not planning to just watch as it happened. Instead, he was planning on doing as Iruhaben said by destroying everything. Break it. The stone spears started to move. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continued to occur as the stone spears destroyed the chains. Grey water splashed from all directions, wetting Cal in the process. Nothing was visible because of the battle between the water chains and the stone spears. What a mess! Cal looked at the mess in front of him and started to laugh. The broken chains reverted back to the water without being able to return to their previous forms. Chains really were useless after they were broken once. Shara, Shara, Cal looked at the water spear that still had a lot of chains wrapped around it. The water spear pointed its tip at Cal once again. I wish to get out of them. He could hear the voice of the ancient power's owner. Cal made the stone spears start moving. There were many stone spears that were broken as well. Cal did not have the strength to make any more stone spears. He only had one chance as well. Of course, that chance was related to the super rock. Screech, the water spear, looked like a snake made out of chains as the chains screeched around it. You could not even see the original water spear anymore as it was covered in chains. However, Cal could see that the tip of the spear was shaking even as it focused on him. Do you think that it is possible? He could hear the water spear's question. The chain snake soon charged toward Cal. Go. The stone spears followed Cal's command and charged toward the chain snake. There were less than last time, but the tens of stone spears that were shooting toward the chain snake looked like a grand spectacle. Screech the chain snake ignored the stone spears as it charged toward Cal. Chhhhh, chhhhh, Cal could hear the sound of the chain snake moving through the water and the stone spears cutting through the air. Cal, who was standing on the stone spear at the center of the lake, stretched his arm toward the sky the moment that the stone spears slammed into the chain snake. You have to do it properly if you're going to create a mess. Ruyumble, an odd noise came from the sky. A red light came out of Cal's fingertips. He only had one chance to use the super rock. However, he still had many other powers that he could use as well. Crackle, crackle. Red electric currents sparked at the tips of Cal's fingers. The fire of destruction. Fire was weaker than water. No matter how strong a fire was, it would still extinguish once it went up against enough water. But something happens after that. The water turns into vapor. The chain snake opened up its mouth and revealed the hidden tip of the water spear toward Cal. The spear tip was shaking because it was trying to avoid this confrontation if possible. Ruyumble, the sky stopped roaring. At the same time, a red thunderbolt shot down from the sky. The stone spears and the chain snake slammed into each other at that moment. Boom! An extremely loud explosion filled the area. Ah! Cal curled up. The silver shield and its wings surrounded him. However, it could not block all of the aftershocks of the explosion. Cal felt as if everything around him was flipping over. He could not even open his eyes to look around himself. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to hear the stone spears break down. Cal coughed up blood each time that happened. I am at my limit. He really was out of strength. He could not do anything else. He only had a tiny amount of dominating water left, while the indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart were barely holding on as well. None of the ancient power owners were saying anything, but his instincts were telling him that they had reached their limits as well. That was why Cal curled up. He made it so that the shield could be as small as possible as he slowly breathed out. However, his senses were waiting for something to happen. Cal started to smile. He could hear it. This was what he was waiting for. Cal opened his eyes. He could see a rock turning into dust. He could also see white smoke. No, this was the water vapor. The fire had changed the water. The fire of destruction had gobbled up the chain snake that was destroyed by the stone spears. Ah, a screech came out of the lake. This disgusting screech filled the lake once the chains disappeared. However, Cal smiled at that screech as he stood back up. The screech was just the cries of a loser. He looked terrible as his body was completely drenched. However, Cal's eyes were looking at something shining for the first time in a while. It was at the location where the grey chains had become vapor and disappeared. It was the location that the cries of the chains filled the lake. The thing that the stone spear and the fiery thunderbolt did not destroy nor gobble up could be seen. The water spear. The spear made of water was slowly changing shape. The dirty grey color disappeared as it turned into a shockingly transparent and beautiful color. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh dramatic voice. I am. The lake started to rumble with the water spear at the center. The water was moving. The water that was glowing transparently approached the water spear. The body of the water spear continued to get bigger. It looked beautiful in the process. That beautiful spear had found its target. A woman's energetic voice could be heard in Cal's mind. I am the sky eating water. The ground rumbled one more time. At the same time, the spear started to fly toward its target. The sky. The spear that was swirling with water shot up toward the sky. Cal felt as if he was looking at a dragon ascending into the sky like he had read about in old stories. However, the spear suddenly stopped in the middle. The woman started to speak. Isn't my name cool? The sky eating water. Cal calmly and honestly replied. Compared to the scary giant cobblestone or the fire of destruction, so, it was actually a pretty cool name. Are you good at cussing? Cal started to frown. However, Cal answered honestly. Quite good. He hadn't cussed any time lately, but he had never heard that he couldn't cuss. Do you fight a lot? Cal answered honestly once more. I don't think I do, but I seem to be fighting whenever I look around. It's quite terrible. Cal started to frown, but the woman was laughing. Sounds ducking fun. She really is not normal. She seemed to return to her original way of speaking. It was the moment that Cal brushed the side of his eyes with his shaking hands. Drip, drip. It started to rain. Cal lifted his head up. It was only raining on top of him. The large spear that had been rising up into the sky had disappeared, while a short spear the size of an arrow appeared next to Cal. I will be your spear. Cal grabbed the spear. He heard a determined voice at that time. I will destroy all of your chains for you. I will make it so that you have a free life. Nothing will be able to tie you down. I will protect your freedom. Parrot Cal closed his eyes after seeing a bright light coming out of the spear. That light was absorbed by Cal's body. She did not leave any tattoos on his body like the other ancient powers. However, he could still feel the power spreading throughout his body. It was at that moment Cal heard a voice in his head. Human. Cal's eyes opened wide. He turned his head. He could hear a faint voice from the distance. That voice was getting closer. Ah, human, I am coming. He could hear Rayan's voice. Cal's body curled forward at that moment. Ah, his body and his insides felt as if they were twisting. Black blood started to come out of Cal's mouth. Extreme pain filled Cal's body. This pain was so bad that it made it difficult for him to breathe. He had never felt such pain in his life. It was hard for him to even breathe. At that moment, he heard an imposing but sad voice. It was voice of the super rock. Your glass plate that was about to break is fusing back together. Your plate is getting much bigger, so this is actually a good thing. The glass plate that was about to break from the imbalance of power was fusing back together. Water, fire, wind, earth, and wood. All of these natural attributes were fusing together. His plate that was about to break was returning back into balance. However, Cal had heard clearly. Your glass plate is fusing back together. It meant that, even after fusing back together, his plate would still just a glass plate. Who cares if it gets bigger when it is still made of glass? The super rock's apologetic voice continued to speak as Cal frowned. You can't faint for this one, so just bear with it this one time, even if it hurts. Damn it, son of a beach. Cal was swearing quite a bit as he coughed up more black blood. He could only silently swear as blood continued to pour out of him. Cal's body slowly started to tilt. Chapter 257, Eat Up 4. The last remaining stone spear fell away from Cal's body. Cal's blood fell into the transparent lake and dyed it red, and his body slowly fell toward the lake as his blood had just done. Ure causing all sorts of troubles. However, Cal did not fall into the lake. The ancient dragon that had approached him at some point supported his body with one hand, catching Cal before he fell into the lake. Cal was already drenched from being in the water and covered in blood that falling into the lake would not have mattered. But that wasn't the problem. Iruhaben quickly laid Cal down on the grass next to the lake. Huff, huff. Cal was not able to breathe properly. He seemed to be trying very hard to take every breath. He was coughing up black blood, and his limbs were shaking. His body was twisting as if he could not handle it. Iruhaben Nim, what is going on right now? Beacrox frowned after seeing Cal's condition. It was very different than the times when Cal would cough up blood every so often. The person who was calm even when he was hurt, coughing up blood, or fainting was currently in pain because he was unable to handle the pressure. Beacrox suddenly recalled his father, Ran's comment. You're the only one I can rely on since I cannot go myself. He had followed without complaining because it had sounded serious. He then just sat back and watched as it seemed as if Cal was just going to gain another ancient power. However, he could clearly tell that something was different after seeing young Master Cal's pain-filled expression. Can we just leave him like this? Beacrox was speaking with a sharp tone. Iruhaben kneeled down next to Cal and responded back. We have to leave him like this. What do you mean? Cal Henitus is currently fusing his plate back together. Iruhaben stopped for a moment before continuing on. I didn't expect that to be this painful, though. We can't heal him in any way right now. Foreign powers cannot enter his body until this process is finished. The ancient dragon was getting a headache. He had never seen anything like this in his 1-0 years of life. I didn't know that there would be such a strong clashing of powers. The natural attributes in Cal's body were violently clashing with each other. Iruhaben started to frown. It was hard for even him to watch Cal, who was in so much pain that he could not even open his eyes. Seeing the always calm and collected punk being in a situation like this was difficult. Ah! Cal coughed up another chunk of blood. Cal felt as if his insides were flipping over. It felt as if his entire body had turned into glass and someone was hitting at him with a small hammer. He felt like someone was stepping all over his body and that everything inside was twisting around simply to cause him pain. Cal was getting extremely annoyed. Is this supposed to be some type of martial arts novel now? Am I going through a body purification? What kind of sudden and unexpected pain is this? It'd be one thing if my body would get stronger from this purification, but it's just turning my plate into a slightly bigger glass plate. What's the point of that? Of course, it was a good thing that he would not die, but Cal could not help but be annoyed. This goddamn birth of a hero. He had never experienced such physical pain in his life. It was a different pain than the pain he had felt as a kid and as an adult when he was beaten up by others. You cannot sacrifice yourself. The super rock sounded sad. I can't eat right now. Let's get stronger. Let's get stronger so that we can throw money away as well. Think about how happy we will be. The glutton and fiery thunderbolt chimed in as well. Cal got even more annoyed as he listened to the ancient powers mumble. However, he didn't have the strength to express his feelings. It felt as if someone had drop-kicked his stomach, forcing him to take a deep breath. Ah, he could not help but tear up. It was too much physical pain. Some pain would be fine, but this was beyond what he had expected. Beacrox, who was watching, could not help but get anxious after seeing Cal tear up from the pain. How painful must it be for this person, our young master Cal Henitus, to tear up? He looked toward Iruhaben while trying his best to maintain his calm expression. It was because he felt as if he should do something to help. However, Beacrox stiffened up as a chill surrounded his whole body before he could finish calling the ancient dragon's name. It was the needle-like feeling he felt as soon as they arrived at this grey eye-like lake. No, it was different than that feeling, but it still made his entire body stiffen up. This sensation was not violent. In fact, it was calm and silent. At the same time, it was filled with a deadly chill. He felt as if he was standing alone during a dark night without the moon. It was the type of sensation that instilled fear in any living being that was in darkness. Beacrox took one and then another step back. He then lifted his head. He looked toward the source of this sensation. It was in his arms. Beacrox could see something leave his arms to float up into the air. Rayan Muru. The black dragon was floating higher into the sky while being surrounded by black mana. A feeling of a strong and unequaled ruler that he had never felt before was coming from this strong, yet oddly cute 6-year-old dragon. He's about to wake up. Iruhaben's voice reached Beacrox's ear. The ancient dragon was looking at the floating young dragon and getting the chills. Seeing Rayan's plate break and mana flowing out of Rayan made him believe that Rayan had not unleashed his attribute. However, that was not it. This sensation must be related to Rayan's attribute. What could it be? What could this cold yet silent feeling be? The ancient dragon looked at the growing human and young dragon before doing what he needed to do. He created multiple shields. He then placed one each around the young dragon, Cal, and Beacrox. This was an important moment right now. This was important for both Cal and Rayan. This was the moment that would determine their futures. The ancient dragon wanted them to be able to fully grasp their futures, so he activated his mana in order to prepare for any unexpected situations. Iruhaben then touched his arm that was full of goosebumps. Ooh, the air was vibrating, while a cold yet silent power started to drown out the lake inside the barrier. The ancient dragon looked toward Rayan, who caused this sensation. At the same time, inside the dream, Rayan was inside the trial ground. Rayan's time was starting to pass by. He could hear everything and smell everything. He could feel it as well. Rayan could feel it even though he couldn't reach him. Cal's painful moans, the smell of Cal's blood, the faint but heavy breathing. Rayan could feel that Cal was going through a significant amount of pain right now. Rayan recalled what Cal had said before. Human, will you save me again if I become that weak again and require you to save me? Of course, I would save you. I will always be by my human side when he is sick and weak. Rayan could feel the existences chasing after him in the dream. The large black dragon and the fake versions of the people he loved were chasing him. They continued to chase him, even when he kicked them off of his ankles and dodged them. However, Rayan did not pay any attention to them as he just continued to flap his small wings. Pad. Black mana suddenly started to approach the young dragon's wings. Rayan realized that he was able to use mana again. Then there was nothing for him to be scared about. He was very good at magic. That was something he could do well at any moment. The black mana started to gather in his wings. It then turned into a pair of large wings. These wings that were larger than even the wings of the 30-meter-long dragon appeared on the small dragon's back. They then started to flap energetically. Rayan charged toward the highest point of the trial ground that had neither a sun nor a moon. He then curled up his body. Rayan was heading toward the real world until he was 4 years old. That was how long he had to survive in that dark cave without a single source of light. He was moving beyond that past, from 4 years old to 6 years old. He had seen flowers blooming in the spring, snow falling in the winter, the beauty of the summer, and the sweet fragrance of the fall. He also thought about the people who were with him throughout those seasons. He could see the people that made those sceneries that could have easily been ignored into beautiful memories. Rayan could now see the highest spot in the trial ground. He then started to smile. He could see a wall. He could see the transparent wall. This place really was not real. This is not the world that I grew up in. Then there was only one thing left for him to do. Let's destroy that wall. I can get out of here by doing that. Rayan curled up his body as tightly as possible. He curled up, just as he had done whenever he was in pain inside that cave. He curled up, just as he had done whenever he laid down on the bed in order to sleep with Cal on and hung. He curled up while thinking about all of his memories. The large wings curled up around him as well. Rayan Muru's body became like a sharp spear or arrowhead. That spear charged fiercely toward that transparent wall. Human, I am coming. Rayan slammed into that wall. Crack. That small noise was just the beginning. He continued to push into the wall without stopping. Crack, crack. Cracks slowly started to appear on the transparent wall. Those cracks were appearing in the real world as well. Iruhaben commented as if he was gasping as he looked at Rayan. His plate is being completely destroyed. One plate was breaking, while another plate was continuously getting bigger. Iruhaben was worried that Rayan's aura would influence Cal, so he created a couple more layers of shields around Cal as he looked around. Neither of them could hear Iruhaben's voice right now. Rayan could not hear anything at all. His small head that was covered in mana slammed into the wall again. Crack, crack, the sound started to get louder. Rayan stopped for a moment and turned around. He could see that the large black dragon and the fake people had approached him. They started to grab at his ankles again. Rayan left them alone this time. It was hard to destroy this wall on his own. The young dragon was a child who had learned how to fight together with others. That was why Rayan chose to use a different method. The large dragon and the fake people surrounded Rayan, who stood still. Rayan's black mana covered them as well. They were fake people made with his future self and people he had built connections with in the past. The people grabbing onto his ankles were actually helpful to Rayan, who now had large mana wings. The arrow that only had an arrowhead now had a shaft. It was able to find its balance. Rayan stepped away from the wall. He then charged toward the wall again with everything he had. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru. The arrowhead that had only been sharp was now reinforced by a sturdy shaft that allowed the arrowhead that allowed Rayan to slam into the wall even harder. That was the reason for it. Crack, crack. The small crack continued to be hit by strong impacts. Finally, boo-woom, the wall crumbled. Rayan started to flap his wings past the broken wall. The dragon escaped the trial ground together with his future self and past relationships. Beakrox let out a gasp. The cold and silent sensation started to change. It felt warm. It was as if night was ending and the warm morning sun was shining down upon him. That warm sensation started to wrap Beecrock's tired body. Ha ha ha, the aura has changed. It is an attribute that can change. Iruhaben could not hold back his laughter. The aura that described the attribute had changed. An attribute that could change. What could it be? Anything that can change shows that it can grow. He must have earned something past the wall. The ancient dragon immediately realized Rayan's achievement. Iruhaben smiled and cancelled all of his magic. The white gold shields around the lake turned into dust before they disappeared into the sky. The black mana that appeared through the white gold dust turned transparent and revealed Rayan's body. Rayan slowly descended amidst the shining white gold dust particles. He slowly descended like a flower petal falling to the ground. Tap. He then returned to his proper place. Oh, Beecrox tried to approach him in shock before stopping himself. Who. He could hear a child's relaxed breathing that was different than when he was sick. The young dragon seemed to be happily dreaming when someone caressed his head. It was Cal. Rayan had landed on the grass right next to Cal and stuck close to his side. It was how he fell asleep every night, including the night that his first growth phase started. That was the spot he returned to. Cal opened his eyes a crack in order to look at Rayan. It was still hard to breathe, however. He could not do anything when he heard the child's voice. Human, I am better now. It is your turn to get better. The things Rayan said to him before he fell asleep were still echoing in his mind. Cal's limbs were still shaking, and he was having trouble breathing. His mind was blank from the pain of his entire body breaking down. Tap. Cal's shaking hand landed on top of Rayan's head. The movement was very rough. The eyes that took so much effort to open were looking past Rayan and toward Iruhaben. He was looking at Iruhaben with desperation. He was shouting on the inside. Bed. Even if he was in pain, he would rather be in pain on top of a comfortable bed. He did not like being on this grass while being drenched. Cal was relieved after seeing Iruhaben nodding his head with a serious expression. He was thinking that his desperate plea had reached Iruhaben's ears. Iruhaben started to speak. Fine, you unlucky bastard. You probably don't want to leave Rayan like this. You should take care of yourself first, though. Although that was not his desire, Cal just closed his eyes. It wasn't as if Iruhaben was wrong. Both he and Rayan needed a bed. Snap. Cal felt his body start to float once Iruhaben snapped his finger. Iruhaben created a teleportation magic circle at the same time. The magic circle activated once Beecrox joined them above it. Parrot. A white gold ray of light shot up into the sky, leaving nobody behind at the lake. A few hours later, rustle, in an empty area with a regular lake, footsteps could be heard as someone appeared by the lake. Why is it not here? The person staring at the regular water started to frown. He clicked his tongue as if he was disappointed. I need to quickly find the fifth one. The person observed the lake before leaving with a confused expression. At the same time, Cal felt a bit better after returning to the inn and laying down on a bed. These crazy ancient powers, this crazy glass body, it'll be so much better if I could just faint. He could not faint, and his mind was clear. Being in pain while his mind was clear was driving him crazy. His limbs were still shaking while his entire body was in pain because of his internal organs that were twisting. Cal hated this situation where he could not control himself. He had been so annoyed in the past when he, as Kim Raksu, was unable to control his brain's activities because of overload. This time, having his physical body like this was also annoying. Young Master Nim. He could hear Ran's voice. Cal slowly opened his eyes again. It was so that Ran could know that he was fine. However, just as he barely opened his eyes and looked toward Ran, cough, he coughed up a chunk of black blood that dyed the bed red. Cal stopped trying to look at Ran and instead closed his eyes again in order to withstand the pain. Father, Beecrox sounded shocked. However, Cal had no way of knowing what was going on since his eyes were closed. He heard a different noise at that moment. Beep. It was the sound of the video communication device. Who? The noise of the video communication device was loud compared to Rayan's peaceful breathing. The ancient dragon Iruhaben, who was holding the video communication device, had a concerned expression on his face. It's from Rosalind. Ow, my head. Cal felt as if he was suddenly getting a headache. At that moment, Cal heard the reserved voice of the super rock that seemed to be wary of how Cal would react. You will need to be in pain for at least another day. This goddamn worthless body. Cal just wanted to faint. Chapter 258. Eat up 5. Beep, beep. The noise of the alarm of the video communication device endlessly filled the room. However, nobody could show any reactions to it. Cal naturally could not do so even if he wanted to, so it was driving him crazy. Rosalind will only call for one of two reasons. She would have either been contacted by Crown Prince Albaru or checking in on Cal, who went to see Eruhaben with Rayan in his arms. Cal was thinking that it was more likely to be the latter. His short time away was for 3 days. It had only been 2 days so far. There was still 1 day and 20 hours or so to go. The Albaru that Cal knew would not tell Rosalind and the others who went to complete a mission about Cal's status this quickly. Beep, beep. The video communication device continued to ring. She was not hanging up. I need to tell them to deal with her for now. Cal barely managed to open his eyes to tell his group to handle Rosalind's call. It took a bit of time for his eyes to focus. He then became anxious. Why is Beacrox supporting Ran? Beacrox was supporting his father, but that was not it. What is that dagger for? It was the dagger that Ran used when he killed his enemies. The old man was holding that dagger while glaring at Cal. Cal was truly afraid. On the other hand, Ran could see Cal's bloodshot eyes, as well as the tears in the corners of his eyes from the pain. Ran could not help but feel intense anger, as if the entire world was flipping over. The Eastern continent. It was like the night he lost his wife, family, and household. It was difficult for Ran to calm himself while seeing this red-haired person coughing up blood and being in pain, just like that red night when everything burned away. That was why he was clenching onto the item that he had on him since he was young in order to calm himself. The coldness of the dagger helped calm his boiling body. Click, click. Ran calmed himself as he touched the dagger. He then gently moved his son Beacrox's hand away from him. Honestly speaking, Beacrox was not actually supporting Ran and keeping him upright. Ran knew that Beacrox was actually holding him to stop him from doing something crazy. On the day he had lost everything in the past, he was unable to hold back his anger and tried to go get revenge on his enemies. If he had not seen the way his wife looked at their son as she closed her eyes for the last moment, if he had not seen how Beacrox looked back and forth between his wife and him, he would have gone to get revenge. However, Ran chose to run away rather than get revenge. Beacrox was probably holding on to him, thinking that he would do something similar to that day. However, Ran was still able to stand it. All of this happened because of Arm. His old body was still full of fire. Click, click. Ran regained his rationality as he continued to touch the dagger. He slowly approached his puppy young master as he caressed his dagger. He was actually a tiger and not a puppy, but to Ran, he was still the trash young master Nim and the puppy young master Nim. He had no choice. Eruhaben told them that Cal would be like this until his plate finished fusing back together. Ran approached the bed and kneeled on one knee in order to make eye contact with Cal. Cal, whose expression still showed a significant amount of pain, opened his mouth. What was he going to say? Ooog. Unfortunately, the only thing coming out of Cal's mouth was a pain-filled moan. Ran felt terrible. It felt as if his heart was empty. Cal became more anxious after seeing Ran start to frown. What's going on? Why does he keep looking at me with a vicious expression while touching his dagger? Did I do something wrong? No, I don't think so. So, what is going on? Those were the questions he wanted to ask, however, seeing that the only word capable of coming out of his mouth was, "I." He could only make one decision. Let's just do nothing. I'm sure things will work out. I can't worry about anything else when I'm in so much pain. Cal just resigned himself to his current situation. Did Ran read the resignation in his eyes? Cal felt a bit better after hearing Ran's response. Please do not worry, young Master Nim. Ran remembered what Cal had told him before he left. It's so hard. As usual, please. He put on his usual benign smile. I will take care of everything, just like my usual self, so please get some rest, young Master Nim. Cal felt better after hearing that. He was worried for a moment about what this old man might do, but as expected, he was on the right track, dealing with Rosalind. He could relax if Ran took care of that. Ran would be his usual collected self and give a simple but accurate detail of what was going on. Furthermore, as superficial as this may be, as the eldest human in the group, he will be capable of consoling them as needed. Cal closed his barely open eyes in relief. That was the problem. Nim, please connect the call. All right. I'll do it since Cal seems to trust you and left things to you. Connect the call. Here, when I'm bleeding and in pain. Here, really, Cal's mind was chaotic. However, the moment he tried to open his eyes again, he coughed up another chunk of black blood. Furthermore, Mr. Ran, long-time Rosalind's energetic voice suddenly stopped. It wasn't that the video communication device was turned off. Ran could see Rosalind, the confused Choi Han, and Locke all freeze up as if the world had stopped. Of course, he could see that a palace had lost its roof behind them, but that wasn't important. Young Master Nim, I will head out for a bit. No, don't go out. Cal couldn't open his eyes, so he could not see why Rosalind suddenly stopped talking. That was why he would rather have Ran stay here and continue to talk. However, Cal could not say anything because of the pain. Click. He heard the door opening. Once Ran opened the door and went outside, he could see two kittens curled up in the distance. It feels like we shouldn't go in either, but Nuna, I still want to go in. Looks like we should just stay here. It seems like one of those moments. Hang was trying to convince On to go inside the room, however, On made Hang stay next to her without moving after seeing the expression on Ran's face, as well as the smell of blood that brushed past her nose. Ran patted On's head and closed the door. He then quietly stared at the closed door for a moment. Mr. Ran, just now, what did I just see? Excuse me, that was definitely young Master Cal. Hello, Mr. Ran. He could hear Rosalind's shaking voice. Ran held the video communication device in his hand as he headed to the farthest corner room on the second floor. Gee, Grandpa. He could hear Lark's scared voice as well. Ran did not respond to him as he entered that corner room. Click, click. Once the door closed and he was left alone, the person who had not said anything until now started to speak. What happened? It was Choi Han. Ran observed Choi Han through the video communication device. He recalled when this punk first followed the young Masternim and came to the Henitus household. His son and Choi Han had pointed their weapons at each other in the kitchen at that time. This punk was being respectful in front of Cal. However, once Cal disappeared after telling them to show him the way around the estate, he acted like a total jackass. Lead the way. This punk who had been so informal to someone much older than him had gone with them in order to fight against Arm, and the mermaids after Ran had lost his arm and was respectful to him these days. Choi Han and Ran made eye contact. Please tell me everything without leaving anything out. Shut up. Rosalind and Lark flinched. They had never seen this side of Ran before. Even if he was an assassin, he was always nice and gentle to them. However, Choi Han, Ran, and Beakrux were more used to this type of Ran. I don't want to. Please tell me. Rosalind and Lark looked back and forth between Ran's vicious expression and Choi Han, who had no issues talking back, before choosing to be quiet after seeing Ran starting to laugh. Ran started to speak at that moment. You're always so impatient. Choi Han had taken his sword out extremely quickly the day they met as well. Please tell me shut up. I will tell you what I feel like telling you. Choi Han stopped talking after seeing Ran's angry expression. He could tell that Ran was not angry at him. This sly and cold assassin, who was also an old man who cherished his relationships, did not get angry easily. Shut your trap and listen up. Choi Han chose to stay quiet and listen. Cal was right to leave this to Ran. Ran was the only one who dealt with Choi Han, a sword master and a strong individual, as relaxed as Cal did. No, Ran was the only one who could treat Choi Han however he wanted to do so. It is regarding the young Masternim's ancient power. Ran returned to servant mode and calmly started to speak. Ah! Rosalind let out a gasp as if she already understood what was going on. She started to frown. What is going on? Why are you all standing around after destroying the palace? Did someone die? Why do you all look like that? The killer whale Archie, who suddenly appeared and brushed off the dust from the walls off his hands, shut up and walked to a corner after seeing 3 pairs of eyes glaring at him. Ah, okay, I'll be quiet. Ran started to speak again once it became quiet. The group's expression became worse as Ran's story continued. Even the killer whale, Archie, was looking at the sky in order to prevent himself from tearing up as Ran calmly explained the situation. Cal did not know what Ran was saying as he started to relax. He was starting to get used to the pain. Cough, duck this shoot. He was not getting used to it at all. Cal just gave up and tried to relax his body. Get some rest. Beakrux, let's go. Do we not need to be by his side? Rayan is here. He's even better than me and can figure out Cal's condition. I understand. Everybody left the room and silence filled the void. Cal was sweating and breathing heavily because of the pain that felt as if his entire body was breaking apart before being put back together. It was at that moment, human, Cal could hear Rayan's voice. He seemed to have woken up after everybody had left. Cal could feel Rayan's round front paw wiping blood off of Cal's mouth. Human, are you still in pain? The round head that was still the same after his first growth phase rubbed on Cal's side. I will tell you first, weak human. The young dragon scooched up to Cal's ear and quietly whispered, "Do you know what my attribute is?" Rayan wanted to tell Cal first before he told anybody else. He wanted to tell Cal what he had achieved. Rayan whispered to Cal, "The present." That was what Rayan realized. My attribute is the present. In addition to natural attributes, dragons could also have unique or abstract attributes. Rayan's attribute was abstract, but something that could be felt very easily. Rayan curled up next to Cal. As Iruhaben had said, there was nothing he could do right now. That was painful and frustrating, but Rayan just laid down next to Cal in his spot and continued to speak. Right here and now is my attribute. He was able to return to the real world and be present right here. That was the most important thing to Rayan, so that became Rayan's attribute. Tap. Rayan rubbed his head at the shaking hand that was trying to caress his head. It really was best to be alive right now. He was happy that he, as well as everyone else, were alive. Rayan stuck right next to Cal so that Cal felt the child's body heat as he continued his time in pain. The next day, click, the door opened. Beacrux entered the bedroom with a wet washcloth in his father's place. He then became anxious. Tap. The washcloth in his hand fell to the ground. Beacrux, young Masternim. Cal was up. However, something was weird. Beacrux became shocked while watching Cal barely getting up toward him before he rushed over to support Cal. Cal's shaking fingers grabbed onto Beacrux' sleeves. Young Masternim, what happened? Should I call Iruhaben Nim? Beacrux Cal's voice was weak and shaky. Beacrux' face slowly turned pale while listening to Cal's weak voice and looking at the chilly expression on his face. It was at that moment. He. It was someone laughing. Beacrux turned his head after hearing the laughter. Rayan was snickering and rubbing his head on Cal's side. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. It was as weak as a transparent glass marble. Meat, excuse me. Beef, pork, chicken. Beacrux's expression slowly changed. Cal tightly grabbed onto Beacrux' sleeves and asked with a desperate gaze, "I'm hungry." Beacrux calmly asked, "Are you not hurting?" "Yes, I'm hungry." "You really seem to be okay." Cal was not hurting at all. He could feel that his body was better than before. However, he was still hungry. "Your plate is fused together again now. You did well. Let's not put yourself through pain like this again." It was the voice of the super rock. "It's me, the fiery thunderbolt. Time to go throw some money away now." The fiery thunderbolt was cheering. Cal completely ignored the two of them. Instead, he grabbed his stomach that was extremely hungry. Rayan seemed concerned as he took an apple pie out of his spatial dimension before looking at its condition and pushing it to a corner before speaking to Beacrux. "I am hungry as well. Thanks for carrying me, Beacrux. It's our youngest's voice. They're both better. I'm hungry too." On and Hang, who were roaming outside the bedroom door, rushed in after hearing Rayan and Cal's voice. The room started to become filled with energy as the children, averaging 9 years old, started to talk. Even the cold Beacrux had a small smile on his face. It was at that moment. "Ah, young Master Nim." Beacrux remembered what he needed to say now that Cal was not in pain. It was the information that Ran had heard from Rosalind yesterday. It was urgent, however. He did not say anything until now because of Cal's condition. "We received information that the Empire is preparing to take back Maple Castle that they lost to the Whipper Kingdom." Cal blinked his eyes. Who did what? The Empire is going to strike the Whipper Kingdom. Publicly, they are claiming that they will only take back Maple Castle. Isn't that the same thing? Cal's expression turned odd. The Margaru Empire is going to take on Tunka's Whipper Kingdom right now. Imperial Prince Adden and Tunka are going to fight. Is it finally time to strike the Empire from the back? Cal stopped the corners of his lips from twitching before blinking once more. Beef steak. He needed to fill his belly first. He couldn't do anything with an empty stomach. Chapter 259. Eat up 6. The problem was that eating and living was so damn hard. "Ah, A deep sigh came out of Cal's mouth. Delicious. The piece of steak he placed in his mouth was juicy and instantly melted on his tongue. It's so good after almost dying. I guess it really is better to eat after going through some struggles. Cal shared his sentiments out loud. Plop, tang, pook. He then flinched at the noises he heard and turned his head. On Hung and Rayan. On dropped the piece of meat that was in her mouth. Hung dropped the dessert plate in his paws, and Rayan dropped the knife in his paw onto the table, floor, and on top of a piece of meat in order. Rayan's pupils started to shake as he shouted out loud. Being alive is being great and mighty. I agree. You need to be alive to eat. Mary Annie said that death is the only time you cannot eat. You need to live in order to eat. Hung and On commented after Rayan. Cal nodded his head. Of course, you have to be alive to eat. You have to keep living. Of course. On wagged her tail at Cal's casual response before munching on the piece of meat again. Cal wiped the sauce off of the side of On's mouth, which was usually not needed, as she was normally a meticulous eater. Hung and Rayan were getting a bunch of stuff on their faces as well. Cal had to keep wiping things off of the children's faces. The kittens would wag their tails, and the dragon would flutter his wings every time he did that, but Cal didn't care about that. However, there was someone who was quite concerned about what he was seeing. The ancient dragon Eruhaben was sitting at the table as well. His gaze was stuck on Cal and Rayan without moving. Cal Henitus. Yes, sir. Cal took the cup of lemonade from Ran before answering. Eruhaben continued to speak. You will die if your plate breaks one more time. Cough. Cal almost choked. Goldie, why are you saying something that'll make me want to destroy the world? The chaotic eyes of the children averaging 9 years old turned back toward Cal. Even Beacrox, who was bringing in more food on a tray, and Ran, who was patting the coughing Cal's back, started to frown. The ancient dragon said what he needed to say. Cal, your plate grew way too big. That is why it will be impossible to recover if it breaks once more. So, make sure to take good care of yourself. I plan on doing that even without you saying that, Eruhabenim. Cal caught his breath as he responded back. He really planned to do that from now. After being in pain once like that, he did not want to do that ever again. However, Eruhaben had an odd look on his face as he looked at Cal. His plate is now larger than Choi Han's plate. The size of this weak glass plate was larger than Choi Han's plate. Choi Han's plate had been the largest Eruhaben had ever seen on a human until now. That was why it was understandable that Choi Han had become a sword master. He was a human who could do even bigger things if he wanted to do so. However, Cal Henitus was not like that. He's not even average, he's a dunce. Cal was someone whose plate was not even average. Such a person's plate had become too large after the 5 attributes were properly gathered inside his body. However, Choi Han's plate is as sturdy as a rock, while this punk's plate is weak. When it came to stability, it was the worst of the worst. Eruhaben turned his gaze again. The little kid. Rayan Muru probably realized that Cal's plate was bigger, however. He most likely did not know just how large it became. The little kid's attribute is the present. Although he was only 1,020 cm long, his insides were that of a full dragon. All that was left was for him to grow. They would be able to see the adult dragon form of Rayan once he went through his 3rd growth phase. The reason for this extremely fast first growth phase would be revealed at that moment. It would reveal whether he will be a king or maybe something else. Goldie, what are you looking at? You odd little kid. The present related to time. He had never heard about anyone with the time attribute. Eruhaben bluntly responded to Rayan, who was looking at him. You really are an odd and dumb little kid. No, Goldie Gramps. You're a little kid who doesn't even know how to use his attribute. It's fine not to know. You just have to learn. Rayan's confident response made Eruhaben sigh. Rayan would only be able to use Dragon's Breath after going through his 2nd growth phase. However, he should be able to use the lower level powers now that he had completed his 1st growth phase. He'll be able to protect himself even when I'm gone. The ancient dragon, who only had about a year left, was slowly preparing for the future. Of course, there was someone who had a completely different thought than Eruhaben. Whether it is an ancient power or something else, we need to figure something out. Cal was thinking hard about how to start his prolong the ancient dragon Eruhaben's life project. However, he still had to take care of other things too. The Karo Kingdom contacted us. Yes, young Master Nim. The Margoru Empire was preparing to take back Maple Castle that they lost to the Whipper Kingdom. Rosalind had shared this information with Ran. However, following up the network of communication, it would be found that it started with the Caro Kingdom's crown prince, Valentino, informing the Rhone Kingdom's crown prince, Albaru. He needed to figure out how the Caro Kingdom learned about that information. However, there was something else that shocked Cal the most. It was faster than I expected. Considering the Empire's face, it was natural that they would try to take back the lost Maple Castle. However, the war between the Northern Indomitable Alliance and the other kingdoms had not ended yet. But the Empire was preparing for war at such a time. Their goal is not Maple Castle, but the entire Whipper Kingdom. They would not have selected this moment if they just wanted to take back Maple Castle. Although publicly they were saying that it was for Maple Castle, their true desire was to swallow up the Whipper Kingdom. That was why they were using the current chaos in order to receive less attention from the other kingdoms as they aimed to expand their territory. The reason they were doing this was also probably because they felt a sense of danger. The other kingdoms were stronger than they expected. The Rhone Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, and even the Caro Kingdom. They had all won against the Indomitable Alliance. Because of those results, the Margoru Empire's Imperial Prince Adin, who wanted to be the control tower of the continent, must have decided that something had to be done. And the prey in front of him was the Whipper Kingdom and Tunka. He made such a stupid decision. Don't you agree, Ran? That is correct. The Empire is making a bad move. The Whipper Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom that despised mages was a loner in the eyes of the public. It was known that no kingdoms were willing to trade with the Whipper Kingdom right now. That was why the Empire must have been shocked during the former war against the Whipper Kingdom to see that the Whipper Kingdom had more rations and other supplies than expected. Of course, those were all secretly sent by other kingdoms. The Breck Kingdom and the Jungle had helped the most. The Empire, who did not know that, was probably assuming that the Whipper Kingdom must have used up a lot of resources during the last war and believes that they would be able to gobble up a weakened Whipper Kingdom with ease. The corners of Cal's lips were twitching. Rayan, what is it, human? Video communication device. Rayan snickered and took out the video communication device. Tada. Cal sighed and continued to speak to the 6-year-old, who seemed to be excited for some reason such that he even took out the video communication device with such an energetic response. Connect me to the Super Rock Villa. Ran, Beakrux, and even Iruhaben flinched and looked toward Cal. Based on the flow of the conversation, shouldn't he be contacting Rosalind or Crown Prince Albaru? If not them, then maybe Tunka. But why the Super Rock Villa? Cal added on at that moment. We will contact the jungle after the Super Rock Villa. The jungle. Litana, the queen of the jungle. Why is he suddenly bringing her up? Cal started to smile as Ran frowned. The call was connected as he smiled, and Cal could see 3 people. Long time no see. I've been praying to the god of death every day to keep you all safe. Hey, young Master Nim, it has been a while. You are shining as brightly as ever. The crazy priestess cage. The fake holy maiden and blood-crazed sword master Hannah. Finally, the half-saint, Jack. The 3 of them all showed different reactions to Cal's smile. Saint Jack smiled gently at Cal's bright smile, while the crazy priestess cage started to frown. And finally, the sword master Hannah immediately started to speak. Are we finally going to destroy the Empire? Silence filled the room on Cal's side. Cal responded back through the silence. Yes, everyone's gazes focused on Cal. Cal thought about everything involving the Empire until now. This pair of sun guard twins. The cat knight Sir Rex and the alchemist from the slums. There were many other useful cards as well. It was just a matter of when to use each of these cards. However, it was now time. How? The sword master Hannah. He could hear her excited voice. Cal gently spoke in a benign manner as if he was a priest. I plan to write a new history from the bottom up. First up was the inside of the Empire. Jacknim and Hannah, the fake holy maiden and the half-saint. The 2 of you will be the main characters for the history of the new Church of the Sun God. History is determined by a couple of strong individuals at times. However, it could also be changed by the numerous weaklings quietly waiting to strike from underneath the strong individual. The way that Cal chose this time was a method for the weak, by the weak. He looked toward the 3 people who would be the most important key players in this empire destruction project as he continued to speak. You will soon meet him. There's a hero who will become the new ruler, the future ruler who is hiding quietly in the slums. Cal was going to turn him into a hero. Are you going to completely change the empire? Cal responded to Hannah's question in a slightly jovial way. However, the words he chose to use were not jovial at all. We will prepare for a rebellion. Rebellion. A rebellion against the Church of the Sun God and the Empire. It was the moment that everybody's faces stiffened up. There was just one person who was smiling. The fake holy maiden asked Cal a question. Do you think that it is possible? It's possible. How is it possible? The eyes that were full of excitement were asking that question from the other side of the video communication device. Cal happily responded to that question. The Empire will soon be struck from multiple sides. The Whipper Kingdom from the east, and the Caro Kingdom, Fromo the west. The Roan Kingdom and Breck Kingdom from the north, and the Jungle from the south. I think Imperial Prince Adin won't be able to come to his senses. He'll be hit from every direction. That two-faced bastard will be beaten to the point that he can't feel anything. As an extra benefit, Arm will lose another one of their allied forces. The sword master Hannah licked her lips. Her voice was shaking a bit. When the Empire is in a state of total chaos. Yes, at that moment. Cal spoke as if he was making a proclamation. We will eat them up. Cal looked toward the half-Saint Jack. He was standing there with a complicated expression on his face. Cal thought about the item in his pocket while looking at Jack's innocent-looking face. It was the divine item he had earned during his trip to the Empire, the condemnation of the sun. He thought about the divine item that was supposed to get rid of the night as he started to speak. The condemnation of the sun shall brighten the night. That is the name of the history we will create. The Empire will have a new story for the religious believers. Prepare to leave right away. Where are we going? You will first meet up with me. And then, where was Cal planning to go with this pair of twins and the crazy priestess? The Whipper Kingdom. They would head for the Whipper Kingdom. We will make a short stop there before stealthily entering the Empire. Cal said that to the trio in the Super Rock Villa before calling someone else and saying something similar. Miss Lena, the chance to get revenge on the Empire that was responsible for the Pillar of Fire in Section 1 of the jungle has arrived. Cal told Queen Latana to meet him at the same place. Please come to the Whipper Kingdom. He wiped his mouth after finishing his conversation with Latana before he addressed the people in the room. It's time for us to go back as well. The Western continent should be a chaotic mess right now. It was time to make it even worse. Chapter 260, Ripid 1, the Breck Kingdom side of the Gorge of Death border, inside a quiet and dark tent. The only place with light was on top of the table at one side of the tent. Tap, tap, tap. The finger tapping on the table finally stopped. That finger then brushed the side of the person's whose eyes were bloodshot from fatigue. Roan Kingdom's crown prince, Albaru Crossman. He was not in the Roan Kingdom's palace, but currently was still unable to sleep inside the Breck Kingdom's Gorge of Death. Your Highness, did you know about young Master Cal's situation? 1 hour ago. Rosalind was speaking coldly when he had received her call. However, she was not cold on the inside as well. Crown Prince Albaru knew that this was the case, thus that was why he was not angry. I knew about it, Miss Rosalind. I see. Rosalind did not ask a naive question like why he didn't tell her. She was smart enough to know what would make Albaru keep that to himself. Anybody could get sick during a war. However, it doesn't look like His Highness knows about everything. Is there more, Miss Rosalind? I shouldn't have asked. Albaru should not have asked Rosalind that question. Rosalind gave the response to Albaru's question. She shared what she had seen, as well as everything that Ran had told her. The greater good was important, but sacrificing oneself was not right. Albaru could not help but use coarse language because he had such thoughts. You crazy bastard, are you talking about me? It was a familiar voice. Plop. The entrance flap was opened. It was late at night. Cal Henitus was standing outside the tent with a glib expression on his face. Why is this bastard here right now? Albaru could not hide his shock as he asked, Why did you come here? Cal was shocked at Crown Prince Albarus' blunt tone. Why am I here? I came to destroy the Empire. Smirk. Albaru stood up and picked up the bottle of wine his subordinate had brought him in order to let him sleep well. Albaru seemed experienced as he picked up the bottle of wine. He was able to pull out the cork with a casual pull. What is it? Are you not going to hide your strength? I do what I want. Our Roan Kingdom's future son truly is admirable. Cal smiled in a cheesy manner before casually sitting down on the couch. He then picked up the wine glass. I have returned. I knew I didn't like this guy. Albaru frowned and sat down on the other side of the couch. You damn bastard. Shhhhhh. The wine glass was filled with wine. Hey bastard, you're the only noble who would get a glass poured by the crown prince. It is an honor, our own kingdom's son. Just how much oil did you put on your tongue? Cal had a look of disbelief. Not as much as you, your highness. The crown prince also put on a similar expression. It was at that moment. There was a fruit basket that was brought with the wine. Plop, plop. Some of the fruit in the basket floated up and then disappeared after making small noises. Crunch, crunch. He could hear someone eating the fruit in the air. Albaru turned away from Cal and looked toward the sound of the crunching. He then started to speak. It is an honor to meet you, Dragon Nim. Shhhhhhhh. Rayan removed the magic. A 6-year-old dragon with a fruit in his front paw and fruit juice around his mouth waved one paw. Nice to meet you, Crown Prince. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Yes, sir, yes, sir. You are great and mighty. Cal flinched. Forget being a quarter dark elf. Cal couldn't believe how glib Albaru was while greeting a dragon. Little Crown Prince, you're not shocked. Rayan seemed to be shocked as well as he asked Albaru the question, however. Albaru just smiled as he pointed at Cal. This punk is more shocking. Cal started to frown after seeing Albaru pointing at him. On the other hand, Rayan nodded his head. This is why you are the crown prince. You are a bit smart. Thank you for the exaggerated compliment, great and mighty Rayan Muru Dragonim. No, you really are smart. Thank you very much. You seem to have been drawn together with all of the knowledge of the night. Rayan's mouth was twitching, and his wings were fluttering at Albaru's compliment. Cal made eye contact with Albaru at that moment. Is this good enough? That was what Albaru's gaze seemed to be saying. He's got such a glib tongue as usual. He didn't even seem to have trouble praising a dragon. This made Cal feel like Albaru really was a person he could connect well with. Cal nodded his head with a stoic expression. He then reached his palm out. There was no need to say anything. Albaru took the top file on the table and handed it to Cal. Cal opened up the file as Albaru started to speak. Crown Prince Valentino seemed to be very hungry. Cal stopped for a moment before reading the first page as he thought about the Caro Kingdom's crown prince, Valentino. He was a humane crown prince and someone who was known as a close friend to the Magaru Empire's imperial prince, Adin. He recalled the meal they had together. You can eat anything when you are hungry. You also become desperate. Commander Cal, I wish to speak in secret with Crown Prince Albaru. Of course. He will fill your empty stomach, your highness. The Caro Kingdom and Crown Prince Valentino realized that they had been made fools after learning that the Indomitable Alliance and the Empire were in an alliance. He could not hide his anger regarding that issue. Your Highness, how did the Caro Kingdom find out that the Empire was aiming for the Whipper Kingdom? The Empire was thinking very lightly of the Caro Kingdom. Crown Prince Albaru took a sip of wine before continuing to speak. Someone from the Caro Kingdom's side found their light affinity churches speaking with people from the Empire. The Caro Kingdom was grinding their teeth in anger at the churches who were no help and instead wanted to run away during the Battle of Castle Leona. However, they did not bare their fangs in public. In fact, Crown Prince Valentino pretended to try to become close to them again for the recovery work after the battle while stealthily keeping a watch on the churches. Thanks to that, the Caro Kingdom was able to find some churches making contact with the Empire. Cal thought about something after hearing this information. The only reason that the Empire would need to contact churches is to gather priests with healing abilities. Correct. These priests with healing abilities are the most important resources during a war. Cal understood why the Empire and the churches would do such a thing. He was certain that the Church of the Sun God, the largest of the light affinity churches, would definitely work with the Empire. Even if the Church of the Sun God did terrible things inside the Empire, there were still many believers within the Empire. The Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God's bishop probably wanted to take control of that area as well. That was the way for him to become the Pope. How angry must the Caro Kingdom have been after learning about all of this? These bastards were doing all sorts of things in their front yard. Cal understood why Crown Prince Valentino was so angry. However, Crown Prince Albaru had not finished speaking. Also, the Empire approached the Caro Kingdom to align together. That is the case. Ha! Cal was flabbergasted. Crown Prince Valentino must be grinding his teeth. Not only did they look down on the Caro Kingdom, they considered them to be idiots. The Margaru Empire had helped the Indomitable Alliance even as they sent soldiers to help out the Karo Kingdom. Such a place was aiming for the core of the churches by recruiting the priests with healing abilities and asking the Karo Kingdom to make an alliance. The Margaru Empire supposedly said that they wished to use this chaos in order to increase their power along with their close friends, the Karo Kingdom. They wanted to do this together. Wow, Cal shared his honest sentiments. Total trash. Well, war and politics are always like that. I guess that is true. Crown Prince found it a bit odd while watching Cal nod his head with a look of disbelief. It was because Cal seemed a bit innocent as he was getting shocked and angry at something like this. I guess he is only 20 years old after all. It was the moment he had that thought. He could see Cal start to smile. Please tell the Karo Kingdom to align themselves with the Empire. Crown Prince Albaru looked toward Cal. The Empire probably wants to be like the Perun Kingdom in the Indomitable Alliance. However, shouldn't we make it so that the Karo Kingdom plays the role of the Perun Kingdom instead? The Perun Kingdom had betrayed the Indomitable Alliance. The Empire would also end up betraying the Karo Kingdom. However, they will make it so that the Karo Kingdom betrays them instead. I guess I thought wrong. Did you have a different plan? No, I was stupid for thinking you were innocent. The corners of Crown Prince Alberus' lips started to go up like Cal's lips. He had the same thought. I already told them to do that. As expected. Cal started to clap. Rayan stopped eating fruit and clapped as well. Crown Prince Valentino has accepted that suggestion. Oh, your highness, as expected, our own kingdom's son always does great things. Albaru did not look happy at all at the human and dragons clapping. It felt as if they were clapping for him to work even harder. That was why he raised his hand in order to make them stop clapping before continuing to speak. Enough sucking, you, let's decrease the Empire's territory. Crown Prince Albaru made eye contact with Cal. Wasn't that your plan, your highness? Cal knew about Alberus' abilities based on how he had stolen the mages that were hiding away from the Whipper Kingdom during their civil war. It was difficult for the Indomitable Alliance to try to take territory away from the Roan Kingdom because of the Forest of Darkness and the Gorge of Death. However, the Empire did not have such obstacles. Crown Prince Albaru knew that Cal had the Cat Knight Sir Rex, the Alchemist, and the Sun Guard twins. Would someone like he miss this opportunity? He was probably aiming for it. Even if he cared for the greater good and peace, he was born with the blood of a ruler. Then it is better for me, who has all of these weapons lined up, to say it first. It was beneficial for Cal if the Roan Kingdom got stronger. That would decrease the number of things he and his people have to worry about in the future. Ending a war quickly and bringing peace back to the kingdom was good for the suffering people of the Western continent as well. Cal wanted to do it big if he had to do things anyway, with the hope that his late 20s could be the start of his slacker life. He still had not given up on that slacker life. Cal reaffirmed his goal before taking a sip of wine. Albaru rubbed his chin as he casually added on, I think he'll get a stomachache if I eat up all of it. He'll get a stomachache if he ate up the entirety of the empire. He would also have to be cautious about the other kingdoms in the alliance. Furthermore, he couldn't just increase the strength of the allied kingdoms on a whim. What Crown Prince Albaru truly wanted was peace. Exactly. Just enough not to get a stomachache. He was only planning on taking a bit of the empire. If it goes according to your plan, there will be a new ruler in the empire. The current royal family would be no more. That was the only way to change the roots and get rid of the seeds of war on the continent. Albaru was moving for that peace, however. There was something he wanted in secret. Of course, it was something that he was pretty certain Cal would know about. Young Master Cal, we don't know whether that new ruler will become a king or an emperor. Yes, sir. We also don't know if the Margaru Empire will remain an empire or become a kingdom instead. We don't know what the Roan Kingdom will end up becoming either. Albaru lifted his wine glass toward Cal, who clanked his glass against it. Clang! Cal and Albarus' new plan for the Roan Kingdom started with the clear sound of glass clinking. Cal took a large gulp of wine to celebrate that. Clack! The empty wine glass was placed back onto the table. The Crown Prince could see Cal starting to get up. You still have things to do. Yes, sir. Go. Cal quietly left the tent after seeing Albaru shooing him away with no regrets. Rayan turned invisible and followed behind him. Cal was heading for his tent. Iruhaben should be there right now. There was somewhere for him to go with the ancient dragon that was waiting for him. Crackle inside a man-made underground cave. A torch was lighting the dark cave. Cal was guided by Watira as he walked through the cave. He is in the innermost cell of this underground cave. Watira was guiding them while looking around. The ancient dragon Iruhaben, Rayan, and finally Cal. The three of them were walking through the underground cave made by the Brek Kingdom's forces. The three of them were silent. However, they were calm. Watira did not think much about it. Instead, she stepped back once they arrived at the cell at the end of the cave. He is in here. Clang. Watira could see the magic lock easily being broken. It did not take much for Rayan to break the lock with his black mana. He's grown. Watira could feel Rayan's growth while choosing to be silent. There was someone who walked past her and entered the cell. Cal was the first to enter. He could see someone laying on the ground like a corpse with his body slightly shaking. Both his eyes and mouth were covered, and he was also tied down. It was the dragon half-blood who was covered in scales and looked neither human nor dragon. Cal sat down next to the dragon half-blood. Rayan was standing right next to him. He could feel Rayan being wary, however. Cal did not say anything before taking off the device that was covering the dragon half-blood's eyes and mouth. 1 week. Cal had given the dragon half-blood a week to decide whether he would die now or live for 6 more months. Cal had come to find the dragon half-blood before that week was up. The dragon half-blood's black eyes focused on Cal. It was at that moment. "You are human." The voice came from outside the cell. It was the person who had not entered the cell. The ancient dragon Iruhaben's voice reached Cal's ear. Iruhaben's voice had a mix of anger and lamentation. "You ate a dragon's heart." The dragon half-blood could hear Iruhaben's voice, however. He could not help but continue to stare at Cal. There was no sympathy nor anger in those eyes. An emotionless gaze and expression were directed at the dragon half-blood. The cold reddish-brown eyes asked the dragon half-blood a question. "Who are you?" The dragon half-blood, who had been spending his time in pain, couldn't talk properly at first because his mouth was dry. However, the corners of the dragon half-blood's mouth slowly started to twist upward. "Have you heard of the word chimera?" It was a creature made up of parts of multiple other creatures. For example, a creature with a lion's head and a horse's legs. It was a term used for a mutant creature. Chimera. The dragon half-blood looked at the fully human and the two fully dragons as he continued to speak. "I am a man-made monster." Chapter 261, Rip It 2 Chimera. A man-made monster. The ancient dragon groaned after hearing that word. This is something that goes against the laws of nature. It was different than a mutant or a variable. Both of those were things that happened naturally, while a chimera was not like those things. 900 years ago. The ancient dragon almost gasped as the dragon half-blood continued to speak. He had expected the dragon half-blood to have completed his second growth phase. However, living 900 years was almost the full lifespan of a dragon. How was that possible? Iruhaben kept his mouth shut as he waited for the dragon half-blood to continue. The dragon half-blood took some breaths before slowly taking them on a journey through the past. "I was told that I was the only surviving child. That person told me to call him Father. Since he said I was the only surviving child, he wasn't my real dad. Ah, you're probably curious about who my father is." The dragon half-blood could see the young dragon observing him from right behind Cal. The dark blue pupils showed wariness, sadness, as well as many other emotions. The dragon half-blood thought that they were very innocent emotions. "He's young. That dragon is really young." That fact made the dragon half-blood sigh as he continued to speak. "My father is the White Star, the leader of Arm." Rayan flinched while the ancient dragon groaned. Even Watira, who was standing outside the cell, could not help but gasp. However, the dragon half-blood started to laugh again after seeing Cal's gaze. Cal seemed to be inspecting him. The still focused gaze was coldly trying to determine whether he was lying or telling the truth. "Scary bastard." The dragon half-blood did not stop himself from laughing as he asked, "Don't you want to catch that person, Arm's leader, the White Star, the person who kept the dragon half-blood in that cave? Too bad. Even I have only seen him with a mask on. Well, only his eyes were covered, so I did see his mouth." The dragon half-blood had only seen the mouth of the person who was laughing as the white crown ate his blood. He still heard that laughter whenever he went to bed. That was the only noise he had heard while staying inside that dark cave. The dragon half-blood pushed that memory aside as he looked toward Cal. He heard Cal's voice the moment they made eye contact. Cal had noticed something odd in the dragon half-blood's statement. The white star is human. The dragon half-blood had said that person. The dragon half-blood started to smile. Isn't it weird? Ruhaben brushed his face with his hand. Everybody was tense as they waited for the dragon half-blood to continue. Only the dragon half-blood's weak voice could be heard. The white star is human. However, he has been alive for 900 years. He doesn't even have the scent of death on him. What do you think? He doesn't have the scent of death on him. Iruhaben interjected into the conversation. The dragon half-blood made eye contact with the ancient dragon. Yes, Iruhaben, I'm sure you would have figured out my situation right now. I am only a half-blood, but I still do have some dragon's blood in me. Dragons are sensitive to the scent of nature and death. That is why they are able to notice dead mana right away, but I could not smell even the smallest amount of the scent of death on him. Iruhaben's expression stiffened up. You know who I am. That person gave the order to destroy your house, and I was the one to deliver that message. Ah, Witira's gasp filled the cell. The puzzle pieces were falling into place one by one. However, the biggest question still remained. Cal's mind was turning into a complicated mess. Something is weird. The White Star arms leader. Who is that person? How can a human live 900 years? Furthermore, the bastard with half-dragon's blood said that he didn't smell the scent of death on him. Was that naturally possible? What do you think? Cal made eye contact with the dragon half-blood again. Isn't that person disgusting? Don't you want to kill him? That person. The human who told him to call him father. That's how I feel. The dragon half-blood wanted to kill that person. No, he still wants to kill that person. He would do it right now if he could. The anger and sorrow from losing his strength was visible in the dragon half-blood's pupils. My first memory is of that cave. When I opened my eyes and met that person, this is what he told me. Approximately 900 years ago, he could still feel the coldness of those cave walls. The voice that was even colder than those walls was his first memory. I placed a dragon's heart inside your body. Cal recalled what Iruhaben said as soon as he saw the dragon half-blood. He ate a dragon's heart. Did that mean that he had a dragon's heart inside of him? Cal turned toward Iruhaben, who was frowning as he could not hide the shock he was feeling. He could not get an answer from that response. However, Cal got his answer as the dragon half-blood continued to speak. I ate a dragon's heart every so often after that. Is eating a dragon's heart different than having it placed inside of him? Cal was speechless as he looked toward the dragon half-blood. Just how many lives were killed to keep this bastard alive? However, he could not easily share his thoughts out loud. The dragon half-blood's eyelids were slightly shaking. He was thinking about his past. 900 years ago. It was an extremely long amount of time. Do you know why I have black hair and black eyes? Only one dragon per generation has a specific color. It's because it's all jumbled up. All you get is darkness when all of the colors mix together. The colors started to mix together as I ate the hearts of different dragons. There was a dragon's heart mixed into his heart. That heart melted into his heart like a tattoo before starting to take over his body every time he ate another dragon's heart. Then one day, his eyes, hair, and scales all turned black. The dragon half-blood thought that the color matched his situation well. That person seemed to want to make me finish my third growth phase. He wanted to turn the dragon half-blood into a full dragon. The dragon half-blood did not know why. However, reaching the second growth phase in 900 years was my limit because I was a created being. I ate a total of 4 dragon hearts until I reached my second growth phase. If you count the original dragon's heart within my heart, I was made with the lives of 5 dragons. Unbelievable. Iruhaben could not help but share his sentiments. He killed 5 dragons. It is 6 if you include the eastern continent's ancient dragon, Olean, a minimum of 6 dragons. It was not easy to do such a thing. No, it was almost impossible to do that. He would have faced them individually, as dragons live alone, however. They are not weak. Dragons are strong, even if they are alone. But a human managed to kill so many dragons. He is not human. The ancient dragon who had spent 10 years in the world, unlike the dragon half-blood, who spent the majority of his life in a cave, came to a conclusion based on his experiences. The bastard who killed the dragons was not human. Iruhaben. The dragon half-blood looked toward Iruhaben and started to laugh. He too did not believe what Arm's leader, his father, had done. He did not believe it even as he ate the hearts that were delivered to him. However, he was able to figure it out after coming out into the world. Dragons are existences that live alone. They are selfish and ill-tempered. That is why nobody knows when they die. A dragon isolates itself. Some of the most severe cases don't even make a family. They didn't want to create baggage that would hinder their growth. That was their weakness. Nobody knew when they died. There was nobody to cry for them. There was nobody to come save them. Do you know why we finally aimed for you? Iruhaben could read the emotion that went past the dragon half-blood's eyes. That was a look of envy. This dragon half-blood was envious of the ancient dragon. Iruhaben, you are less selfish. Unlike other dragons, you had a lot of dragons that you kept in contact with. You also helped them out. This was the reason Arm did not touch Iruhaben, who was an older dragon than the eastern continent's ancient dragon Olian. There were many life forms around him. Arm did not know why this was the case. However, Iruhaben started to frown as he realized the reason. Maybe it was because he had this dust or powder attribute, but he treasured those beings that were useless and weaker than him. He didn't know why he was drawn to them. He protected young dragons during their first growth phases, the world tree, the elves, and even saved some of the elves' lives. Iruhaben lived alone, but did not choose to isolate himself. That was why you ended up being the last one. The ancient dragon closed his eyes and asked once the dragon half-blood finished speaking, "Was my heart meant to be yours as well?" The dragon half-blood shook his head at the ancient dragon's question. He looked at the young dragon who was glaring at him and Cal Henitus, who was looking at him with a stoic expression, and responded back, "No, not for me. That person just said he needed it, but I don't know what he was going to use it for. He had just given the order to invade Iruhaben's lair to someone else." The dragon half-blood took in the beautiful appearance of the ancient dragon who had lived a similarly long amount of time. The real thing was beautiful compared to this ugly fake. Even the white gold color that he had imitated was nothing compared to the real thing. "Who?" The dragon half-blood let out a deep sigh. He had spoken too much given his body's current condition. He turned his gaze toward Cal. The young dragon was quietly looking at him. Although they were both black, he could see a beautiful black skin and dark blue eyes that were unlike his ugly self. He had never worried about becoming weak during the first and second growth phases. It was because he always thought that it wouldn't matter if he died from the pain. However, he felt that it was a bit unfair. It was unfair for him to die without being able to live. That alone was what got him through his growth phases. Rayan's mouth opened a bit before closing again after making eye contact with the dragon half-blood. He was a smart dragon, however. Rayan did not know how to express his current emotions. That was why he could only look back at the dragon half-blood's black eyes. Iruhaben was also looking at the dragon half-blood with a complicated expression. This was someone who had lived almost as long as he had but had also taken the lives of 5 of his fellow dragons. Even then, he found it to be complicated. It was at that moment. "Ill come again." This calm voice filled the cell. It was Cal. He stood up from where he was crouching. "Again." Cal nodded his head as if it was obvious after the dragon half-blood asked in confusion, "There's still time left for you to make your decision." Cal had given him 1 week to think things over. There were still a few days to go for that. However, the dragon half-blood could not understand Cal's thoughts, so he asked, "I was made through the lives of 5 dragons. Shouldn't you kill me right now? Aren't you angry? I'm a cursed being. Am I someone who will save you?" The dragon half-blood was suddenly at a loss for words. Cal bluntly told the truth to the dragon half-blood, who seemed to have the wrong idea. "Whichever decision you make, I am the person who will kill you. Whether he dies now, or he lives in pain for 6 months before his body exploded. Either way, the dragon half-blood was going to die. I'm just giving you the choice regarding how you will die." Cal would just change what he takes and how he takes it from the dragon half-blood based on his decision. It's your life, so you decide what you want to do. Rayan looked back and forth between Cal, who turned away from the dragon half-blood without any hesitation, and the dragon half-blood, who was staring at Cal, before flying toward Cal. He then saw the look on Cal's face and hung onto his back. "I will stay here a bit longer. Please do whatever you wish, Iruhaben Nim." Iruhaben looked toward Cal, who responded back to him as if it was nothing, before looking back at the dragon half-blood. "Let's chat for a bit. Whatever you want." The ancient dragon and the dragon half-blood's conversation was about to start. At that moment, Cal stopped right before stepping out of the cell and asked, "Hey, what is your name?" Cal could hear the dragon half-blood respond, after a moment of silence. "My father, that person told me he would give me a name when I became a dragon." However, the dragon half-blood was someone who could not become a real dragon. Cal started to frown. Damn it, I shouldn't have asked. Cal suppressed the annoying feeling rising up through his body as he headed out of the cell. Witira bowed toward the ancient dragon Iruhaben, who waved her away and followed behind Cal. Tap, tap. Footsteps were the only thing that could be heard in the dark cave that was pitch black other than from the light of the torch. Witira and Rayan were both quietly peeking at Cal. Cal was cursing this fantasy world in his mind. What a rotten world. The white star, god damn it. There's nothing in this, the birth of a hero, world that I like. He wanted to flip everything over, but his glass body didn't have the strength to do that. Damn it. Cal's annoyed footsteps were rough and angry. Cal continued to walk in a way that showed his emotions as he headed for the entrance. They soon arrived at the entrance of the underground cave. "Young Master Cal, shall I open it?" Witira spoke up and tried to walk in front of him, however, Cal shook his head. He pulled at the door in his way as if he was taking out all of his frustration onto it. Egu. He was then shocked. Bang! He closed the door back. Cal put his hand over his heart. Wow, damn it. Cal took a deep breath and opened the door open. "Hey, why are you like this?" "No, when did you get here?" He was so shocked that he almost stuttered. It could not be helped. Calnim. Choi Han was standing right outside the door. Why is this punk always in front of the door? Cal was frowning after having been scared by Choi Han standing in front of the door many times already. He was about to say a few things to Choi Han before turning his head after hearing a noise. However, Witira's eyes turned odd after seeing Choi Han's gaze. "Young Master Nim, young Master Cal." Cal could see Rosalind and Lark running toward them. The killer whale Archie was shaking his head as he grumbled and walked behind them. "Cal Nim. Ha!" The gentle and innocent voice made Cal look back at Choi Han. Choi Han handed 2 documents to Cal. "I got the agreements from them, 2 of the 3 northern kingdoms. There were the signatures of Norland and Askasen on these documents." Cal started to smile. "They took care of it faster than I expected. They truly are like munchkins, very efficient." Cal's gaze headed toward the other side of the cliff. He could barely make out the flag of the Indomitable Alliance. There were spotlights on the flags in order to keep them illuminated even during the night. It was time. "Young Master Cal, Miss Rosalind." Cal smiled at Rosalind, who approached him and started to speak. "Now we just need to strike the Bear tribe and the Flame Dwarf tribe from the back. The end to the war was not far away. The Indomitable Alliance's flag. It was finally time to rip it down." Chapter 262. Rip it 3, young Master Cal. Cal smiled toward Rosalind, who was calling for him with a calm voice. The Flame Dwarf tribe and the Bear tribe. They now had a way to choke them out. Cal made eye contact with Rosalind while thinking that she would have the same type of excited reaction. That was why he was waiting for her to continue speaking. "Looks like you were the one to strike people in the back." "Excuse me. You hit us hard on our backs." Rosalind's calm but chilly gaze made Cal flinch as he reached his hand out to rub the top of his back. However, he could not reach his back because Rayan was currently hanging on him. The invisible Rayan's voice echoed in the area. "You're a right little Rosalind. The weak human smashed us in the back." "Right, Rayan Nim. I'm very happy to see you healthy and grown, Rayan Nim. I'm happy to see all of you as well." Rosalind's expression that had turned into a gentle smile at Rayan's voice turned cold again as she looked back toward Cal. Cal slowly tried to avoid her gaze. However, doing that made him see Choi Han, who was standing there with his mouth shut, as well as the tall but feeble wolf boy Lark, who was fidgeting with a tearful expression. Tusk. Cal realized that Lark saw him in pain through the video communication device. He saw something a child shouldn't see. He looked back toward Rosalind and casually started to speak. "I am okay now, liar." Rosalind felt those words wanting to come out of her mouth, but chose to remain silent. It was what they had chosen after chatting with Ron. It was because they knew Cal and knew about the approaching future that they decided to respond with their actions rather than their words. Cal saw that they were quiet, so he quickly changed topics. Their looking like they were worried about him was embarrassing, as he didn't like how they had to worry about a full-grown adult like himself. But how were you able to take care of things so quickly? Cal waved the documents Choi Han handed him as he asked. Rosalind answered that question as if it wasn't much. It was easy. We went to Norland and said that we should end it here if they don't want to see the Perron Kingdom and Roan Kingdom invade them together. Is that so? Yes. We even threw them a carrot as we discussed. We offered to use the sea route in order to conduct some food trade. Their expressions changed once I said that. Cal nodded his head. They had not gone to just destroy palaces. You always have to give the carrot with the stick. The biggest reason that the northern kingdoms wanted to conquer unfrozen lands was because of food. However, it was difficult to conduct trades because of the Forest of Darkness and the Gorge of Death. That was why the Roan Kingdom offered to trade them food via the sea route. Of course, it would not be between private merchant guilds, but on the national level. Norland had already realized that it was impossible to aim for the Roan Kingdom, and they were slowly reaching the point where they would need to worry about their food supply. That was why this offer would have been enticing for them. Rosalind continued to speak. Once the deal with Norland was made, it was only natural that Askasen would soon follow. We threatened them by asking if they felt as if they could handle the Bear tribe, the Flame Dwarf tribe, and arm on their own when both of the other two kingdoms had already stepped out of the Indomitable Alliance. You did a wonderful job. It was nothing. Cal thought that he was right to leave it to Rosalind as he did a quick scan through the documents. Just skimming through, it was enough to tell him that they were well made. Cal looked at the group with a satisfied expression, and the others smiled back as well. Everybody except one person, that is. The killer whale Archie looked at the three people smiling at Cal with a gaze that seemed to be saying that he was tired of them. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Lark. The killer whale Archie, who had seen what the three of them did with his own eyes, was sure about one thing: they are even worse than me. Furthermore, Choi Han and Lark were worse than how he was during his recklessly violent days. Archie watched as Lark entered his berserk state and followed behind him in order to destroy the palace roofs with his bare hands, thinking that Lark was reaching those same recklessly violent days as well. Forget the carrot and the stick. Bullshit, she didn't give them a carrot at all. The original plan was to destroy one palace, however. They had destroyed two palaces and a couple of gardens as well. So how could Norland and Askasen not be afraid? Archie started to shiver while thinking about how Rosalind had gently smiled in front of the Askasen king. Your Majesty, do you think that Askasen will be safe if the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom allied together in order to cross the border? Please think hard about it. Her smile had been gentle but cold. Make the wrong move, and the enemy will have their blades at your neck like right now, Your Majesty. But it was already that exact situation. It was amazing to see her threaten the king little by little. Archie had subconsciously asked, after seeing her method, Miss Rosalind, is it really okay to threaten them like this? Mr. Archie, we came to cut off the enemy's oxygen and to make them surrender. We need to push them into a corner. Don't they say that a cornered rat will even bite a cat? Rosalind and Choi Han had looked at Lark before asking Archie a question back. Mr. Archie, do we seem like mere cats? I'd say we are tigers at the least. Archie was at a loss for words after hearing that response. It was because what she said was true. Archie touched the back of his neck that suddenly became chilly and tried to remove that conversation from his mind. However, he happened to see Choi Han at that moment. Choi Han had been quiet ever since their conversation with Ron. He didn't seem to be angry, nor did he show extreme amounts of concern as Lark had done. He did not move around with a sense of urgency like Rosalind either. Archie had asked Choi Han about it, as it seemed to be odd. Why are you so calm? However, Archie could not help but gulp after seeing Choi Han's true emotions through the eyes that originally looked calm. I'm glad if it looks that way. He was not calm at all. Archie turned away from the trio that were even more reckless than him and started to walk. He walked over and stood behind Watira. That helped him calm down a bit. Unfortunately, he flinched as soon as he heard Watira's voice. Watira had asked with a confused expression, Young Master Cal, were you sick? Ah, she didn't know. Watira had not heard about Cal's condition. Archie slowly started to frown. It was not because of Watira. Screech, screech. There was a robed man sitting on a wheelchair and another person in a black robe quickly approaching them. He was sure they were Clope and Mary. Those two are no joke either. There was Clope, who was known to be the craziest of the group, Mary, who was so innocent that it left people speechless, and behind them was the talkative social butterfly, Vice Captain Hilsman. Archie's frown became worse as they approached them, and Archie wondered why Cal had to answer Watira's question right now. Well, you can say that I almost died, but came back to life. Archie started to get angry. Don't say something like that so casually. However, he chose to remain silent after seeing everyone grow quiet. It was better to not think about it at all. Cal did not care that it became quiet as he pointed toward the tent with his chin. Let's go report to His Highness first. Cal was waving the treaties around as he headed for the Ally formation, the Indomitable Alliance's formation at the Gorge of Death. It was only February, but the soldiers could see that morning was starting to come faster and that winter was ending. Tap, tap. A helmeted soldier was rolling a small stone in his hand. The stone that had been warmed in the fire was now cold. That meant that dusk was here and that it was time to change shifts. Tap, tap. The soldier, who was hitting two stones against each other out of habit, peeked behind him. The area he was responsible for was full of many brightly lit tents. So annoying. Never a chance for the lights to go out. Quiet. Let's just focus on our work. The soldier shut up at his friend's scolding. However, his gaze was still focused on the brightly lit tents. This area was where the leadership of the Bear tribe, the Flame Dwarf tribe, and the two remaining northern kingdoms were gathered. The combined strategy tent was at the center, while the respective kingdoms and tribes had their own sections around it. The light in the central tent was constantly on. The bear inside that tent started to speak. How is the food procurement going? The bear, who was the representative of the bear tribe, asked the Askasan representative, who started to frown. The biggest issue for the Indomitable Alliance members stationed at the Gorge of Death was having enough food to feed the soldiers. It is not easy. About how long do you think we can last? If we gather as much as possible, we may be able to last until early March. However, we cannot let this carry on that long. The Breck Kingdom is one of the most agriculturally developed kingdoms on the continent. The Askasan representative had a terrible expression on his face. However, the bear started to smile. Early March. They still had plenty of time to resist. Of course, he did not plan on prolonging this war either. March will be the limit for Askasan. The bear, who seemed to be planning to aim for the Askasan kingdom if the Breck kingdom was too difficult, looked at the table with a satisfied expression before continuing to speak. How are the preparations going on your end for the Flame Dwarf tribe? ... It is going well. The bear's expression did not seem good after hearing the Flame Dwarf's response. It was because the Flame Dwarves seemed to have lost energy. The ones who had been the most motivated had lost all motivation after one defeat. This is why dwarves are useless. They were useless other than their talents for building stuff. However, it was not that the Flame Dwarves were not low on motivation. The dragon half-blood fell to the ground. That image had been on his mind for the last few days. He could not help but think of the humans who brought down that fearful dragon half-blood. According to the laws of nature, humans were ranked lower than dragons. However, they had seen those humans break those laws of nature and defeat the dragon half-blood. I have a bad feeling about this. The chief of the Flame Dwarf tribe could see the bear's gaze. However, he was ignoring it as he was still trying to figure out why he had such an ominous feeling. The bear administrator did not know about this and just thought that the Flame Dwarf tribe chief who was avoiding his gaze was useless and shook his head. I'm just glad that the Lion tribe isn't here. The Lion tribe did not take part in this final battle. The bear found this to be helpful as it was easier for them to take control of the others. Perun Kingdom, you goddamn bastards. The bear mumbled and cursed the Perun Kingdom as he turned toward the Norland representative. The Norland representative could not hide his anger and headache from the Perun Kingdom's betrayal. The bear gently started to speak to him. As I mentioned earlier, those Perun bastards are terrible, but this is for the better. It really was better. I do not know why the Perun Kingdom chose to betray us, but the Perun Kingdom is isolated as long as the Indomitable Alliance remains together. We can take the Perun Kingdom's land after we take down the Breck Kingdom. You are right. I agree with you, but I can't help but be angry with them. I understand. I completely understand. The bear smiled as if he was trying to console the Norland representative. However, his inner thoughts were different. It is better this way, much better. The original central figure of the indomitable alliance was the Perun kingdom, and specifically the guardian knight Clope Seca. Arm and the bears were slowly moving the balance of power in their favor. However, the image of that original central figure had strongly remained in the hearts of the soldiers. That was why the bears had cheered when the guardian knight had disappeared. It made the scales tip completely toward Arm and the bears. Furthermore, now the entire Perun kingdom had betrayed them. It was a satisfying situation. Why? We can eat up Askasen and Norland later while they are fighting against the Perun kingdom. It was beneficial for the bears to have the three northern kingdoms weaken each other. They just had to boss these unmotivated flame dwarves around while taking over the pretty useful lands that belong to the Askasen kingdom and the Norland kingdom. I just need to confirm whether the dragon half-blood is truly dead. The command they had received from Arm had the dragon half-blood situation as the top priority. That was the reason for it. We need to accurately verify the enemy's formation. The bear continued to speak to the Askasen and Norland representatives who were looking at him. In order to not extend this war, we need to pay close attention and aim for an opening. I agree with you, however. The enemy has so many strong individuals. The Norland representative commented with a frown on his face. Will it be possible to infiltrate their ranks? The bear put on a reliable smile. Commander Nim, there is something you need to know about wars. The phrase, "is it possible," is not needed. Then what is needed? Tap, tap. The bear tapped on the table and gathered everyone's gazes on him. He then answered in a quiet voice. Do it no matter what. Whether it was possible or not was something not needed in war. If they made up the mind to infiltrate the enemy formation, we must make it happen regardless of how we get it done. That is what determines victory or defeat in war. The Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom's side did not care about their means and methods during the last battle. Their preparations had been more thorough by drawing the Perun Kingdom to their side. However, the bear believed that it was now the indomitable alliance's turn to not care about the means and methods. He believed this was especially the case for Norland and Askasen. They had nowhere to turn back to. They weren't in a situation to ask about means and methods. The bear looked toward the Askasen and Norland representatives as he continued to speak. It is about who cares less about the means and methods. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, something was happening in the distance. They could hear an odd noise. It was the sound of drums. At that moment, the bear could see the grim expression on the face of the Norland representative. You are right. The victor will be determined by who cares less about the means and methods of accomplishing things. Boom, boom, the sound of the drums started to get louder. However, the Norland representative was not finished speaking. He stood up from his seat and calmly continued to speak. However, there is something that I fear more than anything else. The bear stood up as well and waited for him to finish speaking. A victor who has nothing to show for it. I'm afraid of becoming someone like that. The bear chuckled. He shook his head. There is no chance of that happening. The bear representative was certain. Regardless of what happened, the bears would gain some territory. There was no chance of the bears achieving an empty victory. He didn't care about what happened to the other two kingdoms. It was at that moment. Plop, the tent entrance flap was opened. The noise outside could be heard even more as the flap was lifted up. The sky was still dark. He could hear the noise coming from across the sky that was becoming brighter as the night was coming to an end and morning was arriving. Boom, boom, the enemy soldiers are starting to get into formation. The bear warrior who entered the tent, accompanied by a Norland knight and an Askasen knight, continued to speak. We can see the Perun Kingdom's flag, so it looks like the Perun Kingdom is taking the vanguard. We believe that the Mage Brigade is behind them. The bear representative started to walk out of the tent. Beep, beep. A signal was sent throughout the Indomitable Alliance's base. The soldiers and knights who were inside their tents were coming out and getting in formation. The bear representative saw the Norland and Askasen representatives standing side by side behind him and started to smile. He could feel that he had become the central figure in the alliance. He then started to speak loudly. All units prepare to move. Boo-woo-woo, boo-woo-woo trumpet sounds were used in order to share the bear representative's order with the soldiers. The soldiers that numbered in the tens of thousands quickly started to move. We need to go in a direction where we can kill a lot of the Askasen and Norland soldiers in case we are pushed back by the Breck Kingdom. They needed to do that for Arm and the Bears to at least have the north. That thought made the bear not fear the upcoming battle. We can fight using the soldiers as shields. We can block against magic by sacrificing the soldiers. The bear representative was thinking about how to sacrifice the Askasen and Norland soldiers while minimizing the damage of the bear tribe and armed members. That was why he didn't question how quickly the soldiers were moving even at the unexpected order. Boom, boom. Is it okay to suddenly go into battle like this? The bear representative started to raise his voice after hearing the Norland representative's weak voice. It will be fine. Boom, boom, the sound from the enemy drums became even louder. Just how many drums are they using? He wondered how many soldiers were drumming right now. The bear helped back his sneer at how the Breck Kingdom was trying to scare them and shouted to those who were looking at him. We are strong. We also have the numerical advantage. This is a fight for the foot soldiers now. Now that there was a bridge to cross through the Gorge of Death, it would now mainly be a land battle. He emphasized that as he hoped to sacrifice as many of the Askasen and Norland soldiers as possible. A win-win situation for us, whether the Indomitable Alliance wins or loses. The bear imagined this wonderful future as he transformed into his berserk state. Boom! His enlarged foot stomped on the ground. He then started to shout, "We will win against the enemy and get our revenge against those traitors." Boom, boom, the drums continued to beat. It was even louder than before. But for some reason, the noise was coming from above their heads. Boom, boom, the bear stopped shouting and raised his head. He could see a mass of black in the air. Caw, caw, he could hear the crows start to caw. How is that bastard? The bear's eyes opened wide. Boom, boom, a tiger wearing white was beating the drums while standing on top of the crows. The wind was making the shaman's drumming sound even louder. It was all coming from a single drum. However, none of them could focus on the noise anymore. An existence that was even whiter than the white tiger was standing on the black ground made by the crows while holding onto a staff. The bear could not hide his shock. How is that bastard? He was alive, the person standing with the staff. His white hair was fluttering in the air as he stood there while looking down with an arrogant demeanor. The original central figure of the Indomitable Alliance. The person who had started this war. The person who had once been called the North's brightest star. Guardian Knight Clope Seca. He was looking down at the Indomitable Alliance while standing on top of the crows with a staff in his hand. Next to him was the Roan Kingdom's Northeast Region's commander, Cal Henitus. Chapter 263. Rip it. 4. Boom, boom, the drumming noise continued, however. The visual shock was so much that the soldiers could not hear it at all. Guardian Knight Clope Seca. The soldiers and knights of the Indomitable Alliance who were looking at him could not hide their shock. Guardian Knightnim is one of the soldiers from Norland clenched his spear as he looked up at Clope. Clope Seca. What kind of person was he? Cal could easily answer that question. He is the Guardian Knight. He was the Guardian who was known not just in the Perun Kingdom, but throughout the North. He was also a sword master, the person who created the Indomitable Alliance, and someone who gave off an arrogant aura. In other words, he was a hero, or a future hero. They had heard that such a person was defeated in the battle at the Henitus territory and had fallen, but that person had returned, and he returned in a shocking and cool manner. Cal smiled at the sturdiness under his feet. Human, I have become even greater and mightier. He could hear Rayan's voice in his head. Although it looked as if they had come here on the crows, Rayan was responsible for Cal and Clope floating in the air, and it's thanks to Mary that this crazy bastard is standing. Clope was holding a staff, however. He was standing on his own 2 feet. His cool clothes and the white cape that was fluttering behind his armor seemed to be shouting that this guardian knight was still the same person as in the past. However, his legs would crumble if Cal just tapped him. Even though he could use aura, the fact that his arms and legs were a mess meant that all he could do was stand. However, he was causing enough chaos in the Indomitable Alliance just by standing. Shoot! The bear representative looked around as if he had forgotten something. Clope Seca. This person had reappeared looking fine. He did not seem like someone who had lost a battle. The bear looked toward the person who was standing next to Clope Seca. Cal Henitus. The name of this person could be heard during this war no matter where they went. The person who was the center of their enemy forces. The North's greatest knight was standing next to that person. Boom, boom, the bear representative finally figured out why the Perun Kingdom was in the vanguard of the enemy forces. How could they linger behind when their guardian knight was in front of them? The weight of that title was too heavy to easily reduce him to that of a traitor in the soldiers' minds. People were already whispering to each other. The soldiers who had been moving quickly were feeling chaotic. I can't let it continue like this. The bear motioned to a mage who approached him and then quickly used amplification magic for the bear. The bear looked toward the sky and started to shout, "Traitor, how dare you show yourself?" His angry voice echoed throughout the gorge of death. The bear was pretending to be angry on purpose as he walked forward without any hesitation. The bear warrior, as well as the Norland and Askasen representatives and their subordinates, followed behind the bear administrator. The bear administrator cut through the soldiers and headed toward the cliff. We came down through this vicious wind in order to claim the unfrozen lands. The bear stopped walking. He could see the edge of the cliff. He could also see the Perun kingdom, the Roan kingdom, and the Brek kingdom's soldiers on the other side. Furthermore, he could also see the bridge between the two sides. The bridge was narrow. The area for the soldiers to fight was extremely small. He was planning on defending against the enemy's magic spells using his soldiers, while using the Norland and Askasen soldiers to fight against the Perun kingdom's knights and soldiers. That was why the bear administrator shouted as if he was the commander. Our goal for coming down south will not be defeated by betrayal and shady tactics. The bear looked up to the sky and shouted, "We have a mindset for victory that traitors like them will never understand." The bear made eye contact with someone. The white-haired knight, Clope Seca, was looking down at him. Clope slowly started to speak. His voice was already amplified thanks to Rayan's magic. How would the bear tribe know the pain of the people who were born in the coldest regions of the western continent? His confident voice filled the area. The freezing cold was the norm, and we always had to do our best to farm in these desolate lands. It was hard to even find water in the winter because the ocean and the lakes would freeze. The expressions on the faces of the indomitable alliance's warriors slowly changed. Now that they were slowly recovering from their shock, they could clearly hear Clope's confident voice. How would a bear know the mindset of us northerners who persisted through those conditions? The bear did not hold back his sneer. "Ha, Clope Seca, do you think you are qualified to say these things?" Joy briefly passed through Clope's eyes. He recalled the conversation he had with Clope. "Do you still dream of becoming a legend?" "Calnim, I will give you that opportunity. Last night." Cal made eye contact with Clope, who was in his wheelchair, and gently started to speak. However, Clope knew that Cal was the coldest when he was speaking gently. However, Cal told Clope what Clope wanted to hear. "Rise." Mary controlled the dead mana at that moment to change Clope's arms and legs. Clope slowly stood up from the wheelchair. He swayed a bit, however. He could stand straight once he held onto the staff that Cal handed him. Cal spoke as if he was that white-haired priest from before. "You will become the legend of the North from this moment onward." Legend. That word had made Clope start to smile. His heart was beating fast. Of course, Cal coldly continued to speak to him. "However, do not forget that your life is still in my hand. I will definitely keep that in mind." Calnim. He had been correct. Following a true legend would give him a chance at survival, while also giving him a chance to leave his name behind as well. Clope started to speak toward the bear, who was asking him for his qualifications. He couldn't use any aura with his limbs, and he couldn't use any strength at all either, however. He was someone who had worked extremely hard to become a sword master. That experience and majestic presence would not disappear. In fact, the fact that he had a stronger belief in something made his aura even stronger and full of certainty. A voice as cold as the northern winds echoed throughout the sky. Did he have the qualifications? The answer to that question was simple. "I do." The Perun kingdom's soldiers and knights, as well as the Norland and Askasen soldiers and knights, looked up at the man who used to be their role model. That person looked down as he continued to speak. "I am the Perun kingdom's guardian knight, as well as the North's guardian knight." The weight of that title was heavy. Cal smiled for a moment before returning to a stoic expression and recalling the conversation he had with Crown Prince Albaru. "Cal, yes, your highness. Will you be putting Clope to use?" "Of course. Wouldn't it be easier for us if someone we can control becomes the central figure for the North? I guess it'll be easy to control him since his life is in your hands." There was no reason for the Roan kingdom nor the Brek kingdom to invade the three northern kingdoms. There wouldn't be many benefits, even if their territory became larger. There was almost nothing to take from those lands. However, it was home for the people of the north. They could not look down on the value of their home. The Rhone kingdom had offered to trade food with the people who were devastated that they would need to return to those desolate lands after the war. The Rhone kingdom was giving them a way to live even without taking over unfrozen lands. Furthermore, they had also done something else right now. It was regarding the pride of the north. Yes, pride. Although that land might be desolate, they still had pride that it was their home. That was the reason Cal put this person whose life was in his hands to work. Clope Seca started to speak. I am the guardian knight of the north. I will never throw that title away. He was doing this, not to pressure the leadership of the three northern kingdoms, but to instill pride in the soldiers and knights who were here. The soldiers and knights were looking at Clope with different expressions. However, all of the people of the north were looking at him. The guardian knight confidently continued to speak as they watched. The north is where I will forever exist, not the indomitable alliance. The bear felt his back getting cold as he looked into Clope's cold gaze. There was a reason that Cal was instilling this sense of pride in the hearts of the people. It was so that the people of the north would not envy the southern lands nor hate the southern people. He was also trying to create a common enemy between the two. The Guardian Knight named this new common enemy the Bear Tribe, the Flame Dwarf Tribe, and Arm. I cannot let you all take my existence. No, I cannot let you all take away our north. The soldiers' and knights' expressions changed. The bear started to frown. Although it was a chaotic situation, he could feel that things were starting to change for the worse. Clope was about to say the last things he needed to say. That is the reason I returned. Clope then turned toward Cal, who did a quick short nod so that others would not notice. He then shouted out Cal's order. Rip the flag. The energetic voice could be heard throughout the entire battlefield. Boom, boom, the sound of the drums started up again as well. The bear had an ominous feeling. Clope's absurd speech, the changed atmosphere, and even the sudden order as well as the drums. He could not figure out what was going on. Rip it. Is that another signal to attack? He remembered how the enemy had attacked last time. Is it another magic attack? The spells that Commander Rosalind had cast were amazing. Or is it the whales? Maybe the tigers. The enemy had too many strong individuals. The bear representative made up his mind right away. The bears will be in the rear. He turned toward the Askasen and Norland representatives in order to give them an order. The enemy seems to be starting their attack, so let's prepare as well. We just need to hit them with overwhelming numbers. The Norland representative started to speak when the bear representative looked at him. Do you remember? What are you trying to say in such urgent times? The bear was angry and wondered why the Norland representative was so calm. However, he calmed himself down and waited for a response. The Norland representative and commander quickly continued. You said, we must make it happen, regardless of how we get it done. That determines victory or defeat in war. Of course, I remember. I said something similar. I guess he needed a reminder. Either that or Clope's words made him nervous. The bear smiled and put his hand on the Norland representative's shoulder. As he was in his berserk state, it was easy to place his hand there given his height. Do not worry about it. We will win. There is no reason to listen to that traitor. The Bear Tribe and you are all part of the Indomitable Alliance. You are correct. We will be victorious. The Norland representative finally smiled and nodded his head. He then continued to speak with a chilly gaze. We decided not to care about the means or methods. It was at that moment. Clang the bear flinched at the sound of a sword and immediately moved the hand that was on the Norland representative's shoulder. Bang! A loud noise occurred as the sword and fist clashed. It was the Askasen commander's sword. The sword broke after striking against the bear's fist. The bear heard the Norland representative's voice at that moment. Rip the flag. What? He then heard the Askasen representative's voice as well. Rip the flag. Rip, rip, rip. The bear raised his head. There were flags being ripped. The flags of the Indomitable Alliance that were located between groups of knights and soldiers were being ripped. The ones to rip these flags were none other than the Norland and Askasen soldiers. Raise the flag. This voice came from the ground and not the sky. Rosalind was the one to start the chant, however, many other people shouting to raise the flag soon appeared. Finally, the bear saw the flags rising up in front of him. The Perun Kingdom, the Norland Kingdom, and the Askasen Kingdom. The Breck Kingdom as well. All four kingdoms' flags were being raised to the sky. What the two northern kingdoms that had ripped down the alliance flag raised their respective kingdom flags. The bear's eyes started to fill with anger. We decided not to care about the means or methods. He finally understood what the Norland commander meant. The bear tribe was not part of his we. The bear representative remembered what the Norland representative had said. A victor who has nothing to show for it. I'm afraid of becoming someone like that. He finally understood the meaning behind that as well. The two kingdoms changed sides so that they would not end up empty victors. They chose to stick with the true victors so that they could gain even the smallest of benefits. The bear tribe was betrayed. The bear tribe and arm were betrayed before they had a chance to do it themselves. You, the angry berserk bear's body started to shake. The bear representative subconsciously raised his fist. He needed to let out this anger somehow. His body was about to move. However, at that moment, clang, he heard the sound of a sword being drawn. At the same time, the soldiers who had been guarding the central tents appeared. So annoying. Never a chance for the lights to go out. Quiet, let's just focus on our work. These two soldiers had been chatting as they waited for morning to arrive. One of the soldiers removed his helmet, while the other removed the cloth covering his head. What the? The bear's angry fist instantly lost all strength. Clang! The tip of a sword stopped right in front of his neck. At the same time, a fist stopped right before it hit his back. The bear representative could hear the voice of the individual whose fist was right at his back. It was so easy to infiltrate into your base. The killer whale Archie was smiling as he made that comment. The soldier who removed the cloth covering his head was none other than Choi Han, whose sword was still pointed at the bear's neck. It will be difficult for you to escape this time. The bear representative and a mid-level administrator. He had escaped Choi Han in the air last time. However, there was nowhere to run now. In front of him, behind him, and above him, all directions were blocked. It was the moment the bear started to frown. Cal started to speak. Capture the enemies. The bear closed his eyes. The tens of thousands of soldiers who had been their allies not too long ago were aiming for the bear tribe and the flame dwarf tribe. The bear opened his eyes again and looked up at the sky. The red-haired man was leisurely laughing. A person who does not care about the means or methods. The bear realized that the person who truly did that was the commander in the sky and not himself. Cal watched as the sun came up and started to smile. His mouth slowly opened again. Looks like this is the end. The first war was now over. The name of the indomitable alliance was gone, and the flags of the kingdoms that had lasted a long time on the western continent were fluttering in the air. Chapter 264. Rip It 5. Cal headed down from the sky and landed on the ground. Morning had come and gone, and it was now noon. Woo-woo-woo cheers filled Cal's ears. It was only a few hours since the beginning of the battle. However, a lot of things had happened in those few hours. Cal landed at the center of the Breck Kingdom's formation and met with someone. Commander Cal Henitus. It was Crown Prince Albaru. Albaru could hear Rosalind's voice as he approached Cal. Tie up the defeated enemies. Defeat. The enemies were defeated while they had achieved victory. No matter how strong and numerous the bear tribe were, they still could not handle the thousands of soldiers in the Gorge of Death. It was the same for the Flame Dwarf tribe. Tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of knights, and numerous strong individuals surrounded them all. The only plausible result was a victory. Albaru stood in front of Cal. It was an easy victory. However, he still wanted to enjoy this victory a bit. That was why he came to see the person who worked the hardest during the war. Well, the Crown Prince looked toward Cal and asked for how he was feeling. Woo-woo-woo, boom boom, the area was full of cheers and the stomping of feet. Albaru was curious to know how Cal was feeling right now. He wanted to know the emotions behind that same stoic expression Cal always had. Your Highness. Yes. Cal commented with that stoic expression on his face. I am hungry after being in such a cold place. You emotionless bars. Ha. Albaru barely caught himself and sighed. Albaru Crossman, the soon-to-be king of the Roan Kingdom, and Commander Cal Henitus, the core player in this war. The soldiers could not approach as the two of them chatted. However, they were looking toward the two of them with anticipation. A bit away from them, the battlefield was full of cheers. However, the Allied headquarters did not have such cheers as well. This was because the core players at the center were quiet. Alberu knew this was the case as well. He put on a bright smile on his face. All right, snap out of it and do what you have to do. That was what Alberus Gaze was saying, and Cal immediately understood. Your Highness, we were victorious. The commander reported to Alberu with a low but joyful voice. The Crown Prince approached Cal and hugged him with joy. The Crown Prince and the commander. The sight of the two of them hugging made the soldiers become emotional. Seeing their usually cold leaders doing this made them truly feel that it really was happening. We won. It's finally over. The soldiers looked at each other and relaxed. Clang, clang. Some of their weapons started to fall to the floor. Others lifted up their weapons into the air. They then started to shout. Woo 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 woo. The cheers of joy could be heard throughout the base. Even more people started to join in as the feeling of bliss filled the area. Alberu recalled the Plaza Terra incident in the past. He had done something like this with Cal then as well, but it wasn't like what they did was as impactful as now. They just smiled brightly and quietly mumbled to each other. You don't want a medal, right? Should I give you money? Yes, please give me another golden plaque. For what? To throw away, I mean I need some money for something. He then heard Cal's honest request. Your Highness, I am hungry. Ha! Alberu could feel himself getting annoyed. He saw the person who came down to the ground with Cal at that moment. Clope Seca. Alberu at first thought this bastard was an aloof and quiet guardian knight. But this bastard was next to Alberu and Cal, while the other soldiers and knights were hesitant to approach them. Alberu could hear what Clope Seca had to say. Calnim, you truly are a hero who deserves all of this cheering. Alberu then heard Cal's voice. To be honest with you, your highness, he has a few loose screws. I know. Alberu held back his sigh and put on his bright smile again as he let go of Cal. Cal also had his reliable and cool commander-like smile on his face. The weak human and the crown prince are smiling like that again. Are they trying to scam someone? Cal ignored Rayan's question about scamming someone that he had not heard for a while before looking around. His people were returning to the base from the battlefield one by one. Cal could hear Rayan's voice. Are we going to our house? Cal did not ignore Rayan this time. No, we are going to the villa at the capital. Cal whispered the response before turning toward Crown Prince Alberu and starting to speak. Shall we go back, your highness? Alberu nodded his head. Of course, they needed to first go to the Roan Kingdom's capital. Why did I do that? Cal started to question himself. Why did he agree to go to the capital first? He should have realized something was up when the Crown Prince immediately agreed when he mentioned going back. There was no way that person would easily nod his head like that. I knew something felt iffy. Cal was frowning right now. A piece of apple pie was placed in his mouth, and Cal started to munch as he peeked out the carriage window. He could see them. He could see the silver shields. Cal was not in a parade right now. He was also in a shabby-looking carriage that did not have the Henitus household's golden turtle crest on it. However, he could still see children walking around with silver shields. There were also children wearing black robes, children walking around with black cloths on their heads, while some children had even tied black strings to their hair and walked around with swords. He could also see the luxuriously decorated street. An extremely happy capital could be seen outside the small window. Damn it, human. It's nice to come here after such a long time. It's not as nice as our house, but it is better than the tent. The black dragon Rayan sat on the plush couch and put another piece of apple pie into Cal's mouth. Rayan was happy to return to one of the first residences he had stayed at after starting to follow Cal, the Henitus residence at the capital. Rayan was smiling and fluttering his wings after coming back from the Gorge of Death and staying here for a night. He then pushed a piece of apple pie toward Mary. Little Mary, you should eat some too. Thank you very much, Rayan. Her usual mechanical voice responded back. It was the moment Cal turned toward Mary's black robe. Mary calmly started to speak without holding back. I could hear the citizens cheering for you yesterday, young Master Nim. Some of the citizens were supposedly singing about you in joy as well. Apparently, the song was about the silver shield, the pillar of fire, and the water wall. Nuo. Cal continued to chew on the apple pie with a dejected look on his face. He then noticed Choi Han. Cal, Mary, Choi Han, Rayan, and Lark were all on this carriage. Vice Captain Hilsman was on top of the carriage with the driver. Rosalind was not here because she was still busy taking care of things in the Breck Kingdom. Cal had asked for her help regarding the Bear tribe and the Flame Dwarf tribe. so both Watira and Rosalind would be extremely busy right now. I guess I need to go meet with the bears and the flame dwarves later. Cal thought about the basement of the Henitus residence at the capital, the training ground in the basement. The killer whale Archie and Paziton were currently keeping watch over the dragon half-blood in the same place where Lark had his first berserk transformation. The week that Cal had given the dragon half-blood was almost up. Tonight, Cal needed to go ask the dragon half-blood for his decision tonight. All sorts of complicated issues started to fill his mind. That was why Cal bluntly asked a question after blankly staring at Choi Han for a while. Are you going to war somewhere again? Me. Cal nodded toward Choi Han, who had a pure smile on his face. Yes, you. Why are you still clenching onto your scabbard? I think it is because I am shaking while thinking about going to the palace. Really? Cal found Choi Han's current state to be odd, but was about to just let it go. Rayan shouted out at that moment. Human Choi Han is currently getting stronger. Right here. Yes, inside the carriage. Yes, while eating apple pie. Yes, you don't need to know about it. What the hell? Cal looked at Rayan with a confused expression, but Rayan closed his mouth and avoided his gaze. That was why he turned back to Choi Han, who calmly answered back. I'm just trying to do my part in order to pay for my meals. You're already doing plenty. Cal found it to be odd, but decided to let it go since Choi Han wasn't raising his blade against him. Cal started to frown as he looked back outside the window while Choi Han watched Cal. He recalled the conversation he had with Ran. It was while Cal was in pain now, when Cal was about to die. Ran had said something to Choi Han as that conversation was ending. Both you and I have experienced it once. That is why we cannot let it happen again. This is our last house. You know that, right? Of course he did. Choi Han knew it too well. Ran had his experience of having to leave the eastern continent, while Choi Han had the incident at Harris Village. Both of them wanted to call the Henitus household their last house. However, Choi Han had not experienced it just once. He had lost his home once when he was transported to this world alone, while Harris Village had been the second home that he had lost. This was the third. It really had to be the last house. Choi Han was fully aware of his current limits, an incomplete darkness. His black aura still could not be filled with complete darkness. Both Rayan and Cal told him it was okay not to be complete, however, Choi Han had to prepare for the future. He was caressing his sword while training right now. No, he was currently thinking, how can I make this darkness complete? Do I need to return to how I was in the past when loneliness and despair filled my heart? All sorts of thoughts were clashing in Choi Han's head right now. He knew that there was just one more wall in his way. He just needed something to support him past the wall. That was all that he needed. However, there was something he was worried about. He needed a stepping stone if he could not support himself over the wall. He needed someone to step over. However, Choi Han did not want to do that. He wanted to climb over the wall with his own 2 feet, just as both Rayan and Lark had done. Ah, Choi Han. Yes, Calnim, don't destroy a palace like last time. Cal felt iffy while watching Choi Han, who smiled innocently instead of responding before looking out the carriage window and fixing his sleeves. The carriage was passing through the main gate of the Roan Palace. The news about the end of the war had been spread little by word of mouth. The official proclamation for it was supposed to happen today. Crown Prince Alberu went up the steps to the platform one by one. He was currently at the central palace that was the first visible palace when you walked through the main gate to the Roan Palace. He was heading to the highest spot on that central palace. He stood on the terrace for a moment before heading up to the even higher platform. Neither the king nor anyone else from the royal family was there except Alberu. That was how they had discussed it. Where Alberu could see the citizens gathered in a faraway plaza outside the gate the moment he stepped onto the platform. They were all waiting for Alberu. A mage activated the video communication device in front of Alberu as soon as he stood at the center of the platform. Ooh-wang. The video communication device lit up as it activated. Alberu turned around during the slight moment that he had. He then motioned to someone who was inside the terrace. However, the person who was at the receiving end of that motioning shook his head in shock. It was Cal. His now quite long hair shook as Cal shook his head with a disgusted expression. Alberu chuckled at Cal's response. Does he think the citizens won't know about his achievements if he does that? What an oddly smart yet stupid bastard. He had never seen someone be at the front of all difficult things, but hide in the back when it came time to receive the reward for his actions. This bastard was someone who cared not for power nor fame, but was extremely greedy for money. Why does he suddenly need 5 billion gallons? He could not understand this bastard at all. Your Highness, it has been connected. Albaru stood up straight in front of the video communication device after the Major's report. Woo 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 woo, and even louder cheering could be heard. His face probably became visible to those in the central plaza. Albaru could not be in the plaza with the citizens, however. He smiled brightly, as if they were right in front of him before he started to speak. The plaza became completely quiet the moment he opened his mouth. The Crown Prince's statement cut through that silence. His calm voice reached all corners of the Roan Kingdom. The statement itself was short. The war is over. The citizens silently clenched their fists in joy. This was thrilling news no matter how many times they heard it, and hearing the official proclamation filled their hearts with joy. The Roan Kingdom protected itself and helped save this continent. The Crown Prince's words went past their ears and into their hearts. The Roan Kingdom was the first to clash against the Indomitable Alliance. Everyone believed that they would not be able to defend themselves. Such a kingdom had fought the Indomitable Alliance first and won before helping out other kingdoms around the continent and achieving victory. Do you remember what I said? The Roan Kingdom was the last to speak when the Indomitable Alliance had sent their notice for war. There was something Albaru had said as the representative of the Roan Kingdom. The Roan Kingdom is the kingdom with the longest history in the Western continent. The citizens recalled that statement. They then remembered what he had said after that. We will show them the strength of the survivors. That was what Albaru had said that time. However, the Crown Prince had something else to say this time. We survived and showed them the strength of the survivors. The Roan Kingdom had shown the Western continent their history and strength by achieving these results. The Crown Prince's bright smile was etched into the citizens' minds. His gentle voice felt like the warm sun that was signaling the start of spring. Now we just need to greet spring with happy hearts. Greet spring. Greet spring with happy hearts and no worries. The Crown Prince looked at the mage after saying that, and the mage quickly ended the call. At the same time, cheering that seemed to reach the sky could be heard. Woo 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 woo, this joy would probably cover the capital and the entire kingdom for about a week. Albaru headed down from the platform with the same smile on his face. Tap, tap. He then headed past the terrace and into the palace. He could see Commander Cal Henitus and 4 other people. The ones who had achieved merits during the war were elsewhere, so he had only called Cal and these 4 people here separately. The Northwest Region's Marquis Stan, the Southeast Region's Marquis Alan, the Central Region's Duke Orsina, the Southwest Region's Duke Jaira. The leaders of each region were standing in front of the Crown Prince. The nobles had stiff expressions on their faces, contrary to Albarus' bright smile. Albaru looked toward Cal, who was also smiling, and raised his hand. Tap. Chhhhhhhhh, the terrace door closed, and the curtains were shut the moment he raised his hand. The scenery outside the terrace was now gone, the bright sun and the cheering of the citizens. Neither of those things could be seen or heard. Crown Prince Albaru started to speak. Commander Cal Henitus. Yes, Your Highness. Only the winter chill cooled the room once the sunlight was gone. Albaru looked at the 4 nobles' stiff expressions before asking Cal a question. What do we have to do now? A calm response quickly came at his relaxed question. We need to go rip down the Empire's flag. Crown Prince Albaru could see Cal's appearance. Although he had signaled the end of the war, Cal was still wearing the Northeast Region's commander's black uniform. It was now the end of winter. The Roan Kingdom was stretching out its wings, similar to the animals who were stretching as they came out of hibernation in order to greet spring. Chapter 265. Hey, friend. 1. However, the expressions on the faces of the nobles listening to Cal and the Crown Prince started to be filled with different colors. There was only one thing that these 2 could mean right now. The Roan Kingdom wanted to take over the empire. The Alan household was known as the leader of the Roan Kingdom's southeast region. The head of that household, Marquis Sand Alan, saw the expression on Crown Prince Albarus' face and gulped. He means it. The Crown Prince really was aiming for the empire, and he had called the kingdom's highest nobles here in order to express that desire. No, he didn't only call us. Marquis Sand Alan's gaze headed to a spot about halfway between himself and the Crown Prince. Cal Henitus was standing there. He seemed to have already discussed everything with the Crown Prince. This is bad. They had just finished a war. The fact that Crown Prince Albaru was preparing for another war made Marquis Sand Alan unable to determine how the state of affairs of the continent would flow from here. Furthermore, wasn't this supposed to be the Crown Prince who cherished his people? He had just told the citizens that the war was over and that they could greet spring. That meant that the war against the Empire would go in a different way than the war against the Indomitable Alliance. However, those things aren't the main issues. The real reason that Marquis Sand Alan thought it was bad, that reason was making his mouth completely dry. The Rhone kingdom is not weak. The bad part was that this war against the Empire did not seem impossible. The growth of the Mage Brigade and the Navy, as well as the overall growth of the Knights' morales, all of these showed that the Rhone kingdom was already one of the Western continent's strongest kingdoms. Furthermore, they also had a sword master and many other strong individuals who were a kingdom's important keys for success. Although many people did not know about this next topic because the news had not spread, but the Crown Prince has been pressuring temples for a while and setting the foundations to bring the necromancer and the dark elves into the kingdom. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman truly showed the strength of the survivors very well. He had shown it by surviving when he had no strong supporters after he had lost the king's favor. The people who had been his stronger supporters were the Henitus household and the northeast region's nobles who had been the central figures in this past war. Marquis Sand Alan was unable to do anything during this past war. In fact, the influence of the southeast region's nobles had decreased, putting him in a bad situation. However, no matter how strong the Rhone kingdom has become, fighting against the Empire is a different issue. It meant something to touch the Empire that had long been the Western continent's ruler. Marquis Sand Alan's mind became complicated. Actually, his heart was even more complicated. The bad thing is that I keep thinking that it is possible. No matter how terrible he had been in the political side, he was the Rhone kingdom's leader of martial arts after all, which expert, especially a sword master, would want to suppress his own powers in front of a large-scale war. Defending against the Indomitable Alliance and attacking the Empire were extremely different from one another. The fact that the Rhone kingdom was in a place where it could launch an attack made his heart excited. It also creates an opportunity for each faction's nobles. Marquis Sand Alan looked toward Duke Orsina, who represented the central faction. Both Marquis Alan and Duke Orsina were known to not be part of the Crown Prince's faction. Their influence was decreasing as the Rhone kingdom's name became better known. Gaining merit in the war against the Empire was their chance to find a shortcut in order to retrieve their lost influence. Marquis Alan had a bitter smile on his face as he looked toward Crown Prince Albaru. The Crown Prince probably invited all of us here while aiming for this. He was scared of the Crown Prince's strategic mind. However, that bitter smile soon disappeared. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman started to speak. Do you know the story of the Crossman royal family? The Crossman household had been the only royal family since the beginning of the Rhone kingdom. There was a story related to that family. The Crossman ruler always has beautiful blonde hair. This blonde hair was the symbol of the royal family. Although the entire royal family throughout history had not been blonde, the king and the potential future kings had all always been blonde. This was because it was said that the Crossman household had received the blessing of the sun god. However, the nobles did not dare to share this information out loud. That reason came out of Albaru's mouth with an odd smile on his face. The Crossman royal family is said to have received the blessing of the sun god. However, we are unable to share this story because of the Empire. This is the internal sorrow for a kingdom that is average. The Margaru Empire was the continent's strongest faction and the location of the largest church of the sun god. The Margaru royal family had always treasured the sun god. That was why the Rhone Kingdom's Crossman family had been unable to share this information about their roots starting at some point. It wasn't that the Empire did something to tell them to stop. Instead, the Rhone Kingdom chose to shut up about it on their own. Since they were weak, they didn't want to do anything that might cause a fight. Furthermore, other than the fact that the family received the blessings of the sun god, the Rhone Kingdom did not have a national religion. The Rhone Kingdom's royal family did not push forward the Church of the Sun God to the citizens, and was reluctant to have the royal family be tied closely with the church. Alberu watched the nobles start to frown at his words before turning to look at Cal. Although people may think that he was sincerely listening, the fact that he was staring at the ceiling made it obvious Cal was not thinking about anything right now. How did I end up having to work together with a bastard like him? The issue was that this bastard was the most trustworthy person to him. Crown Prince Alberu held back a sigh as he continued to speak. His Majesty was originally planning on handing over the crown after this war. What is he talking about? Cal, who had been barely listening, turned toward Alberu. Why was this crown prince saying something so important, as if he was Ron talking about a kid from next door walking by the house? Cal frowned and observed Alberu, who had announced this bomb of an announcement. However, he was not as shocked as the other nobles. That is big news. I see. I didn't know something like that had happened. Duke Orsina, the leader of the central faction, showed his shock before quickly calming himself and responding back. However, he could not help but gasp after hearing what Alberu had to say next. Alberu continued to speak to the shocked nobles, but I declined it. He declined the crown. That act made it clear who held the power in the Rhone Kingdom right now. Marquis Sand Alan finally managed to open his mouth to ask a question. Your Highness, I know that I should not question your decisions, but may I ask your reason for doing that? Crown Prince Alberu quietly observed Marquis Sand Alan, who had asked the question. Beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. The Crown Prince completely looked the part of a crossman heir. He smiled at Marquis Alan, who did not avoid his gaze, and turned around. He then walked toward the terrace. The closed curtains were opened again. At the same time, the bright light of the sun entered the room. Crown Prince Alberu put his back toward the sun as he started to speak. I will become the Rhone Kingdom's ruler when it is at its highest point. The Rhone Kingdom that Alberu was thinking about was when it would have fully opened up its wings once again. That was the moment Alberu Crossman would become the Rhone Kingdom's new king. I wish to be the brightest person in a larger Rhone Kingdom. The reason he pushed back the coronation. He desired to become the king of the Rhone Kingdom once it had eaten up some of the empire's territory. This desire was thoroughly delivered to the four noble leaders. They could see the brightly smiling Alberu Crossman. His face was covered with shadows because the sun was to his back, however. His gaze and smile were clearer than ever before. Alberus' calm voice echoed in the chilly room. Will you all take me there? Silence filled the area. Alberus' voice continued through that silence as if it was a fog. Of course, I do not wish to shed our citizens' blood in order to get there. Wow. Cal was amazed internally. He was pressuring the nobles thoroughly. This really was the person who managed to handle Choi Han in the novel. He was someone who cared about the Rhone Kingdom's citizens and cared about the greater good. However, he was also someone who did not hide his greed. These are his instincts. These are his instincts as a king. If Rosalind was someone who threw away her royal position and chose a different path without any hesitation because of her greed, Alberu Crossman was someone who hid the fact that he was a quarter dark elf and persisted even when he had no support in order to reach the position of a king for a stronger Rhone kingdom. It might be possible that the Choi Han Inn, the birth of a hero, chose to help Alberu out not just because of his glib tongue, but because of his appearance as a true ruler. I bet that Alberu Crossman definitely becomes one of the main heroes after Volume 5. The Alberu that Kel read about up to Volume 5 only had the role of giving tasks to Choi Han and nothing else. However, if new strong individuals or heroes other than Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind appeared starting from Volume 6, then Cal was certain that one of them would have been Alberu Crossman. Alberu Crossman is not the type to lose to Imperial Prince Adin. That was why Cal could not help but support this crown prince who was greedy, but still put the needs of the citizens first. However, although Cal smiled and quickly hid it, the other nobles were feeling a sense of chilliness that they could not even feel the warmth of the sun. Marquis Sand Alan had his eyes closed. All sorts of thoughts were going through his mind. However, he soon opened his eyes again. He had made up his mind in less than 5 seconds. Let's do it. It was time to put everything on the line. However, there was someone who had made up their mind faster than any of them. One person's voice responded to Alberus' request. Your Highness, Cal Henitus. He was the first one to respond to Alberus' request. Cal slightly bowed and continued to speak. Your Highness, you will start the new story about the Roan Kingdom and the Crossman royal family. Funny bastard. Alberu held back his laughter. The Crossman royal family had always had bland kings. Although he thought that it was a rotten tradition, Alberu had to turn himself bland as well. It was not just an issue for him, as he felt that it would be difficult for the citizens to accept him and his quarter-dark elf blood that had been hiding the truth all this time. Furthermore, his true appearance would be a weakness when it came to politics and foreign affairs. That was why Alberu understood what Cal meant by what he said. The person who never said useless things had said, the Crossman royal family's new story. This definitely meant that he would become the Roan Kingdom's king, even though he was not truly bland. I like it a lot. Alberu then looked toward the others. They all bowed their heads and shared similar sentiments. We will do what we can to create that path for you, your highness. He could see Cal raise his head before the other nobles. He looked quite evil as he smiled. Human, the crown prince is smiling like you as well. However, Alberu had a similarly evil smile on his face. Raise your heads. The nobles raised their heads at Alberu's command. Alberu gave another order to the nobles after that. I will teach you the path that you will need to walk from here. Of course, he had come up with this plan with Cal. The bright sun was shining while the citizens were cheering outside the terrace. However, the Roan Kingdom's central figures were planning for their future. Cal returned to the Henitus residence at the capital and looked at the clock. Click, click. He could hear the second hand moving. Human, they will be here soon. He heard Rayon's comment. Cal turned his head. Pear at a bright light caught Cal's attention. The empty room next to Cal's bedroom. The magic circle in that room was shining brightly. Once that light disappeared, nice house. Cal could see the ancient dragon, Eruhaben, looking around the room. He could also see three people wearing white priest robes with no crests. Eruhaben had returned to the Super Rock Villa in order to bring these three people over. They were naturally the three that Cal had been waiting for. The crazy priestess Cage, the half-saint Jack, and the blood-crazed sword master and fake holy maiden Hannah. They had come to see Cal for the first time in a while. Long time no see. The god of death seems to be doing a good job. Hey, young Masternim, I have heard a lot about your great deeds. Crazy priestess Kay took out wine glasses with shields etched on them while Hannah casually greeted Cal and touched her scabbard. Saint Jack was smiling with an even holier face than usual. Cal put on a smile that was as gentle as possible as he said something to these three that had each greeted him in their own ways. We need to go evangelize. Silence filled the room after hearing Cal's words. Cal continued to smile as he asked crazy priestess Cage, who was staring at him, a question. Miss Cage, did I seem holy? Cage responded back with an odd expression on her face. Young Masternim, you look evil. The crazy priestess Cage did not know how to lie. Cal's expression quickly became blank in surprise. Chapter 266, Hey friend. 2, agreed. The sword master Hannah stoically agreed with Cage. Cal's blank expression stiffened up as Saint Jack approached him with an odd expression on his face. Jack approached him and quietly started to speak. Although that smile just now was different than usual, I know that your heart is a just heart that is focused on doing good things, young Masternim. I heard about everything you did until now, young Masternim. You saved a lot of people in the Roan Kingdom and other kingdoms too, right? I thought that was very like you, young Masternim. However, there was sadness in Jack's eyes. I'm just worried that it was hard on you to have to hurt your enemies. Of course, I have experienced things now too, so I know that we need to become vicious in order to protect ourselves and our people. Jack's innocent face had become a bit more mature. Young Masternim, you're okay, right? Cal could see Cage, who let out a big sigh and shook her head, and Hannah, who was looking at her older brother with concern. He turned his gaze back to Jack and answered his question. I am okay. His calm response made Jack hold back his emotions and nod his head. I understand your wish, young Masternim. What is my wish? Cal wanted to ask that question but did not question it. It was because he heard the ancient dragon Eruhaben sigh. Human, that saint really is a good person. He is good all the way down to his heart. He truly deserves to be a saint. Cal ignored Rayan and looked toward Cage and Jack as he started to speak. Please rest for a bit. You can rest on the first floor with everyone else or rest in your rooms. Please relax while you are here. Cal then made eye contact with Hannah. She still did not wear a robe and let her scars show, allowing Cal to see that her gaze that was even more vicious than before. As for you, follow me. Cal headed to the basement with the two dragons and Hannah. Hannah asked as she followed behind Cal, "Where are we going? To a prison that may end up being an execution ground." Execution ground. That word made Hannah start to smile wickedly. It was because she was curious as to why Cal was taking her to this location. Cal stopped outside the basement training ground and started to speak. "I may save one of Arm's core red stars today. I may also take him around with me for the next 6 months." The word, Arm, made the smile disappear from Hannah's face. She had been saying all this time that she would be the one to kill the members of Arm, and that she had been training while thinking about that moment. Cal continued to speak to her. "You hate Arm and want to kill them, however. You will need to deal with one for a few months." That was what Cal was worried about. He was concerned that this blood-crazed sword master might get angry and chop the Arm member's head off. She was someone who could easily do that. Cal Henitus. He could hear Hannah's voice. Cal slowly turned his head to look at her. Hannah looked at Cal and honestly answered back, "I'm not a shameless person." He had allowed her to stay at the Super Rock Villa and prevented the whales from killing her. Just as Hannah wanted to get revenge on Arm, she was fully aware of everything she had done. She started to smile again. "You don't need to tell me these things." The reason that Cal had called her over separately to tell her this in advance might be his way of caring for her. Hannah was not too familiar with this word. Care, however, she took her hand off of her scabbard. "I will not do anything if you try to save him." And Cal thought that she might have misunderstood something. Should I have said that he will end up blowing up in 6 months? Cal felt oddly iffy, but decided to just let it go. There was a reason he was keeping the dragon half-blood alive. Cal had asked Eruhaben to go to the Super Rock Villa and get the Sun Guard twins and Cage, while everybody else went to the capital. He had asked for something as Eruhaben prepared to head to the Super Rock Villa. "Eruhaben Nim, could you make it? It's not an issue if you get me the ingredients." "But why?" "I need it for something." Cal recalled that conversation as he opened the door to the training ground. Screech, the heavy door, slowly opened. "Ah, you're here, young Master Nim. Hello." The two whales who noticed them coming into the training ground greeted them. Paziton's greeting was respectful while Archie's was half-assed. However, the two of them quietly headed out of the training ground as Cal motioned for them to leave. Sword Master Hannah looked at the center of the training ground and let out a groan. She recalled when she had been poisoned by dead mana in the past. She could see something that was neither human nor monster, and that looked even more disgusting than she had looked at the center of the training ground. She started to frown. It was not because he looked disgusting or ugly. It was because it made her recall her past self. Why does this bastard only gather people like this? She found Cal interesting for picking up strays that were dying like this red star here and herself. However, Cal didn't find it to be interesting at all. It was just reality. Ha ha. A weak breathing noise filled the area. Cal approached the dragon half-blood close enough to hear that weak breathing before crouching down and making eye contact. "Take your pick." The dragon half-blood tried to smile toward Cal, who got right down to business. However, he did not have any strength to smile, as the week that Cal had given him had come to an end. The dragon half-blood looked at the ancient dragon Eruhaben, who was standing behind Cal. That was the first time he had a conversation with a dragon. It wasn't anything serious. However, the dragon half-blood wanted to chat one more time. The person he wanted to chat with was, naturally, Cal. He then opened his mouth to speak. "Why do you want to keep me alive for 6 months?" He needed to know before he made his decision. He was curious as to why Cal would keep him alive. Cal answered without any hesitation. "You need to go back to your house." "My house?" "Yes." Cal did not trust the dragon half-blood. No matter how sad of an upbringing he had that he couldn't help but become twisted, he still could not trust the dragon half-blood. It was because the dragon half-blood had a past history of wanting to kill him and his people. He cared more about the people around him than this bastard's sob story. That was why Cal had something to take care of with him while letting him live for 6 months. He told the dragon half-blood what he needed him to do. "Your house, Arm. You need to guide me to where you stayed." Ah, the ancient dragon Eruhaben let out a gasp as a thought that went through his head. However, it did not reach the dragon half-blood, who continued to speak with Cal. "If you wish to know the location of the base, isn't that something I can just tell you? How can I trust you?" The dragon half-blood was at a loss for words at the immediate question. I cannot trust you. That is why you have to lead us there with your own 2 feet to show us. The dragon half-blood asked another question that came to his mind. What do you plan to do once you find out the location of Arm? None of your business. Cal was smiling oddly as he sternly answered. Iruhaben became certain after seeing that expression. He's planning on blowing up Arm's headquarters. Cal had asked the ancient dragon a few days ago if it was possible to make a large quantity of dragon's rage. The ancient dragon had originally thought that Cal was planning on using it against the Empire and the alchemist's bell tower. This punk is moving while thinking about taking down Arm after dealing with the Empire. As Iruhaben realized, Cal was planning to work very hard for a short period of time before welcoming his late 20s with a peaceful and relaxed life. That mindset was so strong that it could overcome most natural disasters as well. The dragon half-blood who faced Cal's sturdy gaze closed his mouth and observed Cal. He had heard that Cal was 20 years old. However, Cal's gaze was sturdier than his 900-years-old self. That gaze was telling him something. It was telling him to decide. The dragon half-blood's mouth slowly opened. His lips were shaking. It was the first time in his life that he had the chance to decide something about his own life. 6 months later at that time, he heard that his body would explode. That was when he wanted it. That is when I want to die. It was the moment he gave the answer. Gasp. The dragon half-blood took a deep breath. His limbs started to shake. His body suddenly stiffened up to the point that he could not speak. His gaze headed in a direction. He was not the only one. The ancient dragon and Hannah both had their eyes opened wide as they looked at someone. Cal seemed different than usual. He looked classless as he crouched on the floor, however. An unbelievable pressure was flowing out of him. Sword Master Hannah looked down at her hand. Her fingers were slightly shaking. A pressure that was strong enough to affect a sword master like herself was coming out of Cal. She felt as if she was a puny human standing in front of a natural disaster. She felt small while looking at Cal's back. This. Iruhaben felt the black dragon Rayon's paw on his back as he took a breath and commented, "This is when our weak human seems to be a bit strong." Hannah, who was standing next to them, started to frown. A bit. This is just a bit. But today he seems quite strong compared to normal. Quite strong wasn't even enough to describe it. Hannah clenched and unclenched her fists repeatedly. She thought that others might not notice her shaking fists if she did that. However, the ancient dragon, who was not affected by the pressure, turned away from the proud-looking Rayan and looked at Cal. It is almost at the level of a dragon fear. This pressure was similar to an adult dragon's dragon fear. No, it is equivalent. Dragon fear was a strong pressure of a higher class being that came out when an adult dragon wanted to let its presence be shown. Dragon fear. However, this was not dragon fear. This is that feeling. It was the power of the dragon slayer that the ancient dragon had felt from Cal. Dragon slayers gave off a pressure that would not be destroyed by dragon fear. This was the first time Iruhaben saw Cal using this power. Furthermore, he could see Cal using another power as well. The human, who was giving off an aura that was at the level of the world's greatest race, dragons, took a white crown out of his pocket. Anybody could see that this crown fit him quite well right now. Anybody who saw him right now would have no issues calling him king. The white crown started to shine on top of Cal's hand. Iruhaben said a different name for the dragon catcher at that moment. The Treacher. This name for dragon catchers was something only someone like the eldest dragons on either continent would know about. Humans with a body that can grow by eating dragons. Those humans went against the laws of nature. They were not simply mutants nor variants. The dragon slayer household picked one head per generation. That head of household had the power to destroy the ecosystem. They were able to overcome the limitations of a lower race and successfully hunt dragons. Nature rejected such dragon slayers. That was why dragon slayers could not become kings. They simply existed outside of nature and fought against dragons. However, dragons did not hate these dragon slayers. Why? Although nature rejected them for being treacherous, dragons thought that nobody could exist without having a natural enemy. A dragon's only opponent and natural enemy. Although they loathed dragon slayers, they could not completely hate this only opponent of theirs. A race without a natural enemy would become complacent. Iruhaben looked toward Cal with an amused expression. He had heard about the fake dragon slayer, Siram. Thanks to that, He learned that the true Dragon Slayer power was divided up into different parts of the world, and that the Dragon Slayer household had disappeared. And now those scattered powers were slowly gathering into one person. But surprisingly, that person was someone who saved dragons. Forget hunting, it was someone who could not watch anybody die. A new dragon catcher now, a new treacher might appear. A new era was slowly approaching. The ancient dragon felt old as he watched the lights of a new era slowly starting to brighten. The ancient powers that were not well known in the world were being activated by Cal as the two dragons watched on. Although they had an enemy called Arm and the continent was in a state of chaos, the ancient dragon could see the light beyond all of that. The ancient dragon looked toward Cal, who was at the center of that light. He then started to frown. Ah! He could hear the sword master Hannah groan as she turned her head. The ancient dragon slowly approached Cal. He could then see that, contrary to the aura he was giving off, Cal was frowning. Ha! Damn it! He could see the fatigue on Cal's face. Slurp, slurp. One was the sound of the white crown's jewel slurping up the dragon half-blood's blood, while the other was the dragon half-blood's painful scream. Slurp, slurp. The energetic white jewel was eating up the dragon's power within the dragon half-blood's blood. Although it might seem cruel, Cal had not healed the dragon half-blood's injuries from the last battle. He just did light touch-ups in order to prevent him from dying. Thanks to that, the crown was sucking blood out of the disgusting injury that Choi Han and Rayan had created on the dragon half-blood's stomach. Is he not going to die from blood loss? Honestly speaking, Cal was worried about the dragon half-blood who was screaming as if he was in a ton of pain. That was why he raised the strength of the dominating aura even higher. Cal was now using the dominating aura at max power. It was because of the advice from the owner of the dominating aura. The dominating aura. Do you know why you need this bluff of a power? People who don't know much about it would say that it is a good power for scamming others but useless in battle. That was the truth. It was perfect for scamming people. But there was a need for this power as well. It is to scam this crown. This aura is the only thing that this crown is afraid of in this world. Ah! The dragon half-blood took a deep breath and fainted. Sigh. Cal's instincts told him what he needed to do right now, and he whispered to the crown, "Don't overdo it." He made sure that the dominating aura was fully activated. It was to the point that the ancient dragon had to stop approaching him as well. All of that aura was then focused on the crown. Shhhhhh. Cal threatened it as the crown started to shake. Listen to me, unless you want me to cut you in half and grind you into a powder so that you disappear without a trace from the world. The ancient dragon became shocked. He's probably not talking to the fainted dragon half-blood, so is he threatening inanimate objects now? The ancient dragon stopped walking, wondering what was going on. However, Cal was seriously threatening the crown at this moment as well. You disgusting crown bastard, I will destroy you one day. Shhhhh. The white crown was shaking visibly. Cal said one last thing to the crown. Listen to me if you want to live for a long time. Slurp, slurp. The white crown started to drink the dragon half-blood's blood more slowly and gently. Ho! The ancient dragon watching this let out a gasp, however. Cal finally mumbled with a satisfied expression. Too bad. I was hoping I could throw and then stomp on you like last time. Slurp. Shhhhh. The crown stopped drinking and started to shake. What are you doing? Are you not going to do your job? However, the crown could not help but slowly suck the rest of the dragon's blood out of the dragon half-blood's body at Cal's comment. Cal turned his gaze away from the crown and looked toward the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood's black scales slowly started to disappear, leaving behind human flesh. It was proof that the dragon's heart inside the dragon half-blood's heart was slowly losing its strength. It was at that moment. Beep, the video communication device sent the emergency tone. Rayan approached Cal and started to speak. Human, it's that idiot Tunka. Tunka is calling. The Whipper Kingdom's commander Tunka. He was calling Cal. Cal calmly answered back. Ignore it. He could deal with the dragon half-blood first before calling him back. All right, I will ignore stupid Tunka's call, but there is a message as well. What is the message? Hey friend, I miss you. I need your help. That is what he said. What nonsense is this? When did I become Tunka's friend? Cal could not help but laugh in disbelief. Chapter 267, Hey Friend. 3. Cal then moved the crown away from the dragon half-blood's body with an iffy expression on his face. Slurp, slurp. The crown seemed to be full. The white crown then let out an even holier light and started to give off an odd aura. But it did not matter. Clang! The crown was thrown aside. The crown left Cal's hand and slammed down onto the training ground floor before rolling away. Everybody focused on Cal's sudden action as Cal casually went to pick up the crown before responding. I was just annoyed. Cal then started to think to himself, I truly was born to be trash. The way he threw something that he did not like seemed very much like trash. This unlucky bastard who. The ancient dragon had a calm expression on his face, however. He could sense the complication in Cal's mind based on his actions. Humans really are emotional creatures. This unlucky and sly bastard was also a genuinely good person, so Eruhaben could easily tell that there was a lot going through Cal's mind right now. However, Cal was actually not thinking about much. Pazetin, Archie. He called out to the whales outside the training ground. The killer whale Archie peeked his head in after hearing his name. What is it, young Masternim? Cal turned away from Archie and looked toward the dragon half-blood. Archie gulped as he saw Cal turning away. He was currently hiding Watira's young brother, the half-blood humpback whale Pazetin, behind his back. I want to see what is going on as well. Push. Archie pushed Pazetin away and gave him an expression that seemed to be saying no before he looked back at Cal. As expected, even young Master Cal is weird. The aura that had flooded out of the training ground just now. That aura had given Archie the chills. Pazetin had felt it as well and wanted to look inside the training ground, however. Archie just thought that this was the case only because Pazetin was weak and did not realize the full extent of that aura. It was an aura that was even stronger than the whale king, Schickler. Archie had never expected Cal to give off such an aura. There was a reason that Cal was close to two dragons. That was why Archie could not believe it. How could they tell me I need to protect this human because he is weak? He felt that Cal's group was filled with people speaking nonsense. He recalled how the palace-destroying trio had thrown a fuss about how they needed to protect Cal. I guess I have matured and realized how big the world is. Archie was proud of himself, but wondered how the trash of the ocean had ended up an adult like this. Archie, who was smiling and congratulating himself when he made eye contact with Cal again. What are you doing? Ahem, it's nothing, young Masternim. Archie got rid of that silly smile and looked toward Cal. Cal pointed to the dragon half-blood. Archie gulped while looking at the dragon half-blood. He could see a human with a pale face. He could not feel any strength other than that of a normal adult human. I guess the traces of a dragon haven't disappeared, though. There were still traces of a dragon left on the dragon half-blood. Archie could see parts of the dragon half-blood's body because he was still wearing the same thing that he had worn while they were fighting. Archie looked at the upper left portion of the body, the spot where his heart should be. There was still a dragon's scale left on the heart. Although the powers of a dragon were gone, the traces of a dragon on the human heart, that attribute, was still there. Archie could hear Cal's voice as he continued to look at the dragon half-blood. Put him in an empty room. Don't forget to tie him up. Cal looked at the rag-like robes and the dragon half-blood's messed up and bloodied body underneath. It was a human's weak body. He headed out of the training ground and walked past Archie. He said one last thing as he passed by. Make him look more like a person. The ancient dragon Eruhaben let out a sigh-like laughter. It was Cal's way of confirming that the dragon half-blood was fully human now, more like a person. Although it was the same thing, using the word person made it seem more affectionate than saying human. Eruhaben felt an unexplainable emotion. The traces of the dragons that the dragon half-blood had eaten were gone other than the small amount still left on his heart. The only thing left were the traces of the eastern continent's ancient dragon, Olean, who was eaten by the fake dragon slayer. Archie's voice echoed inside the training ground at that moment. Young Masternim, I am a whale beast person, so I know how to make him like a beast person, but not like a person. Ha! Archie heard Cal's sigh and responded in reflex. I remembered. Now I know. I will make sure he is completely like a person. Archie could not understand why his mouth was saying the things it was saying right now. However, Cal was not interested in the chaos inside Archie's mind. He peeked toward the sleeping dragon half-blood before heading to his bedroom. He recalled what Eruhaben had told him before Eruhaben left to get the trio from the Super Rock Villa. He had told only Cal about the conversation he had with the dragon half-blood in the underground prison. The White Star, Arm's leader, supposedly has another organization other than Arm. That is the main organization. Arm was only a subordinate organization. If that was the case, then what was the main organization? Where could it be located? Cal's expression turned cold as he walked to his bedroom. An aura of coldness surrounded him. He looked the same as he had looked every time he planned things out as Kim Raksu. There are too many reasons to flip the empire over. He thought about the information he had received from Aruhaben. That organization supposedly uses alchemy. If he had Arm in the eastern continent, he had alchemy in the western continent. Cal could feel the White Star's greed to lay the roots down in both continents in order to gobble them both up at once. The alchemist's bell tower's tower master is the final red star. Although he had met the vice tower master before, he had never met the tower master. He also had no information about that person. Appearance, personality, age. There was nothing known about that person. And Cal's expression quickly turned stoic. The White Star's hair color is supposedly the same as yours. It was not bright red like Rosalind's sun-like hair, but a bloody red color like Cal's sunset-like hair. Cal stopped walking and looked out the window in the hallway. He could see his hair that had grown a bit past his shoulders now. That was good information to have. Cal thought about this enemy who had the same colored hair as him and gave off a similar aura and started to smile. He could slowly start to get an image of this unknown enemy. He said that the way he smiled underneath that mask seemed very similar to you. Cal could not help but smile even more. He used that information as well as his reflection in the window to draw out an image of the leader at the top of the enemy hierarchy. However, that smile quickly disappeared. Long time no see, my friend. Wow. Hearing it again gave him the chills all over. Cal was frowning as he looked at Tunka through the video communication device. Cal looked as if he had eaten the most bitter medicine in the world. Since when have I been your friend? I told you that I am a bad guy and someone you shouldn't trust. Ah, ha, ha. Egu, my ears. Tunka's laughter was loud. Cal looked at the children averaging 9 years old who were covering their ears in a blind spot of the video communication device before flinching at Choi Han caressing his scabbard and looking back at Tunka. Be quiet, or Choi Han is going to beat you up. Kehe. Tunka suppressed his laughter and casually commented. I saw the information Crown Prince Albaru sent over. The Empire is aiming for us again. That's His Highness to you. Yes, His Highness. The information that His Highness sent over. It's the truth. Cal's blunt response made Tunka observe Cal without saying anything. Cal was looking right back at Tunka. Tunka seemed even more wild and violent than before. His physique had become even more muscular. This meant that the Whipper Kingdom had not just been sitting back and watching the other kingdoms fighting against each other. I've been waiting for the right moment as well. Cal chuckled at Tunka's response. However, that slowly disappeared. Whether it is the Empire or Umpire or whatever it may be, I will rip apart anybody who shows up. The crazy bastard who had flipped the Whipper Kingdom over and aimed for the Empire. Cal had thought that the crazy bastard might have calmed down a bit, but that was not the case. Kehe, the sense of strong individuals are coming from the Empire. Hee, I've been waiting for too long. His laughing face does not seem normal. He did not seem crazy. The bastard who should be going wild seemed to only have become vicious as he waited to strike. Cal decided he didn't need to hear any more. That was why he just said what he needed to say. This was easier to do. Tunka, because of that. Tunka, who had been laughing while thinking about fighting, turned to look at Cal as he heard Cal's voice. Are you good at playing with fire? Tunka flinched. The pillar of fire that had surrounded Maple Castle. He hated fire ever since that moment. Playing with fire. Yes, Cal meant playing with fire. He wanted to show those Empyrean bastards the ways of a crazy bastard. An idiot doing crazy things should be very scary. Cal could not help but laugh. Yes, how about a sea of fire? Sea of fire. What about beating things down? That's my specialty. Tunka responded on reflex before flinching after seeing the smile on Cal's face. However, he soon joined in and started to smile as well. He knew that something big always happened when Cal smiled like this. The itchy eyes of the tyrant started to sparkle. Cal soon gave him the words that he was waiting for. I'll be there soon. I'll be waiting for you. You truly are the only one to help me when I am in need. You really are my friend. I told him I'm not his friend. Cal started to frown. His original plan was to go to Tunka first, however, it was time to change his plans. I'll take my time to get there. Thanks, my friend. Tonka seems to be maturing. Thank you very much. Click. Cal just hung up the call. Chatting with Tunka drained his energy for a different reason than fighting on the battlefield. He was still a tyrant, but he was becoming more personable of a tyrant. Cal didn't know whether that was good or bad. Cal Nim. Choi Han approached Cal, who was trying to forget about Tunka thanking him. Although the others were chatting and relaxing with the Super Rock Villa trio, Choi Han had followed him to the bedroom. Cal casually asked after seeing the look on Choi Han's face, I wonder what's up with this punk. What is it? Can I come with you this time? Cal was shocked to hear this question. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Choi Han was quiet for a moment before he slowly asked. Are you planning on going to the Whipper Kingdom first? No, Mio. On and Hung approached Choi Han and Cal. Cal had asked Rayan to bring On and Hung back from the eastern continent on their way back from the Gorge of Death. Rayan approached from behind the two kittens and asked, Human, are we going too? Yes. On and Hung's eyes opened wide after hearing that they were going too. They then started to rub their bodies on Cal's legs. Cal did not care as the children, averaging 9 years old, asked more questions. Human, where are we going? I'm curious too. I want to know where it is if it is not the Whipper Kingdom. Choi Han was also looking at Cal with a stiff expression. Cal casually pointed to the ground with his finger, to the lowest point of the empire, the lowest point of the prosperous empire, the area that the nobles avoided, the slums. We are going there. Cal was heading to the lowest point of the empire that still had the power to destroy the empire at any moment. Night at the Margoru Empire's capital. Contrary to the center of the capital that was lit up with magic lights, this area was completely dark. This old house in the slums was completely dark, as the curtains were shut in order to prevent even the moonlight from entering. However, a bright light suddenly appeared in that old house and got rid of the darkness. At the center of that bright light, a couple of people appeared as the light faded from the teleportation magic circle. Long time no see. The three people in the old house showed different reactions to Cal's greeting. Cal realized what the issue was after seeing their reactions, so he opened up his arms and started to smile. Ah, is this your first time seeing me looking like this? Cal was in his long white hair with blue eyes priest look and looked very holy. I've seen it once, young Master Nim. I know it, young Master Nim. The alcoholic alchemist from the slums and the Flynn Merchant Guild's billows responded back before bowing toward Cal. Contrary to these two, one person found it odd and awkwardly bowed toward Cal. The Cat Knight, Sir Rex. He was originally from the slums and escaped from the alchemist's bell tower at a young age, so he wanted to destroy the alchemist's bell tower. He was the leader of the group that tried to assassinate the tower's vice-tower master. Long time no see, Sir Rex. I'm sure you recognize me after hearing my voice. Sir Rex smiled awkwardly at Cal's gentle tone. Yes, of course I do. Young Master Nim. Sir Rex answered like that, but still gulped after looking at Cal wearing a priest outfit, as well as the others behind him who were in white robes as well. He knew because he was a knight. The people hiding their faces inside those white robes were all strong individuals. However, there was a different reason that he gulped. Mio, two kittens. The two young kittens walked up to Rex. They then looked up at Sir Rex. Rex's body froze the moment he looked into their eyes. He could feel an unknown sense of pressure coming from them. It was at that moment. Tap. Rex looked at the hand that was on his shoulder. It was Cal. All right, I guess I need to introduce all of you to my group. Everybody already knows who Billows is. Cal was about to start introducing the alchemist and Rex to his white robe brigade. All right, let me introduce Sir Rex first. Young Master Nim, should I introduce myself? No need. I need to do your introduction. Rex felt something was odd after hearing Cal's response. Why does he need to do it? I am perfectly capable of introducing myself. However, that question soon disappeared. Cal's calm voice echoed inside the old house. Sir Rex is the person who will suppress the Emperor and the Imperial Prince and take their place. What? Rex looked toward Cal in shock. No voices could be heard in the old house. Silence filled the area. Cal was the one to break that silence. In simple terms, he is the central player for this revolution. Excuse me. What? The central player for this revolution. Rex mentally asked back with a blank expression. However, Cal did not care. Ah, and he's a cat. Cal patted Rex, who was at a loss for words, on the shoulder before gently smiling. Rex was the most important individual to destroy the Empire. It was at that moment. He's a baby like us. Cal flinched and lowered his head. On and Hung were snickering at tapping away at Rex's legs. A baby. Rex is a baby. Cal looked at the adult Rex and his pupils started to shake. This full-grown man is a baby. On and Hung continued to speak. This Hyung is part of the Fog tribe. I can smell the Fog tribe on him. It looks like he ran away like us. Am I wrong? The Fog tribe. The same Fog tribe that is known for being the cat tribe that is most talented in assassination and poison. The same tribe that On and Hung ran away from. He remembered that Rex had been thrown away as a kid and raised by human parents. Cal started to smile. However, his expression stiffened after hearing what On and Hung had to say next. He's an older Hyang, but he's still a baby because he hasn't gone through his first berserk transformation. He's right. They said all cats are babies until we go through our first berserk transformation. He's the same as us. He hasn't done what? Isn't he in his mid-20s? Cal turned his gaze away from On and Hung and looked at Sir Rex. Do you know much about beast people? Sir Rex flinched before answering Cal's question. Not much at all. Tap. Cal lowered his head after feeling a tap on his foot. This Hyung is going to become the emperor. Cal weakly nodded at Hung's question. How shocking. Amazing. Ooh, the weak human continues to say whatever he wants. Cal could hear the children, averaging 9 years old's voices in his ear and in his mind. He was definitely talking about the revolution and the new emperor, however. The children destroyed the moment. Cal looked around and saw the sword master Hannah snickering underneath a white robe before looking back at Sir Rex. Rex was a just person who became a knight, but still wanted to get revenge for the people of the slums, his family, and those who unfairly lost their lives. He asked this reliable Rex a question. Rex was looking at Cal with a serious expression as well. So Rex, is this your first time seeing other cats? Yes, sir. I was the only cat I've ever met. What about berserk transformation? What is that? Is it some type of sword art? Cal was at a loss for words. He then got the chills. He had this feeling that he was going to be overworked again. His gaze was focused on the innocent faces of the 3 kittens who had not had their first berserk transformations yet. Chapter 268. With love, On and Hung's innocent faces that were looking at Cal turned toward Sir Rex. Hung seemed to be very shocked. He really is a baby. He doesn't even know about berserk transformation. That's okay. He can learn like our youngest if he doesn't know. He seems like an adult. On prevented her younger brother Hung from approaching Sir Rex with her front paw as she calmly answered back. Of course, Sir Rex just had a confused expression on his face as he had no idea what was going on. Cal asked calmly, similar to how On had answered. Sir Rex, as a cat, did you never look up any information on beast people because you were curious? There was no such information when I was in the slums, and I had no time once I became a knight. There was no way for him to figure out that information when he was young because he was in the slums, and he could not do anything that stood out once he became a knight as he was planning for his revenge. Most importantly, I thought that it would be bad if they found out that I was a cat. Pat. Hung, who still managed to approach Rex, patted Rex's foot in understanding, making Rex flinch and stiffen up with each pat. He didn't know why he was subconsciously reacting like this. For some odd reason, Sir Rex felt a bit afraid of these 2 cats. He couldn't explain why, but he sensed some sort of pressure coming from them. However, On was watching him with an odd gaze in her eyes. The Fog tribe was known for being the stealthiest tribe among the cats. For cats, being the stealthiest meant that they were the strongest. Even within the Fog tribe, only a select few had special abilities. On's Fog and her younger brother Hung's Poison were 2 of those special abilities. On was a mutant cat who had the blood of the ruler of the Fog tribe. Her brother Hung was still innocent, but On was not that naive. 3 years. It wasn't a large age gap with her younger brother, however. On had taken her younger brother and escaped from the tribe that had thrown them away. They ran away in January of the year that she had turned 10 years old. Spring of that same year was when she had met Cal. On's eyes looked over Sir Rex once more before turning back toward Cal. Cal saw On lifting her front paws up asking to be held and picked her up, even though this was not her usual tendency. On's grown quite a bit too. Cal wasn't thinking about much as he picked On up and noticed her weight. He heard On's calm voice in his ear. "I'm stronger than Sir Rex." Cal suddenly flinched. He had brought the kittens because he wanted Sir Rex to have people he could feel close to, as well as because it was nagging on his mind that he had left On and hung behind last time. But what was this little girl saying? "Looks like I'll be getting a new subordinate." Cal became anxious after hearing On's casual comment. Who? Sir Rex. The 12 years old On is going to have Sir Rex as a subordinate. Cal's pupils shook for a moment. On the other hand, On was happy that she might be able to help Cal. Cal looked at On while On looked back at Cal. The two exchanged glances. On then smiled before swiftly jumping out of Cal's arms and landing on the floor. She then gracefully walked away from Cal. What the hell? Cal watched On walk away in bewilderment. On and hung. The two of them were similar to Rayan for Cal. They were just children that Cal took in. Lark's siblings were the same. However, Cal knew that On was not one to speak nonsense. He suddenly realized something. He didn't know anything. There's pretty much nothing that I know about the cat tribe. He only knew the basics. Part of the reason was because the cat tribe was a stealthy tribe, and not much was known about them in general, however. For Cal, who only learned about beast people through the novel, he had no way of knowing about the cat tribe that never appeared in the first 5 volumes. Of course, he had heard about On and Hung's situation and learned about the Fog tribe and mutants, but that was not enough. Cal looked at On and Hung and realized that there was one more thing to add to his plate of things to do. I'll need to ask Iruheben Nim for details about the cat tribe later. There was someone approaching Cal who was lost in his thoughts. Ray Stecker, the alcoholic alchemist of the slums and someone who ran away after being disgusted by the evil doings of the alchemist's bell tower. Currently, he was someone who had been waiting for Cal more than anybody else while not even taking a sip of alcohol. Young Master Nim. He cautiously started to speak to Cal. The white-haired and blue-eyed Cal, who was deep in thought, was giving off a vibe that made it difficult to even speak to him. Cal's gaze headed toward the alchemist. Ray, what is it? You have not introduced those people behind you. Ah. Cal finally remembered the 4 people behind him, so he just casually introduced them. That's Choi Han, who you met last time. Choi Han took his hood off. The alchemist gulped as he remembered this cold swordsman, but still casually bowed his head to greet Choi Han. It was the moment his head was about to go down to bow. This is the excommunicated priestess, Miss Cage. Cal continued to nonchalantly introduce everyone. And these two are the saint and holy maiden of the Church of the Sun God. Excuse me. The alchemist's head shot up as if he was a broken robot. He could see a blond man with a pure expression. It was the saint. He had seen this saint during the celebrations of the Church of the Sun God. Then next to him, Alchemist Ray quickly turned his head to the side. Gasp. He then became anxious. The face of the person he knew to be the Holy Maiden was there, however. It looked disgusting with what seemed to be black spiderwebs on her face. She was still blonde and had the same smile she had as a Holy Maiden, however. Her expression, her gaze is different. The eyes that appeared through those black spiderwebs made her seem like a completely different person. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. The Empire and the Alchemist's bell tower used dead mana bombs that turned the Holy Maiden in like this. Ah, both Alchemist Ray and Sir Rex gasped. This was especially the case for the Alchemist Ray, who had participated in the dead mana experiments the Alchemist's bell tower had conducted on the children of the slums. Thanks to that, he had to cut off his hand that was poisoned by dead mana and had to hide in the slums while living in regret. The alchemist started to frown. The dead mana bombs were made because he had participated in experiments like that. The Holy Maiden was sacrificed to that bomb. More importantly, people were starting to be harmed by those bombs. That fact made the alchemist Ray's remaining hand start to tremble. He realized something at that moment. You end up dying if you're poisoned by dead mana. That was what happened unless they did something similar to what he had done and cut off the poisoned area right away. The only other way was to become a necromancer. Otherwise, you die. He heard Cal's serious voice at that moment. However, thanks to the power of the Sun God, the just power of light, and the power of hope to save the innocent believers who were being used without their knowledge, both Ray and Sir Rex looked toward Cal. Cal put on a gentle smile and finished his sentence once he made eye contact with them. She overcame it. Ah, both the alchemist Ray and the crazy priestess Cage let out gasps at the same time. Both of them were shocked. However, the reason they were shocked were different. Cage looked toward the fake holy maiden, Hannah. Hannah seemed to be in disbelief as well. Cal didn't care as he put on a serious expression and continued to speak to the alchemist and the cat knight. Because of that, she lost all of her divine powers of the sun god. The alchemist started to frown, and his shaking pupils focused on the holy maiden. The holy maiden's face was already in a frown. How hard it must have been for her. The alchemist Ray could not imagine how painful it must have been for the holy maiden to overcome dead mana and survive only to lose her most important divine powers in the process. Of course, Hannah was frowning for a different reason. However, she held it in as she waited for Cal to continue speaking. However, Cal's next words only continued to shock the sun god twins and the crazy priestess. Cal used his holy-looking white hair and blue eyes to deliver that holiness to the alchemist. However, she did not despair over the fact that she lost her divine powers and picked up the sword in order to create a new church of the sun god on this ground to brighten the future days of the believers. Saint Jack clasped his hands together. There were some things that Cal said that were different than the truth, but his heart is in the right place. That was what the saint found to be important. Cal was doing all of this in order to save people. He believed that Cal's desire to save people would be the light for this chaotic Western continent. That was why he could smile gently. That smile convinced the alchemist as Cal's voice continued at that moment. The Holy Maidenim's sword and the Saintnim's original holy healing abilities will join the two of you. Cal looked toward the alchemist and the cat knight. There was an order he had given the two of them. Persist. The two of them had done just that. Cal would reward these two who persisted. Billows. Cal took something out of his wide sleeve. Billows flinched after seeing the item. Young Master Nim. Cal threw that item toward Billows. Eek. Billows was shocked, but still managed to catch the item. He looked down at his palm. A golden plaque. The golden plaque with the crown prince's insignia was shining brightly unlike everything else in this old house. It was the item that Cal had received for this task. Of course, this was unrelated to his personal reward. Billows grasped the golden plaque tightly in order to hide his shaking hands as he looked toward Cal. Sir Rex and the alchemist Ray did not know about the identity of the item and looked at the two of them in confusion. Young Master Nim, what is it that I have to do? The merchant Billows immediately asked for his role. Cal happily responded back. Starting today, gather all alchemy ingredients that you find on the market. Alchemy. That word made Ray Stecker flinch. However, Cal wasn't done just yet. He continued to speak to Billows. You can use as much as you want. It wasn't his money anyway. However, Cal knew about the value of money. Money could buy many things other than just items. What he needed to buy this time was a bit expensive. Buy people's mouths. Billows immediately understood what Cal wanted, people's mouths. That meant rumors. Cal told the merchant whom he expected to have understood the message that he needed spread. The sun will rise again when the empire is in danger. That day, everyone will face the sun in the middle of the night. The sun in the middle of the night. Billows could not tell what Cal was planning. However, he started to smile as he asked. It was a smile that was full of greed. I'll be rebuilding the bell tower and the palace once they are destroyed, right, sir? Don't ask me something so obvious. Billows clenched his fists as Cal's response. He could feel the golden plaque in his hand. Just the fact that he was tied to Cal Henitus was putting him many steps closer to becoming the owner of the Flynn Merchant Guild. I will go buy the mouths that will shake the capital. Billows bowed deeply and accepted his order. The alchemist who was watching this made eye contact with Cal, who started to speak. Bring other alchemists. They can be ones in hiding or in seclusion. Bring all the alchemists that you can reach. Ray Stecker would become the core of the new alchemists. Cal did not wait for his response before turning his head, and Sir Rex, yes, sir, gather up all of your group members who are in the slums. Rex's subordinates who had gathered together in order to take down the alchemist's bell tower. Sir Rex thought that the time had finally arrived and bowed his head as he opened his mouth to respond. However, he could not help but flinch. Meow on and hung meowed and light filled the old house one more time. Pad. The teleportation magic circle flashed once more. There's someone else. Ha! Ray, Sir Rex, and Billows all became worried at this unexpected teleportation. However, Cal approached the person in front of the newly teleported group. It was a knight. This is my guard knight, Sir Iruhaben. Cal looked past Iruhaben, who was wearing a knight's armor, and looked at the white-robed individuals behind him. He explained to the alchemist and the cat knight. They are believers and priests of the Church of the Sun God who will be helping us. SHHH. The person in front of this new group of white-robed individuals removed her hood. Nice to meet you. My name is Priestess Frisia, and though I do not have any divine powers, I wish to follow the will of the sun. Frisia, the middle-aged woman with a warm expression. This was the woman who was working as a sculptor in the Henitus territory and created Rayan's cherished devil rabbit that looked like Hell's guard dog, Cerberus. She was also an assassin who used to be active in the Rhone Kingdom's southwest region before daring to kill her leader and escape. Now, she was the leader of the Henitus territory's information group that Ran had created. She had come to the Empire with her subordinates. You are priests starting from today onward. At the same time, you will become the stealthiest people in the Empire. It was because of Cal's order. There was someone else with them as well. The person who was wearing a white robe walked forward. Hello, everyone. My name is Pendrick, and I may not be much, but I am following the Saint Nim's will to walk the path of the sun. It was Elf Pendrick who was known for having only healing abilities. He was here as well. Cal stood in front of them and looked toward Billows. Billows, there is one last thing to purchase. What is it, young Master Nim? Billows was worried that the scale of Cal's tasks was getting to the point that it would be difficult for him to handle. However, he was too greedy to step away. White cloth. How much do you need? Billows noted that Cal wanted white cloth and looked toward Cal, who was wearing a white robe, to get an answer. Enough to cover the Empire. Billows closed his eyes and then opened it after hearing Cal's answer. His greed started to grow once again. This was not just about money. This young master in front of him was doing something big in the Empire. He was using the Western continent's greatest country for his own needs. Billows understood why the Crown Prince would give Cal a golden plaque as well. This smart merchant could tell that the Rhone Kingdom was aiming for the Empire. I will prepare enough to have extra after covering the entire Empire. And he too was a citizen of the Rhone Kingdom. Cal started to smile. He could see that the alchemist and the cat knight had frozen up. Cal lightly added on in order to release them from their shock. We will be creating a sun with our own hands from here, so I need you to have that kind of mindset. Cal wanted to show that mindset to them and pointed to himself. I am the sun. The spotless white priest robe and the white-haired Cal fit well together. A crest for the new Church of the Sun God was created today. A golden sun was embedded on the white priest robe. That was the symbol of the new Church of the Sun God. The golden sun will be created when the Empire was in danger. When will danger come to the Empire? Alchemist Ray asked, and Cal answered back. Right now. Excuse me. I'm going to create it right now. Cal had a relaxed smile as Pendrick handed him a bill from Crown Prince Valentino. The waves of war were already being created underneath the surface. The Magaru Empire wished to be the center of the Western continent and get rid of everyone else. However, unfortunately, the current center of the Western continent was elsewhere. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr even after almost 2 years. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Cal listened to the cries of animals as he reached his hand out to the woman who was riding on a black animal that fit this desolate region well. Young Master Cal. Long time no see, Miss Lena. Litana, the queen of the jungle. She grabbed Cal's reached-out hand and elegantly got off of her friend, the Black Panther. Young Master Cal, is the Alliance finally doing something? Cal smiled at Litana's question. The Roan Kingdom, Breck Kingdom, Whipper Kingdom, the Jungle, and the Whale Tribe. The center of the Western continent was the alliance of these 4 kingdoms and one tribe. Cal recalled the message from the Caro Kingdom's crown prince, Valentino. The Caro Kingdom has agreed to look after the Empire's back. The Empire would soon declare their intentions while thinking that the Caro Kingdom had its back. They will say that they will reclaim Maple Castle. It was degrading for the Empire to do an ambush. The Empire probably didn't want to do something that even Tunka didn't do. Just tell me when. Crown Prince Valentino was quite respectful as he delivered his message to Cal. I will personally bite off the Empire's back. I am still very hungry. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Miss Lena, when the Empire makes their declaration. Cal looked at Section 1 of the jungle that was burnt down by the Empire and the alchemist's bell tower. He had used the dominating water to put the fire out. However, there was no greenery, and it was still desolate. The restoration was pretty fast, however. It was difficult to expect a forest to have regrown after only about a year and a half. However, thanks to that, there was a large plain in Section 1 of the jungle now. Cal slowly continued to speak. When the Empire declares that they will take Maple Castle back from the Whipper Kingdom. At that moment, Cal looked at Latana and the Black Panther's back that was in front of him. Let us strike the Empire. Behind Latana in Section 1 of the jungle. Tens of thousands of warriors that were filling up that entire plain were ready to go fight. Latana, the ruler of the jungle and its greatest warrior, had led the warriors of the jungle up here. Cal continued to speak to her. Your Majesty, the time has come. The Empire had destroyed Section 1 of the jungle and the homes and livelihood of the jungle residents. It was finally time to get their revenge. Chapter 269. With love too, revenge. Queen Latana's eyes opened widely as she asked in confusion. Latana smiled and responded back after seeing Cal flinch in bewilderment. It is just judgment. Oh. Cal held back this gasp of surprise. How arrogant of a phrase was it to call this judgment? However, she was someone who had brought the 14 sections of the western continent's southern jungle that were 3 times the size of the empire under her control. The jungle was somewhere that nothing, neither magic nor technology, were developed anywhere near the other kingdoms. However, they had developed in a different way. Nobody knew about it because the jungle's strength had never been revealed to the world. Cal raised both of his hands to Latana, who was smiling arrogantly as he agreed. The only place that can say they are going to judge the Empire is the jungle. Cal handed her a document. This document described the reason he had come. Latana received the document and started to speak. Will the Empire declare that they will take back Maple Castle? They will definitely do it. Cal answered without any hesitation. Because they are the Empire. They had to act that way because they were the Empire. First, an ambush would throw away the Empire's honor. Second, all of the other kingdoms except the Empire and the Whipper Kingdom were currently sensitive, as they had just been involved in the war against the Indomitable Alliance. Would the Empire ambush a foreign kingdom in the middle of that? The nervousness throughout the continent would drastically go up if they did that. All of the other nations would be glaring at the Empire if they did that. That was why it was highly likely that the Empire would announce it as the reclamation of Maple Castle in order to justify their actions to the other kingdoms. Then I'll see you again during the war. Latana got back on 10, the Black Panther. She would lead her warriors to the Section 1 shores. This location for Cal's villa and the spot where the alliance between the 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe was created would be where the jungle warriors would prepare for the upcoming battle. Cal said goodbye to Latana before starting to walk. Are we going back to the Empire? Cal had not come to the jungle alone. Naturally, the invisible Rayan, Choi Han, On, and Hung came with him. Hung, who was hanging on Choi Han's shoulder, started to shout. We need to go help prepare Sir Rex for his first berserk transformation. He's right. Sir Rex knows even less about the cat tribe than we do. It's serious. We need to make him into a smart king. On yawned in Choi Han's arms as she seriously added on. However, Cal shook his head. We can go to the Empire a bit later. Then are we heading to the Whipper Kingdom? Cal stared at Choi Han with suspicion. Why is this punk so curious about where we are going these days? Choi Han, who used to do things without asking questions, was suddenly extremely curious about where they were going. However, it wasn't as if he was going against Cal's orders. I guess I did boss him around without telling him much until now. There had been a lot of complaints even when he was Kim Rock-soo and became the new team leader because he only gave short orders to the employees, mercenaries, and ability users. Team leader Nim, please. Please tell us some more information. Why do you always try to do everything on your own? Do you think the world and people will recognize you for doing that? Even if we say that we are office workers, we know that is not the truth. So why do you try to do everything alone? Please don't. Team leader Nim, instead of reading web novels or books all day, why don't you talk to people as well? Even if it is just us, please talk to us. Please. Team leader Nim, we feel the same way you do. Although we put on a facade and work in secret, we feel the same way you do. Cal no. Kim Rock Sue recalled the employees who had said retiring and having a slacker life were their dreams before quickly erasing the thought from his mind. Knowing that they, unlike himself, had families, he didn't feel right telling them everything. That was why he only gave orders with small pieces of information. Cal looked toward Choi Han, On, Hang, and the invisible Rayan whom he expected was looking at him as well, and nonchalantly added on, "Why do you need to know where we are going, so that I can go with you?" "We're coming with you. We need to know where we are going so that we can prepare our hearts." Choi Han, Hang, and On responded back at the same time. Cal started to chuckle. "I need to teleport the weak human. He cannot go anywhere without me, the great and mighty Rayan Muro." Rayan spoke out loud as there was nobody else around. "The weak human is weak. I need to take him everywhere." Cal couldn't help but laugh. He then flinched. "Do you want freedom? Don't you want to get away from this XX-like world?" It's the voice of the sky eating water. "Living is like X, but just trust me. I can XXX anything for you for your freedom." My goodness. Cal had seen glimpses of it last time, however. The way this clear voice was swearing was making him nervous. He then heard the Super Rock's voice. "Watch it. Tusk." The Super Rock was calming the water. Cal was flabbergasted. "I thought that the ancient powers had been quiet for a while. These things are just becoming even weirder." Cal's expression turned serious. How did he end up picking up these weird things? He looked toward Choi Han with a serious expression. Choi Han, "Yes, Cal Nim. Do you love peace and justice?" Choi Han was suddenly at a loss for words. The children, averaging 9 years old, slowly closed their mouths and looked back and forth at the two of them. That Choi Han could not easily respond to Cal's question. 17 years old. He had thought peace and justice were the most important things until that age. However, he was then thrown into the forest of darkness with nothing but his school uniform. The way he looked at the world changed during that time. However, he chose peace and justice so that he could live like a human. That made it easier for him. However, as funny as it was, there was no easy path in the world. Choi Han's current situation was like that. His mind was not at ease. He now had a home, a family, and even close friends. However, he was always worried because danger came with them as well. Choi Han looked toward Cal. Is he about to give me an answer? Did Cal know about his concerns, so he would give Choi Han some sort of advice? In that case, Choi Han thought that he should respond to Cal's question first. Choi Han finally opened his mouth to speak. Peace and justice always seem so far away. This was especially the case for peace. They are indeed far away. Choi Han closed his mouth after seeing Cal calmly responding as if he agreed. He could still see the desolate jungle in front of him. He then heard Cal's voice again. However, it can become closer. It can get as close as you want. Cal Nim. Is he going to tell me to have hope? Choi Han could see Cal reach over and pat him on the shoulder. Cal could also see the damaged section one of the jungle as he continued to speak. The eastern continent is far too. Mio. Only On, who was the oldest of the children averaging 9 years old, realized something was weird about this conversation. However, the other children had not realized it yet. Choi Han nodded his head with a sad expression. It is. Peace seems as far away as the eastern continent. Both peace and justice seem as far away as that place that I have never visited. Don't worry. Calnim. Cal's response hit Choi Han hard. He looked into Cal's concerned eyes that were looking at the desolate land and clenched his fists. He recalled what he had promised himself before. Let's be the person to create the path for Calnim to become a legend. I will definitely escort you to the path of peace and justice. It's next door, right next door. Excuse me, next door. What is? The eastern continent is next door. Choi Han flinched and called out to Cal. Calnim. Peace and justice can get as close as you want. As expected. Choi Han just clenched his fists tighter after hearing Cal's conclusion. Hearing that it can get as close as you want made Choi Han feel like he could also get there. Choi Han was willing to hold his sword up and take the lead down any path, even those that were full of despair, in order to get to that peace and justice. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Cal looked toward Choi Han and continued to speak. Let's go there together. Choi Han took a step away from Cal. He then slightly bowed his head toward Cal, who was still looking at him. It was not an extremely respectful action, however. His eyes gave off the determination of a knight responding to his lord. Yes, Calnim, I will go wherever you want. The 6 years old black dragon who had been listening in shouted at that moment. Human, I'm coming too. Yes, I know. I'm glad you know. Actually, I won't let you say otherwise. Sure. So, create a teleportation magic circle to the eastern continent. Rayan flinched. Meow. On meowed as if she had expected this to happen. Cal didn't care as he looked around at each person in the group who had different expressions on their faces. Only Choi Han, On, Hung, and Rayan were here as the rest of the group was left behind at the Empire. This combination was exactly the combination that had rescued Rayan, other than the fact that Rayan was added to the group, just like it had been when he was Kim Rock-soo, only those who had nothing gathered together. Cal looked at this combination of people that he liked and started to speak. He had a grim expression on his face. Tomorrow is the opening day for the inn. Meow, On meowed as if she was sighing. Cal did not know this as he spoke to Rayan. We are heading to the inn. Hope and adventure loving in Choi Han looked at the three-story inn sign with a blank expression. What do you think? Choi Han gave his honest thoughts. It seems too warm and welcoming. The inn had white walls, a red roof, and a yard that was full of flowers and trees, making it give off a welcoming vibe. He's right. It does feel warm and welcoming, just like Choi Han said. It is qualified to be our villa, no, our business. Human, open the door. Cal opened the door to the inn with a satisfied expression. Ding, ding. The bell rang to signal that a guest had arrived. Choi Han entered following the sound of the bell only to hear Ran's voice. Young Masternim, how is it? Good. You did well. Choi Han looked at the people standing next to Ran. 2 men looked as if they were chefs, while the other 3 men looked to be employees. All 5 of them seemed like good people. The way they were smiling gently made them all seem nice. They're nervous. However, Choi Han could feel that all 5 of them were nervous. They seem as if they received a warning that they will be assassinated. It was weird, however. Choi Han stopped thinking about it after seeing Cal's actions. Introduce the Inn family in the backyard as well. Ah, yes, sir. Choi Han had noticed that there seemed to be many people behind the inn. Honestly speaking, Choi Han had no idea what Cal had been doing in the eastern continent. That was why he was excited to meet these new family members. Choi Han looked around as he followed behind Cal, who was heading for the rear door to the backyard. This place was much smaller than the Henitus estate or the Roan Palace. However, he could see the warm and welcoming interior of the inn. It seemed like a place that even beginner adventurers would be able to relax. Is this our new house? This new house in the eastern continent made Choi Han a bit excited. It was because it felt as if they were decorating it from the start. That was why he walked through the rear door with lightheartedness. I feel a few strong presences as well. Did he pick them as guards for the inn? He really doesn't miss even the tiniest of details. Choi Han was thinking like that as he turned toward the group of people in the backyard. He then flinched. Vicious. All of their faces were vicious. They all looked grim as well. There was one more thing. Why, that outfit. Ah, it's the uniform, the inn's uniform. Cal nonchalantly responded to Choi Han, not caring whether he was frozen stiff or not. It is the uniform that will represent adventure, justice, and peace, the values of our inn. Shouldn't we act according to our lovely values? Choi Han looked at the person in front of this new group of family members in the backyard, the person who had a large body and seemed to be the strongest of the bunch. It was a black outfit. There were also 1 white star and 5 red stars on it. Anybody could see that it was the fake arm outfit. The fake arm outfit that was made shabbily on purpose was the uniform. Choi Han looked toward Cal, who took an outfit out of his spatial pocket bag and handed it to him. It's yours. Thank you very much. There was 1 red star on the black outfit. It was just as shabbily made as the rest. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. This will be the start in order to bring peace for everyone. Choi Han carefully grasped the clothes as he answered back. It is not far. Correct. What is it that I have to do? Another voice shouted in Cal's mind as Choi Han asked that question. Time to throw away money. It's finally time. The fire of destruction. That cheapskate fiery thunderbolt spoke up for the first time in a while. I have never forgotten how angelic you looked as you threw all of those silver coins away. You looked even holier than the silver coins. Cal took another outfit with a red star out of the spatial pocket bag. The fiery thunderbolt was still speaking. Didn't you tell that punk named Tunka to play with fire? That was the truth. Cal did tell Tunka to play with fire. I'm sure you know. The fire of destruction added on in a quiet voice. I am, well, this power is perfect for that. Naturally, Cal knew that as well. That was the reason he stopped by the eastern continent right in time for the grand opening. He came to create the final key for the battle against the Empire. Cal looked toward the mountain bandits with vicious expressions, and Choi Han as he started to speak. Today is the inn's grand opening. The normal and warm grand opening would take place during dinner time. However, once the sun goes down, and starting tonight, we will take down the Liban city's underground organizations one at a time. Those organizations will easily be destroyed with a single swing from Choi Han's sword. Cal did not hide his smile. Cal calmly proclaimed as the former bandit leader's face turned pale. Our organization's name is the Real Arm. If someone asked, "Who are you?" they just honestly had to say, "We are the Real Arm." It was the perfect name to respond to that question. Weak human, are we saving the eastern continent now too? Cal ignored the 6 years old who was saying something scary as he took out a robe with a red star on it. Chapter 270. With Love 3, Liban City, the free city for adventurers and mercenaries. However, it became a lawless city for pleasure once the sun went down. This was especially the case for the east side of Liban City that was controlled by the underground organizations. Choi Han was deep in thought while standing on top of a building's roof. The sun is setting. The sky was turning red from the sunset. It made him recall something from tens of years ago. He had not been very strong at that time, and there were many carnivores that could threaten him in the forest of darkness. That was why he headed home whenever he saw the sky turning red through the lush trees. His home was a cave or a hole in the ground and changed every 2 to 3 days. I guess it wasn't really a home. I never stayed anywhere long term. It was as Choi Han watched the sunset and recalled the desperation he felt at that time. So, you're saying we need to kill this Mostu first? Choi Han quickly came back to reality at Cal's harsh words. Yes, sir. The balance of power that was five just 6 months ago is now six. 5, 3, 5. Of course, the 3, 5 is Mostu's share. The Mount Lieb's former bandit leader responded with excitement. Mostu's faction and Arm's faction were currently engaged in a fierce fight for power in the Free City Liban's underworld. Mostu's faction is lasting quite a while. It is because the Mercenaries Guild is protecting Mostu's faction. The merchants and mercenaries have always had strong influences in Liban City. That was why the two forces took turns controlling the market. It was no surprise that they had a close relationship with the underworld and that corruption was rampant. Even if Arm was the Eastern continent's strongest faction in the underworld, they could not have a negative relationship with the Mercenaries Guild that had branches all throughout the continent. That was why they were slowly and carefully taking down Mostu's faction without touching the mercenaries. You could say that they were going at it at a leisure pace. Cal nonchalantly commanded the bandit leader, who finished his explanation. Head down. Yes, sir. I will see you again soon. The former bandit leader bowed before quickly climbing down the stairs in order to get off of the roof. Seeing the bandit leader leave made Choi Han approach Cal. Are we heading out now? Cal looked toward Choi Han, who asked a lot of questions these days, and started to speak. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Choi Han could see Cal petting on and hung. They seemed to like it as they rubbed their heads on Cal's palm. Cal started to speak to Choi Han, who was watching that peaceful scene. We will start with Liban City to clear the eastern continent of Arm. I also plan to get rid of the Empire and alchemy as well. Choi Han looked at Cal with an odd expression. Cal shrugged his shoulders and continued to speak. I think that we should shed as little blood as possible to get rid of Arm. We will set the foundation in Liban City. After that, we will work with the dragon half-blood in order to hit them at their core. I think that we need to get rid of Arm for good. Both Choi Han and On looked toward Cal, who was saying all sorts of things unlike his usual self, with odd expressions. Cal pretended not to see those gazes. His mouth had moved on its own as he remembered the conversation he had with Choi Han and the children averaging 9 years old earlier this morning. Choi Han opened his mouth at that moment. You are correct. We need to do that. Cal asked Choi Han a question. Why do we need to do it? Choi Han looked at the sun that was setting behind Cal's back. It had taken him tens of years to earn this small bit of peace. He did not need to run away when he saw the sunset anymore. It will be difficult, but that is the way for us to be happy. Cal turned toward the sunset as well. Choi Han had lost the people of Harris Village because of Arm. Ran had lost his household and his wife because of Arm. Rayan had been tortured because of Arm. Lark and his siblings, parents and neighbors were killed by Arm. Innocent people had died because of the Empire and alchemy's dead mana bomb experiments. Someone had to do something about these things. True peace was not achieved because your body was at peace. Your mind had to be at peace too. The best slacker was one who had a ton of money and his mind was at peace. For your mind to be at peace, the people around you had to be happy as well. Isn't it logical? The problem was that he had quite a lot of people around him now, but what could he do about it? Might as well give it a try if it seemed doable. I should have just gotten beaten up back then. Excuse me, never mind. Choi Han could see Cal's usual nonchalant expression on his face. We are thinking about the same thing. Tap. Cal lowered his head. On pressed down on the back of Cal's hand as she started to speak. Me too. Ha, I don't know what you are talking about, but me too. We're all thinking the same thing. He's right. It's the same. We will all do the same thing. Hung and Rayan chimed in as well. However, Choi Han shook his head at Cal's comment. It is a bit different. What? Calnim, your thoughts and mine are a bit different. What is different? Choi Han had followed behind Cal this whole time. That was why he could see it. Something too big is happening. But Cal was trying to handle and take care of it all on his own. Although Cal might think that was the right thing to do, Choi Han did not agree. He recalled the conversation he had with Ran while Cal was in pain. Ran had quietly told Choi Han and the others that they should get stronger. He had said something else as well. He had looked Choi Han right in the eyes as he said the following. The young Master Nim is still young. He may seem like an adult, but he has not lived as long as an old man like me. Follow him. Follow him no matter what. You'll be able to see something if you do. Choi Han had lived longer than Ran, however. Ran had more world experiences. That was why he had taken Ran's words to heart. And if you fill your fence with that, both the young Master Nim and all of us will have fewer chances of getting hurt. Choi Han thought about Ran's comments as he started to speak. I think that everyone needs to carry the weight together. Cal recalled his subordinates from when he was Kim Rak-Soo. Cal looked toward Choi Han, Han, and the invisible Rayan who were all looking at him as he responded back. I'll think about what you just said. Choi Han started to smile. It was because Cal seemed pretty serious. Cal usually meant the things he said if he said it with this nonchalant expression. And Choi Han's guess was correct. However, there is something I am curious about. What is it? Since it was like this already, Choi Han decided to ask more questions. Our work in the Empire will probably get a lot of their citizens involved. Wouldn't a lot of innocent people end up getting hurt? Choi Han had never heard Cal use such an extreme and dangerous word as revolution. Furthermore, the fact that he planned on drawing in the citizens of the Empire made it seem like quite serious of an affair. It does not seem like your usual methods, Calnim. Cal had done a lot of big things until now, however. It was rare for the people involved to get injured. In fact, in Choi Han's eyes, Cal seemed to despise using people he didn't know or seeing them getting hurt. Cal was the type to not let others get hurt or die, even if it meant that he himself would end up coughing up blood. He might say, damn it, and grumble, however. Choi Han believed that Cal's expression, whenever he used his shield to save others, showed his sincere desire to save them. And Cal was the same this time as well. He looked at Choi Han with quite a shocked expression. Why would the innocent citizens get hurt? They won't be getting hurt. Choi Han suppressed his smile and asked a different question. But there will be chaos with such a sudden change. Choi Han had always been an intelligent person. That was why he had understood everything Cal wanted to do, even without being told the details. He continued to speak. There will be a lot of angry citizens if the deeds of the Empire and the alchemist's bell tower are revealed. There would be more than just a few issues when those evil deeds were revealed. And there is no way that the Empire and the alchemist's bell tower only took in the Rhone Kingdom's citizens as slaves. They probably brought the citizens of some other kingdoms as slaves as well. Would the other kingdoms just let that go? The Rhone Kingdom was the weird one for covering up the kidnapping of the citizens and the slave trade. Furthermore, we may be in an alliance right now, however, maybe not the Breck Kingdom, but at least the Caro Kingdom and the Whipper Kingdom will probably desire some of the Empire's land if the Empire and alchemy both go down. The two kingdoms that had been tricked by the Empire or fought them once before would definitely desire the weakened Empire's territory. Even if they were currently moving for the peace of the Western continent, They would desire the ownerless empire once it was all over. Choi Han thought that there was no way Cal had not thought about something that even he was able to notice. Cal looked at Choi Han with a peculiar gaze. Oh, right, he was the main character. He was a very intelligent main character. Cal had forgotten about it. However, Cal thought to himself that it didn't matter if he forgot about that and started to speak. Choi Han was just Choi Han now and not the main character. That is why we are starting from the bottom. Causing chaos in the Empire was different than taking down Arm and the Indomitable Alliance. We need to gather the citizens of the Empire in order to channel their anger toward one thing. We are also doing it this way to prevent the other kingdoms from creating a bigger war that would turn the Empire into a shoot show. They could not cause a revolt within the Empire. That was why Cal chose to create a story. They could not allow other kingdoms to start another war just because they desired the Empire's lands. They needed the strength and justification to prevent that, to move forward in a constructive manner, to give strength to the new Margoru, and furthermore, to give peace to the sad people who had lost their family members. We are gathering them all together. Cal was thinking that he was suffering quite a bit right now. This is why I can only be a slacker in my late 20s. There were at least 7 years left until that time. Cal looked at On and Hung. They didn't seem to fully understand what he was saying, however. They were listening carefully. Rayan was probably doing the same thing. Kale stood up and put On and hung down on the roof. He then stretched before casually adding on. The Roan Kingdom will become a strong ally for the new empire. Others will think that the Roan Kingdom is being a total idiot. The Roan Kingdom will make a suggestion for the newly born Margoro. He wanted an elegant war based on politics and diplomacy instead of strength. Crown Prince Albaru did not want to expand their territory using the citizens' blood. Cal was not a good person, however. He did not want to create a bigger problem than necessary. That was why he chose a new method. He'll need to talk to Sir Rex about it soon, too. Power and strength knew no eternal enemy nor eternal ally. However, Cal did not care about power or strength. He decided to speak honestly. Imperial Prince Adin wishes to make the Margoru Empire the control tower of the Western continent. Sharara, the sound of the wind roamed around Cal's feet. However, if I'm being honest with you. Cal stopped for a moment before jumping off the cliff and casually adding on. I just want the Western continent to be a land of peace. Mio, Mio. On and Hung jumped off the roof behind Cal. Choi Han replayed Cal's comment in his head before following behind them. He could hear Cal's voice through the wind. I think my mind will only be at peace if I do that. Choi Han nodded his head. He agreed with Cal. That was the only way for Choi Han's future to be peaceful. He believed that Cal was also thinking about their future and did not question anything. This is the place I will continue to live at. This is my home base. Cal had the same sentiments. The east side of the free city of Liban City. The action leader, head of the most remote region of the Mostu faction's territories and fifth in command of the Mostu faction, clenched his hands around his head. Damn it, Arm was slowly taking away Mostu's territory. No matter how many times the action leader deciphered the current balance of power, other than the territory where their leader Mostu was, his region had the least favorable balance of power. I'm sure I'm next, Duck. I wish a dragon would come out and rip all those armed bastards to shreds. He was extremely angry. How could there be an organization that takes control of the eastern continent's underworld so mercilessly? He was starting to become afraid of Arm that continued to show an endless number of forces for battle. It was at that moment. Bang! The door opened with a loud noise. Son of a beach, you scared me. The action leader jumped up and glared at his subordinate. It was one of the chiefs working under him. Leadernim. However, the chief's face was completely pale, and he did not seem to notice the action leader's anger at all. That response made the action leader feel that something was off. The chief stuttered as he continued to speak. Weird arm is invading. Arm. That word made the action leader's sight turn white as he immediately rushed out of the building. Call the other regions right now to call the battle squads. Contact the boss as well. He did not notice the chief's hesitant reaction as he focused on the word arm and quickly gathered his armor and axe before heading out. Outside the building, he could see the gate and the walls surrounding this territory. He looked beyond the gate. The action leader noticed some people wearing masks. What the hell? They looked like Arm, however. The outfit was a bit weird. It was different than the arm that they knew about. Why do they look so shabby? Did they make it while they were drunk? He looked toward his chief. The chief, who had chased behind him, repeated what he said once more. A weird arm is invading. The action leader shouted toward the intruders who were leisurely walking toward the main gate. Who are you? One of the intruders confidently stepped forward at that moment. This passionate person lifted up his average steel sword and confidently shouted, "We are the real arm." Cal looked toward Choi Han, who had still not changed his acting style, and closed his eyes. He didn't think the terrible acting would return at this moment. What the hell? What's wrong with this bastard? Cal could hear the action leader shouting in confusion. Right, that's exactly how I feel. Cal truly felt the same way the action leader was feeling. At that moment, Cal heard the action leader gasping for breath. That noise made Cal open his eyes. Gasp. Why, you crazy? Choi Han activated his black aura and waited for Cal's order. What should we do? Cal looked at Choi Han, who was no longer acting, and thought to himself, vicious. Cal could not help but get scared at Choi Han's attempt to do well. That was why he gave a short order. Charge. The real arm would only charge forward from here on. There was no going back. Chapter 271, with love for charge. That word made Choi Han's serious expression become even more serious. He activated his aura even stronger this time. This the action leader could not speak properly. That thing that looked like a snake, no, a dangerous devil, was definitely aura. Why is a sword master appearing in a back alley like this? The action leader's eyes started to move quickly. The enemy numbered approximately 20 people. It was a very small number. There were around 100 people in this base right now, so based on numbers, their side had 5 times as many as the enemy. However, the enemy had a sword master with them. Branch manager him, don't they seem to be the real arm? The action leader did not respond to the chief's question. However, he had reached the same conclusion in his mind. Arm was the Eastern continent's greatest ruler of the underworld. Even the most minions knew about Arm. That was why it was possible to think Arm would have a real sword master within their ranks. Of course, he had also thought that they might not be the real Arm. Then why would a sword master put on such a shabby outfit and pretend to be Arm? A sword master was guaranteed to have a high rank no matter where they went. Why would someone like that use such a weird tone while speaking and wear such shabby clothes to come here? It was the moment that the action leader's mind was becoming a complicated mess. Cal heard a voice in his head. Human, human, it was Rayan's voice. Human, I will do good deeds too. I will save the Eastern continent. He's such a selfless dragon. Rayan was a completely different dragon than the one that Cal had read about in The Birth of a Hero that ended up going berserk. Well, I guess that is Rayan Muru. It was like how he was not the real Cal Henitus, but was now Cal Henitus. It was the same type of thing. Cal nonchalantly responded to Rayan. Go find the money. At that moment, the bandits who were with Cal flinched and looked toward him. The former bandit leader showed the greatest reaction. I'm not talking to all of you. All of you just charge forward. Cal casually ignored the bandits' responses. The bandits and the bandit leader wondered who Cal was talking to. If it was not to them, however, they did not ask. Cal ignored the bandits and continued to speak. Find the jewels as well. Find money and jewels. Rayan responded to Cal's comments. Human, are we taking the bad money from the bad guys? I thought you were weird these days, but you really are a good person. Cal casually added on. I'll give you 3 gold coins. Silence filled Cal's mind for a moment. However, an excited voice soon returned. I'll do it. Human, I'll work very hard. Take on and hang with you as well. All 3 of you will get 3 gold coins each. Human, just wait. I am great and mighty, so I will be able to find it quickly. I will find everything. The dragon that was the greatest detection device in the world started to move. The enemy started to move as well. The action leader shouted one more time, however. His expression was now calm and determined. Are you really Arm? Why are you ambushing our branch like this? Cal was about to respond. Unfortunately, Choi Han, who had received the command to charge forward, was a bit faster. He took one step and confidently answered back. We are the real Arm, Egu. Cal subconsciously put a hand to his forehead, while the only person who was not shocked by this quickly moved. Mount Lieb's former bandit leader stepped in front of Choi Han and shouted. His action looked effortless, however. His eyes were looking back and forth at the masked Choi Han and Cal before quickly figuring out what to do. Ah ha ha, you stupid bastards. Can't you tell by looking at us? The former bandit leader pointed at the white star and red stars on his chest and shouted, "We are the real arm. We came to destroy you. Ka! Boom, boom, boom." The former bandit leader, who was almost as large as Tunka, ran toward the gate. He was so energetic that the entire ground was rumbling. The action leader, who was shocked by the former bandit leader, shouted to his crew, "Close the gate." Screech, boom. The members who were near the gate quickly closed the gate. They were able to act so quickly because they had been anxious about how ARM had been growing their influence these past few months and had been prepared. Perfect. They will not be able to crash through the gate. The action leader immediately pointed to three members. You, and you. Immediately go to the boss, the first branch manager, and the Mercenaries Guild. Tell them about what is happening. A sword master had appeared. It would not be enough to just get a battle squad over. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. He could still hear someone running from outside the iron gate. He's not stopping. It was the moment the action leader's pupils shook. Bang! A loud noise filled the area. At the same time, a part of the iron gate warped. Anybody could tell that it was the mark of an axe. A piece of the steel broke off from the impact of a large axe. They could hear loud laughter coming from outside the gate. Ka-ha-ha! The real arm only charges forward. We will destroy anything in our way. We will only charge forward, forward, I tell you. Ka-ha-ha! The action leader subconsciously commented back, "You damn crazy arm bastards." At the same time, someone else let out a quiet gasp of admiration. Oh, it was Cal. He really is a witty one. Cal was very satisfied with the former bandit leader's actions. This was how you made a mess. Choi Han also realized something while watching the former bandit leader. The former bandit leader, who was about to swing at the iron gate with his axe, one more time, peeked over while trying to see Cal's reaction when he made eye contact with Choi Han. Choi Han commented the moment they made eye contact. Now I'm getting a feel for it. A feel for what? It was before the former bandit leader could ask that question. Move. Gasp. The former bandit leader gasped as he quickly moved. He gasped once again after seeing what happened, however. Nobody else could hear it due to the noise. Bang! The black aura's explosive noise tuned out everything else in the area. This violent aura that was different than the calm aura from before destroyed the iron gate. PSSSSSSSSSS wind, and the remaining pieces of the iron gate fluttered in the air. The iron gate that once existed was no longer part of this world. The former bandit leader urgently got up and looked around at the area that was completely silent and quickly started to speak. Can you see how strong we are? The action leader could not hear the former bandit leader's words at all. He had heard about sword masters, but had never seen one in person. He had seen a highest-grade expert, however. They were nothing compared to sword masters. The action leader looked, not at the laughing former bandit leader, but at the masked sword master, the man who wore an outfit with a single red star on it, and started to speak. He had a serious expression on his face. We have the Liban mercenaries backing us. Aren't you worried? Liban City was one of the few free cities on the eastern continent. The Mercenaries Guild located there was a meaningful one to all of the mercenaries on the eastern continent. Was naturally stronger than each individual mercenary. Although the mercenary king was located in the western part of the eastern continent, mercenaries were usually weak compared to the other forces of the continent. This was because it was mainly made up of people who did not properly learn any martial arts or sword arts. However, mercenaries existed for battle. They were even used in wars between kingdoms. There were no wars without mercenaries. Mercenaries were one of the roots of any war. That was why even Arm could not openly aim for the most of faction that was close to the Mercenaries Guild. But the action leader was now facing these bastards who called themselves the real Arm and ignored the mercenaries. The sword master who made eye contact with him was walking toward them in a straight line and answered the question. History can always be rewritten. There is no fear in the path of a legend. Cal looked toward Choi Han and was a bit amused. I guess his acting isn't completely terrible now. He's improved a bit. However, the former bandit leader, who was extremely sharp, understood the meaning behind Choi Han's words. He's serious. He's completely serious. Who did I end up getting involved with? The former bandit leader became a bit sad. However, he followed along as best as he could. Yes, we, the real arm, will create a legend. Kekekekek. Cal changed his evaluation of the former bandit leader. This punk was someone who was necessary for the real arm. Cal was satisfied that he found someone useful that could be placed in many different roles. Human. I completed the mission. I found it. There's a safe in a secret room. Oh, I also took off the safe door. I, Rayan Muru, am great and mighty. We're rich. Cal listened to the location Rayan was telling him as he slowly started to walk. He was naturally walking straight forward as well. The action leader watched the enemy coming closer and slowly stepped backward as he shouted at his crew. Everybody come inside the building. We will persist until the reinforcements arrive. He had chosen to hide in the building after seeing the sword master's strength. He had determined that, no matter how strong the sword master was, he should not be able to destroy the building that was stronger than the iron gate. Of course, they could easily destroy the building, however. Cal didn't want to do that. Are we playing hide-and-seek? The former bandit leader started to sweat after hearing Cal's comment. Cal was leisurely walking down the corridor of this building that was located in the corner of Liban City. Ah! He worried a bit after seeing a Mostu branch member gasping before falling down. However, he could not stare at this person for a long time. Another member jumped out of one of the rooms to Cal's side. He had been aiming for an ambush, however. He was instantly faced with Choi Han. Choi Han quickly hit the member in the back of the neck and made him faint. He then grabbed the fainted member by the collar and threw him back into the room before closing the door as if it had never opened in the first place. Bang! He's not joking. Choi Han quickly took care of anybody who popped up and got in their way of charging forward. At the same time, he was abiding by Cal's order not to kill anybody and only making them faint or breaking an arm or two. That was why Cal was concerned. This is too easy. It shouldn't be this easy. Cal was currently on the highest floor of the building. However, he did not hear much fighting happening down below. It could not be helped. Cal had left everyone else outside the building. Only Choi Han was with Cal as they walked through the building. Once he saw the action leader escape toward the building, Cal told the bandits to pretend to break in for about 5 minutes before returning to the inn. Why? We need to move quickly. They needed to loot the place and run before the reinforcements arrived. That was why they needed to quickly take care of the enemies. It might be reasonable to ask if it would have been faster if Cal brought the bandits in with him. However, Cal already had some reliable children with him. Inside the quiet building, Mio, Mio, two kittens popped out of the white fog, on and hung. The two kittens who had gone with Rayan had used their fog and poison in order to spread a paralysis and sleeping poison throughout the building once the action leader escaped into the building. The action leader's decision to escape into the building without knowing about this was the worst decision ever. Screech, screech. Cal was walking through the wooden corridor. There was only one door left in front of him. Cal had made on, and Hung spread the sleeping poison slowly on purpose. He wanted to give the strong individuals and the ones in power enough time to escape to the top of the building. Those people needed to all faint from Choi Han's hands. Screech. Cal stopped walking. On and Hung slowly stepped back and hid inside the darkness. Choi Han lifted his foot into the air once Cal turned toward him. Barang. The door broke down with the kick. Cal walked forward again once the obstacle was removed, allowing him to see a person inside. And no, the branch manager was shaking in fear. His eyes were focused on Cal and Choi Han, who were wearing the same black outfits. Choi Han had his black aura around him as he stared at the action leader with his black pupils. White fog was slowly entering the room from behind the two of them. The action leader, who had been the first to escape to the top floor, had watched his subordinates fall to the ground on his way up. You. The branch manager could see the white fog slowly turning red. This red color was giving him an ominous feeling. Devil-like bastards. It didn't matter if they were from Arm or not anymore. Will I be able to survive? A sword master and poison. He could not help but be full of fear. The branch manager could see the man with reddish-brown eyes who was protected by the sword master crouching down in front of him. The devil. He seemed to be upset after being called the devil. He then continued to speak as if it was an unfair assessment. We are people who love peace and justice. The branch manager feared this man who was speaking bullshit. Why? It was because the red fog got closer and closer to him as the man started to smile more. However, he could not move. The sword master's black aura was at the tip of his neck. Ooh, 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 the fog reached up to his neck. The branch manager was filled with fear when the man with the reddish-brown eyes suddenly started to walk. The branch manager's eyes opened wide. Bang! A small explosion soon occurred. How did he know about that? He was so shocked that he even forgot about the poison in front of him. Cal, the man with the reddish-brown eyes, stood by a wall in a corner of the branch manager's room when a mana orb suddenly appeared and destroyed a portion of the wall. A small room appeared from behind it, a secret room. It was a place that only the boss and the top 5 ranking branch managers knew about. It was a place with all sorts of documents and dirty money. The enemy had accurately aimed for that spot. The branch manager made eye contact with Cal. A mana orb. Is he a mage? The branch manager recalled the mana orb and questioned the man's identity. However, that was not the issue. He peeked at the red fog before urgently starting to shout. How did you know about that? Unless someone tells you about it, the action leader suddenly stopped talking. He recalled what he had just said. Unless someone tells you about it. Yes, this was someplace you could not know about unless someone told you about it. Only the boss and the top 5 ranking members knew about this place. The top 7 ranking members originally knew about it, however. 2 of them had died in battle against Arm when their territories had been lost. Perhaps, is there a spy within our ranks? A spy within the top 5 ranking members, or perhaps even the boss? The branch manager, who was the 5th ranking member and also an action leader, looked toward Cal, whose eyes started to curl up from smiling. Cal looked toward the branch manager and told him the truth. You're right. Someone told me. He's right. I told him. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. I did not do it faster than usual because of the 3 gold coins. I did it faster because I am even greater now. Cal could hear Rayan's voice, but the branch manager could not. The branch manager started to become suspicious of the other ranking members in their organization. Cal was aiming for this. That was why he had not killed anybody. The Mostu faction would slowly get destroyed soon enough. Furthermore, it would start a war between the mercenaries and Arm. Cal whispered to the branch manager, who would play an important role for them in the future. Sleep tight. Ah, the red fog covered the branch manager's face. His body became paralyzed. There also seemed to be sleeping poison as he slowly lost consciousness. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Cal entering the secret room. He lost consciousness while being angry about the spy and these real Arm bastards. That was why he could not see what happened next. Click. Cal took off the door to the safe in the secret room. It fell off easily thanks to Rayan already breaking it in advance. Cal had to work hard in order to prevent the corners of his lips twitching in joy. Human, it's gold. Jewels, there's a lot of gold coins too. The bad guys had a lot of money. There was quite a bit of money. There were especially a lot of gold bars. But human, didn't you say this was the weakest branch? Does that mean we will take a lot more money from the bad guys? Cal's mind was filled with Rayan's voice as well as someone else's voice. The owner of the Fire of Destruction commented in a low voice. Throwing away money, an honorable way of throwing away money. The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up, a happy way of throwing away money. Cal could no longer hold it in after hearing the Fire of Destruction's voice. Ha ha ha, he was happy. Cal laughed out loud for the first time in a long time. He was excited. It was always fun getting free money. Human, you seem happy. A happy way of throwing away money. Heh. Rayan and the Fire of Destruction's voices became beautiful background music for Cal. Cal happily listened before speaking to Choi Han and the children averaging 9 years old. Retreat. They destroyed the door and filled the building with poison. One of the Mostu branches had been looted in less than 25 minutes. However, the reinforcement and mercenaries guild members who arrived too late would see that nobody was severely injured or killed. However, they could see the branch manager's bloodshot eyes. We need to catch those devil-like bastards. The branch manager also met with Boss Mostu and informed him of the spy. Something big was about to go down in Liban City's underworld. Forgetting about all of that, Cal was wearing a simple yet clean white shirt and beige pants while smiling brightly the next day. Egu, aren't you that young man from last time? The grandmother who owned the bakery near the inn remembered seeing Cal a few days ago. Although he had taken over an inn with a sketchy past, She remembered having a good impression of this young man who said that he would try his best. Are you finally opening the inn? Cal, who looked like he had grown up a bit wealthy but was wearing simple clothing, respectfully grabbed the grandmother's hand. Yes, grandmother, we will open this afternoon. The bakery grandmother could see the hope and adventure loving inn behind Cal that was decorated for its grand opening. Cal was standing in front of the inn. Today was the day that they opened their first inn in the Eastern continent, as well as the Real Arms first base. The human is smiling like Saint Jack. Now we will make money through this inn. Cal pretended to be an earnest inn owner as he listened to Rayan's voice. Chapter 272. A Beautiful Night. 1. This is how adventurers respond if you ask them about Liban City, the city where adventure starts, the city that loves adventures. Liban City was a place that stimulated your desire for adventure. It was fine once you got used to it. But for those visiting for the first time, it was easy to get shocked by this city that had businesses, mercenaries, and other adventure-related areas being so developed. This was the case for this beginner adventurer named Bob as well. Wow. Now that he was 20 years old, he took his first step as an adventurer. Liban City truly is amazing. Small cities usually only had one or two inns, however. Liban City had numerous inns in the plaza alone. The beginner adventurer looked at the clock tower in the central plaza. 2 p.m. He needed to find an inn to spend the night. Bob, who had been looking forward to his first night in Liban City, looked around before heading toward a place. Oh, I like the name of that inn. He mumbled the name written on the sign as he headed toward it. Hope and Adventure Loving Inn. It also said, Grand Opening, next to the sign. He liked the inn name and the fact that it was having a grand opening. For a beginner adventurer like him, who was just starting off in Liban City, he thought that it was a very fitting inn to start his journey. However, Bob had to stop in front of the inn. He could see that the building looked clean and nice. He thought about his shabby outfit, his old, second-hand bag, as well as the small amount of coins he had in his pocket. It was at that moment. Welcome. The employee at the entrance greeted him. The beginner adventurer, who had been hesitant, felt relieved after seeing the honest expression on the employee's face. He quietly asked the employee a question. This is your grand opening. Bob looked toward the honest-looking employee, who seemed to be from a mountain village like himself, as he waited for a response. The employee, who was indeed from a mountain village, well, mountain bandit group to be correct, realized that he found a prey and started to speak. You'll be receiving a glove if you don't memorize it correctly. The former mountain bandit recalled Beecrock's glove as he warmly responded back. Yes, today is our opening day. We are providing a cup of beer and a plate of smoked chicken for free to all visitors. Oh, how wonderful. That's enough for a meal. Bob was someone who played along well. You are correct. It is our grand opening event for the next week. In addition, we are doing a 50% discount for all guests who stay with us this first month. Oh, finally, unlike other inns, we are providing towels and other toiletries free of charge. Oh, how amazing. Someone interjected as the mountain bandit and Bob's conversation continued. Isn't it? This is a great inn. Bob looked toward the handsome man with short hair who suddenly appeared. Cal gently responded to Bob's gaze that seemed to be asking who he was. I am an employee of the inn. Ah, I see. I didn't know because you were not wearing a uniform. That is not a problem. I couldn't help but interject because I saw a cool adventure in him. A cool adventurer. That description made Bob start to smile widely. Ha ha ha. Do I seem like that? I'm still just a beginner. My goodness. I thought you were a young and talented adventurer in him. But if you are just a beginner, I can't help but imagine how famous you will be in the future. Bob's shoulders slowly started to go up. On the other hand, the mountain bandit could not help but get chills while watching this new side of Cal. This person can act like such a friendly employee. Cal reached his hand out to Bob. Bob grabbed on as it seemed like the obvious thing to do. Cal naturally led Bob inside the inn entrance as he continued to speak. I'm happy to host a future great adventure in him in our inn. I think you will be very famous in the future. Can you please tell me your name? Ha ha ha. Thank you for the exaggerated compliment. Well, my name is Bob. I will definitely be famous in the future. Bob. That name made Cal think about Tunka, however. He casually handed the adventurer's hand to the employee inside and responded back. Mr. Bob, I hope this is the start of an amazing adventure for you. Thank you very much. Bob walked into the inn filled with joy. He felt as if he had already become an amazing adventurer. Cal watched Bob, Choi Han, who was helping with the serving on the first floor, and Beecrox, who was dressed as a chef and heading for the kitchen, as he turned around. The mountain bandit gulped after seeing Cal's face instantly turn stoic once he turned around. Pat, pat. Cal patted the employee on the shoulder. The employee stiffened up at Cal's slow patting, however. Cal was actually praising him. You're doing well. Keep it up. Pat, pat. The mountain bandit vigorously nodded his head. Cal was satisfied with this response. He heard Rayon's voice in his head. We are earning money. More money. They said you start with a speck of dust, but end up with a dragon's lair. I'm going to earn enough to fill a dragon's lair. Vicious. Cal ignored Rayon's comments. However, he soon heard an ancient power's voice. Heh, throwing money around. So happy. So precious. Can't wait to see all that money being thrown around. The fire of destruction seemed to be slowly getting crazier. Cal feared this cheapskate fiery thunderbolt for a different reason than why he feared Rayon. The problem was that he felt the same way. Money was precious. Cal looked toward the person approaching him and started to speak. Let's go. Yes, young Masternim. His servant Ran followed him with a relaxed smile on his face. There was somewhere Cal needed to go with Ran on this grand opening day. Time to go to City Hall. Yes, sir. I will guide you there. The city hall was located at the center of Liban City. They needed to go inform the city of their business opening. The mountain bandit employee next to Cal looked at Cal in confusion, and Cal responded back with a smile. We are law-abiding citizens. We love the law. The mountain bandit avoided Cal's smile. Scary people. None of the mercenaries had come to the inn's grand opening. The people who would go crazy for free beer were nowhere to be found. Why? It was because Arm had touched the mercenaries' pride. Of course, it was not the real Arm, but the real Arm, but how would they know? The Liban City's Mercenaries Guild was probably in a state of emergency right now, but our boss who caused all of that mess is smiling gently. The assassin old man who was their boss, right-hand man, seemed even more relaxed. Relax and work hard until we come back. The mountain bandit held back his tears as he responded to Cal's comment. I will work like my life depends on it. Please trust me. Cal wondered why this guy was acting like this as he headed to City Hall with Ron. Cal could see a statue as soon as he arrived in front of City Hall. It was the statue of the current mayor. He has about 3 months left in his term. He nodded his head at Ron's comment and observed the face of the mayor depicted on the statue. The Mercenaries Guild and the Merchant Alliance that controlled the daytime aspects of Liban City took turns placing a new mayor. Each mayor's term was 4 years long, and an election was coming up soon. Of course, the mercenaries and merchants had made it so that there was only one candidate up until now. The current mayor was from the Mercenaries Guild. Arm was being even more careful because the mayor is from the Mercenaries Guild, but it failed thanks to us. Ron nodded his head at his puppy young Masternim, who answered while smiling. Young Masternim. Yes. You plan on revealing Mostu's cozy relationship with the Mercenaries Guild during this election, right? What a smart old man. Cal did not respond. Then you should be able to take care of Arm, Mostu, the Mercenaries Guild, and all of the forces dealing with the underworld of Liban City all at once. Am I right, young Masternim? Cal didn't respond again, however. Ron knew enough about Cal to know what this silence meant. However, Ron didn't know everything about Cal just yet. Cal handed the business opening documents to Ron. Here, shall I go report it for you? They had filled out the documents from the city hall in advance and had to just go turn it in today. Ron had naturally taken care of everything and handed it to Cal, who filled in the empty spots. Yes, Ron, you need to do it. I do. Yeah, and there's a part you need to fill out as well. Ron watched Cal avoiding his gaze and opened the envelope and took the document out. Hope and adventure loving in the inn's name was correct, the address was correct, and even the inn's size and number of employees was correct. However, one thing had changed. Young Masternim. Ron called out to Cal, but Cal did not respond this time either. However, Ron could not look at the silent Cal. His gaze was stuck at the box for the inn owner's name. That box was filled out as well. Ron Mala and Ron's name was listed on there. The other box that was empty was the box to sign that said everything listed was correct. That was what Ron needed to fill out. Ron recalled what Cal had told him before. It was what Cal had said on the day they arrived at the eastern continent, as Cal pointed to Ran while talking to Mount Lieb's former bandit leader. You will be one of the underworld's rulers starting from today onward, and this is the person who will be your boss. That was pretty much an order telling Ran to be the ruler of the underworld, and Ran happily accepted as he had not forgotten about his revenge. Cal was providing the foundation for it to Ran, who had accepted that order. It's yours. Ran responded with a smile that was far from his usual benign smile. He had returned to the eastern continent after losing everything. Now he had a place to restart in that place. Ran Marlin. That was a name that even Arm would have forgot about by now. It's not like Arm has nothing better to do than to confirm a small inn owner's name in order to find me. His puppy young masternim probably handed him this document while knowing that that was the case. Ron folded the document back up and held it in his hand. He then looked toward Cal, who was looking at him, and started to speak. Many of the Liban City residents have issues with the Merchant Alliance and Mercenaries Guild taking turns being the mayor. Both the residents and the small business owners had issues with this practice. The Merchant Alliance mainly accepted mid-sized merchant guilds that could do regional trades, but did not accept small businesses into the fold. I will look for a worthy mayor candidate. Beating around the bush did not fit Cal or Ron's style. Cal preferred it like this as well. You take care of it. Ron had a bright, benign smile on his face. What the? Cal was a bit scared. That extremely bright smile seemed vicious. Ron didn't care as he started to speak to his young masternim, who was still scared of him. I will do it properly as your servant, young masternim. Ah, sure. You can take your time. Cal turned away from Ron's even thicker smile. Ron gently asked this cute puppy young master of his, will we make our move tonight? Ron could see Cal starting to smile. Cal's palms were getting itchy thinking about tonight. Why? They were planning on emptying all of the most faction safes tonight. Cal could see the 6 years old dragon that was full of greed once night arrived. Human, take it. Cal received what Rayan was offering him. He then asked Rayan in shock, why do we need a potato sack? Money. Rayan's firm response made Cal flinch. However, the young dragon was excited. He seemed very much like the dragons that like shiny things. Human. The spatial pocket bag needs to be big in order to pack away all of the dirty money. I told Beacrox, who was acting indifferent, to give me this sack so I could put spatial dimension magic on it. Cal looked down at the simple potato sack. He was certain that Beacrox got annoyed by the children averaging 9 years old and handed it to them. Cal could see the excited children, averaging 9 years old, in the corner room on the third floor of the inn. Looks like we can get some allowance again today. He said that he will add it all up and give it to us later, but then we won't know how many gold coins it is. I'm going to fill my entire piggy bank. Rayan approached Cal, who was nonchalantly holding onto the potato sack, and put it tightly in Cal's arms as he continued to speak. It is an extremely large spatial dimension. Human, just trust me. Cal clenched onto the sack and calmly responded back, I trust you. He really meant it. The children averaging 9 years old were great and mighty. He. Rayan seemed excited as he spun in circles. He could hear the voice of the fire of destruction as well. Precious potato sack, precious bad guys away. Money, precious, rare, and most beautiful of all is throwing money away. The fire of destruction was completely crazy. This was Cal's honest belief. It was at that moment Cal Nim, Choi Han. Cal received an item from Choi Han as well. It was the robe with a red star on it, as well as a black mask. Choi Han had taken the initiative to pack the shabby, real arm uniform. Choi Han, you actually enjoy this, don't you? That's what Cal wanted to ask, however. Choi Han looked serious. He looked like someone who was ready to move for peace and justice. Cal thought to himself once more that Choi Han really was a good person as he put the robe around himself. Choi Han opened the third-floor window and started to speak. Cal Nim, I will escort you there. We will only charge forward. Cal was flabbergasted. All of them were too excited to stealthily escape through the inn window. However, Cal confidently responded back. Of course, charging forward looks cool. Cal gave the order. We will head to the Mercenaries Guild first. Arm and the Mercenaries Guild in Liban City would be bitter enemies after tonight. Those evil bastards who had their feet in the underworld would fight each other. Cal could not help but laugh. You are smiling like a villain. He ignored On's comment. This unexpected windfall of money was already floating in front of his eyes. Chapter 273. A beautiful night, too. Cal stood on top of a roof and looked down. He could hear Choi Han's voice. As expected, the Mercenaries Guild building is bright even during the night. The location of today's safe looting was vibrant. Liban City's Mercenaries Guild building was located a bit away from the Eastern Pleasure District. The current situation made its location very fitting. The building was still full of light, even though it was night time, and didn't look as if they were going to sleep any time soon. The reason was obvious. It's a pretty intolerable situation. The Mercenaries Guild people have to work. The Liban City's Mercenaries Guild was able to influence the underworld by partnering with Mostu. The Merchant Alliance and the Mercenaries Guild shared control of Liban City. The Mercenaries Guild was much stronger than the Merchant Alliance. However, they lacked funds. The way to resolve this issue was to protect Mostu's organization and receive some dirty money from the underworld through them. But Arm appeared and started to eat away at the underworld. The Mercenaries Guild was angry at this, however. It was difficult to do anything to Arm, who moved very slowly and cautiously. Arm was the Eastern Continent's underworld's strongest player. That was why the Mercenaries Guild had to be wary of Arm as well. However, Arm moved completely openly this time. In that case, the Mercenaries Guild now had the justification to act in order to protect their pride and their money. That was why they would have started to move, however. It had only been one day since the incident. There is a good chance that the Mercenaries Guild has not decided how they should react to Arm just yet. A large monster like the Mercenaries Guild was going to get involved in the small Liban city's underworld matter, so they probably had to think hard about how grand of a reaction they would have. Thanks to that, it was likely that Arm would not have noticed the atmosphere around the mercenaries right now. Furthermore, Mostu's faction is guaranteed to be busy looking for that internal spy. What do you need me to do? Cal did not look back at Choi Han, who was looking at him, and put the map in his hand back in his pocket. This was a new map based on the map the former bandit leader gave to him, but filled with information that Ran had gathered. He pointed down with his now empty hands. He was pointing at the entrance of the Mercenaries Guild building, which still had a lot of people going in and out. Cal turned toward Choi Han and gave the order. Turn it into a mess. Choi Han took out his sword and slightly bowed. I will do as you commanded. Choi Han's pupils were cloudy as he raised his head back up. He should have understood what Cal meant. Cal opened his arms after seeing Choi Han's reaction. Mio, mio. He continued to speak once on, and Hung were both in his arms. Rayan. I understand, human. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHH Cal on, and Hung all slowly turned invisible. Choi Han jumped off of the building as soon as they were completely invisible. Shar, the early spring wind brushed past his cheeks. Huh, what is that? The guards outside the guild building entrance noticed the suddenly falling individual wearing black clothes and clenched their weapons. Even the people who were going in and out of the building, with serious expressions on their faces, flinched and looked at the unknown assailant who had suddenly appeared. Choi Han, that unknown assailant, looked around before raising his sword up. Hey, Aura, it's those bastards. Someone who knew about the arm and Mostu incident shouted that they were the same people. It was at that moment. The black aura that violently shot up contrary to the calm night covered the area underneath the magic lights with a black shadow. Barang, the black aura struck down on the wall surrounding the guild building. A curved boomerang-like attack cut the wall into two. Gasp. Son of a, go tell the guild leader Nim. He really was a sword master. I didn't know the most of bastards were telling the truth. The shouts of different mercenaries in the area could be heard. Clack, clack, clack. The closed windows of the Mercenaries Guild building started to open. The people who were trying to determine the source of the loud noises by sticking their heads out the windows could see the unknown assailant wearing black outside the guild entrance. Do you know where this is? Attacking the Mercenaries Guild is an act that will turn every mercenary on the continent into your enemies. One of the mercenaries walked through the darkness and shouted out loud. He was looking at Choi Han, the unknown assailant covered in black. Choi Han heard a young dragon's voice in his head at that moment. Choi Han, well be back. See you soon. It was now time for the invisible Cal and children to sneak into the Mercenaries Guild building. He heard the mercenary's voice again. Hurry up and drop your sword. Do you want to see the scariness of the mercenaries? Choi Han clenched the handle of his sword. He then answered back to the mercenaries who were looking at him. I'm not sure if you really are that scary. He really meant it. The only thing Choi Han feared in this world was his surroundings being destroyed. Ooh Wang, the black aura rumbled as Choi Han lightly stomped his foot. His body was heading toward the mercenaries' guild. No killing. Buy us time. Cal's orders were always easy to complete. The black aura cut through the night. Bang, bang. The walls surrounding the guild fell, and the front yard was turning into a mess. A real monster appeared in front of the mercenaries' guild that the Liban city's underworld feared. While all of that was going on, Cal started to think after hearing the noises coming from behind him. Looks like Choi Han is doing things properly. He was usually good at doing things like this well. Human. Choi Han seems to want to destroy everything. Choi Han is really good at destroying buildings. Cal ignored Rayan, whom he couldn't tell whether he was praising or badmouthing Choi Han as he quickly started to move. Really showed up. Crazy. The sword master came on his own. Why would a sword master come to a place like this? Son of a beach, am I going to die? The entire guild building was in a mess. A sword master had appeared and was causing a mess. How many people could remain calm in such a situation? Fear and despair filled their hearts as they all quickly started to move. The only common action was that they were all heading down the building. However, Cal watched them leave as he headed up. His quick movements were stealthy thanks to Rayan's flight magic and the sound of the wind. Human, to the left, Rayan also served as his GPS. Cal quickly arrived at a floor and could see a fancy door in front of him. Human, the strongest human in the mercenaries' guild is here. This must be the guild leader's room. Cal held back a happy hum from coming out of his mouth as he headed toward the fancy door. Bang! The door opened at that moment. So scary. A couple people darted out of the fancy door as Cal flinched in shock. Oh, it is the strongest human and the strongest ones after him. Cal started to smile. This must be the mercenaries' guild leader and his subordinates. Cal moved to a corner, and the guild leader and his subordinates naturally did not notice Cal, who was invisible thanks to a dragon's magic, and continued heading down. Boss Mostu was not lying. Guild leader Nim, it's a sword master. What do? We can't avoid it. We will lose face if we do. We need to fight him even if we face some losses. We can't do anything even if some people end up dying. Cal listened to the conversation between the guild leader and his subordinates as they walked past him. Guild leader Nim, but isn't it weird? Unless Arm really went crazy, would they openly kill mercenaries? He's right. Guild leader, according to Mostu, their outfits were shabby as well. Are we sure they are from Arm? Well, no, once we see him. The building shook at that moment. Boom, a loud vibration came from the ground. Gasp. Hurry, we need to hurry down. The guild leader and his subordinates quickly headed down. Cal had a serious expression on his face once the corridor was empty. Just how much of a mess is Choi Han causing? Why is the building shaking? Cal was confused, but he needed to move as he heard Rayan's voice. Human, there seems to be a magic safe. Who? Someone at the Mercenaries Guild leader's level should be able to have a magic safe instead of a regular safe. Human, if it is a magic safe, then the great and mighty Rayan Muru can open it without breaking it. Dragons really were great and mighty. Cal put on and hung down on the ground and leisurely walked into the guild leader's office. He then stood in front of the desk that Rayan guided him to. They always hide it in a place like this. There should be a safe underneath the desk instead of hidden in a wall. He just needed to loot that safe. Cal pushed the desk. It did not move. Sigh, you're so weak. Move, Mio, Mio. Cal heard the voices of the children averaging 9 years old, however. He did not move and pushed hard once again. The desk finally moved. All right, weak human. I understand. Cal ignored Rayan's comments. He watched the desk slowly moving as he waited for the safe to appear. He then became anxious. A door appeared. It was a door and not a safe. Is the safe inside here? It was the moment he had that mistaken thought. Human move. I will remove the magic lock. But this safe is really big. The mercenaries are rich. Oh, the corners of Cal's mouth continued to go up. Rayan opened the magic safe as his mouth had curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Screech, the heavy iron door was opened. An area the size of a small room at an inn appeared. There were things inside that were shining. Gold, jewels, and money filled this safe that was the size of a room. Oh, what glorious sight! I never expected to see something like this in my life. Saab, no, I mean after death. Saab, oh, beautiful. The fiery thunderbolt's teary voice could be heard. Cal slowly headed into the room that was shining with a golden light. He then took out the potato sack. Let's pack it all. Mio, Mio. I'm so excited. I mean, all right, human. Cal could not see them, but he could feel that the children averaging 9 years old were excited as they moved. He removed the smile from his face and slowly stuffed gold bars into the potato sack. How fun. It was enough to wash away all of the stress from the past war. Cal felt someone patting on his leg at that moment. He couldn't tell who it was until he heard On's voice because they were all invisible. This seems to be important. On handed him a small glass box with some papers inside. Cal could not see On, however. He could see the glass box and picked it up. He stared at the glass box for a while before closing his eyes and then reopening them. He then handed a gold bar to where he expected On to be. Silence filled the area. This is for all of you. He could hear them gasp. I don't know why he is doing this. Even I don't know why he is doing this time. Something's fishy. Nuna, I don't think you should accept it. Human, are you okay? You can't go crazy just because you are too happy. Didn't you see that lunatic Clope? You become weird if you lose your mind. The children, averaging 9 years old, were in shock. However, Cal hugged the glass box and started to laugh. Ha ha ha! The loud voice echoed inside the safe. The document that was visible through the glass box. It was a 5-year-old document with a simple title. An agreement regarding Liban City's eastern businesses. He could also see the signatures on the document. The Merchant Alliance, Mercenaries Guild. Most of Cal's eyes started to sparkle. These punks really did all sorts of things in the dark. Why would the merchants and the Mercenaries Guild need an agreement about the underworld? Especially one that involved a thug-like group such as Mostu. It meant that they all worked together to scrape up all of the dirty money. No matter where you go, there are always corrupt people in guilds. Whether it was Korea or this world, the rotten ones were all similar. This was why the good guilds were suffering. One of Kim Rok-Soo's jobs back on Earth was to quietly take care of these rotten ability users' guilds. That was the way to lessen the chaos. Looks like I can quietly take care of them. Cal was drawing up a future beyond the mayor election in 2 months. This was something he could use at that moment. The safe was completely emptied while he was thinking about that. Rayan, who had been shocked at the gold bar that Cal had offered, quickly used his magic to store everything away, because he was worried that Cal would give them away if he didn't do it quickly. Cal picked up the gold bar that the children averaging 9 years old were ignoring on purpose. He put it in a different small spatial pocket bag as he started to speak. I'll keep this here, so let me know if you need it. I'll give it to you then. I don't need it. I agree with her. I have not lost my mind. They throw a fit when I give them too much too. Cal could not understand these children averaging 9 years old. That was why he looked around the empty safe and asked Rayan, "Is there anybody upstairs or downstairs?" "No, they are all on the ground floor. Is that so?" Cal was relieved as he pointed to the safe and nonchalantly added on, "Just blow this place up then." The fireworks to start the true chaos were about to begin. Ah! One of the mercenaries grabbed onto his leg and fell to the ground. The guild leader peeked toward that mercenary and raised his voice. "Everybody gather together. Don't wander off. We will first prevent him from getting any closer." The mercenaries gathered together under the guild leader's orders and pointed their swords at the unknown assailant in a black outfit with a red star on it. There were bloodied and fainted mercenaries all around them. They would see that none of the injuries were severe if they went up to look, however. That was not something that these people could do while in a state of chaos. The mercenaries could not do anything because Choi Han was acting as if he was walking forward without any concerns. Do you really want to become the Mercenaries Guild's eternal enemy? The guild leader's eyes were filled with rage. As a high-grade expert, he could not even leave a scratch on a sword master. It was worse for the other mercenaries. The unknown assailant wearing the shabby black arm outfit calmly started to speak to them. So weak. Grind. The guild leader ground his teeth. He could not attack nor run away. The guild leader could not hide his anger toward this enemy that was damaging his pride. What did you say?" That was what he had wanted to say. However, he could not say it. Boom! A loud explosion came from behind him. The guild leader turned around. His office had exploded. The beautiful fire shot up and decorated the night sky. However, this was a disaster for someone like him. His office with the safe had exploded. Someone leisurely walked out from that fire. He had the same black outfit and mask, as well as a single red star on his chest. That person went and stood next to the sword master. The guild leader then recalled Mostu's report. The sword master supposedly has a master that he follows. That person was at the core of it. Although we cannot tell if the intruders are actually from Arm, this person is supposedly a high-grade mage. The guild leader started to speak. You son of a beach, get them. I told you to get them. Get them now. The two masked individuals quickly started to run. His office and the safe inside. The guild leader thought about the document inside the safe. It was the agreement he had made when he became the guild leader 5 years ago. They had profited quite a bit thanks to that agreement, however. It was a secret that nobody could find out about. Those bastards had come out from that location. Make sure to catch them. Catch them as our pride is on the line. Ah! The mercenaries started to shout as they chased after the two escaping masked individuals. A late-night run had started. Where are we running to? Choi Han controlled his speed while looking at the guild leader and the mercenaries who were chasing them with bloodshot eyes. The two of them were running quickly, however, still at a pace that could be chased. In other words, they were purposefully running away while allowing the mercenaries to chase them. This was Cal's order. Choi Han looked at Cal as Cal recalled the path he saw on the map earlier and started to speak. Liban City's arm base. As Choi Han flinched after thinking about something, Cal had become the Pied Piper and was leading the mercenaries somewhere. Arm's branch location that was only known to people involved in the underworld. Cal was heading over there. As the Mercenaries Guild was located at the entrance of the underworld, it was not too far until they reached Arm's Liban City branch. Arm's building was an average-looking 5-story building. Cal looked at the building that was as bright as the Mercenaries Guild, as well as at the people who were rushing out of the building and diligently rushing toward them. What the? Why are the mercenaries invading us? Who the hell are they? The people rushing out of Arm's building had to face the two people running toward them, as well as the angry mercenaries chasing them. The branch manager of the Liban City branch started to frown after seeing the two people. Are they perhaps the people who ambushed Mostu yesterday? There was no way that Arm's branch manager would not know about yesterday's incident. Although he did not know the details, he knew that someone had invaded Mostu's branch and that the mercenaries started to move. This was because they noticed the mercenaries rushing toward Mostu's branch. That was why they had been lying low all day while debating how to proceed from here on. Arm's branch manager started to fall into a state of panic. But why are they wearing outfits that look like ours? He noticed that the people being chased by the mercenaries had similar outfits as his own. They even had red stars on their chests. Mostu's faction had remained quiet until they found their internal spy. The Mercenaries Guild had quietly moved because of their pride. Thanks to that, there was only a small amount of information Arm's branch manager was able to find out. Arm's branch manager made eye contact with the man with reddish-brown eyes. The man wearing the shabby outfit opened his arms as he looked toward the branch manager. "Oh, you came to greet us. Thanks." "What? Thanks?" It was the moment Arm's branch manager was shocked. He could hear the angry shouts of the mercenaries. He could also hear the reddish, brown-eyed man's loud laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy to see you. He really meant it. Cal, who was running with the mercenaries on his tail, really was happy to see Arm's branch manager. It really was fun to hit someone from the back. Chapter 274. A Beautiful Night. 3. Cal recalled what his servant Ran had told him. Arm's branch managers have different uniform than the regular members, with theirs having one white star, 5 red stars, and a black feather pin. He shouted toward Arm's branch manager. "Why are you just standing around like an idiot?" His voice was very loud to the point that the mercenaries chasing them, Choi Han running with him, and Arm's branch manager all heard. What crazy nonsense is this? Arm's branch manager was so shocked that his true sentiments subconsciously came out. Cal was calm and confident even after seeing the branch manager's reaction. "Block these bastards now." He confidently and shamelessly told Arm's branch manager to block the mercenaries. "Branch manager Nim, are they involved with us?" Cal was so confident that the subordinate next to Arm's branch manager couldn't help but ask the branch manager. Although it was shabby, They were wearing what looked like arms uniforms to the point that they could not be sure either. While arms members were wary, one side was starting to become certain. It was, naturally, Liban City's Mercenaries Guild leader's side. Cal turned around. As a high-grade expert swordsman, he was able to keep up with Choi Han and Cal the most. That was why he could hear Cal better than anybody else. You dare, you dare. Although he was breathing heavily after chasing them all this way, the guild leader did not hide his anger at all. He could not believe it. He had chased them, wondering where these two unknown assailants were headed as they ran away. Although they were saying, ran away, the two masked men had destroyed the Mercenaries Guild building before retreating, forcing him to chase them because of his pride as the guild leader. My safe. More importantly, his office with the safe was blown up. Of course, the safe itself was not the only issue. The agreement can't be revealed. It can never be revealed. He was worried that these two bastards might have gotten their hands on that document. That document could make the Mercenaries Guild lose everything that they have in Liban City. No, I can't think that way. They said that even a highest grade mage would not be able to open the lock on that safe. I hired the only highest grade mage in the Mercenaries Guild's headquarters to make it. The highest grade mage who installed the safe had told him that, unless a dragon showed up, a human mage would not be able to open this safe, and that the only thing they could do was destroy it. That was the reason the guild leader could walk around in peace at all times. Yes, that's probably why this mage bastard blew the office up too. The guild leader tried to calm himself as much as possible. Although the safe explosion was painful to see, he could gather the money again. It was disappointing, but it was not as precious as that document. It was at that moment. You just keep chasing my tail. What? The bastard who was expected to be the mage had the wind gathered at his feet as he mocked the guild leader. That curve in the eyes would make anybody believe he was sneering at him. That crazy bastard wants to eek. The guild leader felt as if his world was flipping over. Clang, clang. The documents inside the glass box made small noises as the box was shaken. Cal was shaking the box with the agreement regarding Liban City's eastern businesses inside it. Human. The guild leader's face turned blue. Do you think that that guild leader is tired from running for so long? It was probably more correct to say that it was this document and not the running that made him almost faint. Cal leisurely put the glass box in his pocket so that the guild leader who was looking at him, without realizing that his face was shaking, could clearly see it. He then looked forward again and patted Choi Han's shoulder. I'll take care of things, so just follow me. Choi Han nodded his head and Cal raised his hand. I understand, human. Rayan understood Cal's signal properly. Cal stomped his foot. Tap. His body flew off the ground. He looked like a bird in the process. Choi Han followed behind him as well. Cal's body easily flew up thanks to the sound of the wind and Rayan's magic, creating a half circle in the air before landing back on the ground. Tap. Cal's body landed back with a quiet tapping noise. He turned around. He could see Arms branch members looking at him. Cal had landed in the middle of Arms members that had been standing there. Choi Han landed next to him. Cal waved at the members who were looking at him. Long time no see. Long time. Who? All of them had that type of gaze on their faces, however. They all had to face someone's wrath almost instantly. You bastards. You dare to touch the Mercenaries Guild. Once Cal and Choi Han, who were in the middle, moved away, Arm and the Mercenaries Guild had to face each other. Arm's branch manager saw the frown on the Mercenaries Guild leader's face and immediately started to speak. He had enough information to realize what was going on now. Immediately surround those two unknown assailants. This shout made the Mercenaries Guild leader flinch. Arm's branch manager did not give any openings as he pointed to Choi Han and Cal and continued to shout. We need to catch them and hand them over to the Mercenaries Guild. The Mercenaries Guild's enemy is Liban City's enemy. Assist the Mercenaries Guild. The sharp subordinates quickly grabbed their weapons and started to surround Choi Han and Cal. That action made the Mercenaries Guild leader calm down a bit as he asked Arm's branch manager a question. Are they not related to you? No, they are not. Guild leader Nim, you know how our side feels. That was the truth. The guild leader remembered how careful Arm had been until now. The branch manager continued to speak to the guild leader, who barely managed to catch his breath and calm down a bit. We're not sure what is going on right now, but they are not from our side. Can't you see those shabby outfits? Then what is that outfit? Excuse me. The guild leader pointed behind the branch manager. It was the location of where those two masked individuals should be surrounded by his subordinates. The branch manager slowly turned his head. He could hear the guild leader's voice behind him. That outfit underneath the robe of that reddish, brown-eyed bastard doesn't seem to be a fake. Ah, that the branch manager was suddenly at a loss for words. It was when Cal was leaving the third-floor room of the inn. Calnim. Choi Han had called to him and had brought the robe and mask. It was the shabby robe with the shardy patching of a red star. It was the same as usual. The only difference was the outfit Cal had hidden underneath the robe. Once Cal took the shabby robe off, an outfit that any armed subordinate should know about appeared. It was a black outfit with a red star. The uniquely tilted star shape that was different than any average star was accurately visible on that outfit. I asked Eruhaben Nim to make this. The shardy work was the best that Cal could do, however. The ancient dragon was able to accurately make an outfit after looking at the dragon half-blood's clothes. Cal confidently spoke to Arm's branch manager, who seemed to be shocked while looking at him. I'll leave the rest to you. This is an order. The voice that had suddenly turned serious gave an order that seemed impossible to not follow. Human, you seem a bit strong. It was naturally because he had used a bit of the dominating aura. The problem was that, although Cal had used only a bit, it had gotten stronger, so it did not seem like just a bit to the others. Is it real? Cal's aura made Arm's branch manager subconsciously brush his arms that were full of goosebumps. A chilling amount of dominating presence could be felt. It was a stronger aura than he had felt before when he had seen other red stars from a distance. Is it a mission that I don't know about? The majestic presence was so natural that it even made the branch manager question things. The one that became even more anxious at that majestic aura was the Mercenaries Guild leader. Are they really from Arm? Then is Arm trying to become enemies with all of the Mercenaries Guilds on the continent? The Mercenaries Guild leader started to worry. The presence surrounding the reddish, brown-eyed man made him think of the Mercenary King. Cal snapped his fingers at that moment. Snap! A clear noise filled the area. Ha! Everyone then noticed a teleportation magic circle appear. Ooh Wang, the spell activated and surrounded Choi Han and Cal. It all happened in a moment. Rayan's magic abilities were now so amazing that they were almost at par with Iruhaben. Of course, a few people managed to react. The members who remembered the branch manager's order threw daggers toward them with urgency. Clang, clang. However, the daggers were blocked by an invisible shield. Arm's branch manager started to frown. This was an individual who was strong enough to quickly cast both teleportation magic and shield magic at the same time. He was at minimum a highest grade mage. If not that, then he was an existence that was greater than a highest grade mage. Cal nonchalantly spoke the truth to the enemies as Arm's branch manager was trying to figure things out. The real Arm will not stop until Liban City's underworld is in our hands. We will only charge forward. Parat. That was the last thing he said before a bright light flashed and they then disappeared. It took less than 10 seconds. The two unknown assailants had disappeared in a very short amount of time. The only ones left were the real Arm members and the Mercenaries Guild members. A situation that felt like hell soon happened for them. Cal did not care about any of this as he opened his eyes and looked around before taking the potato sack out. Rayan here. Weak human. Yes, I will carry it for you. Rayan grabbed the potato sack that Cal handed him. Cal started to walk again. We will move while remaining invisible from here on. Also, the night was far from over. There were still things to do. Choi Han and the children, averaging 9 years old, paid attention to what Cal had to say. We will stealthily sneak into the Mosto headquarters and just loot the safe. We must be as stealthy as possible. There was nobody in Mosto's faction that would be able to detect a sword master, a dragon, and the two cats that wanted to be stealthy. Human, why do bad guys have so much money? They have too much. Something is weird. I'm just glad we looted it all. Cal returned later that night with the potato sack filled to the brim. Liban City's underworld. It was now a total mess. Liban City was covered in shock as they welcomed in the new morning. Crazy. The Mercenaries Guild's building was hit by terrorists last night. The Mercenaries Guild had turned into a mess. I know, so be quiet. Haven't you seen that the mercenaries are all sensitive right now? My goodness. Hope and adventure loving in first floor, dining hall. The adventurers sitting at the tables were all quietly discussing what had happened last night. But I heard that nobody died. I don't know either. The mercenaries are being quiet about it. Does the Merchant Alliance have nothing to say? Are you crazy? You think that they want to flap their lips and become enemies with the Mercenaries Guild? The Merchant Alliance was remaining quiet. Even the victims, the Mercenaries Guild, had nothing publicly to say. This was a city made up of merchants, mercenaries, and adventurers. Something big had happened to one of those three core sides. It was no wonder that the entire city was in a state of nervousness. Even beginner adventurer Bob, who was coming down the stairs to the first floor, noticed the heavy mood. That was why he was even more scared. What should I do? It's my first adventure, and I'm getting nervous. It's okay, Mr. Bob. Only luck will follow you on your journey. You don't have to worry. Thank you very much. Bob became energetic after hearing the nice words of the inn employee he had met yesterday. The nice employee said something else to support him. You can do it, Mr. Bob. Thank you. I'll see you again next time. Bob headed out of the inn through the first floor entrance. It was so that he could prepare for his adventure for the day. The employee who received Bob's thanks slowly headed toward the dining hall. Young Masternim over here. Okay. Cal, who no longer had that gentle expression on his face, took a cup of lemonade from Ron and headed toward the end of the hall. Here, there was someone raising his hand and calling him over. It is Goldie Gramps. Our Goldie Gramps really is good at being on time. Iruhaben was in his human form while showing off his explosively handsome appearance. There was someone wearing a robe next to him. Cal Nim. Choi Han, who had approached Cal at some point, looked at the table and called out to Cal with concern. Choi Han, it's fine. However, Cal calmly continued to speak. He's just in the process of dying. He's currently in pain as well. I understand. Choi Han looked at the person next to Iruhaben after hearing Cal's response. The dragon half-blood. He was now human and had black hair and black eyes like Choi Han. He seemed to be in pain from the clashing of darkness attribute and light attribute, as his face was pale and his fingertips were shaking. But Choi Han was still not going to let his guard down just because of that. However, he still felt a bit sorry for the dragon half-blood who was cautiously looking around the inn. Anybody would be able to tell that he seemed to be amazed. It was similar to how he had been when he first found Harris Village. However, Choi Han erased that sorrow from his mind and did not forget about his most important mission as he coldly looked down at the dragon half-blood. On the other hand, there was someone looking at Cal with a shocked expression. You unlucky bastard. It's been a while, Iruhaben Nim. Ho! Iruhaben suppressed his flabbergastion as he petted On and Hung, who were both on the table. How shocked had he been after the children had told him about what happened last night, as well as from overhearing the people chatting at the tables. Does this bastard want to take over the world, or does he just find joy in causing trouble? At this point, he could not tell whether Cal was unlucky or just enjoyed doing things like this. Cal didn't care as he started to eat the soup and salad that Ron had brought over as he looked at the dragon half-blood. Is it bearable? The dragon half-blood responded to Cal's question. Yes, that was the end of their discussion. Iruhaben clicked his tongue after seeing Cal seeing so uninterested after asking him to bring the dragon half-blood here. It was hard to figure out what this unlucky bastard was thinking. He felt that the words he used to describe Cal were continuing to grow, however, that didn't matter as asking the questions he had came first. What are you going to do with the money? The cat children had proudly told Iruhaben about how Cal had become a thief of justice and looted the underworld. Of course, Rayan was babbling on in Iruhaben's mind right now as well. Goldie, did you hear? We took the first step to save Liban City's underworld yesterday. My piggy bank is already half full. Let's go buy some apple pies later. Rayan was excited at how he was going to use that money. Gathering money was fun, but spending money was great too. I'll buy you some too. I feel bad for you because they destroyed your home. The ancient dragon was flabbergasted, but it was obvious that he was enjoying it as the corners of his lips were twitching and going up. Cal slowly responded to the ancient dragon's question. What are you going to do with the money? The answer to that question had already been determined. I plan to strengthen it a bit. The ancient dragon, dragon half-blood, sword master, and two cats at the table all seemed confused at this answer. This was the same for the invisible black dragon as well. Choi Han asked for everyone. What are you planning on strengthening? What did Cal have to strengthen? I heard that his current glass plate was the best that it would ever be. Cal continued to speak as the ancient dragon, and Choi Han had serious expressions on their faces. Ah, there's something. Throwing money away like last time. Excuse me, Mio. On and Hung were included in the confused individuals. However, the pupils of the invisible 6 years old dragon that nobody could see right now was shaking. Rayan recalled that shocking moment. He remembered how Cal Henitus had laughed while throwing the silver coins into the lava. Rayan was so shocked that he forgot to speak in Cal's mind and mumbled on top of the table. It was quiet enough that nobody else could hear, however. The others at the table could still hear him. The invisible dragon took his piggy bank out of his spatial dimension and started to speak. That throwing money away, that is very exciting, but also extremely shocking. Rayan had not forgotten the shock he received when he was just 5 years old. As for Cal, the cheapskate fire of destruction was currently cheering loudly in his mind. Chapter 275. A Beautiful Night 4. Why would throwing money away be? The ancient dragon Iruhaben casually responded back to Rayan. I threw away a lot of money when I was curious about the world too. It's a good experience to use as much money as you want as well. Cal was thinking that this calm ancient dragon was probably no joke when he was younger as well. Rayan seemed to have snapped out of it as he started to speak in Cal's mind again. Oh, Goldie, that's not it. Human. Goldie Gramps doesn't seem to understand your shockingly exciting action. Iruhaben then asked Cal a question. When will you do it? Tonight. Iruhaben thought Cal was going to spend a ton of money when he said that he was going to throw it away. Using money at night. Is he going to drink some expensive alcohol? I thought he was going to go buy a couple mountains or something. I guess his scale is quite small when it comes to money. Iruhaben looked toward Cal as if this was unexpected. Cal touched his inner pocket as the others all stared at him. There was a bag inside that pocket. It was 2 billion last time. This time it is 5 billion. The cheapskate fiery thunderbolt remembered Cal talking to the Crown Prince about 5 million gallons last time. He recalled something else at the same time. The fire of destruction asked Cal a question. But can you use the golden plaque in the eastern continent? Cal had not yet used the golden plaque he had received from Crown Prince Albaru for his personal use. That was why the Crown Prince's 5 billion gallons was pretty much non-existent right now. The fiery thunderbolt, who realized that, slowly quieted down. I guess 5 billion gallons is not possible. He did not say anything else after that. It felt as if he was probably curled up in a corner somewhere. However, Cal didn't care about that. He started to speak to the ancient dragon and the others who were still looking at him. I plan to do it somewhere quiet. Choi Han and On's expressions turned odd. Iruhaben's expression started to turn weird as well. At night and somewhere quiet. This was a weird combination to throw away money. However, Cal did not give them any more time to ask questions. He finished the sausage Ran brought for him before getting up and looking toward someone. Let's talk for a bit. Screech. A chair pushed back, and the dragon half-blood got up from the seat. He didn't look too good while standing up either. He was now weaker than the average human, however. The traces of his light attribute and Choi Han's darkness were still clashing in his body and causing him significant amounts of pain. Follow me. Cal said that before heading to the third floor of the inn, and the dragon half-blood quietly followed behind. Rayan was with the two of them. Sit. Cal pointed to the chair across from him, and the dragon half-blood with an indifferent expression on his face. It was a neat but luxurious room. This room at the end of the third-floor hallway was for Cal's personal use. Cal nonchalantly commented to the dragon half-blood, who was looking at him. How many of Arm's battle brigades are left in the eastern continent? He got right down to business. That action made the dragon half-blood chuckle as he started to speak. Although his limbs were still shaking in pain, there was no such shaking in his speech. The second and third brigades are left. There were originally 3 brigades, but didn't you all destroy the first brigade? The first brigade, that was the strongest in arm, was destroyed by Cal's group when they were coming from the eastern continent to the western continent. That was only possible because they were out in the ocean and had the whale tribe helping them. The dragon half-blood now knew that the ones who did that were Cal's group, however. Arm still did not know the people behind the attack. Cal did not respond to the dragon half-blood's question as he tapped on the armrest of the chair. Tap, tap, Tap. The finger that was tapping in rhythm stopped at the dragon half-blood's question. Will you kill the 2nd and 3rd brigades as well? Although he had an indifferent expression on his face, the dragon half-blood was quite curious about Cal's plans. Cal indifferently responded back. Who knows? Cal sat up a bit and leaned his body forward. He then looked at the dragon half-blood on the other side of the table and continued to speak. Hypothetically speaking, Cal started to imagine a situation. It'll be really difficult, even with a lot of people, if you don't have money or a home, right? If Arm lost their base and their money, they're disappeared. Then how and where would all those battle brigades and regular members eat and sleep? And if the mercenaries are chasing them around, it'll be really hard, especially if they don't have any money or a base, right? The corners of Cal's lips were slowly going up. Then the Eastern Continent's arm would want to ask the Western Continent for help. But as you know, the Western Continent's empire, arm, and the alchemist's bell tower are all in the middle of a war and unable to help. Then it'll be really hard for the Eastern Continent's arm. Don't you agree? Cal frowned as if he felt sorry for Arm as he continued to speak. And then if people are going around saying, we are the real Arm, and destroying the mercenaries' guilds around the continent that are said to be corrupt, as well as rotten thugs in the underworld, they'll be really angry, right? The dragon half-blood's expression turned odd. He tried to piece together what Cal had just said. Wasn't he just saying that he was going to get rid of Arm as well as the corrupt mercenaries guild and the underworld? The dragon half-blood honestly answered back. Are you trying to something good? What nonsense are you saying now? Cal was honestly shocked. He looked at the dragon half-blood, who still had an odd expression on his face, and continued to speak as if he was frustrated. Do you know what bad guys hate the most? That's what I'm trying to do. What bad guys hate the most? The dragon half-blood tried to think about what the opposite of bad was. The only thing he could come up with was good. Wouldn't bad guys hate something that was the opposite of them? Is that why you are trying to do something good? Ha! Cal let out a sigh. He thought that the dragon half-blood was kind of airheaded as he started to speak again. Bad guys don't care whether other people are good or bad, nor if they do charity work or not. Look at the world. Bad guys don't care what other people do. They just get angry if they get things stolen from them. The more they loot corrupt mercenaries guilds, there will be an increasing number of corrupt people getting angry. That was the case for the underworld and Arm as well. They will get angrier as they lose things one by one to the point where they are afraid by the end. That was why Cal created a plan like this. The real Arm will start to take things that belong to Arm one by one. Although Cal did not say this out loud, the dragon half-blood, who had a decent idea, asked Cal a question. His expression was serious to the point that his pain was not showing. That was similar to how his mind was right now. What do you need me to do? 6 months. What did he need to do for these next 6 months? That was the most important question for the dragon half-blood. He was waiting for Cal's response. The response came almost immediately. Rest. What? The dragon half-blood wondered what Cal was talking about. However, Cal continued to speak. Do whatever it is you want to do. Of course, it will be under supervision. You will not have complete freedom. Cal was planning on keeping the dragon half-blood under thorough watch. This punk was different than the sword master Hannah. Hannah had become enemies with Arm and the Empire, and they wanted to kill her. However, that was not the case for the dragon half-blood. In fact, he was someone that Arm would want to look for. That was why he had somewhere to return to even if he didn't stay in Cal's territory like this. That was why Cal had to restrict his freedom more than he did for Hannah. Cal did not know about the chaos that was going on in the dragon half-blood's mind right now, as he said what came to his mind to the person blankly staring at him. And there is no such thing as free. Why would Cal take care of him for free? I know you are in pain. You can still work here. Work? The dragon half-blood was honestly confused. He was thinking about what he could do for work here. He recalled the first floor of the inn he was just at. It was a space full of regular people and busy workers. It was a place that was always loud, and where the fragrance of delicious food that was made for breakfast brushed past his nostrils. It was extremely bright compared to the dark cave, but nobody had looked at him even though he was sitting there. He slowly opened his mouth to speak and looked at Cal. Do you mean working at the inn? Yes. Nothing in life is free. Of course, Cal was planning on telling Ron to give the dragon half-blood a task he could complete even with his painful body. Ran will give him the right tasks. He'll probably hand him a task like folding napkins. You can't have someone who feels pain every few seconds clean or serve dishes. It'll also be annoying if he suddenly fainted in front of a guest. You're an adult as well, so you need to pay for your meals. Pay for your meals. The dragon half-blood thought about that statement. It sounded weird to him for some reason. I'm going to work in that inn. I'm going to work with other people. He felt that it was extremely weird. He was already in pain every few seconds because of Choi Han's attack, but Cal was now saying that he was going to work. Why did he have such complicated thoughts right now? He recalled the sight of the peaceful inn. Cal just continued to say what he needed to say as the dragon half-blood was going through all of that. He didn't see a reason to carefully explain things to the dragon half-blood as he did for Choi Han, Rayan, and the others. I'm also going to ask Iruhe Nim to dye your hair. We can't let you be spotted by Arm. Is there a color you want? A color I want. Yes. The dragon half-blood's gaze headed toward Cal's red hair, the white star that he had called father. Cal Henitus, whom he had thought was a half-blood like himself. The dragon half-blood thought about the two of them as he sat there in silence. Cal had no intentions of waiting for him as he continued to speak. Let Iruhe Nim know once you have decided. He then got down to the most important business. Rest a bit, and then we will go attack Arm when I call you again. There was no smile on Cal's face. The dragon half-blood's expression stiffened as well. Cal asked him another question. How many central bases does Arm have? There was no need to know about all of Arm's numerous branches. All of that information was gathered at the center. He just needed to know where those were. The place where information gathers is where the flow of the organization could be found as well. The dragon half-blood knew where those locations were. There are two places. Cal was waiting for the dragon half-blood to continue, and the dragon half-blood continued with an odd expression on his face. Your subordinate will know a lot about one of those places. My subordinate? Yes, your subordinate, Ran Marlin. Cal blinked. The dragon half-blood calmly continued on. I was shocked after seeing him in the inn. Although I had not ever seen him in person, his appearance was important to armed leaders 15 years ago. The branch managers and Red Stars who have been around for more than 15 years would know of him. Of the 5 households that controlled the eastern continent's underworld, Ran and Beacrox were the only head and heir that managed to escape. Their household was also one that was talented in gathering information and assassinations. Arms searched the entire eastern continent for the head and heir that escaped. However, they did not manage to locate them. 15 years later, they weren't trying very hard to find them anymore. However, the dragon half-blood remembered how Arm had acted in their search for Ran Marlin 15 years ago. Ran was important to Arm. Ran Marlin, the Marlin household's territory, is one of our central bases. The Marlin household was known as the Eastern Continent's greatest family for stealth and information. That household's territory was naturally a fortress. Arm had done some modifications as soon as they got their hands on it and made it one of their central bases. Cal subconsciously mumbled, "This is driving me nuts." He had thought that the Empire business was urgent and that this side was more relaxed. However, that was not the case. There were mountains of old business to cut off here. Rayan, Choi Han, Ran, Lak On. Han Kel thought about the many things he needed to cut off and then connect back together. Of course, his life was still the most important. That was why he said the following to the dragon half-blood. You can head out now. I've said all that I needed to say. Cal decided to take care of what he needed to do first. Just like how the flap of a butterfly's wings can cause a storm somewhere else, you could cause a giant storm if you took things step by step. The people who did not see the butterfly might think that the storm came out of nowhere. However, the butterfly can anticipate a storm from the moment it flaps its wings. Cal was flapping his wings again in order to draw out one of these anticipated events into the world. The results of that would appear that night. Iruhaben raised his head while Choi Han on and Hung remained silent. Shara, the night wind, was blowing past them. They were currently at the Grey Eye Forest. The ancient dragon was looking up at the night sky that had stars, but no moon as it was the night of the new moon, before lowering his head to look back at the place where Cal had earned the sky eating water. He could see the large lake that looked like a human eye. The water that used to be gray was now normal in color such that even the stars could be reflected off of it. Cal was standing by that lake. Rayan was flying around in nervousness around him. The ancient dragon started to speak as he watched the two of them. I thought you were throwing money away. Cal continued to walk toward the large lake with the others behind him. Yes, I will throw money away. He had a calm expression on his face. However, Iruhaben, Choi Han, On, and Hung could not help but be confused. Rayan shouted to Cal at that moment. Human, let me know if you need my piggy bank. I can give it to you at any moment. Splash. The water in the lake hit Cal's shoe and made a noise. The tip of Cal's foot was now touching the water. He could hear Iruhaben's pressing tone. Are you throwing money into the lake? It sounded unbelievably weird. Didn't you say you were going to strengthen something? You're going to strengthen something by throwing money into the lake. There's no way humans who possessed powers of nature would give you such a trial. Iruhaben could see Cal turning around. Someone was rambling loudly in Cal's mind right now. Finally, finally. Finally another chance at a happy moment that I would happily die again for. He's so crazy. Cal ignored the fiery thunderbolt and started to speak. Why would I throw money into the lake? What? Then where will you throw it? Iruhaben started to speak again. He had calmed down a bit. Are you planning on using all of the money you earned from the underworld? There's no way an ancient power would give you a trial like that, so tell me what is going on. I will help you. I have a lot of money as well. I'm not sure. Cal shrugged his shoulders and took a small item out of his pocket. He had no hesitations as his instincts were telling him that strengthening this ancient power would not affect his plate. A small magic bag appeared on top of his hand. The only one to recognize that item was next to him. Human, T, that is. Rayan was shocked. Rayan knew about that bag. It was last seen at the VVIP auction in the Caro Kingdom. It was used to trade with the bishop of the Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God. Cal and the bishop had conducted their own auction with a jewel called the Knight's Exaltation. 15. However, it is impossible to give you anything more than 10 billion today. Cal had asked, and the bishop had responded, How much? 20. How much? 22. Cal had said one last thing when the bishop called out 22 billion. 23. You bastard. The Knight's Exaltation had been sold for 23 billion crowns. The bishop had thrown him a small money bag. It was a bag with spatial dimension magic on it. Here, 10 billion crowns. The bag with 10 billion crowns had appeared in front of Rayan's eyes again. Cal had given the pouch to Billows in order to purchase the Wolf King's diary. Naturally, that item that was no more than a relic of a beast person to other people, and thus would not cost the entire 10 billion crowns. It was much cheaper. Thanks to that, the Wolf King's diary, as well as the remaining money, was returned to Cal. Cal had put a portion of the money he got from the Sinton Merchant Guild's guild leader for selling the Determination of Fire into this bag as well. For reference, the Determination of Fire was sold to the Sinton Merchant Guild's guild leader Plavin Sinton for 30 billion crowns. 30 billion crowns. What crazy nonsense. Cal recalled the shocked expression on the face of the Sinton Merchant Guild's guild leader. Just a small portion of that money was in this bag. The money earned from both the bishop of the Church of the Sun God and the Empire's Sinton Merchant Guild was gathered together in this bag. The young dragon's pupils were fervently shaking. He subconsciously shouted out, That bag is a 10 billion crown bag. This is shocking. Silence filled the area. Forget Choi Han, On, and Hung, but even Iruhaben could not say anything this time. Share the moment a gust of wind brushed past them, Cal also took out Rayan's special potato sack. The way he took things out one by one made Iruhaben let out a comment. This crazy bastard. It was at that moment. Iruhaben's expression changed. The ground started to rumble. He could also feel the power of nature. It was the most destructive of natural powers, something that could even destroy itself. Fire. He could feel the power of fire. The cheapskate shouted in Cal's mind at that moment. You're crazy. 10 billion, 10 billion, 10 billion. The fire of destruction, that cheapskate fiery thunderbolt, had heard what Rayan had just said. Cal could feel the power of fire running wild inside of his body. 10 billion. 10 billion. Cal hesitated for a moment. Did he go nuts? The fiery thunderbolt seemed to be slightly, no, extremely excited. It was the moment Cal's expression turned odd. He heard the Super Rock's voice for the first time in a while. This is bad. The Super Rock continued to speak in a concerned voice. The power that burned the north will appear again. The super rock described the current situation in a few words. It's the second coming of a disaster. Disaster. Cal flinched as he looked down. Boom, an incomparable rumbling was shooting out from the ground. Cal could feel the wild fire inside of his body. Fire was weak against water. However, this fire had fought against the sky-eating water, which was so strong that a guard had to suppress it. Fire was not weak. It symbolized the thing that was in its full name: destruction. Ah, ha, ha. It's a party, a grand old party. It'll burn everything. Cal frowned because the fiery thunderbolt was too loud before opening his eyes wide. Shoot, the eye-like lake. That lake was starting to change. Sizzle, the water that filled the lake quickly evaporated, and the bottom of the lake cracked open. Red fluid started to shoot out from those cracks. It's a party, a grand old party. The fire of destruction was figuratively jumping up and down in joy. Chapter 276. A Beautiful Night. 5. The bottom of the lake that was revealed was starting to rumble and crack as if an earthquake was happening underneath it. Crack! A red fluid similar to the lava that Cal had seen on top of the 10-Finger Mountains was coming out of the ground while looking as if it could melt anything in its way. Cal shouted at the group the moment he saw the fluid. Everybody dodge, someone shouted in response. Flight. Choi Han on and Hung's bodies shot up into the air. Iruhaben had used flight magic on them. However, Choi Han was looking down even as his body flew up. This the moment the red fluid that reminded him of hell appeared at the bottom of the lake. It shot up as if it wanted to eat up the sky. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. It was as if a downpour was coming from the ground as that red fluid continued to shoot up. The ground was shaking. The ground at the bottom of the lake started to crumble as if it could not handle this red fluid. It shot up similar to the pillar of fire that Choi Han had seen many times already. Calnim. It turned into a tsunami and rushed toward Cal. Cal watched the fire heading toward him and started to think. Duck. He thought that he made the wrong decision. Ah, ha, ha, Keck, ah, ha, ha. He probably shouldn't have touched this crazy fiery thunderbolt that was laughing so hard that he choked. Cal watched the lava approach him as he stood there with the money bag in one hand and a shocked expression on his face. Cal heard the voice of a woman in his head at that moment. Fly up. Huh. Cal flinched. Cal had heard this voice only once before. The sound of the wind. It was the voice of the thief from when he earned that ancient power. The person who had only communicated by creating small whirlwinds to guide him toward divine items had revealed her presence for the first time since Cal obtained her. The woman who had escaped with a divine item, the thief who had lost her freedom and died underwater, was speaking. The wind is what knows fire the best. Fire and wind could not be separated. They wrapped around each other in order to create an even greater disaster. Cale could feel the wind that appeared by his feet on its own. The wind appeared the moment the fire was about to get stronger. Cal found this to be odd, but he still stomped his feet and kicked off the ground. Cal shot up into the air with the wind. Boom! The ground that he just flew off of was now covered in lava. The lava seemed to not be satisfied with just gulping up the lake, as it continued to gulp up the surrounding area. It quickly continued to grow its territory until it ran into the barrier the ancient dragon Olean had left behind. Barang, barang, vines appeared out of the barrier to fight off the lava. However, the lava easily ate up the vines. It melted everything. I didn't expect it to be such a strong power. Iruhaben was at a loss for words. Iruhaben had reactivated Olean's barrier that he had broken in order to bring Cal here last time as soon as they returned to the Grey Eye Lake. Although the sky-eating water was gone, he did it so that those few traces of Olean could remain. Furthermore, it was also better to have it up as he never knew what Kel might do. However, that barrier was about to break apart now. You unlucky bastard. Iruhaben looked toward Cal in shock, however, he could not approach him to speak. The fire is running wild. A red tint was surrounding Cal's body. Red light was coming out of his body as if he was surrounded in fire. Furthermore, he could feel the presence of a fire running wild in Cal's body. Cal was aware of what was going on in his body as well. It was because it was causing him issues. It was not that he was in pain. It was just hot. It was still early March, but it was extremely hot. Why did I think I could strengthen something with this body of mine? Cal subconsciously unbuttoned the top button of his shirt as he let his frustration take over. He had done it subconsciously because of the heat. Hot breath was coming out of his mouth. However, Cal could not just blankly stand there. The lava started to aim for Cal once again. It directed a tsunami of lava toward Cal, who was barely floating in the air thanks to the sound of the wind, as if it did not care about Olian's barrier at all. Ancient powers were things you had to earn on your own. Cal could not have someone else use flight magic on him right now. He continued to hear the voice of the sound of the wind in his mind. Nobody could stop us when we fought together. The fire of destruction, that cheapskate, was called a hero. The thief who had to live in hiding helped him every so often. Nobody was able to stop them whenever they fought together against an enemy. Nothing anybody did could stop them. They just ate up any obstacle and made their bodies even bigger. The fire needs to regain its original powers for me to be able to use my true powers as well. What? Cal's body flinched as he looked toward the lava that was heading toward him. The true power of the sound of the wind. There is more to a free wind's power than just movement and whirlwinds. Wind exists everywhere, whether it is the trees, the ground, fire, water, and even the people living in the world. The wind and the flow of air always exists around all of them. That is why it is most beautiful when it is with someone else rather than when it is alone. Although she was a thief, she always helped her friends. That was why she had helped the fire become the most destructive fire, the ground become the strongest ground, the tree become the sturdiest tree, and even helped the water fly across the wide ocean in order to reach the eastern continent. When you use a divine item in the future, Cal started to frown again. A divine item. Cal currently had a total of 3 divine items in his possession or left in someone else's possession. The War God's watering can from the north, the condemnation of the sun, and the method to kill death. Why was she suddenly talking about them? Remember that I am here when that moment comes. However, the sound of the wind chose to become silent once again. Instead, the voice of the crazy person filled Cal's mind. What are you doing? Hurry up and throw the money. Ooh-wang, the lava gathered together and charged toward Cal, who was slowly floating down to the ground. The fiery thunderbolt loudly urged Cal on at the same time. What are you doing? Let's have some fun. Why are you doing nothing? Huh, Kekek, it's time to run wild. Cal started to frown more, while the lava charged even faster toward Cal, as if it was responding to his frown. Choi Han and Hang, who were watching this unfold, flailed their legs in the air in order to try to approach Cal. Calnim, it seems too dangerous. It was at that moment, so loud. You stupid cheapskate. Excuse me. Choi Han flinched and asked in confusion. However, Cal did not pay any attention to Choi Han as he put his hand in the money bag. He then started to smile. The whirlwind around his feet slowly dwindled as his body slowly headed down to the lava. His body was extremely sweaty from the heat, both inside and outside his body, however. Cal's eyes started to sparkle. The bag that originally had 10 billion pounds was left with 5 billion pounds after purchasing the Wolf King's diary. He had then added 3 billion of the 30 billion pounds he had taken from the Syncton Merchant Guild leader. There was a total of 8 billion pounds. These were not silver coins, like last time, but gold coins. In addition, he had the gold coins of the Eastern continent that he had looted from the bad guys. 10 billion. It's probably over that amount. Cal was someone who knew how to use money when he spent it. He had already put aside enough money to feed himself and those around him for the rest of their lives. I should use my remaining money for times like this. When else would I use it? He put some strength into the hand he placed inside the money bag. There was only one thing he planned to do. The money bag with spatial dimension magic. Reep, the money bag was ripped from the inside. The spatial dimensional magic slowly started to break down. The sound of gold coins hitting each other could be heard through the tier. Cal happily shouted toward the lava wave that was about to hit him. Here you go, you cheapskate. This is the taste of money. Reep, the spatial pocket bag was completely ripped apart. At the same time, Cal used the wind once more to shoot up into the sky. However, a radiant light followed his trajectory. You crazy bastard. Iruhaben put a hand against his forehead. Ha ha ha. Cal was laughing out loud. Gold coins started to pour out of the destroyed money bag. Even without the moon, the starlight, and the red light coming from the lava was enough to let this radiant gold light brighten the area. Rayan shouted with a shocked expression as he held his piggy bank tightly against his chest. It's a money rain. It's raining gold. It is shocking but exciting. This is huge. The gold coins fell into the lava. Ooh, a noise that sounded like someone crying started to come out of the lava. This was the accurate description of that noise. Suab, the smell of gold that is more luxurious and sturdier than silver. Suab, it's gold. Oh my goodness. Gold coins continued to pour down toward the lava. Oh, yes, yes, you angel-like human. Oh, Saab, oh, the color of the lava started to change as it was hit by the golden rain. The lava that was only red beforehand slowly started to glow gold, similar to the fiery thunderbolt. The red color that reminded them of hell slowly started to glow gold and turned into a rose gold color. Ooh wang, the cry of the lava continued to get louder. It was at that moment so annoying. Cal's voice cut through the lava's cry. Cal then made a simple movement. Rip. The money bag was ripped in another area of the bag. Cal then flipped the bag over. Gold coins are pouring down. The great and mighty Rayan Muro has seen a completely different world today. Cal then flipped the potato sack over as well. Human, you are great and mighty. Human, the great and mighty Rayan Muro approves of you. Rayan's shout was drowned out by the sound of gold coins and gold bars pouring down into the lava. The fiery thunderbolt became shocked. Ha, ha, Cal started to smile. The fiery thunderbolt was definitely shocked. Ah, this looks like it might be over 10 billion. Cal did not care as he continued to pour out the gold bars. He'll make more money if he loots Arm and the mercenaries again, and he still had 13 billion pounds to get from the bishop, as well as tens of billions of other monies stashed away. Cal confidently started to speak. You have to do it right if you want to do something crazy. Although he sounded indifferent, Cal had a refreshed look on his face. The expression on his face was extremely bright. Ah, I'm so happy. Cal truly was happy right now. He was the happiest when he threw money around like this. In the end, the fiery thunderbolt shouted out, I knew you were crazier than both devils and angels. Boo-woo-woo-um, the red fluid disappeared. Only a rose gold-colored lake was underneath Cal's feet. Cal headed down. Splash. The surface of the lake shook, however. Cal managed to stand on the rose gold-colored lake. No, the rose gold-colored fluid that was closer to the consistency of a swamp. He then calmly continued to speak. I still have more gold bars in the potato sack. There were gold bars that the lava could not eat floating around the rose gold-colored swamp. Cal had a skewed expression on his face while looking at this. The fiery thunderbolt's weak voice could be heard. I lost. Cal thought the fire of destruction that only ate up 10 billion had a small scale. However, he then looked down at his body after feeling an odd sensation. It was glowing. The thick swamp was glowing as it slowly evaporated. Rose gold-colored smoke rose up and started to surround Cal. He heard the voice of the fire of destruction in his mind at that moment. I liked being practical. The evaporated rose gold-colored smoke fully surrounded Cal's body. The others in the air could not see Cal instead. All they could see was a bright rose gold-colored light shooting up from the ground. While others chased after gods, eternal life, or even power or fame, all of which are things that cannot be seen with your eyes, I chased after money. The light was so bright that it seemed as if a sun was on the ground. Money was something that I could see and the most practical thing that I could hold with my hands. The fire of destruction was someone who liked practical things. It might be materialistic, but he didn't care. There was a simple reason for it. I found that to be beautiful. Although others called him a cheapskate and said that a hero shouldn't be so greedy for money without having any fame, and in the end, he was cursed at for turning the North into a sea of fire and still only looking for money. For someone like me who only knew how to destroy things, money was a way for me to protect something. For someone who had grown up burning and destroying anything in front of him, money was a way to restore the things that he had destroyed. He was unable to control his powers and burned up a noble's paddy field when he was young. His parents had gathered all of the money they could to offer to the noble in order to prevent him from being taken away. That kind of money is nothing. We were able to save you. Don't forget that money is that kind of thing. His poor parents had worked hard to gather money. However, they were willing to spend all of that money for him. The man who had only known destruction spoke to Cal. I must give a fitting reward to people who use their money for me. It had to be that way. That was his philosophy, as well as his way of getting rid of the grudge in his heart. Cal lifted his head up. Shara, the rose-gold-colored light, entered into his body. The parts that could not enter his body shot up toward the sky. Cal could hear the voice of the fire of destruction in his head. There's no reason for a fiery thunderbolt to strike from the sky. It can shoot up from the ground as well. Numerous flashes of rose-gold-colored light shot up into the night sky. A strand of light that shot up from the ground looked like a spear that was heading toward the sky. Did you know? Bang, bang, bang. Loud noises could be heard as rose-gold-colored lights exploded in the air. It was as beautiful as a fireworks show. The sky is strong and arrogant. Cal watched as the rose-gold-colored lights exploded in the sky while he listened to the fire of destruction's voice. Be wary of the person with the sky attribute. Sky attribute. The fiery thunderbolt laughed and continued to speak as Cal started to frown. But it should be okay this time. Remember that. Shara, the rose-gold-colored lights that did not go up into the sky and instead remained around him, quickly entered into Cal's body. Cal let out a deep breath. He was on the desolate ground where the lake and the lava were both gone. Cal reached his hand out while standing at the center of that hole. Crackle. A fiery thunderbolt that was different than before and had a clearer rose-gold color seemed to be dancing on his palm. Human. The group all landed next to Cal, starting with Rayan. Everyone other than Rayan, who had already seen it once, was shocked, while Aruhaben looked at the fiery thunderbolt on top of Cal's palm as he started to speak. I've never seen such a sight in my 10 years of life. He could not take his eyes off of the fiery thunderbolt as he said that. There were a lot of things that fire symbolized: light, warmth, and even cooking. However, this fiery thunderbolt did not have many of the attributes of fire. All that was left in it was a purely violent and destructive attribute. The information that confirmed that was going off in Cal's mind right now. It was the voice of the super rock. That fire. The fire that had even burned up the north, that is the coldest part of the western continent. The fire that had stopped itself, even though it could have done even more. That fire is finally completely back in this world. The super rock. The Guardian, who was bitter frenemies with the Destructor, admitted that the free and scary Destructor's full power had returned. It was at that moment. Beep, beep, the video communication device that was glowing red appeared in Rayan's front paws. Cal looked toward the group and started to speak. Looks like we will need to go back to the western continent. It was time to go back to the battlefield. Human. It is a call from the smart Rosalind. Rosalind was still busy taking care of the aftermath of the Indomitable Alliance. She asked Cal a question as soon as Rayan connected the call. What are you planning to do with the Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarf Tribe? Are you going to keep them alive? Cal had left the bears and flame dwarves with Rosalind while he took care of other businesses. He slowly started to speak. What was he planning to do with the bears and flame dwarves? The Empire would need to face the strength of those who used to be their allies. I plan on making them hang on to me for dear life. Excuse me, we need to give our enemies a chance as well. Cal smiled quite gently. However, all of them, even Choi Han, believed that Cal literally meant what he said. Young Master Cal, we also heard that the Empire's Imperial Prince is planning on giving a speech. Cal's smile became even wider. Imperial Prince Adin was finally starting to reveal himself in the chaos of the Western continent. Chapter 277. Do you want to live? 1. Inside Castle Blang, the closest place to the Breck Kingdom's side of the Gorge of Death, in a prison cell within that castle. Cal was walking down the corridor of Castle Blang's prison hallway. He asked Rosalind, who was standing next to him, a question. Are the flame dwarves doing well? Rosalind scoffed at Cal's casual question. The Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarf Tribe had been taken prisoners after their defeat. They were moved to Castle Blang, which was close to the Gorge of Death, with the bears being placed in the underground prison and the flame dwarves being placed in the regular prison. Young Master Cal, I suppose they have been well. Cal and Rosalind made eye contact. She had a cold smile as she continued to speak. They've just been shaking in fear because they don't know when they would end up dying. Rosalind saw Choi Han and Mary, who had both followed. Cal here flinch at her response, however. She didn't pay much attention to it. Choi Han had followed Cal from the eastern continent, while Cal had called the necromancer Mary to come here. Rosalind asked a question to Cal. Will you give them a way to live? I'm not sure. Cal stood in front of the large iron gate. This was a small area where all of the criminals were gathered together. Although it was called small, hundreds of people would still fit inside. Commander Nim, you're here. There was only one door to go in and out of this area. The knights and soldiers standing in front of the door greeted Cal's group with nervous expressions. Rosalind gave an order to the knights. Open the door. The knights bowed, and two soldiers immediately pushed open the heavy iron gate. Screech, the door slowly opened to reveal the area inside. The mages, knights, and soldiers inside were the first to be seen. They were stationed in multiple spots in the area, standing there with serious expressions and ready to act at any moment. Cal moved his gaze from them and lowered his head. Human, there are so many dwarves. The dwarves, a race that was shorter than humans, were standing in line in groups of 10 and looking up at Cal. Rayan continued to speak in Cal's mind. The dwarves seemed to be extremely scared. Not all of them were like that, however. The majority of them had scared expressions on their faces. They had no choice but to be scared. They were all chained and brought over to this area this morning. The joy from being able to see their friends and family after being separated in different cells in groups of 10 did not last very long. They had noticed that something was up. The prison guards were gone, while knights and mages who were part of the battle squads had appeared and started to keep a watch over them. Furthermore, soldiers stood in between the flame dwarves and created a vicious atmosphere in order to prevent the dwarves from having any silly ideas. Something is going to happen. The dwarves realized that something big was going to happen to them today. After wondering what that might be all day, they finally got to see the two red-haired commanders for the first time in a while, Rosalind and Cal. Both of them were figures of resentment and fear for them, the battle at the Gorge of Death. The Flame Dwarf tribe had bet everything on that battle. That was why they had brought out the wings and magic bomb launchers while they led their entire tribe into battle. The weak members of their tribe had stayed in the back while showing their talented abilities with their hands, while the rest of the adults had all gone into battle. We needed freedom. Kainel, the current chief of the Flame Dwarf tribe, bit down on his lips. To be more specific, they wanted Arm to approve of their abilities and give them a territory of their own. They wanted to be able to turn even a small corner of the north into the Flame Dwarf tribe's territory. They were a part of a stupid tribe that was not talented in making magic devices. The memories of being mocked by the other dwarves were still vivid in their minds. That was why they continued to work hard, and now they could make some decent magic devices. The results of that were the wings that they had shown during the last battle. However, those wings were easily destroyed. Chief Kainel felt as if that was telling them that the Flame Dwarf tribe would never fly. Looks like you are all here. Kainel's gaze headed toward one of the two red-haired commanders. It was Rosalind. Kainel's gaze was full of anger as he stared at Rosalind. It was a normal reaction from a leader who had led a tribe to fight for the other side. However, he felt fear instead of anger when the other red-haired commander started to speak. All of you can leave. Cal Henitus. He stepped onto the small platform in front of the dwarves and gave the order. The Breck Kingdom's knights, mages, and soldiers flinched at his order and looked toward Rosalind. They seemed to be nervous. Although Cal, as well as Choi Han and Mary who were standing him, were strong, there were still 500 enemies. It could cause an issue if they decided to act on their anger from losing the battle. The knights and mages had gathered here in order to keep them in check. However, Cal was telling them to leave. Rosalind looked toward Cal while thinking that this was odd. However, she soon nodded toward the knight who was the representative of the group. Clack, clack, clack. Stiff footsteps could be heard. All of them soon left through the only door out of the area. Screech, the iron gate slowly moved before it closed completely. Bang! The inside of this area was completely separated from the outside. The dwarves' gazes slowly headed toward the top of the platform. There was only one place to look in this area that had nothing but bumpy walls. Their gazes all stopped at one location. It was the location of the person who held their lives in his hands. Kainel, the Flame Dwarf tribe chief, looked toward Cal Henitus with fear. The person who fell the dragon half-blood. Realistically, it was Choi Han and the whales who had taken down the dragon half-blood. However, the Flame Dwarves saw it as Cal who had created the foundation to defeat the dragon half-blood. All dwarves feared the power of dragons. Cal was the leader of the people who had fought against that dragon half-blood. They would not be this scared if it was just Rosalind standing on the platform. She could not defeat the dragon half-blood, so she was just like them. However, Cal was different. Chief Canel, as well as the other dwarves, were all looking at Cal. He was the commander who had used the power of fire, water, and earth. He had turned the flame dwarf tribe into prisoners of war, but had not done anything to them. He had not even come to see them until now. But that person had suddenly appeared. What would he have to say? Would they have to become slaves again, just as they had been after being subjugated by the White Star and the Dragon Half-Blood? Or would they not even have that chance as he planned to kill them? Cal started to speak at that moment. Do you want to live? Chief Canel's pupils started to shake. Although nobody had said anything, the anxiousness of the dwarves could be felt. However, Cal did not tell the flame dwarves anything else. He closed his eyes and let the chaos continue in front of him. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Human, it's time. Cal opened his eyes in response and looked toward Rosalind. She bit down on her lips after seeing Cal's expression. Really? Right here. However, she stiffened her expression and took out a video communication device and connected it. Ooh-wang, the video communication device, started to vibrate. The screen appeared on the bumpy wall of the area. Oh, ho! A good number of dwarves were shocked. They could hear someone's voice coming through the screen. The name of the empire is not light. A handsome face with a gentle smile appeared on the screen. The Imperial Prince. It was the video of Imperial Prince Adden giving his speech. Dwarf Chief Canel subconsciously turned away from the screen and looked toward Cal. The Indomitable Alliance and the Empire. On the outside, the two of them had no relations to each other, however. Cal Henitus was currently showing the Flame Dwarves, who were part of the Indomitable Alliance, a video of the Empire's Imperial Prince. Cal and the Flame Dwarf tribe chief made eye contact. Smirk. He could see Cal smiling. It was found out. He's known about it all this time. The Indomitable Alliance, Arm, and the Empire. He was certain that Cal knew about it all. The sound of people gasping in shock, the rustling from people moving, and all other noises disappeared, making the dwarves all fall into a state of silence. The Empire worked hard for peace. Only Imperial Prince Adden's voice could be heard through the silence. Cal looked toward the Imperial Prince in the video screen. He could also see numerous citizens of the Empire looking up at Adden, who was standing on a platform in the plaza. They were waving the Empire's flag and not hiding their emotions. The center of the Western continent, our wonderful empire. However, it seemed as if their empire was slowly losing strength these days. The issue with the Church of the Sun God, Maple Castle, the destroyed palace, and the attempted assassin of the alchemist's Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master. The Imperial Prince continued to speak to the citizens who were watching the faltering empire. The empire worked hard for peace. This is because the empire is the center of the Western continent. The Imperial Prince, who was known for having a gentle smile, was not here anymore. His face that looked cold without a smile had an extremely serious expression as he proclaimed to the citizens of the empire as well as those watching through the screen. We have decided to take back our lost castle. Their lost castle. Maple Castle. The Empire's pride that had been taken away by Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom. The Empire's plaza was starting to heat up in this spring day. The citizens who still trusted the Empire and looked forward to the moment that they would restore their destroyed pride, prepared to share their emotions. The Imperial Prince told them no. He spoke toward the enemies. The strong need not hide nor use petty tricks. We only need fair and just methods to show our dominating strength. Who? Cal, who was an enemy the Imperial Prince did not know about, started to smile. Fair and just methods, eh? I need to tell Miss Lena and the jungle to hold on a bit longer. Cal quite enjoyed fair and just methods and a show of dominance. Adin returned to his uniquely charming and confident smile and shouted as the heir to the only empire on the Western continent. The Empire. You will be able to feel the value of that name with your bodies from here onward. Warara. The citizens' shouts shook the plaza. They were shouting so loudly that it shook the area where the flame dwarves were at as well. The dwarves' gazes were still on the screen with the Empire's Imperial Prince's face. The Empire was declaring war against the Whipper Kingdom. That fact was etched into the minds of the dwarves. That was why they slowly turned toward one side. They could see the commander who was casually standing on the platform. Tap, tap. Commander Cal Henitus slowly descended from the platform and approached the flame dwarves. He was at their level now. However, Chief Canel's face turned pale. There was a familiar yet unfamiliar aura coming from the approaching commander. It was the aura that they felt while they were pretty much armed slaves. It was something that their instincts told them to fear. Dragon fear. They could feel the aura of a dragon coming from Cal as he descended from the platform. However, Kanel did not say that out loud. It was different than a dragon. Although it was different, this aura was just as strong as a dragon's aura. It was something he had never felt before in his life, however. It still made it hard for him to breathe and made him feel as if he would die if he tried to attack Cal. The commander, who was heading down from the platform, stopped walking. He stopped right in front of Chief Kanel. Kanel raised his head to look up at Cal. This aura. Kanel could tell how Cal had defeated the dragon half-blood and the indomitable alliance. The commander started to speak. Do you want to live? The words that were said with a different aura than before weighed heavily and placed the area into a state of silence. Cal looked toward the dwarf who was said to be the chief. Cal had already activated a high-intensity dominating aura as he waited for the dwarf's response. Chief Kanel soon responded. Plop. He kneeled down. What's going on? Cal became anxious at the reaction that was more extreme than he had expected. The chief looked ready to shout something. It reminded him of the crazy guardian knight, Clope. Cal urgently turned away from the chief. However, others just saw this as a scary commander, coldly ignoring the kneeling chief. That was why the kneeling chief started to speak. Please let them live. That was what he wanted to say. For a chief of a tribe facing someone who already knew about the Empire, Arm, and the Indomitable Alliance's relationship, that was all he could ask for. If his kneeling could save the lives of even a few of his tribe members from this human who was giving off an aura that was at the level of a dragon, he would be happy. That was why he could not help but continue to stare at Cal. Cal then turned back toward the chief after looking around at the other dwarves. The chief, who thought that his chance had come, tried to open his mouth to speak toward Cal again, but Cal was a bit faster. There is something for all of you to make. Dwarves were known for their abilities to make things. Chief Kanel gulped down his fear from this dragon fear-like aura as he asked, what is it you need us to make? Are flame dwarves just sad creatures who need to make things and have it taken from us? Are we not meant to have freedom? It was the moment despair went through Kanel's eyes. Commander Cal looked at Kanel and the dwarves as he continued to speak. Make some wings. Wings. That word made the dwarves flinch. They had made wings during their attempt to win the battle at the Gorge of Death. However, those wings ended up being ripped apart and they had failed. The same wings? The chief asked with a shaky voice, and Cal thought about someone as he looked at the chief dwarf. Icarus. It was a character from Greek mythology. He had used his wings to fly up toward the sky before he fell to his death. However, Cal did not want another Icarus. He called someone else over instead of responding to the dwarf who was desperately waiting for a response. Mary. Yes, Calnim, the necromancer Mary. The woman who was still wearing a black robe that covered all parts of her body walked over to Cal. Mary asked Cal who had called her over. What is it you need me to do, young Master Nim? Cal listened to her question and looked around. He could see the flame dwarves and Mary, as well as the closed-off area that they were in. However, Cal was thinking about the sky outside as he answered her question. He needed the flame dwarf tribe and Mary to make something together. A firebird, the location of the first battle with the Empire, the sky. He needed an overwhelming power that could dominate the sky. That overwhelming power would be created by these defeated flame dwarves and the necromancer that the sun god loathes. Cal preferred to show dominance with overwhelming strength, similar to the Empire's Imperial Prince. Chapter 278. Do you want to live? 2. Teaser. Caged bears. Cal made eye contact with the individual who had been looking down at the ground. Can you do it? Kanel, the chief of the flame dwarf tribe. The dwarf who had been kneeling could see the smiling commander. Peek. The other dwarves were staring at the blank wall where the Imperial Prince's face had been. Although I know that the Imperial Prince is working together with Arm. That was why he had been scared of Imperial Prince Adden, who had been working with Arm and the Indomitable Alliance. However, this was no longer the case. Dwarf Kanel returned his gaze back to its original spot and slowly lowered his head. Boom, his forehead hit the cold stone floor. The chief confidently answered back, we will definitely get it done. They could do it. They will do it. He could not give such bland responses if he wanted to live. He needed to say something that put more certainty than that. Cal started to frown while looking at the desperate dwarf chief before his face quickly returned to normal. Why is he overreacting like this? He could have simply said, yes, so why was he banging his forehead against the ground in desperation like this? Cal felt that something was off, but decided it must be the dwarf chief's personal style, and just put his hand on the chief's shoulder. Pat Chief Canel got goosebumps at how cold the hand that was placed on his shoulder felt. An indifferent voice reached his ear before those goosebumps could go away. I feel your desire to live. Work hard. The dwarf bit down on his lips. As expected, is will alone not enough? Firebird. Although he didn't know exactly what the commander was asking for, he felt as if they needed to make that in order to survive. I need to save my tribe, even if we end up being slaves again. The commander's voice could be heard again at that moment. Although you were our enemies, the wings made by the flame dwarf tribe were amazing. Amazing. The wings that we made. The chief flinched and slowly raised his head. He made eye contact with Cal. We will dominate the sky on the battlefield. Everyone else was silent in the area. Cal's voice started to settle within the flame dwarves. I look forward to the flame dwarf tribe making properly made wings with your hands this time. The chief felt the hand leaving his shoulder along with that statement. The commander did not tell the flame dwarf tribe to become slaves nor talk about anything related to the future. All he did was ask if they wanted to live as well as what they needed to make from here on. Was that the reason? These two problems filled Chief Canel's mind as if he was branded with a branding iron. The chief did not need to look around at the other dwarves in order to know what was going through their minds. That was why he looked at the back of the commander who was walking away and asked, "Do we just need to make them?" That was something that the flame dwarves had done their whole lives. They had done it while being oppressed by the dragon half-blood and arm and ignored by the other dwarf tribes. Did they just need to do that to survive? The dwarves were all staring at the commander's back. The commander responded back as he continued to walk toward the door. Dwarves are better than other races at making things. The commander didn't promise anything like, "I'll let you live if you make it." However, Chief Canel clenched his fists at Cal's next comment. I wish to see the strength of experts. Experts. Someone who had reached the top of a single specialty. Someone who knew how to devote their lives to a single cause. Those were the type of people who were called experts. Not slaves, but experts. The flame dwarf chief slowly got up from his kneeling position. Screech, the only door to the area, opened once again. Cal walked out of the door that Choi Han had opened. Rosalind and Mary followed behind him. The soldiers, knights, and mages who had been standing outside walked back in once they left, and the door slowly closed again. Screech bang. The flame dwarves continued to stare at the disappearing Cal's back until the door completely closed. On the other hand, Cal didn't have time to just look at someone. Miss Rosalind. Who, yes. Rosalind sighed before looking toward Cal. Her gaze seemed to be asking how he could do something big like that without saying anything to them in advance. Cal let out a cough after seeing her expression before taking a document out of his pocket and explaining to Rosalind and Mary. This describes the information about the Firebird. I just put into words what I had in mind, so I leave this task to the two of you. Who? Rosalind held back a gasp and looked toward Choi Han. This isn't like him to prepare something like this in advance. Choi Han smiled back at Rosalind's gaze, but did not respond back. Rosalind took that as something must have changed and shrugged her shoulders before speaking to Cal. I must be on my way now. I have a lot of things to do. I have things to finish with Miss Watira as well. Mary slowly moved next to Rosalind and added on. Calnim, I'll be heading out as well. I will be busy trying to create this Firebird. Cal nonchalantly waved at them as he did not need them anymore and quickly started to walk. While the two of them were heading out of the prison, Cal headed in the opposite direction, going deeper into the prison. He was heading toward the location of the worst criminals in the Castle Blang prison. It was the underground prison. He walked past the corridor with multiple cells lined up. The iron bars were clearly visible. He could also see the chained individuals on the other side of the cell. The large floor of the underground prison was packed full. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, Gia-ra, there were sounds that resembled the cries of animals. Cal put on a twisted smile after looking toward the individuals who were glaring at him in the darkness, as the light of the torch did not reach them. However, those gazes could not hold Cal back. Cal reached the last room at the end of the underground prison. It was located at the far end of the corridor. Cal raised his leg as soon as he approached the door. Bang! His foot ruthlessly kicked at the iron bars. Although this looked like the actions of a thug, only the prisoners, Choi Han, the invisible Rayan, and Cal were present. The warden and the soldiers were waiting outside the underground prison. What is it? The voice of the individual who was chained to the wall at this last cell could be heard. It was a cracked and dry voice. Cal could see the bear leader staring at him from within the darkness. The Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom did not torture their prisoners. However, they had chained the enemy leader like this so that it would be difficult for him to think about escaping. Did they say that he was a mid-level administrator? He had heard that the bear that led the bear tribe in the Gorge of Death was a mid-level administrator. Cal recalled what Rosalind told him. She had shared the information she had heard from the northern kingdoms to Cal. The bear tribe supposedly has a king that rules over them. The northern kingdoms have not seen the king, however. There are ranks to the administrators that lead the bear tribe under the king. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr all of the imprisoned bears that were making these animal noises. They were crying as if to threaten Cal and let him know that they were still strong. Yes, crying. Cal could hear the cries of the scared animals. That was why he started to speak to the mid-level administrator, who was the leader of the bears in this prison. Did you think shrewd bastards would look like warriors because they pretended to be warriors? The crying immediately stopped. A shrewd tribe. This was the way other beast people referred to the bear tribe. Cal looked at the administrator before addressing all of the bears in the underground prison. I asked Chief Canel if he wanted to live, and he kneeled in front of me and banged his forehead on the ground. The administrator's pupils started to shake. Chief Canel. That was the name of the flame dwarf tribe chief that the bears had looked down upon. That chief had supposedly kneeled in front of Cal. He was probably begging for his life. I gave something for the flame dwarf tribe to do. The atmosphere around the bears changed. They started to think. The flame dwarves earned a chance. They had earned a chance at survival. It was natural for them to think that way. However, Cal had never promised the dwarves anything and instead had only given them an order. Cal noticed the change in atmosphere and confidently continued to speak. Although it looks like your king has chosen to throw you away. The bears did not seem to react to that statement. This was especially true for the administrator. It'd be a loss. The bears were able to be stronger than normal because of their high numbers. The king that the administrator knew would not come to the gorge of death to rescue them while facing a loss. All he cared about was a land for the bears to live on and a kingdom for him to rule. That was why the shrewd bears did not expect any help from their kin. Cal knew about this as well. But you see, the fact that they did not expect to be rescued did not mean that they wanted to die. These shrewd bastards knew better than anybody else. They knew that they would die for nothing if they died like this. The bears knew better than anybody else that they could not die like this. That was why Cal asked them a question. Since when have bears been faithful? Since when have bears been loyal? Tap, tap. Cal approached the iron bars. He pushed his head close to the bars and observed the chained bear administrator inside. You aren't the wolf tribe or the lion tribe. They were not the wolves who would sacrifice themselves for their pack and family, nor were they the lion tribe who were proud of and attached to their pride. The bear administrator, who was in the darkness, could clearly see Cal, who was standing underneath a torch. He could also see the sword master behind Cal. You are the bear tribe. The administrator started to smile. They were not the wolves nor the lions. They were the bears. They were the tribe with the highest population because they were both strong and shrewd. Act on your instincts. Cal was telling them to follow their instincts as bears. The administrator's dry voice echoed inside the underground prison. What will we find if we follow our instincts? I guess Yow'll find out soon enough. The bear let out a laugh. He then mumbled to himself. Soon, Cal had said that they would find out soon. That meant that the bears would soon have a chance at survival. No, not really a chance at survival. This human would not let us live that easily. The bear administrator's thoughts were spot on. Cal did not plan to let them live so easily. However, the fact that things would change was the truth. The bear started to speak to Cal, who walked away from the bars and turned around as if he was going to leave. I will be waiting for you, sir. I will be following my instincts until then. He was being respectful. Cal smiled at the administrator before leaving the underground prison. He did not hear any animal noises. as he had heard when he came in. However, he could clearly see the eyes of the bears who were clearly thinking hard about how they could survive. Cal planned on using them. Choi Han, who had been quiet the whole time, asked Cal a question once they left the underground prison. Cal Nim, will the bears end up being the bait? Cal said something else instead of answering Choi Han's question. You are quite smart. Choi Han and Cal were thinking about the same thing. Human, they are too big to be bait. The bears are huge. Cal shook his head at Rayan's comment. They were going to be bait because they were huge. They would be a type of bait that would be easily visible due to their size. It was enough of a bait to be seen by the Bear King. Calnim, where are we headed to now? Cal did not respond to Choi Han's question again, and instead started to speak to Rayan. Rayan, die magic. Rayan shouted back at that statement. Are we going to go see the stupid Tunka now? It was now time to go see Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom. You're here. Cal became anxious after hearing Tunka's tone. Cal had just arrived at the Whipper Kingdom Palace, where Tunka was located. Cal took off the hood of the robe he was wearing to hide the priest outfit, only to see that Tunka had become even more muscular. However, the expression on Tunka's face was odd. Human. Tunka seems to be touched. Exactly. Cal could not help but become anxious after seeing Tunka standing there with an emotional expression just outside the teleportation magic circle. It was disgusting to see someone who was the size of a house having such an expression. Furthermore, he was shocked that Tunka seemed much tidier, dressed to look more like a commander, and gave off a more refined demeanor. However, Tunka left his subordinates behind and approached Cal as he started to speak. You really came by yourself, but I'm not alone. Choi Han was behind him, and an invisible dragon was with him. There's also more people coming. Cal was baffled that Tunka was saying something that was not true. However, Tunka just continued to speak. You were the first to rush over as soon as that imperial prince bastard and the Empire declared war on us. The jungle was planning on invading the Empire right away, but I told them to hold back. Cal looked toward Tunka, who had a disgruntled expression on his face, and realized that Tunka's original personality was still there after hearing him call Adin the imperial prince bastard. However, that disgruntled expression soon disappeared. Tunka started to smile so brightly that he looked like an idiot. He smiled like the main character of a cartoon as he happily shouted, "Thank you," as expected of my close friend. What the hell is going on? Cal honestly shared his thoughts. You seem to be mistaken about something. PSH. Tunka smirked and responded back with an emotional gaze. No need to be embarrassed. No, I don't think that's what this is. I'm not embarrassed at all. Cal was flabbergasted. Human. Tunka seems to have slightly, just slightly, become a better person. He can realize that you are a good person and that you get embarrassed quite often. Cal was completely flabbergasted. Chapter 279, Do You Want to Live? 3. He couldn't see the person who could be considered a set with Tunka. Where is Chief Harol? Chief Harol Kodyang. Cal didn't see the crazy bastard, born from the unfortunate fate between the master of the magic tower and a citizen. He was the calm, yet insane bastard who hated mages and wanted to rid the world of magic. Clope is a peaceful bastard in comparison to that guy. However, he couldn't be seen even though Cal and Choi Han had arrived. In order to avoid the eyes of the Whipper Kingdom's people who were hostile against magic, a teleportation magic circle was secretly created in the basement of the royal palace. It was a place that was under close supervision, since it was a space used by a part of the royal family and the kingdom's leaders. That was why Tunka and his subordinates, as well as the mages dispatched by the Roan kingdom, were the only ones there. But then why was Harol Kodyang, the one commanding the military operation and everything related to the war, not there with them? It didn't make sense. Looks like something happened. Cal realized that something must have happened in the Whipper Kingdom. Did Tunka notice the look in Cal's eyes? Tunka started to frown. The combination of Tunka's big build and fierce looks made his grimacing face look even scarier. Cal observed Tunka's expression and started to think. If he fought with that face, all the Empire's knights would be frightened. However, despite his vicious-looking face, Tunka looked at his subordinates and spoke with a sigh. Follow me. We will head over to where the chief is. Tunka turned around and headed towards the entrance first. He could hear Cal's voice coming from behind him. What's the problem? Tunka hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. It was something that Chief Harol was supposed to talk about with Cal, but it wouldn't make a difference even if he was told ahead of time. After the imperial prince made his speech, the empire sent the Whipper Kingdom a secret correspondence. What? The empire's imperial prince sent the Whipper Kingdom a secret correspondence. Cal, who had been busy meeting the flame dwarves and the bears while completing other preparations after the imperial prince's speech, frowned at this news he heard for the first time. Why did the bastards who declared war on the Whipper Kingdom suddenly send them a secret correspondence? Creak. The door opened. Tunka could not see Cal nor his subordinates and looked straight forward as he stepped out and responded. The Empire offered a proposal. Commander Tunka currently felt angry and frustrated. Cal recalled the Tunka from the past who would smash everything to pieces and never looked back as he ran off. He liked that kind of Tunka. Unfortunately, Tunka couldn't act as he used to in the past due to his current circumstances. Suppressing his frustration, Tunka informed Cal about the current situation. The Empire stated that they loved peace and that we should surrender Maple Castle if we didn't want to see everyone in the Whipper Kingdom die. Ha! Cal could not believe it. The imperial prince of the empire had instilled a sense of pride in the hearts of his people by stating that they would fight a fair and just war. While playing the part of the proud imperial prince to the public, he was splaying out negotiations and threats behind the scenes. But was that bad? Not at all. In fact, he is doing very well. Blood is shed during war. People die. Under such circumstances, it was clever of the Empire to demand the return of Maple Castle through threats or conciliation or whatever as opposed to war. Perhaps it was a wise move to use the position of the Empire. Furthermore, Tunka and the Whipper Kingdom are known as loners, the loners of the Western continent. It made it easier for the Empire to covertly pressure the Whipper Kingdom, who was known to be a loner. As such, Cal couldn't help but be wary of Imperial Prince Adin. If it was Crown Prince Albaru of the Roan Kingdom, he wouldn't act as Adin had done. Albaru keeps his promises to his people. If the people were told that they would be fighting fairly, that is what he would have done. This was the reason that Cal thought Albaru was the most similar yet different from himself. It was also the reason why Imperial Prince Adin was similar to Crown Prince Albaru, but ultimately different as well. This made Cal feel uncomfortable with Adin. Adin's resemblance to Crown Prince Albaru meant that Adin was somewhat similar to Cal as well. As such, Cal started to speak as he stared at Tunka's back. And return Maple Castle. It didn't end with just that. It wouldn't end with just that. The Empire's pride and ambition wouldn't let them just stop with Maple Castle. If that was the case, why would Tunka be worrying and talking so wearily? Tunka scoffed and answered Cal's question. They want 100 people from the Whipper Kingdom for 80 years. What? They wanted what? This time, even Cal struggled to understand immediately. There was something that came to mind, but it was difficult to confirm that as the answer. Harol will explain it to you. Follow me. Tunka walked out the door. Cal followed suit with a sense of foreboding. The Empire wanted 100 people from the Whipper Kingdom for 80 years. Why does this sound like the Empire wants the power to use 100 Whipper Kingdom citizens as slaves for 80 years? Cal followed Tunka out of the basement and sternly started to speak. Let's get to Harol quickly. Cal had to meet Chief Harol more than anything right now. Cal followed Tunka out and looked around the Whipper Kingdom's central palace. It looks more extravagant than Roan Kingdom's palace. Unlike the sparkling exterior, the interior had a completely different feeling. It's pretty empty. There weren't many people around. Furthermore, those who came and went did not have happy expressions on their faces. Cal, who was currently disguised as a priest, looked around the royal palace, which was the center of the Whipper Kingdom, and noticed the surrounding atmosphere. There's a sense of defeat all around even before the fight has started. Why was it like this? Although Cal couldn't tell what kind of atmosphere surrounded the soldiers and warriors because they weren't in the central palace, he noticed that the government officials, knights, and guards all gave off an air of defeat from their expressions. Human, it feels like we have already lost. Why is everyone's faces like that? That's what I'm saying. Cal felt that something was off. He glanced at Choi Han, who was beside him. Choi Han, whose appearance was hidden with a robe, was also looking around at his surroundings. Seeing this kind of atmosphere is probably a first for him. There was a mood that made everything seem like it was limp and sinking. Cal recalled that mood and asked Tunka, who was in front of him, a question. How many people know about that correspondence? about 2 or 3 people other than our side. Our side. Those words referred to the natives who were the initial members of the non-mage faction with Tunka and Harol, which were namely his close subordinates. Ha! Cal finally realized what was going on. Those people passing us by with an air of helplessness aren't the people on Tunka's side. Cal started to speak. It seems that there aren't many of those that are on our side at the central palace. Tunka hesitated for a moment and then answered, correct. As expected, you're a very smart. Smart. More like it's just obvious. It was only then that Cal noticed all the people glancing furtively at Tunka while passing by. There was a mixture of discontent, dread, and fear in their gazes. Tunka continued to speak. This central palace is where the royal family stays. The Whipper Kingdom was still a monarchy. Tunka and the non-mage faction tore down the magic tower and emerged as influential people in the Whipper Kingdom. However, the royal family remained the same, as well as the royal family's faction of nobles and government officials within the kingdom. Cal had arrived at the innermost part of the central palace before he even realized it. There were no more passers-by around them. In addition, there were familiar-looking warriors everywhere. This place could be clearly felt as Tunka's place. This is the operations room. Tunka stood in front of the operations room. However, there were native citizen warriors glancing at Tunka as they stood by both sides of the door. Tunka asked the warriors a question. What is it? Commander, it's just that. One of the warriors looked at Cal and hesitated, unable to answer. Tunka, who saw this, knitted his brows as he forcefully opened the door. Click. He was still the hot-tempered, unhesitating Tunka. Thanks to him, Cal could hear the voices past the open door. Chief Harrell, why are you rejecting the Empire's offer? It was not a familiar voice. Tunka stopped in front of the open door. Cal could see Chief Harrell and his advisors through the gap, confronting someone who was wearing a crown and surrounded by knights. The person wearing the crown and speaking, the one who had just spoken, was the king of the Whipper Kingdom. Cal recalled the Whipper Kingdom. While the citizens were used as experimental guinea pigs in the magic tower, and the kingdom's people were heavily taxed and treated as slaves, the Whipper Kingdom's royal palace quietly spectated from the sidelines as they reaped the benefits given by the mage faction. The Whipper Kingdom became rich from the magic items created from the only magic tower on the continent. Unlike the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom who suffered from poverty, the Whipper Kingdom's royal family lived a more affluent life than ever before. The king who ruled the royal palace and the Whipper Kingdom flinched when he saw Tunka. However, he quickly turned away from Tunka and looked at the Chief Harral. Chief Harral, say something. While the Whipper Kingdom's royalty watched the mage faction from the sidelines, they also did not suppress the anti-mage faction when they appeared. That was why the non-mage faction kept the royal family intact after taking down the magic tower. The Whipper Kingdom's king never stepped in to manage the affairs of his kingdom. That king raised his voice when he heard of the Empire's invasion. He shouted at Harol with a desperate look on his face. We're finished if the Empire attacks us. We're finished. Chief Harol bit his lips at the statement. It was to prevent himself from bursting into laughter. The we that the king spoke of was the royal family and the powerful elites at his disposal. The people of the Whipper Kingdom were not included in that. Harol was more sure about that than anyone else. That was why he kept his eyes on the king, even though he was aware of Tunka and Cal's party. Your Majesty, the Empire does not just want Maple Castle. The king and the royal faction said that they should accept the Empire's offer. Your Majesty, isn't there another demand that the Empire made in that correspondence? Chief Harol glanced at Cal and continued to speak. He recited the offer proposed by the Empire. Maple Castle must be returned, and a portion of the Whipper Kingdom's land surrounding that area must be included. In addition, the Whipper Kingdom must provide free manpower to develop the recently devastated Maple Castle and the surrounding area, as well as the portion of land that will be given to the Empire from this offer. Cal gulped. However, Harol was not finished. The workforce is to be solely made up of the Whipper Kingdom's citizens, numbering 100 people, and the Whipper Kingdom must fulfill this quota yearly for 80 years in order to promote the development of the land. Cal closed his eyes. Rayon's voice echoed through his head. Human, isn't that just saying the Whipper Kingdom's citizens will do all the work while the Empire gets all the benefits? Exactly. To demand that the Whipper Kingdom provide 100 of its able-bodied people yearly to work free of charge for 80 years was basically demanding them to send 100 people to the empire to become slaves for 80 years. Harald's voice was heard again. Your Majesty, don't you understand what this means? The king flinched before speaking with a calm expression. He had steeled himself before coming to look for Tunka and Harald. Of course, he was only able to do this because he believed they would not kill their king right now. He spoke calmly and with a majestic demeanor. I support the non-mage faction. He then continued with a tight expression. I would accept the Empire's offer. Harald started to frown. I should have killed him earlier. Harald should have killed him when he tore down the magic tower. He had kept him alive because he didn't want to cause any more chaos. Now that the opportune time has passed, he couldn't kill the king so carelessly. If he revolted against the king and killed him in the face of war, the people of the Whipper Kingdom who should come together and fight against the Empire would be shaken. Harald swallowed his anger and spoke. Your Majesty, no matter how you look at it, demanding 100,000 people to labor as such is basically making them slaves. Isn't that so? The king exclaimed with astonishment. Slaves? Isn't the Empire simply requesting for a temporary labor force? If we just accept that offer, we can live. Ha! Harald was stunned. 80 years was temporary, and that didn't make them slaves. Harald found the king, who knew the Empire's intentions yet feigned ignorance, despicable. Even during the time when the mage faction and the non-mage faction were fighting, the king feigned ignorance and fully immersed himself in protecting himself. Chief Harald couldn't help but raise his voice. Your Majesty, where will you find those 100 people? Exactly who was he planning to send to the Empire to become slaves? The king answered immediately as Harald shouted, It's not much, it's not much. Harald's face contorted with anger. However, the king spoke confidently. It's not like the non-mage faction, the natives, or the nobles are going. Aren't there many proud Whipper citizens outside of the royal palace who could work in the Empire? Cal swallowed a sigh. In the end, the king was questioning what the issue was, if it was just the citizens outside of the royal palace who were going as slaves, and not the royal family nor the non-mage faction. The king was confident. There would be no war and nobody would die. Isn't that quite peaceful? If the empire truly invades our country, we're finished. The king was probably just afraid that he would die. Cal frowned. Previously, when Tunka invaded the empire, the king had an excuse. He could simply tell the Empire that he had watched from the sidelines because he was afraid of Tunka. However, it was different this time, as it was the Empire who was going to invade. Cal stared at the king, who was willing to abandon 100 of his people for 80 years in order to save his own life. He then caught sight of Tunka's fists that were trembling with anger. Tunka was silent. However, his fury could be felt. It was at that moment Chief Harald's voice was heard. Are you unaware of why people followed us, the non-mage faction, in our fight against the mage faction? Harald's eyes were cold. Harald wanted to get rid of all mages, so he led the people of the non-mage faction. However, he also understood the hearts of those who followed him. It was hard to make ends meet. That's why they followed us. He raised his voice again. Are you unaware of how much the mages oppressed your citizens? Do you know how many people died after being dragged and experimented on in the magic tower? The king flinched for a moment, but quickly glanced at the silent Tunka and started to speak once again. Even so, if we accept the Empire's offer, wouldn't we all be able to live? If war breaks out, we may all die. You can't think of the Empire as the same one from Maple Castle. The real Empire is truly frightening. Chief Harald, the person who had pretended to be nice all this time, started to shout. The quality of life matters too. Even when the magic tower was in control, people lived. However, that was not truly living. Why did the Whipper Kingdom, no, Tunka and Harald, decide to participate in the alliance between the four kingdoms and one tribe's goal to get rid of the alchemist's bell tower? It wasn't only because of their fight against the Empire, the magic tower and the alchemist's bell tower. It was because the two were so similar. Harald's voice rang out. How is being a slave truly living? Your Majesty, even if they're alive, that is not truly living. Chief Harald glared at the king. That sight angered the king. Even if he was essentially a powerless king, he was of a noble bloodline, unlike Chief Harald. Chief Harald, are you trying to attack me? Out of consideration for all of you, I said that the tribespeople and the non-mage faction wouldn't be sent off. Isn't that enough? We won't get hurt, the Whipper Kingdom will be peaceful, and everything will be great for everyone. Oh boy. Cal suppressed his feeling of astonished disgust and stood right behind Tunka. He could see Tunka's fists trembling. Even so, Tunka did not burst out in anger. He was holding it back. Cal realized one thing as he observed Tunka. Why was Tunka so welcoming towards Cal, who came to help? Was it simply because the time to fight was approaching? No. He was literally moved by the fact that Cal had come to help the Whipper Kingdom. This bastard is starting to think about the safety and prosperity of the Whipper Kingdom, although he was still clumsy and stupid. The bastard who only knew how to look straight ahead and fight was beginning to understand the weight of ruling a country. Geez, Cal held back a smile. He was supposed to be the guy who only looked straight ahead and fought. He would continue to wage war until the Whipper Kingdom, the non-mage faction, and Tunka himself all perished. How did that future become so twisted? As a result, Tunka remained in the kingdom and saw how the people lived. He saw how Cal, who pretended to be a priest, treated the soldiers and how grateful the soldiers were for their help. As a person with influence, Tunka was able to see many aspects of life beyond war and power. He also started to understand the hearts of the people that followed him. Cal stood behind Tunka and whispered in a low voice, "Tunka." Cal saw Tunka flinch as he called his name and thought that Tunka was still the same Tunka as back when they met. He was still the same Tunka who introduced himself back then as Bob. Cal spoke in a quiet voice that only those near him like Tunka and Choi Han could hear. "Just go with your original style." Tunka hesitated for a moment. He then heard Cal's voice once again from behind him. "We've got your back." Grin. Tunka subconsciously started to grin. The look in his eyes then changed. Although they were still full of anger, his eyes no longer held the look of repression as he lifted his fist. Bang! The door was smashed with a bang. Tunka's fist had smashed into the door. "See, Commander," the king subconsciously gulped and looked towards Tunka. Tunka looked toward the king, who was surrounded by the royal knights, and continued to speak. "Shut up." "Oh, as expected of the I do whatever I want, Tunka." Cal was impressed. Tunka was probably the only bastard who would look down on a king and speak to him so rudely. The king frowned at the sight, while the knights placed their hands on the hilt of their swords. The king thought about how Tunka had been calmer than usual these days and started to shout. How dare you speak to me that way? Commander, are you fighting wars is my job." Tunka ignored the king's voice as he strode towards him. Cal watched Tunka's back as he did so. Cal did not like Tunka. Tunka's disposition and actions did not mesh well with him. However, Tunka now seemed to understand the weight of life. Yes, Tunka had grown. Time passed for Tunka as much as it did for Cal, and that had changed him a bit. Tunka approached the king and continued to speak. "Well, Win, so you just sit tight and think about your own self-preservation as you always have." Today was the first time that Cal liked Tunka's actions. The world didn't need to be filled only with people like Adin or Albaru, the non-mage faction. It was because leaders like Tunka existed that even weak yet crazed people could win. Tyrants were bound to show their strength when they acted like tyrants. If he was a tyrant that also thought of his citizens, it wouldn't be too bad. Clang! The knights drew their swords. The blades of their swords were pointed toward Tunka's neck. The knights couldn't fight back against Tunka's sheer strength, so all they could do was hold the blades of their swords up. However, Tunka was not afraid of those blades as he continued to approach the king. A small trickle of blood could be seen on Tunka's neck, where a blade had slightly pricked him. Nevertheless, Tunka continued to walk toward the king without hesitation. "Commander!" The king desperately called out to Tunka, but Tunka, who was surrounded by swords, glared at him. "I've never lost a war." He didn't lose against the mage faction, nor against the Empire at Maple Castle. He never lost, even once. Tunka had no intentions of accepting the Empire's offer. He recalled Cal and Choi Han, who stood behind him. As someone who always looked forward and fought, Tunka, for the first time, felt a sense of reassurance that someone had his back. Thus, Tunka glared at the king as he boldly spoke with a voice full of anger. "So, the coward can duck off." He told the cowardly king to duck off. Cal smiled as he looked at Tunka. Chapter 280, Do You Want to Live? 4. Why, you dare to speak that way to me? However, all the king could do was stare at Tunka. Part of it was because he himself was weak, while the other part was because he could not tell the knights to attack Tunka. The Whipper Kingdom was in an odd state right now. The king only had the title of king, while the government and all administration fell to the military. Tunka was the center of the citizens and soldiers of that military. That was why even the knights guarding the king did not dare to act rash toward Tunka. They were people who joined the royal faction to save their own lives and maintain their benefits. So although they held their swords up out of loyalty, they did not dare to actually attack Tunka. The king, was aware of that as well. As a result, he could only glare at Tunka in anger. Tunka observed the king with even more anger in his eyes. He then resumed speaking. Tunka knew himself quite well. I don't have anyone above nor below me. That was why he could lead the way no matter where he was. And killing strong people is my hobby. He had stood in the vanguard and killed the ones that smelled the strongest. Of course, there were times that he had lost to those strong individuals. However, the enemies all eventually ended up avoiding him. Whether that was because they were scared or because they found him to be dirty, but either way, they avoided him. That was the important part. Tunka looked down at the king, who was willing to surrender in order to save his own life. The king felt as if he had become prey. He too had avoided Tunka in the past. He had given the excuse that he avoided Tunka because he was stupidly strong and wild. However, the truth was that he had avoided Tunka out of fear. The king's gaze slightly missed Tunka and headed downward. Tunka's voice could still be heard in his ears. Only think about how we will achieve victory if you wish to live. If you wish to live. The king gulped at that statement. Both anger and fear were making his body shake. One of the royal faction's knights started to speak at that moment. He had the title of being the captain of the guard knights. Your Majesty, what do you think about moving elsewhere if you have finished delivering your message? The knight captain flinched after seeing Tunka's gaze turn toward him. He was not someone who had become the knight captain because of his strength. For a kingdom like the Whipper Kingdom, where magic was abnormally developed in the past, the knights were weaker in exchange. The mages had obstructed the growth of strong knights because they wanted to maintain their dominance. And thanks to that, the knights of the Whipper Kingdom were likely to be people who gained opportunities with political influence or had a talent in sucking up rather than strong individuals. Commander, why don't you complete your tasks in peace as well? Tunka stared at the knight captain and the king before turning around. He then walked toward Chief Harol's side. Anybody could tell that he was ignoring the knight captain and the king. You damn, your majesty. However, the knight captain consoled the king from getting angry. The knight captain motioned with his gaze to tell the king that they should leave, while the king took a deep breath before walking away from Tunka and toward the door. However, the king's gaze was still on the correspondence from the empire that was in Harol's hand. He could respond to the empire if he took that away. However, all important documents were in Tunka's hands. You stupid bastards. You can't even see that I was giving you a way to live. In the end, the king shouted in anger before heading out of the strategy room. Cal let out a groan as he looked toward the king and the knights who left without even paying any attention to him. There was a simple reason for it. Human. For some reason, I don't like that punk of a king. It was because his mind was quite loud from Rayan's mumblings. 100 people are enough to win against the Empire if he goes to war with them. But 100 people for 80 years. That king doesn't even know how to do basic math. As expected, he is not as smart as the great and mighty me. He's so loud. Rayan seemed to be not fond of this king at all. On the other hand, Cal was just thinking that there were always guys like these no matter where you went. It's just the way the world works. Even in Korea, no, even on Earth there were people who did worse things than this king for their own survival when the world descended into chaos once. Furthermore, was it only the people in power that did that? Not at all. In fact, the majority of the people were like that at first. It was right after Kim Rok-soo had taken his college entrance exams and was working part-time at a restaurant. The violent upheaval had happened without warning. People ignored each other in order to survive. However, the world came together to support each other and return balance to the world quicker than expected. It was because there were people who were willing to help each other survive rather than step on each other. Someone had said that the world would turn to hell if the apocalypse was here. However, all people hated hell. That was why they flailed around however they could to avoid hell and realized something in the process. It was difficult to do it alone. They needed each other. That was what brought the people of the world back together in order to get back to a world that was bearable. Cal's gaze headed back to Tunka and Harol. He had decided after seeing the Whipper Kingdom's king that the best thing to do was ignore trash like that. However, it wasn't that Cal agreed with the king. Cal, just as when he had been Kim Raksu, was someone who wanted to turn this world into a decently livable place. You would still be lonely, even if you were happy alone in hell. Yes, a relaxed slacker showing off his money is the greatest way to live. Cal looked toward Harol and Tunka with a different gaze after thinking about that. There was the simply stupid Tunka. Then there was Harol, the one with a weird vibe about him, whom Cal thought was even crazier than Clope. These two bastards had bloodshot eyes from trying to maintain this world of theirs in the Whipper Kingdom. That fact felt new but oddly familiar at the same time. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Human, let's loot that king bastard's safe. Let's loot him dry. Cal let out a groan at the 6-year-old dragon's suggestion that he knew he couldn't do but was quite tempted to do so. The others were watching as he did that. Chief Harol's eyes became cloudy. Cal Henitus. He had shown a terrible sight to the person who had stealthily come to help out the Whipper Kingdom while looking like a priest. No, it was not just terrible, he had shown the worst possible sight. Harol and the other chiefs in the strategy room remained silent as they didn't know what to do. Tunka approached Cal at that moment. He remembered what Cal had told him earlier. We are behind you. Tunka thought about that and started to speak to Cal. When the Empire made that offer to us, hold on. Cal raised his hand and stopped Tunka from speaking. The chiefs all had gloomy expressions, as if they expected this response, until Cal continued to speak. How can we speak in secret when you broke the door? Is there somewhere quiet we can talk? Ah, only then did they all look toward the door that Tunka had destroyed. There were guards standing there that were not sure of what to do. I will lead you somewhere else. Chief Harol stepped up, and Cal nodded his head. I wish to speak only to you and Commander Tunka. Fine. Tunka agreed right away, and Cal could soon move to a quieter location. Cal handed Choi Han, who was stiffly standing there, a teacup before picking up another one for himself and asking Tunka a question. Do you think the Empire wants the Whipper Kingdom to accept that offer? Harol responded to the question instead. No, I believe that they sent the correspondence while knowing that we would reject an offer like that. Who would be willing to surrender and give 100 people up as slaves? The Empire knew about Tunka's belligerent personality. Harol's gaze turned cold before he looked down. I believe the Empire wanted us to become angrier and charge at them. Harol looked toward Tunka, who nodded his head. Chief Harol then asked Cal a question. I presume the Empire wants the Whipper Kingdom and not just Maple Castle. Cal took a sip of tea. He could see the reflection of his magically dyed white hair and blue eyes in the tea. He casually started to speak. Of course. Click. Cal put his teacup down, and Harol's expression worsened. The Whipper Kingdom's chiefs were from the non-mage faction and mainly consisted of young scholars who were quite intelligent in areas other than magic. Harol explained the conclusion that they had determined. The Roan Kingdom can't openly assist the Whipper Kingdom, I presume. If the Roan Kingdom openly assisted the Whipper Kingdom, then they would become enemies with the Empire. The Roan Kingdom was currently pretending to be close with the Margaru Empire while planning to take down their alchemist's bell tower. The Whipper Kingdom naturally knew about that as they were part of the alliance. However, they still asked the question. It was because they needed the Roan Kingdom's strength. Cal calmly answered back. Correct. None of the Roan Kingdom's forces will be revealing themselves during this battle. Does that include Mr. Choi Han and the Necromancer Nim? Yes. Harol closed his eyes. However, Cal did not budge. In order for the Roan Kingdom to become the Margaru Empire's new sponsor, we can't become enemies with the citizens of the Empire right now. The citizens who did not know about any of the sketchy things would hate the Roan Kingdom if they saw that the Roan Kingdom helped out the Whipper Kingdom in this war. All of the goodwill that Cal had built up through the Plaza Terra incident and the incident at the Empire where he received the Medal of Honor would all disappear from that single battle. That was why the Roan Kingdom was not planning on sending anybody in their true appearance to support the Whipper Kingdom without any justification. Harol opened his eyes back before seeing the cold expression on Cal's face and starting to speak. And the jungle is not going to fight at Maple Castle, but instead will be moving independently. Correct. The jungle is planning to hit the Empire separately. Both the Roan Kingdom and the jungle which bordered the Whipper Kingdom could not help out at the Battle of Maple Castle. Of course, the 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe were planning on helping out with materials and food. However, we don't have enough strong individuals. Our forces for battle are low in number. Harold reaffirmed all of this information before looking toward Cal, who still came to see them in such a situation. Cal had not come as a commander right now. He had come on his own as an individual. He had come to help them. That was why the chiefs could not figure this part out yet. I suppose we won't be able to see Commander Calnim's shield, nor the pillar of water and stone spears that we saw during the battle at the Gorge of Death. Some of Cal's ancient powers had become famous after the war against the Indomitable Alliance. They were naturally the indestructible shield that he used throughout the war, as well as the dominating water that was used in the battle against the dragon half-blood. The story about the unbelievable stone spears was spreading around as well. That was why they had welcomed the fact that Cal was coming to help. However, Chief Harrell still needed to ask, but he had said, won't be able to see rather than can we see to ask. Correct. You won't be able to see it. I need to hide my identity as well. I see. If the Roan kingdom needed to hide, it was only natural that Cal needed to hide as well. He was the most recognizable hero of the Roan kingdom right now. Harol held back a sigh. Tunka started to speak at that moment. The fact that you came here is enough. Cal and Choi Han, you too. Choi Han, who was standing behind Cal, flinched and looked toward Tunka. The same Tunka that Choi Han had beaten to a pulp one rainy day was looking at Choi Han with gratitude. Chief Harol, the natives and soldiers are enough. We will get an overwhelming amount of potions and material as support as well. Tunka spoke to Harol in his usual loud voice. Harol looked at the commander, who had matured a bit and now knew how to console someone, with an odd gaze. Originally, Harol had chosen to serve Tunka because he believed that Tunka could help him get his revenge by destroying the magic tower. However, maybe because they had now fought together before, or because they shared the same goal of saving the Whipper Kingdom. But Harol now wanted to let Tunka shine as a commander. I understand. Commander Nim, I believe we will be victorious like last, by the way. Harol stopped speaking. Cal had started to speak to the two of them. He asked them with an odd expression on his face. What was he trying to say? Why didn't you ask about the pillars of fire in the Gorge of Death? Those pillars of fire had played the biggest role in preventing the Indomitable Alliance from destroying the Gorge of Death and crossing over. Cal looked toward Harol, who had not asked about it. Harol answered back with a peculiar expression. It is because we could not be certain whether those pillars of fire were the work of the Breck Kingdom or the Roan Kingdom. The pillars of fire. There were many different thoughts regarding those pillars of fire among the other kingdoms. All of them were certain that it was not one of Cal's powers. However, with both the Breck Kingdom and the Roan Kingdom remaining quiet about it, they could not be certain about who had created them. The rumor on the street was that it was more likely to be from the Breck Kingdom. This was because the last attack that had come before the flame dwarves launched the magic bombs was Rosalind's magic. Furthermore, the strength of the mages from the Breck Kingdom that was revealed made them suspect the pillars of fire were their creation. ... It is presumed that those pillars were created by Miss Rosalind and the Breck Kingdom's mages. It was hard to describe the expression on Harol's face right now. The Whipper Kingdom had killed the mages and destroyed the magic tower. That is why, even if the Breck Kingdom is our ally, it is difficult to even bring up the pillars of fire. Difficult. It was hard to ask the Breck Kingdom's mages for help. In addition, they could not openly ask a foreign kingdom for mages to support them when many of the Whipper Kingdom's citizens still hated mages. Using magic scrolls or magic spells were taboo enough already. This was the greatest difficulty for the Whipper Kingdom right now. The issues that happen when you completely isolate something were making it difficult for the Whipper Kingdom right now. Although they didn't have the luxury to be picky right now, the current Whipper Kingdom was being supported by the non-mage faction and could not move to oppose that. That had been the results of a different war. However, Harold cautiously asked Cal a question. Do you think that we would be able to ask the Breck Kingdom to send some mages to help us? 100 people for 80 years. That number was pressuring Harold. The bastard, who had almost been crazy with his hatred of mages, was looking for magic because he was afraid. It was at that moment. What are the coordinates of this place? Excuse me. Cal asked a completely unrelated question. Coordinates. Harold didn't know what was happening, but still gave Cal the coordinates. Rayan responded in Cal's mind at that moment. I memorized it. I will tell them these coordinates. They will be here soon. Just who was coming soon. Cal got up after hearing those responses. He looked toward Tunka and Harold and started to speak. Commander Tunka and Chief Harald. The Breck Kingdom's mages will not get involved either. Harald did not look too good after hearing this. Cal continued to speak at that moment. Do you remember the mages who were not involved in the Whipper Kingdom's mage faction? Harald really could not figure out where this conversation was headed. I don't remember. However, Tunka honestly responded to Cal's question. Tunka had stopped caring about the mages around the Whipper Kingdom once the magic tower was destroyed. On the other hand, Harald had not stopped caring about them. Harald started to speak as he looked toward Cal with an odd expression. There were many mages who were not part of the mage faction and had been living in hiding. We were unable to capture most of them because they had escaped from the Whipper Kingdom once the magic tower was destroyed. Cal shared one of the things he had discussed with Crown Prince Albaru with Harald. Many of them ended up coming to the Roan Kingdom. Although the truth was that Crown Prince Albaru had called them over to the Roan Kingdom, Cal was making it sound like they had happened to come to the Roan Kingdom during their escape, and the Roan Kingdom has accepted them as citizens of our kingdom. Harald kept his mouth shut. He had already expected that the mages who had run away would have gone to different kingdoms around the continent, but it wasn't like they could blame the Roan Kingdom for it. The Roan Kingdom had already helped them out quite a bit. Furthermore, it was Cal who was telling them this information. Young Master Calnim, let's shove this conversation under the rug for now. That was why Harald decided not to deal with this issue at this moment. He did not want to fight with the Roan Kingdom while they were fighting with the Empire already. However, Cal did not want to do that. Unfortunately, I cannot do that. Excuse me, it was at that moment. Ooh, the room started to shake. Harald, who was half a mage, stiffened up and looked toward a direction. He heard Cal's voice as he did that. I invited someone who wanted to help the Whipper Kingdom out. Parat. A bright light flashed and a person appeared. Clunk. Harald's chair made a noise. Harald stood up without being able to say anything. The person who had just teleported into the room smiled gently toward him. It's been a while. Rosalind. She had come here alone. Cal stood next to her and spoke to Harald and Tunka, who were standing there with blank expressions. Miss Rosalind, who was kicked out of the Breck Kingdom's royal family and has become a free person, wishes to be hired as a mercenary by the Whipper Kingdom. The story about how Rosalind had been kicked out of the royal family was quite famous. Harald let out a gasp. Rosalind shrugged her shoulders and explained why she wanted to participate. All of my friends said they were going to the Whipper Kingdom. As their leader, I chose to come as well. Friends. Leader. Cal answered back as Harald subconsciously asked. The mages who are now citizens of the Roan Kingdom wish to participate in the Whipper Kingdom's war. The mages who are now citizens of the Roan Kingdom. Harald and Tunka immediately understood who they were. The mages who had been in hiding but were not a part of the mage faction and had ended up escaping from the Whipper Kingdom to avoid the non-mage faction. The mages who were now a part of the Roan Kingdom's mage brigade. Cal shrugged his shoulders and added on. His Highness, our Crown Prince, happily gave them some leave. The Roan Kingdom would not participate in this war. However, there were many ways to help them from the shadows. All of the mages decided that they were going to spend that leave time by going back home. Of course, not all of the mages who were originally from the Whipper Kingdom wanted to come here. However, most likely because they were all not from the mage faction and did not like how the mage faction did things. But the majority of them understood the feelings of the non-mage faction and the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom. They wanted to help out their place of origin. The Roan Kingdom is also planning on giving those mages some magic stones so that they can have some fun during their leave. The Roan Kingdom was going to provide the mages with magic stones to support the war at Maple Castle. Furthermore, Rosalind, the leader of the mages, was willing to help them out as well. Rosalind was the strongest yet most free person in terms of identity and status to help them out. Chief Harald started to frown. His pupils were shaking. Although they were no longer a part of the Whipper Kingdom, these mages that were originally from the Whipper Kingdom were coming to save them. They were coming to save the Whipper Kingdom that had nobody to reach out toward for help. They were willing to brave the danger and come, even when the Whipper Kingdom's citizens probably had nothing good to say about them. Harald was having conflicting thoughts in his mind. No, it felt as if it was more of an issue for his heart than his mind. Cal then slowly started to smile like a villain and asked a question. Oh, and those pillars of fire. You thought that they were from the Breck Kingdom, right? Perhaps. Did the Roan Kingdom make them? Harald's eyes opened wide as the thought crossed his mind. Cal pointed to himself with his finger. That's mine. Dot, 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 it's not the Roan kingdom's but yours, young Master Calnim. Yes, and for reference, it is alchemy, not magic. Chief Harol was at a loss for words. All he could see was the white-haired Cal who was smiling. It was at that moment. Harol turned his head to the side. He could hear a suppressed laughter. It was Tunka. Tunka's shoulders were moving up and down as he tried his best to suppress his laughter. However, he jerked his head back and let out loud laughter in the end. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Tunka could not hold back his laughter anymore. He looked toward Cal and started to speak. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of this war at all. Cal's smile became thicker. This seemed like the real Tunka. He looked like the crazed warrior who only cared about fighting. This madness was the reason that his enemies feared him. Tunka then confirmed something with Cal with sparkling eyes. I will chew the Empire up. Cal casually responded back to Tunka. Don't overdo it. Ha 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 ha. Tunka laughed even louder than before after seeing Cal's expression that seemed to be asking what was so funny. Human, Tunka is laughing as if he is back to his original self. I know, right? Cal gently smiled toward Harol who, unlike Tunka, had a complicated expression on his face.